This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Deprived of Inheritance Rights just after crossing. In early August, the scorching sun in Wushan territory baked the earth, and the heat even made the air distorted. However, Luo Ning wore strict aristocratic clothes and walked along the flat road paved with bluestone blocks to the highest point of the manor, Wushan Fortress. More than 10 minutes ago, he was still a game planner who was working overtime all night to write a plan. Unexpectedly, he died suddenly and was reborn in the body of a noble son from another world. He didn't even have time to digest the memory of his previous life. He was monitored by the guards and went to Wushan Fortress to face a trial against him. Fortunately, the road was long, so Luo Ning had time to digest some of the memories of his previous life and figure out the current situation. It turned out that this was an extraordinary world that was similar to the early Middle Ages on Earth. But in fact, it had fighting spirit and magic. The predecessor he traveled through was named Luoning Wushan, the eldest grandson of the Wushan Marquis family, and had the right to inherit the title of Marquis. But such a person who grew up in a top aristocratic family not only did not master any kind of extraordinary power, but also lingered in banquets and dances, indulged in wine and women, and did not make any achievements. At the banquet the day before yesterday, the predecessor got drunk and went to bed with a woman. No one expected that the woman would commit suicide the next day, and wrote a suicide note accusing the predecessor, which became known to everyone for a while. In theory, many nobles have messy private lives, and having sex with a woman at a banquet is not a big deal. Even if an ordinary woman committed suicide, it would be no big deal. But the bad thing is that this woman's identity is very unusual. She is the border Earl of Shanlin and the youngest granddaughter of Earl Orson Hyde. Today's Wushan territory is very unstable due to internal and external troubles. And this border Earl not only has a prosperous family, but also has the important task of maintaining the safety of the border. This leads to the fact that although this border Earl is a vassal of the Marquis, once the relationship is strained, he will make less or even no effort in some major events, which will cause immeasurable damage to Wushan territory. For this reason, the father of the predecessor who had just returned from the battle gave the predecessor a punch when he heard about this. He wanted to teach him a lesson, but he didn't expect to send him to heaven directly. Recalling this, Luo Ning's heart became more and more sad and uneasy. Will the Wushan Marquis sacrifice him for the stability of the territory and the family? Think about it. It is very possible. After all, his mother died early. His father didn't love him. His grandfather didn't love him. And there was no force behind him to support him. Although his political status was high, his situation was very embarrassing. Why did I encounter such a difficult thing as soon as I crossed over? Luo Ning felt helpless. He turned his head and looked around. The group of guards following him completely dispelled his idea of whether he could slip away. Alas, the Marquis is very large, with countless rockery, fountains, flowers and other landscapes, showing the luxury and heritage of the Wushan family everywhere. Going up the wide stairs, a huge military fortress built entirely of white jade stands on the top of the hill. Magnificent and heavy. This is the Wushan Fortress. Luo Ning's heart was shocked by this scene for only 1 or 2 seconds, and then it was replaced by anxiety. He was about to face not only his father, Earl Wiggins, who had sent his predecessor to the west with one punch, but also the representatives of the Hyde family, who came to him angrily to ask for an explanation. Both groups wanted to vent their anger on him. Poor him. A newbie who had just traveled through time. How could he bear such great anger? Heaven and earth, please help the legendary Golden Finger and save your master. As a fan of games and novels, he knew that every traveler had a golden finger. In desperation, he could only pray for this. Perhaps in response to his call, a line of words did flash in his sight. Activate after obtaining the title. When Luo Ning saw this line of words, he was very happy. He did have a golden finger. But after reading the content of this line of words, the smile on his face froze. This golden finger actually had to be activated. How can the title be so easy to obtain? Although the predecessor had the right of inheritance, if he wanted to become the Marquis of Shanlin, he had to wait for his grandfather to die first, and then wait for his father to pass away, and then it would be his turn to inherit. To put it another way, after he graduates from the Extraordinary Academy, his father may confer him the title of Viscount or Baron, but that will be next year, and there is still a year to go. Moreover, Ronan not only has to face Wiggins's anger, but also faces the risk of being sacrificed. Where can he get a title? I have a golden finger, but I can't activate it. It's really unlucky to open the door for bad luck. It's so unlucky. He really has no words to say. Master Ronan, the adults are waiting for you inside. After the guards sent Ronan to the fortress gate, they stood on both sides. The captain made a gesture of invitation, indicating Ronan to go in alone. Standing under the 5-meter-high gate of the fortress, Ronan felt his insignificance. He looked inside, and could vaguely see several figures at the end dozens of meters away. Heavy and depressing. What is coming cannot be avoided. He took a deep breath, and then walked inside. There were no guards standing on both sides of the corridor in the castle hall. It seemed that they did not want the quarrel inside to be spread. Things may not be as bad as imagined. Ronan comforted himself, and soon came to the end. He saw the 5 people here clearly. On the jade high seat in front sat an old man with gray hair and wrinkles on his face. Seeing him, Ronan's heartbeat accelerated by 2 points. This old man was the founder of this castle, the owner of Wushan territory, the powerful meteor knight, the Marquis of the Kingdom of Aljuan. Lowlands Wushan. Ronan did not expect that this matter would even alarm the old Marquis, who had not been involved in political affairs for more than 10 years. It seems that the relationship with the Hyde family is something that even the Marquis has to pay attention to. On the right side of the old Marquis stood a burly, bearded, middle-aged man. He was the second son of Marquis Rulans, the Earl of Wushan City, the future heir of Wushan territory, and Ronan's father, Wiggins Wushan. As the second son of the old Marquis, Wiggins should not have the right to inherit the title. But it was his turn because his elder brother Grams died in battle 30 years ago. But he was obviously not ready. Wiggins, 52 years old, is still just a senior knight, with weak strength and unclear mind, unable to suppress the restless vassals in this chaotic era. As the eldest son of Wiggins, and the second heir of Wushan territory in the future, he was an ordinary person, who did not even master extraordinary power. The 2 heirs are of this kind of virtue, and the outside world will naturally think that after the old Marquis dies, the Wushan Marquisate will gradually fall apart. This is the root cause of the instability of Wushan territory. Ronan secretly glanced at the 3 people on the other side. They were all wearing armor and carrying swords, and they exuded a strong aura, especially the golden-haired man in the middle, which made Ronan very uneasy. If he was not mistaken, this man was the knight who followed the border earl, Nigan Golden Lion, a golden-level peak knight, who was only 1 step away from being able to match the old Marquis in combat power. Seeing Ronan coming, the 5 people in the hall had different expressions. The old Marquis on the high seat remained calm, without anger or sadness. The 3 knight representatives snorted coldly, glaring with hatred, and their eyes were cannibalistic. Only Wiggins roared angrily, "Damn thing. Don't kneel down." Ronan was startled by the sudden roar. The voices of senior knights in the other world were so loud, considering the punch that the other party had killed his predecessor. He could only surrender obediently, and kneel in the center of the hall. At this moment, a sneer came from above, and the representative of the High family, the gold-level knight Nigan Golden Lion, glanced at Wiggins with disdain. The real master has arrived, and the Earl of Wushan City doesn't need to play these fake games in front of us. Miss Selena died because of Ronan. The Wushan family must give us a satisfactory explanation for this matter. Yes, the knight next to him echoed, and this time, the encirclement and suppression of the Black Gold Brotherhood was caused by your wrong command, which led to the death of Baron Slant. You must pay the price for your mistake. The eldest grandson and the youngest granddaughter of the Hyde family both died because of your Wushan family. If this matter cannot be properly handled, it will only damage the friendship between our 2 families. In line with the principle of my vassal's vassal is not my vassal. The 3 knights represented by Knight Negan followed Earl Hyde. They did not give Wiggins any face at all, and directly started to spray him, as if they would fight without paying a price. In general, Wiggins would spray back even louder in this situation. But at this moment, he could not refute, because he did make a mistake in command in this war to encircle and suppress the bandit group. His face flushed with anger, and he had nowhere to vent his anger. He could only roar at Ronan again, "Damn it!" Ronan's heart sank to the bottom. He did not expect that 2 grandchildren of the Hyde family died at once. 1 granddaughter would be fine. But even the eldest grandson, who had the right of inheritance, died unexpectedly in the war. And it was the fault of his predecessor's father. Will this blame also be placed on me? Ronan felt more and more uneasy. As the eldest grandson, he would not use his life to pay for that slander's life. Right? The silence, depression, and suffocating atmosphere made Ronan breathe rapidly. He was just a newcomer to society who had just graduated from school. How could he have experienced such a battle? But he knew that the person who decided whether he could be safe was not his father, nor the three representatives of the high family, but Lulin's Wushan, who had been sitting on the high seat without saying a word. The old Marquis once trained his predecessor as a successor. After all, his son was useless, and he could only pin his hopes of revitalizing the family on the eldest grandson. But the performance of his predecessor disappointed him, especially after he still had not mastered extraordinary power in the past 2 years. Although war is inevitable to die, I am very sad about the death of Baron Slanter. He was a brave child. On the high seat, the old Marquis slowly opened his eyes, and finally spoke. Please ask Sir Negan to convey my grief and apology to Orson and Barrington. Hearing this, Negan stood up and saluted with one hand on his chest. It can be seen that his attitude towards Wiggins is completely different from that towards Marquis Roulan's. Negan will definitely convey it. But the old Marquis raised his hand, sighed heavily, and interrupted the other party. Speaking of which, Wushan and Hyde are still relatives. But I didn't expect such two unfortunate things to happen. It was Wiggins' fault that Slant died in battle. We should compensate. But Selina... At this point, he glanced at his grandson kneeling on the ground. And Ronan's heart was in his throat at this moment. Whether he can survive depends on the next sentence. Selina committed suicide. Not directly died at Ronan's hands. After hearing this, Ronan's hanging heart finally settled down. With the words of the old Marquis, he knew that his life was finally saved. As long as he could survive, it would be fine. But on the other side, Negan and the other two were anxious. Sir, although Miss Selina did not die directly at the hands of Ronan, she was insulted to death by him. You can't just say one sentence to take over this matter. As he said, he took out a piece of parchment from his pocket and said with tears in his eyes, this parchment was written by Miss Selina herself, and it records everything that happened after she was forcibly dragged into the room by Ronan. If this is not punished, then we... Don't worry. Marquis Roulan's interrupted Negan again. I just said that Selina didn't die directly at Ronan's hands, so I won't agree to your request for Ronan to pay for his life. But I didn't say that I wouldn't give the Hyde family an explanation. After hearing this, Negan, who was about to argue, stopped talking. In fact, he also knew that it was impossible to ask the eldest grandson of the Marquis' mansion to pay for his life. But they could only get what they wanted by asking in this way. After a long silence, Lulan slowly spoke. Slant died in battle, and the Hyde family lost an excellent eldest grandson. And his death and Selina's death can be attributed to my Wushan family. So I will make a promise here. Ronan held his breath and listened to the next words with his ears erect. What his fate would be depends on how the old man sitting on the seat arranged it. I can promise. Marquis Lulan said solemnly, in the future, in the third generation, my youngest grandson, Breton Wushan, the son of Wiggins and Diane, will inherit the title of Marquis of Wushan. As for Ronan, he paused and looked at Ronan, who was lowering his head. Deprive Ronan Wushan of his inheritance rights. Although there is an inheritance system of eldest son and eldest grandson, as long as they make a fatal mistake, it can be abolished. Ronan has made a fatal mistake now, or he has fallen into the vortex of fatal mistakes. As for depriving Ronan of his inheritance rights, can the relationship be improved? Even if an explanation is given? That is certain, because Breton's mother, who succeeded Ronan's inheritance rights, was named Hyde, and she was the daughter of Orson Hyde. In other words, Breton was the grandson of the Border Earl. Ronan's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and at this moment he seemed to understand something. Could it be that Selina's suicide was to deprive him of his inheritance rights and transfer them to his half-brother Breton? The calculation behind this is really too sinister. No. I have to find a way to leave the center of this vortex. Chapter 2: Seeking a Way Out. After Lulan's made his promise, a new round of debate began in the hall of Wushan Fortress. The compensation plan was mainly finalized by Wiggins and the three knights of Negan, and bargaining was inevitable. From this time on, no one spent any more words on Ronan, as if he had nothing to do with the matter. Really a tool man, Ronan muttered softly. He listened to a few words of the debate in the hall at the beginning, but then he was distracted by the pain in his legs. His predecessor was surrounded by wine and sex every day, and his physical fitness was too poor, and he was too weak. If possible, he really wanted to stand up and leave this hall. But now is not the time. Although he survived the crisis safely, he didn't know what his fate would be. Generally speaking, nobles who were deprived of their inheritance rights were either sent to other small cities to manage the family's industry, or kept as pets in the castle. Of course, there were also some who were deprived of their surnames and expelled from the family, or even died. What fate awaits him? As long as he is not thrown into prison or imprisoned, it's fine. The argument lasted for more than an hour before the 3 knights of Negan left the fortress with satisfaction. If nothing unexpected happens, officials from both sides will supplement the details and draft a contract. At this time, Ronan, who was kneeling on the ground with numb legs, perked up. The outsiders left, and it was his turn next. The Wushan fortress was quiet for a while, and then Wiggins angrily grabbed the crystal cup at hand and threw it in front of Ronan, smashing it to pieces with a snap. It is because of you that the family has paid such a huge price. Ronan wanted to say that your son had already paid the price of his life, but he dared not say it out loud. The old Marquis on the high seat glanced at the son he disliked and asked coldly, "How can you be better than Ronan?" Ahem. The battlefield commander dared to disperse the attack without knowing the enemy's strength, and agreed to the request of Slant, who was in charge of logistics, to lead the charge. Is your mind full of horse manure? Ahem. 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 The more he talked, the angrier he became, and the old Marquis coughed violently. Wiggins had a bad temper, but in the face of his father's criticism, he could only shrink his head unhappily and sit in the chair without saying a word. Alas! After Lullins calmed down, he sighed heavily. His useless son seemed to have not yet discovered the deep meaning of Selina's suicide. His political sense was too dull. If it was his eldest son, Graham's, he would not have these troubles. Lullins turned his gaze to Ronan, who was still kneeling. Perhaps he was bored, so he asked casually, "Ronan, my grandson, what do you think of this matter?" He sighed again in his heart. The character of his eldest grandson was exactly the same as Wiggins when he was young. No, not as good as that. At least Wiggins mastered the fighting spirit, while Ronan was just a mortal. Ronan raised his head when he heard the Marquis asking him. Although he didn't understand why Lullins asked him such a question, he knew that the good or bad answer might affect his future treatment. Conspiracy. This is a conspiracy. The brain of the previous incarnation was not very bright, so he tried not to be so clear. Although I can't remember what happened that night. Selina and I have always had a good impression of each other. No matter what happened, she would not commit suicide. There must be a conspiracy behind this. Surprise flashed in Lulan's eyes. How could his grandson have such insight? And at this time, shouldn't he kneel down and cry, falling into endless regret and sorrow after losing his inheritance? Get up, my grandson, and tell me what kind of conspiracy it is. Luo Ning breathed a sigh of relief, and stood up slowly with a grin. Enduring the discomfort, the corporal punishment time was finally over. He thought about it and organized his words. Grandpa, I think someone should have assassinated Selina, and then put the blame on me, so as to provoke the relationship between us and the Hyde family, making Wushan territory more uneasy and unstable, and finally achieving the goal of splitting Wushan territory. In fact, he would rather say that this was a conspiracy of the Hyde family. But this understanding was deeper, not like what his predecessor could think of. So he told a shallower one. But this relatively shallow guess made Lu Lan Si nod his head. To have such a level of understanding shows that your brain is a little smarter than your father Wiggins. Wiggins hesitated to speak. Was the old man confused? This stupid son was smarter than him. He also tried to provoke the relationship between Hyde and Wushan. In his opinion, this was clearly Ronan talking nonsense. You have some truth in what you said. Lu Lan Si smiled and motioned Ronan to sit aside. In fact, in his heart, he had begun to doubt whether this Selina was the blood of the Hyde family. However, he did not need to speak out his guess. It's good to let Breton inherit. This little guy is only 13 years old and has bred the seeds of fighting spirit. His future achievements will definitely be higher than yours. In addition, with the support of the Hyde family, our family can still sit firmly in Wushan territory. Ronan's expression moved, and he probably understood in his heart. Perhaps from the beginning, the old Marquis knew what the Hyde family wanted. The old Marquis didn't like Wiggins, nor did he like his predecessor, So after seeing the intentions of the Hyde family, he took advantage of the situation and abolished Ronan's inheritance rights. Rather than waiting for Wushan territory to fall apart after his death, it is better to let the Hyde family support it wholeheartedly. At least the owner of Wushan territory is still named Wushan. So from beginning to end, Liu Lands did not show any anger towards Ronan. And he didn't even have the slightest intention of blaming him. This made Ronan feel relieved. Perhaps he could use the deprivation of the right of inheritance to ask for some benefits? Losing the right of inheritance may be a good thing for you. Lelansi continued, although you don't have the right of inheritance. You are still a child of my Wushan family. There is no problem in living in this castle in old age. Retirement? Ronan is still young. He finally traveled through time. He doesn't want to live in this castle with a life that he can see the end at a glance. And being in the center of this vortex, he might lose his life. It's better for him to leave early. Grandpa, I don't want to live in the castle in old age. As soon as Ronan said this, he was greeted with Wiggins' scolding. Why? The family's support is not enough for you. Believe it or not, I will kick you out of the family directly. Lelansi asked with a smile. Oh, then what do you want to do? This sentence directly suppressed the anger that Wiggins was about to vent. And he felt very uncomfortable. But it was precisely because the old man did not show any anger or blame from beginning to end that Ronan felt that he had a chance to get benefits. Of course, it is not good to ask for it directly. He needs to perform it in words. Ronan looked lonely, with a look of heartache and regret. Grandpa and Father, because of the mistakes I made, the family paid such a heavy price. From yesterday to now, I feel very guilty and blame myself. As he said, Ronan wiped his eyes vigorously, and the discomfort made 2 tears seep out of the corners of his eyes. I don't want to be a waste who only eats and drinks the family. I want to make up for my mistakes. I want to manage the family's industry, even if it is a small town baron in a remote area. I am willing to go there to make profits for the family. Without a title, Ronan is also a noble. But with a title, he can activate the golden finger. This is his real appeal. You actually want me to make you a baron? Wiggins was so angry that his beard almost exploded. If I ask you to manage a small town, do you have the ability to do it? Ha ha ha. Cough cough cough. Lolans laughed and then started to cough. He was too tired today. And his old illness made him very tired. It's rare that you have this thought. And your idea is not bad. Besides, you can perceive the conspiracy of Selena's death, which means that your brain is not as stupid as I thought. Speaking of this, the old Marquis paused. I can give you a chance. He looked at his son. Wiggins, just choose a small town in a remote area for Ronan. Let him try his hand. Even if the management is poor, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is that this will allow Ronan to stay away from Wushan City, which is good for everyone. Ronan laughed, and he was very happy to be away from the center of this vortex. Thank you, Grandpa. I will manage it well and live up to the gift of the family. Wiggins's face was not very good. Father, you spoil him too much. This guy is nothing more than greedy for pleasure. After returning from this war, those who have made meritorious deeds have not been rewarded yet. But Ronan was given a fiefdom first. This is not appropriate. Liu Lands did not continue to say more on this topic, but slowly stood up with a cane and prepared to leave. My health is getting worse and worse. It is estimated that I will die in 2 or 3 years, as the Earl of Wushan City and the future heir of Wushan territory. Can you think more objectively about a matter? Wiggins closed his mouth. He didn't know why his father suddenly got angry with him. But looking at his increasingly thin father, he felt very bitter. A knight at the peak of the meteor level can live to at least 110 years old. But Roland is in very poor health due to a serious injury 30 years ago. And now he is almost at the limit at the age of 75. Okay, father, Wiggins sighed, thought for a while, and said, then let Ronan be the Baron of Shanlin Town and take care of Shanlin Town for us, so that those who have made contributions will not have too many opinions. Shanlin Town? Ronan's ears stood up. There was no information about Shanlin Town in his previous mind. It should be a remote place. But what does Wiggins mean by the last sentence? Why don't those who have made contributions have too many opinions? Roland's footsteps paused, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't say it in the end. It's up to you, the old Marquis said, and continued to leave the hall. At this time, Ronan laughed, because in his sight, the line of text changed. Obtain the title. The system is being activated. Grandpa. I'll help you. Ronan smiled and ran up. He was so grateful to the old man. Haha. You are more considerate than before. At the same time, Lu Lancy sighed in his heart. If I had changed earlier, maybe I would not have deprived you of your inheritance rights. But it was too late. Chapter 3: A system designed by myself. What happened in Wushan Fortress is bound to sweep across the entire Wushan territory like a storm in the next few days. While people are mocking or lamenting that Ronan has lost his inheritance rights, they will also adjust their attitude towards the High family, the identity of the border earl, plus the grandfather of the heir of Wushan territory, has made the already prestigious High family even more prestigious. Ronan doesn't care about the outside world's discussions and the pointing fingers at him. After sending Lu Lands out of Wushan Fortress, he returned to his small building without stopping, and first got familiar with the activated gold finger. With his call, 5 interfaces appeared in his field of vision. Looking at the monthly sign-in, 7-day login, first charge gift, achievement task and attribute panel in front of him, Ronan fell into deep astonishment. Fuck. Isn't this the system I designed? On Earth, he is a game planner who participates in the development and production of a card game. His main task is to design some systems in the game. Luo Ning didn't expect that these things he worked overtime to make would travel with him and become his golden finger. He began to browse these interfaces one by one, starting with the monthly sign-in. This interface is divided into 4 rows and 7 columns, with a total of 28 small grids, which just corresponds to the rule of 28 days per month and 7 days per week in this world. Luo Ning took a look and found that the rewards in the monthly sign-in cycle every 7 days. The first 6 days of the 7 days are attribute points +1, and the 7th day is a heartwarming gift box. In addition, there is a reminder at the bottom of the interface. Increasing the title can increase the multiplier of the sign-in reward. Currently no additional bonus. Looking at this interface, Luo Ning was somewhat helpless. This is how he designed the sign-in system. He wanted to give players some sweetness, but not too many resources. So he gave some gold coins in the first 6 days, and some gold coins plus some jade on the 7th day, and packaged them into a gift package. This heartwarming gift box is probably something similar. As for the subsequent increase, he designed it in conjunction with VIP. For example, when upgrading to VIP 2, the sign-in reward is twice that of VIP 1. If I had known that when designing the sign-in system, I would have made the rewards richer, not so stingy as it is now. With a little regret, Ronan looked at the second 7-day login interface. The rewards here are a little richer than the sign-in. Day 1, reward a night with gold qualifications. Day 2, reward a classic gift package. Day 3, reward a space ring with 10 cubic meters of storage space. Day 4, reward a boutique gift package. Day 5, reward a high-quality weapon, the Flowing Flame Sword. Day 6, reward a precious magic scroll that can sign a master-servant contract with Warcraft. Day 7, reward a light magician with the qualifications of a great magician. From the perspective of the card game, this 7-day login reward gives 2 character cards and some development materials to help novices get through the early stages of the game. From Ronan's perspective now, it could also solve the problem of him having no one under his command. When you arrive at your own territory, you always have to have some confidence. And the 7-day login gave him a solution. But Ronan still felt unhappy. I should have put in a few of the cards with the strongest qualifications. The levels of knights and magicians in this world are 9 levels of knights: primary, intermediate, advanced, bronze, silver, gold, meteor, silver moon, and scorching Sunday. 9 levels of magicians: primary, intermediate, advanced, great magician, chief magician, magician, great magician, magician, and great magician. The best character given in these 7 days of login is only a character with the qualification of a level 7 great magician. Although the great magician is already a strong man in this world, Ronan still regrets not putting in a better one. If the 2 systems of monthly sign-in and 7-day login make Ronan regretful, then this first charge gift makes him very painful. Recharge 6 magic crystals. Reward a fire attribute knight with Scorching Sun qualification and a luxury gift package. Scorching Sun? That is an absolute top existence. At least the predecessor has never seen any extraordinary person of Scorching Sun level in person. Such a reward is absolutely luxurious. But the price to pay is not low. Magic crystals are precious magic materials in this world. A magic crystal is worth about 100 gold coins. If Luo Ning wants to get this subordinate with Jiayong qualifications, he needs to spend 600 gold coins to recharge. 600 gold coins. This is not a small amount. Luo Ning searched his drawer, and the total pocket money was only 23 gold coins. I should have lowered the conditions for the first charge reward, and recharged 1 yuan. In this way, he only needs to consume a magic crystal to get this generous gift. Alas, regret it. Damn game planner. Luo Ning didn't know who he was scolding, and he turned his eyes to the achievement task interface. In the game, the main purpose of monthly check-in and 7-day login is to attract retention. The first charge generous gift is to increase the payment rate of the new area, and the achievement task system is to give players a goal to strive for. At this time, the achievement task interface clearly displays 5 achievements. Famous all over the world, the title is both a symbol of status and a manifestation of strength. Please work hard to become a Viscount. Reward, attribute points plus 200. Energy spirit plus 400. King of killing, kill any unit alone. Reward, attribute points plus 10. Energy spirit plus 20. Prosperous population. The registered population of the territory reaches 3,000 people. Reward, attribute points plus 30. Energy spirit plus 60. Conquer cities and territories, own 1 city. Reward, attribute points plus 200. Energy spirit plus 400. Lucky and wealth, get 500 gold coins at one time. Reward, attribute points plus 20. Energy spirit plus 40. Through the achievement task, Luo Ning basically determined the future development direction. That is, to improve strength, manage territory, earn wealth, and then conquer cities and territories. He moved his sight to the last interface, which was the attribute panel of the game character, which recorded his attributes at this moment. Name, Luo Ning. Wushan. Title, Baron. Physique, dual cultivation of fighting and magic. Your 2 professional levels must be broken through at the same time. Affinity, wind, fire, super, level, mortal, 0/10, plus attribute points, 1 energy essence, 0. After reading the contents on this interface clearly, especially after seeing the plus sign after the level, Luo Ning instantly became more energetic. In this extraordinary world with fighting spirit and magic, Luo Ning is naturally unwilling to be ordinary. This attribute panel gave him a way to get rid of the ordinary and enter the extraordinary. Add points. This is the role of attribute points. After reading it, Luo Ning's mood became good. Now he just needs to find a place to develop steadily, and he can become stronger by relying on the monthly sign-in system. Oh, right. Shanlin Town. Ronin's eyes lit up. He remembered that when he was in Wushan Fortress, Wigan said that he would become the Baron of Shanlin Town. Where is Shanlin Town? Ronin hurriedly searched the drawer and took out a rough map of Wushan territory at the bottom. As the map was spread out, a faint fishy smell came to his nose. This was the unique smell of parchment, which was not pleasant at all. Ronin searched for the location of Shanlin Town on it. Remote area. Based on this clue, Ronin accurately found Shanlin Town in the north of the map. This location seems to be pretty good. Shanlin Town is the northernmost town in Wushan territory. There are no other cities to the north except the mountains. Then the whole north is mine? Ronin thought happily. Dong. 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 The door was knocked. Luo Ning took his eyes off the map, cleared his throat, and said, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man in a butler's uniform walked in, bowing politely to Luo Ning. Hallward meets the young master. Although Luo Ning was deprived of his inheritance rights, he was still the blood of the Wushan family, and still a noble. Hallward was the butler of the Marquis' mansion. Although he had a certain status, he was still a servant, and was still respectful to his master. "What's the matter, Mr. Hallward?" The butler came forward, put the box in his hand on Luo Ning's desk, and said politely, "Young master, this is the appointment letter that the master just wrote, and asked me to bring it to you, and asked me to tell you that he hopes you will leave for Shanlin Town within 2 days." Roning's eyebrows jumped. The father of his previous life really wanted him to leave earlier. He opened the box and flipped through the appointment book, which had the appointment information written on it. "Hey, why is there no surname in my name?" Roning asked. He only saw the 2 words Roning in the name section of the appointment book. The surname Wushan was not written there. It was left blank. The master said that you can have your own surname after you go out on your own. If you haven't thought about it, you can leave it blank. When you have thought about it, Fill it in and inform him and register it. Roning laughed in his heart. Good guy. His cheap father actually removed his surname. Nobles can indeed change their surnames. But it usually happens when two forces in a family are evenly matched, so that it is easy for the outside world to distinguish. However, even if the surnames are changed, the two groups will at least recognize each other as a family for several generations, and the bloodline will not change, nor will they deny it. Wiggins did this now purely to vent his unhappiness to Roning. This guy is really irritable and willful. Luo Ning was not angry. After all, he had traveled through time and space, so any surname was fine. He would be even happier if he could choose his own surname. He pondered for a while, put the appointment letter on the table, then picked up a pen and wrote down his surname. Chapter 4: A Territory Full of Dangers. Ronan pondered for a long time before picking up the pen and writing down his new surname. Fiery Storm. On the appointment letter, fiery and storm imply fierceness and vastness. The wind helps the fire, and the fire borrows the power of the wind, which is endless and overwhelming. Ronan used this word as his surname, which not only meant that he was reborn, but also hoped that his journey in the future would be as fierce and unstoppable as Fiery Storm. After all, he has become a small lord in another world. Who doesn't want to become a big lord? Please tell my father, the butler, that I use Fiery Storm as my surname. And I hope that Wushan territory and my territory will be as prosperous as the wind blowing the flames. Hallward nodded repeatedly. This name is a good one. Master. Don't worry. I will convey your thoughts to the master. He felt that the eldest grandson of the Marquis with a bad reputation in front of him was different from the past. Perhaps he had grown a lot after experiencing the sudden changes in the past 2 days. A mature and stable family member is very important to the current Wushan territory. Even if this person is no longer surnamed Wushan, the bloodline is still there, no matter where he goes. The black pupils and silver hair of the Wushan family always exist. Roning dried the handwriting on the appointment book and put it back into the box. He glanced at the map spread out on the table, thinking that the butler in front of him might know a little more. So he asked, I am about to become the Baron of Shanlin Town, but I know nothing about it. Hallward, do you know anything about Shanlin Town? As a butler, Hallward's knowledge is much higher than that of ordinary servants. In addition, he has been serving Wiggins for many years, so he will also be exposed to some information. Master Luo Ning, I do know a little about Shanlin Town. He introduced. Shanlin Town is located in the north of Wushan territory. It is adjacent to the end of Wushan Monster Mountain Range in the west, and is surrounded by a large area of woodland and hills in the east and north. It is said that the sea is through them. Only the south can lead to the outside world. But there are also rolling hills blocking the road, and the traffic is not very good. Roning frowned slightly. This place is really a remote area, and it seems to be a bit dangerous. Will the monsters in Wushan Monster Mountain Range attack Shanlin Town? He was a little worried. It is possible. Master, the housekeeper said, I remember that the master has arranged barons or pioneer knights to take care of Shanlin Town in recent years, but they seem to have died in the confrontation with monsters that winter. Roning's face turned pale. Damn. Isn't this a very dangerous place? No wonder Wiggins said that those who have made contributions have no big objection to making Luo Ning the Baron of Shanlin Town. This is a dangerous place with inconvenient transportation. It is estimated that there is no money to be made here. No one wants to be a thief here. Right? Hallward saw Roning's face change, knowing that his introduction scared him. So he hurriedly comforted him. In fact, young master, don't worry. Warcraft is used to going down the mountain to find food when it snows in winter, and food is hard to find. At that time, you just need to live in the castle and go out less. Roning showed a very bitter smile. Thank you for your advice. I think it is very useful. Thank you for your affirmation. Hallward continued to introduce. In fact, it's not just Warcraft. There are also some wild tribes in the mountains north of Shanlin Town that pose a certain threat. More than 20 years ago, the Marquis set people to encircle and suppress these savage tribes. Although we lost some guards and knights, we have already defeated those guys. What? Roning was shocked. There are still savage tribes? Forget about the monsters. What are these savages? Humanoid creatures covered with long hair? After Hallward's introduction, Roning had a certain understanding of the savage tribes in the forest north of Shanlin Town. The savage tribes are not savages, but the remnants of the defeated army who were chased by the Marquis and fled into the mountains more than 20 years ago. At first, the suppression army went in and out of the mountains many times and killed the enemy. Later, due to the remote location of Shanlin town and the lack of supplies, the suppression was shelved and not completely eliminated. Over time, those remnants absorbed some thieves, bandits, refugees, and the like who fled into the mountains, and gradually formed the current savage tribe. It sounds scary, but the actual combat power is not that high. Otherwise the Shanlin town without a lord would have been annexed by the wild tribe long ago. But Ronan was still very worried. He had to make some preparations to ensure his safety. Mr. Butler, has the Earl arranged guards or family elite soldiers for me? In theory, children who leave home to start a business will be provided with some resource support by their families. It's just that Wiggins is a person. It's hard to say. Hallward hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Sorry, young master. The master didn't arrange any guards or elite soldiers. Sure enough, the father of the previous life didn't give Ronan any surprises. What about money? Food? Horses? Hallward still shook his head. It was obvious that Wiggins had no resources to support him. Okay, I know. Ronan acted very depressed and sat down on the chair. To be prepared, he had to get material or financial support from others, especially money. With it, Ronan could go out and buy it. He had to find a way to get some money. It seems that I can only ask for it shamelessly. After making this decision, Ronan was ready to start acting. He learned from his memory that Wiggins and his predecessor's mother Fatima were very affectionate. If it had not been for the accidental death, he would not have a stepmother named Diane Hyde. It seems that the Earl doesn't treat me as his son at all. Has he forgotten the promise he made to my mother? Ronan looked sad. He once promised my mother that he would protect my sister and me with his own life. But now, I am about to go to a dangerous place like Shanlin town. But he doesn't even give me a guard or a gold coin. He clearly wants me to die in Shanlin town. Ronan looked directly into Hallward's eyes until the latter's eyes were dodging and dared not look at him. Then he said in a tone that was 3 parts crying, 3 parts complaining, and 4 parts angry. If I have an accident on the road or in the territory, I will definitely tell my mother in heaven that the man she loves is a cruel man who doesn't keep his promise. I really feel sorry for my mother. Master, you, don't get excited first. Hallward was a little flustered. He just came to deliver an appointment letter and didn't expect such a scene to happen suddenly. The son of the Earl, the Baron of Shanlin town, actually cried in front of him. This was the first time that a noble had cried to a butler. He quickly made up a reason to comfort him. Maybe the master was just too busy to forget. I will remind him when I get back. Ronan touched the corner of his eyes and made a gesture of wiping tears, but his eyes were actually dry. Thank you very much, Mr. Butler. Please also tell the Earl my words and ask him if he still remembers a woman named Fatima. Sorry. Okay. Hallward quickly agreed, and then politely and hurriedly left the room. After seeing the butler leave, Ronan let out a long breath. In just half a day, he had performed 2 plays in a row. He felt quite tired as he was not an actor. Back to the attribute panel. Ronan used up the 1 attribute point he got from signing in today and added it to the level. Level, mortal, 0 out of 10, 1 out of 10. Instantly, Luo Ning felt the fatigue disappear from his body. And at the same time, he felt that his physical and mental strength had been strengthened to a certain extent. The points added in the mortal stage should be the process of getting rid of my previous weak constitution. He looked at the other 4 interfaces with great satisfaction. The sign-in is automatic, and he does not need to operate. The 7-day login and achievement tasks are also completed automatically. But the rewards need to be collected manually. Now he can collect the first day's reward. And he can get a subordinate who has the qualifications to become a level 6 golden knight. But now is not the time to collect the reward. The sudden appearance of a stranger in the Marquis' mansion is bound to arouse others' suspicion. Ronan didn't want this to be exposed. No hurry. I'll collect it when I go out. The most important thing now is to make money. Where to get the money? Ronan tapped his fingers on the table. In the whole castle, there are only a few people who control the wealth. Grandfather Marquis Rollins, Father Earl Wiggins, Stepmother Diane, and Brother Breton. Wiggins has asked housekeeper Hallward to talk to him. And Diane may also be present. So Ronan doesn't need to make plans for these 2 people. And his brother Breton is not at home at the Extraordinary Academy in Wushan City at the moment. And the only one left is Roland's. He was just deprived of his inheritance rights, and was rewarded with a baron. Is it appropriate for Ronan to ask Roland's for resource support? People with thin skin may not want to go. But Ronan doesn't care. He is a little thick-skinned. Ronan followed his memory, and ran to the old Marquis' single-family house. He could hear Roland's coughing inside, and several servants busying around. Grandpa. Luo Ning called out, and then walked into the room. Chapter 5 Seeking Funding. It's Luo Ning. In the room, Lu Lanz leaned against the head of the bed. He heard Luo Ning's voice, and wondered why his grandson was so attentive today. What's the matter with you coming to see me? He. Lu Ning came to the bed with a smile, pretending to be embarrassed. Grandpa. I just learned about the situation in Shanlin town. It's still quite poor and dangerous there. It's not safe for me to go there alone. Ahem. Lu Lanz coughed twice. He thought the child had grown up before, but he didn't expect that he was still afraid of difficulties, which made Lu Lanz a little unhappy. So you're not going to go there? No. Lu Ning was very determined. Since I want to atone for my sins and do something for the family, I won't back down because of this little danger. Oh. Lu Lanz's expression eased a little. Luo Ning chuckled. But Grandpa, it's hard for me to go there alone. He also shook Lu Lanz's old hand in a daughter-like manner. So I hope the family can arrange some guards or elite soldiers for me, and then give me some gold coins so that I can buy some food and weapons and equipment. Grandpa, you don't want me, your eldest grandson, to die before I get to Shanlin town. I want to come back this year to attend your birthday party. Ha ha ha. Lu Lanz laughed. Firstly for Luo Ning to consider his birthday now, and secondly for Luo Ning's growth. He didn't expect that this uneducated guy would take the initiative to consider future matters, and even know how to ask for resources. He has confirmed that this child has really grown up. You know, I have let your father handle the family affairs for more than 10 years. Now the transfer and allocation of the guards are arranged by him and his knights. You can only go to your father for this matter. I am afraid that I can't help you. This kind of words is a refusal. Wiggins is so afraid of Roland's. Whether to give resources to Ronan is still a matter of Roland's words. Ronan had to act pitiful after my mother died. My father always hated me. Now if I go to him for resources, he will not only scold me, but also beat me up. At this point, it's time to play the emotional card. He cried and complained. Grandpa taught me to read, ride and hunt. Now he is not even willing to support his grandson, who is about to travel far away. If it doesn't work, even if I borrow from the family, I will pay it back little by little later. Is face important? Of course it is important, but it also depends on the occasion. As the saying goes, the crying child gets the milk. And Ronan is now going to play the role of a crying child. As for the dispute between the Wushan family and the Boer Earl's family caused by him, he simply stopped thinking about it and just assumed that it was not his fault. Yes, those things were done by his predecessor. What does it have to do with him? Ronan? Whether the old Marquis was angry or unhappy, he just wanted to come here today, with a thick face to get as much as he could. Fortunately, Lu Lanz, the dying old man, was still very nostalgic. Especially when Ronan mentioned teaching literacy, horse riding, and hunting. His heart was very touched. He had to admit that he had invested a lot of feelings in Ronan. Now facing the request of this grandson, who had placed endless hope on him, his heart softened again. Okay. I agree, Lu Lanzi said helplessly, then turned to look at the old butler who was waiting on the side. You go and tell Wiggins to support Ronan with 100 gold coins in my name, and other supplies, such as food, guards, and horses. As a father, he should also express his gratitude. After all, Ronan is his son, a child of my Wushan family. Okay, sir. The old butler bowed and left the room to notify. Ronan grinned. Thank you for your support, Grandpa. I will definitely run Shanlin town well. Then do your best. Lu Lanzi smiled and lay down slowly. Remember to come back to the castle more often when you have time. I will. Ronan knew that this was an order to expel guests. He stood up and helped Ronan pull a corner of the blanket to cover his chest, and then left the room. This kid has really grown up. Lu Lanzi looked at Ronan's back as he left inside. It's a pity that it's too late. It's a pity that he hasn't mastered fighting spirit or magic. As a pioneer of the Marquis, Lulansi naturally hopes that his family can become stronger and not rely on outsiders. Unfortunately, when he was alive, those former followers would not have any thoughts. And even if they had thoughts, they would not act. But when he died, it was uncertain. Let Breton inherit and bind the Hyde family with the Wushan family. This is the best choice. As for Ronan, whether it is the Baron or the 100 gold coins now, it is nothing to Lulansi. He was happy to see Ronan's development, and he would not be angry if Ronan still did not make any achievements. On the other side, Ronan walked out of the old Marquis' house and looked at the quiet garden in front of him. And he was immediately refreshed. 100 gold coins, plus his own balance, a total of 128 gold coins, were enough for him to purchase many resources. At least, he didn't have to worry about starving in the remote mountain town, since Grandpa has already ordered. Even if my cheap father is unwilling, he will more or less support it. Right? Ronan thought about it, and gave up the idea of going out to the market. First, it was getting dark. And second, he wanted to see what Wiggins would give him. If the initial supplies were enough, he would not need to go out to purchase. Not long after, in the luxurious living room, Wiggins' angry questioning shook the crystal chandelier on the ceiling uneasily. What? Let me support that guy with resources. Is my father confused? This Luo Ning has brought huge losses to the family. We didn't expel him from the family, but now he wants me to support him. The rough man took a big sip of beer and shouted angrily, Impossible. I can't waste another grain or soldier on him. But the Earl and the Marquis said that Master Luo Ning is the blood of the Wushan family after all. How about you support him a little bit? Earl? The old butler most was very embarrassed, standing aside. On one side was the Marquis' order, and on the other side was the Earl, who was always irritable. He didn't dare to say anything or talk too much. Just do as my father said. At this time, the beautiful young woman sitting on the sofa nearby spoke. Diane Hyde. This woman over 40 is still beautiful and charming. Her long curly golden hair casually falls on the sofa, making her leaning figure more attractive. Father is right. No matter where Ronan goes, he is still the blood and eldest grandson of our Wushan family. If something happens to him before he arrives in Shanlin town, it will not be a good thing for the Wushan family and the Hyde family if it gets out. He killed your niece. Wiggins glanced at his wife unhappily. You are still speaking for him. Hallward stood aside and wiped his sweat. He had been waiting for the master and the lady to separate before telling Wiggins what Ronan said. After all, he mentioned the ex-wife. Now it seems that he can't wait any longer. Hallward considered it for a moment, then bowed and said carefully, Master, when I went to Master Ronan just now, he also wanted me to tell you. Tell you what? Wiggins said coldly. Why didn't he realize that his son was so talkative before? He said that you should give him some support for his mother Fatima Sari. Hallward automatically omitted some words, which were indeed not appropriate to say. But this sentence made Wiggins stun for a moment, and a beautiful face appeared in his mind. That was his white moonlight, his first true lover. Humph! He could only bring up his mother. Diane didn't seem to care about her husband's ex-wife. She smiled gently. Yes. I heard that you made a vow to take care of Ronan as much as you can. That depends on what kind of guy Ronan is. Wiggins took another sip of wine and said to Hallward, Just do as your father said and give Ronan some support. He paused and said, Don't give too much. Prepare first, and I'll confirm it later. Yes, sir. Hallward responded with a smile. Chapter 6 Hidden Crisis. Is this what my father gave me? In the light of the torch, Ronan looked at the carriages parked outside the manor, his tone somewhat disappointed. In front of him, there was a war horse, 6 carriages loaded with food, and 10 servants standing beside the carriages. 7 horses, 6 carriages, and 10 servants. Hallward stood aside and introduced, Master, this is a high-quality war horse, and the market price can reach 100 gold coins. And these 6 horses are not war horses, but they are also of relatively high quality, and each one is worth at least 20 gold coins. The carriage is loaded with 2,000 kilograms of barley, 500 kilograms of wheat, 500 kilograms of flour, 200 kilograms of dried meat, 50 kilograms of coarse salt, and 10 kilograms of fine salt. These foods are enough for you and these 9 elite soldiers and your male servants to eat for a year. In addition, there are pots, tableware, cups, and other daily necessities. Although there are not many, they are enough for your daily use. Ronan laughed. It was quite complete, but the portion was a little small. These barley and wheat were not peeled, and although they weighed 3,000 kilograms in total, how much of them could actually be eaten? Is the Earl going to let him go hungry for a year? As for the 9 elite soldiers, Ronan glanced at the 9 men standing beside the carriage, who only had a sword and no armor. They looked listless. Are they the elite soldiers of Wushan Fort? What a lie! However, the male servant standing beside him seemed pretty good to Ronan, and he looked strong. Alas, forget it. Ronan shook his head secretly. He was not in a position to be picky now, so he would just take whatever he had. While comforting himself, he asked, apart from these, is there anything else? What about the 100 gold coins my grandfather gave me? He cared more about this. As long as he had money, he could buy what he needed. Barley on the market costs 3 copper coins per kilogram. He only needs 9 gold coins to buy 3,000 kilograms, which is still affordable. Here it is. Hallward took out a black bag from his arms. The sound of money colliding was very pleasant. In addition to the 100 gold coins given by the Marquis, Lady Diane also gave 50 gold coins, saying that you should develop well there, and remember to come home when you have time. Ronan's eyes lit up. Good guy. The stepmother of the previous life is still good. She actually sponsored 50 gold coins. Why did she sponsor me? Ronan thought. Isn't the other party worried that his rise will threaten her son's status? In fact, Ronan was overthinking this. From Diane's point of view, it would be a problem for Ronan to survive in Shanlin town, not to mention whether he would rise or not. Besides, where can an ordinary person rise? So in Diane's eyes, Ronan and her son are not on the same level, and she doesn't need to compete. On the contrary, she did this. In the eyes of Marquis Lullins, she really considered the descendants of the Wushan family. Express my gratitude to Diane for me, Ronan said casually, and took the purse in Hallward's hand. The heavy feeling was really good. Hallward nodded in response. In addition, young master, the master asked me to tell you a word. Oh! Ronan was a little surprised. He asked Hallward to bring a message to Wiggins before, but he didn't expect the other party to reply to him. What did the Earl ask you to tell me? It seemed that this sentence was a little awkward for Hallward to say, so he spoke in a low voice. The master said that after you get these things, you should leave Wushan Castle early tomorrow morning. Ronan. When Hallward sent him the appointment letter before, Wiggins asked him to leave within 2 days. Now that he has obtained the resources, the other party directly asked him to leave tomorrow morning. It seems that Wiggins may have been unhappy with taking out so many things. When Ronan thought of this, he couldn't help laughing. Hallward, thank my father for me. Ah? Hallward was a little puzzled. Thank him for his tolerance, which allowed me to stay in the castle for 1 more night. Hallward smiled apologetically. He could hear the hint of sarcasm and provocation in this sentence, but he could understand Ronan's complaint about his father's attitude as a son. Ronan put away the purse and pointed at the male servant, who made him more satisfied. This guy was much more energetic than the 9 elite soldiers. What's your name? The manservant came forward and gave a standard servant salute. Your most loyal servant Chahar. Meet the master. Hello. Chahar. Ronan nodded to him. Follow Hallward and ask him to help arrange the accommodation for the night. Also, make preparations. We will set off after breakfast tomorrow morning. As you wish. Sir. Chahar bowed and turned to make arrangements. Although Shanlin town is not a good place, Chahar's dream is to become a steward of a noble like Hallward. So when he heard that Hallward was looking for a male servant to serve Ronan, he took the initiative to sign up. He knew that although going to Shanlin town was dangerous, it was also an opportunity. Being a little servant in Wushan Castle might make life more stable, but it would be too difficult to realize the dream. I hope the Baron can gain a foothold in Shanlin town. Chahar prayed in his heart that only when the master was stable could he have the possibility to realize his ideal. Ronan asked Hallward to arrange accommodation for the guards and male servants, and then returned to his room with the purse. Now his savings have reached 173 gold, 54 silver, and 18 bronze, totaling more than 178 gold coins. In addition to invisible assets such as war horses, and carriages, Ronan's current net worth may exceed that of some barons who are about to go bankrupt. To be honest, he was able to get these resources even though he was disliked by his father and deprived of his inheritance rights. It has far exceeded his expectations. We're leaving tomorrow, so we need to take everything we need. Ronan looked around the room, where there were a lot of clothes and books. These things belonged to him, and he couldn't leave them behind. Well, forget about the table. It's unlucky if it's too big, and there's no shortage of wood in the mountains. If there's one missing, I'll just make a few myself. Oh, and blankets, which will be useful on the road. Ronan got busy. It was late at night, and most of the people who could rest in Wushan Fort had already rested, except for the guards on duty and the servants who hadn't finished their work. In a long house, the 9 guards who were chosen to follow Ronan to Shanlin town couldn't fall asleep. They were different from Chahar. They didn't go to Shanlin town voluntarily, but were forced to do so. They were attached to Wushan Fort and had no right to object. Alas, I feel weak all over when I think about leaving Wushan City in 2 days. A guard lay on the hay sideways, his tone full of worry. I heard that Shanlin town is a dangerous place. There are countless people eaten by monsters every year, and in the deep mountains and old forests. Even 1 meal a day cannot be guaranteed. Going there is just waiting for death. Yes, I don't know what the adults think. Lord Ronan will go to Shanlin town to be the Lord, so he must arrange a professional night. Let us ordinary people escort him. Don't you even care about Lord Roning's safety? Hee hee. You don't know yet that Ronan has been deprived of the right of inheritance, which is equivalent to being abandoned by Lord Earl. Do you think Lord Earl will arrange nights to protect such a person? There is such a thing? In the long house, 9 guards chatted with each other, and the more they talked, the more desperate they became. The more they talked, the more they felt that they were also abandoned people, and going to Shanlin town was to die. Perhaps because they were immersed in this desperate atmosphere. 2 timid people had already sobbed softly. They didn't want to die. Finally, a big man suddenly lowered his voice. Since no one wants to go to Shanlin town, I think we should abandon Ronan halfway and run away alone? It is a fatal sin for a servant to abandon his master. When this man finished speaking, the long house fell into a dead silence. After a long while, someone finally asked timidly, "Will we not be hunted down in this way?" "Uh-huh. Don't forget that Hallward just gave Ronan more than 100 gold coins. With this money, we can go anywhere?" At this point, everyone's eyes seemed to light up. That was a full 150 gold coins. Even if they worked as guards for 100 years, they couldn't earn that much money. We want to rob Master Luo Ning's money? He is a noble. What are you afraid of? There are many remote places on the way to Shanlin town. If we do it there, who knows, it was us. As for the future life, when we have so many gold coins, we can live anywhere? The man encouraged. In fact, this idea has been lingering in his mind for a long time. And what he lacked was help. Now he only needs to persuade these guards. When he takes action, Luo Ning and Chahar, who are ordinary people, have no power to resist. By then, there will be money, horses, and supplies. It's not bad to be a thief. Anyway, there are more and more thieves in Wushan. Under his encouragement, the greed in the hearts of others became more and more turbulent, and the long house was full of the smell of betrayal. Chapter 7, Adding Points to Break Through. Ronan was lying on the bed at this moment, recalling the time when he played games on Earth. He remembered that when he played a card game, he would often log in on time at 12 o'clock every night, just to receive the refreshed monthly card, daily benefits, etc. He didn't expect that he would be in a different world, and was holding up his eyelids that had been fighting all the time, waiting for the arrival of 12 o'clock in the morning. The room was quiet, and the swaying light of the white candle illuminated the dark environment. It's 12 o'clock. Ronan looked at the changes on the sign-in panel, and showed a look of joy. Attribute point +1. When the time came, he signed in automatically, and Ronan's attribute points increased by 1 point. At the same time, the reward for the second day of the 7-day login also became available. The name of this reward is Classic Gift Pack. Not that kind of character card. So Ronan chose to receive it without hesitation. Suddenly, in Ronan's sight, a red and gold-rimmed package appeared, and then opened, bursting out a strong light. Attribute points +30. Energy essence +60. Ronan looked at his attribute panel. Level, Mortal, 1/10 plus. Attribute points, 31 energy essence, 60. Can I upgrade now? Ronan looked at the level column, feeling a little excited and nervous. What would happen after adding 9 attribute points? Add points. With a thought, He invested all 9 attribute points at once. Instantly, Ronan felt that his body and spirit had been greatly improved. Even at 12 o'clock in the evening, he was still full of energy and couldn't sleep. Bang bang, bang bang. He could clearly hear the beating of his heart, which was so healthy and powerful. Now, he has completely gotten rid of his previous weak physique and ushered in a new life. At the same time, the attribute panel also changed. Level 1 Primary Knight, 0/100 plus. 1 Primary Magician, 0/150, plus attribute points. 22 I have become a dual supernormal professional at the same time. For humans, there are 2 kinds of supernormal powers. One is fighting spirit, and the other is magic power, corresponding to knights and magicians. After Luo Ning broke through, he mastered these 2 supernormal powers at the same time. He closed his eyes and carefully felt the position of his heart. He could vaguely feel a seed beating and germinating. This is the legendary fighting spirit seed. As the knight's physical fitness increases, the fighting spirit seed will become stronger and stronger, and eventually the fighting spirit inside will sprout out, which is the sign of becoming an intermediate knight. As for the magician, it is much simpler. Ronan could feel that there was a wonderful space in his brain. Magicians could absorb elements from the outside world through meditation and enter this space to refine them into mana. The speed of refining depends on the magician's affinity for each type of element. Ronan has super affinity for both wind and fire, so the refining speed is naturally very fast. Great! Great! When he first arrived in the alien world, Ronan mastered the magical extraordinary power and was very excited. The reward for logging in for 7 days is not bad. He laughed, completely forgetting his mood, when he scolded the dog planner. He looked at the remaining 22 attribute points and thought about it. At this stage, physical fitness is very important to him, so it is better to add some knights first. So, he added all the remaining attribute points to the knight level. With the strengthening of his body, Ronan felt that his strength was unprecedentedly strong. He could easily punch out a punch, which was probably the result of more than 20 years of hard work. He could also feel that the Do-Chi seed in his heart had grown a little stronger. Okay, not bad. Now he also understood the 5 interfaces of his golden finger: monthly sign-in, 7-day login, first charge gift, achievement task, attribute panel. Monthly sign-in and achievement task are long-lasting. 7-day login and first charge gift are the same as the idea when the system was designed, stimulating players in a short period of time, bringing retention and payment. The attribute panel is the consumption port and functional part. The reward for monthly sign-in can be increased by upgrading the rank of nobility. So becoming a Viscount will be my next stage goal. And becoming a Viscount can also complete achievements and obtain attribute point rewards. Having mastered the extraordinary power, Ronan naturally wanted to go to the next level. It is said that the 9th level Sun Knight is invincible and can even live up to 200 years. He is so strong that Ronan naturally yearns for it. Thinking of this, he began to regret again. If I had known that the sign-in reward was linked to the level of the title, I should have prayed to my grandfather to give me a Viscount when I was in Wushan Fortress. This is just talk. Generally speaking, only adult heirs can be granted titles. Take Breton, who has inherited the right. As an example, after he came of age and before Wiggins died, he could only get a Viscount title from his father. Ronan, who lost the right of inheritance, could not ask for a Viscount from Wiggins. Being a Baron is already the highest level. In this era, the title is based on military merit. It can be said that people with strong strength do not necessarily have a title. But people with a title must be strong, except for those who inherited the title from the previous generation. What is missing is military merit. Follow the great nobles to fight in all directions, and make great contributions. When the merits are accumulated and recognized by the great nobles, it is possible to obtain a title. And if you want to make military merits, personal strength is the key. But the strength of the team is also indispensable. Ronan thought secretly that it seemed that he had to manage the territory well and cultivate a force of his own. As long as there is an army that can fight well, it is just around the corner to make military merits. Everything. Let's wait until I arrive in Shanlin town to make specific plans. With excitement and plans for the future, Ronan gradually fell asleep. In his dream, he saw himself riding on a warhorse, waving his flaming sword gently, and his troops roaring and charging. The scene was spectacular, but he never expected that the 9 guards assigned to him by Wiggins had already started to think about him. The night passed quietly. When Ronan woke up, It was already light. He pushed the door, and the noise made Chahar, who was sitting on the stool outside the door, startled and stood up instantly. "Good morning, sir. I'll help you wash up." Chahar enthusiastically prepared toiletries for Ronan. "Why are you here? Didn't I ask Hallward to arrange accommodation for you?" Chahar bit slightly and answered respectfully, "Sir, there are too few servants around you. I'm afraid that you won't be able to find anyone at night. So I'm waiting here." Luo Ning was somewhat impressed. "This was a really dedicated and good employee. Thank you for your hard work." "This is my duty, sir," Chahar responded respectfully. During the time of washing and having breakfast, Luo Ning also got to know Chahar to a certain extent. The father of this male servant was a professional knight. Although he died in battle many years ago, Chahar had the opportunity to study at the Supernormal Academy with his identity as a professional knight. After his father's death, Chahar, who lost his support, successfully entered the castle as a servant of Wushan Castle by knowing some words and learning aristocratic etiquette. Luo Ning was quite satisfied with this male servant. When he arrived in Shanlin town, Chahar might become his good assistant. "I recognize your ability." Luo Ning ate a piece of bread with milk. The taste of fresh milk was barely acceptable. But he was not used to eating bread. He rarely ate bread when he was on Earth. "You should follow me and work hard in the future. When Shanlin town develops in the future, I can guarantee that you will not be worse than Hallward." He stood up, patted Chahar on the shoulder, and painted a pie for him. Chahar's eyes were bright with encouragement and recognition. He suddenly felt that Baron Ronan was not as useless as the outside world said. Perhaps it was a good choice for him to apply to Shanlin town this time. "It is my honor to serve you, Baron." Chapter 8 Betrayal. Outside the castle, everything was ready for Ronan's trip. In addition to food, the 6 carts were also loaded with books, bedding, etc. The weight distribution was just right, so that one horse would not be too heavy to pull. If it weren't for the limited carrying capacity of the carriage, Ronan would have wanted to pack up all the murals in the room and take them away. After all, they were things from Wushan Castle, so they must be worth some money if they were sold. "Right, my Lord Baron. My Lord Marquis asked you to come back more often when you have time." Roland's servant, the old butler of the castle, was coming to see him off on behalf of the old Marquis. Standing next to him was Hallward, but the latter represented Diane instead of Wiggins. "I will." Ronan looked up at the magnificent castle, wondering what it would be like when he came back. He waved to the 2 butlers and asked Chahar to drive the carriage. Under the escort of 9 guards, he began his journey to Shanlin town. Wushan Castle was not built in Wushan City, but on a hillside in the southwest, with Wushan Avenue connecting the castle and Wushan City. There are some manors, similar to villages, along both sides of the avenue. Some of these manors belong directly to the castle and are managed by servants, while some are awarded to knights, the lowest nobles, who have made meritorious contributions. 5 or 6 miles northeast along Wushan Avenue is Wushan City. This is a large city with a population of nearly 100,000. If the people in the surrounding manors are included, the population of Wushan City is definitely more than 100,000. Because the places where his predecessor went in and out rarely involved cities, Luo Ning wanted to see the city of the other world with his own eyes. But as they got closer to Wushan City, the stench in the air became stronger. "What's going on? Is there a pig farm nearby?" Ronan thought subconsciously. Soon, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. At the end of Wushan Avenue, there is a wide, but winding long street. On both sides of the street, there are houses of different styles. Basically, they are one-story buildings, and there are very few two-story buildings. If you only look at these, it's just a little backward and a little shabby. But what Ronan can't stand the most is the hygiene. On this dirt road, all kinds of feces can be seen everywhere. Thin, hard, yellow, black, small lumps, big piles, all kinds of. Ronan was lucky enough to see an old horse stepping on a pile of dung, and it was immediately flattened, making it close to the soil. Such a scene directly irritated Ronan's visual nerves. Is this a place for people to stay? Although some houses in Wushan Castle are damp and dilapidated, the hygiene is still good. At least there is no feces everywhere. But here, it's really hard to describe. The reason why the castle was built 5 or 6 miles away from the city is not to avoid this stench. Right? Ronan pinched his nose and retracted his gaze. "Chahar, why is it so dirty here?" Doesn't the castle care? Chahar, who was driving, was a little surprised by such a question. Master, why does the castle care about the hygiene here? Chahar's wise question made Ronan not know how to answer for a while. Yes. Why does the castle care about the hygiene here? Can it get any benefits? The nobles only care about their own lives. And the lords only care about their own taxes. Civilians or serfs were just tools of the nobles. As long as they didn't die. They didn't care whether they lived well or poorly. Or whether the sanitary environment was dirty or clean. Just like a pig farmer. He didn't care whether the pigs lived in pig manure. For a moment, he felt uncomfortable. If a big city like Wushan City was like this, what would his small mountain town be like? Luo Ning didn't even dare to think about it. Leave Wushan City quickly. I can't stand this smell at all. As you wish. Sir. Chahar waved his whip. And the carriage ran faster. From Luo Ning's perspective on Earth, what kind of big city is a population of more than 100,000? It doesn't even have the population of a county. However, the area of Wushan City is not small. The convoy stopped and started for more than 3 hours before it completely left the territory of Wushan City. The farther away from the city, the more uneven the road. Luo Ning raised the window and found that there were dense forests on both sides of the road. Unlike before when he could see manors and fields, now they have come to the mountain road in the wilderness. Considering that the horses had been walking for more than an hour, Luo Ning ordered Chahar, stop and rest. The horses are tired, and we have to prepare lunch. Okay. Sir. Chahar shouted and conveyed Luo Ning's order. The 6 carriages in front and behind also stopped one after another. Luo Ning walked out of the carriage and breathed in the fresh air outside. It was much more refreshing than when he was in Wushan City. He looked at the distant mountains and ordered, let 6 guards go to the mountains to get some grass to feed the horses. And the rest of the people prepare lunch. Everyone should eat well before setting off. Okay. Sir. Chahar walked towards the carriage filled with sundries, preparing to take down the only iron pot to cook a broth. After giving instructions, Ronan stepped into the forest. He was going to take this opportunity to collect the reward for the first day of the 7-day login. In this way, he would have one more night among his subordinates, and the safety of the team would be more guaranteed. But before he took 2 steps out, Chahar's exclamation came from behind him. What do you want to do? Then there was the sound of the iron pot falling to the ground. What happened? Ronan turned around in surprise, only to see Chahar fall to the ground. The iron pot fell to the side, and the guards, who were supposed to be busy, actually drew their swords and walked towards him. This is rebellion? Ronan was a person who had seen big scenes in TV dramas, and he realized what these guys wanted to do at the first time. But he still subconsciously asked, what do you want to do? What? The leading man had a playful look on his face, and he had no respect for his master. Sir, Shanlin town is too remote and too poor. We don't want to go with you, so we want to borrow some money from you to leave. You are betraying. Betraying? Chahar understood and became even more angry. You not only betrayed the Baron, you are also betraying the Wushan family. Aren't you afraid of death? Not only him. Even Luo Ning didn't expect these 9 elite soldiers to betray him. In this world, being able to serve the nobles in the castle is something many people dream of. Betraying the nobles usually only happens to people with strength or status. What do these people have? Ronan narrowed his eyes. You want to kill me? This made Chahar so shocked that he forgot to accuse them. Kill the nobles? They actually wanted to kill the nobles? How is this possible? How dare they do it? Hee hee. Everyone says that the Baron is a stupid donkey. But now it seems that you are not that stupid. The leading guard showed a cruel smile. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your father for not liking you. He gave you so much money, but did not choose a loyal professional knight to protect you. After hearing this, Ronan laughed instead. Then I feel relieved. Ronan was naturally relieved. When he saw the guards trying to kill him, he subconsciously felt that this was Wigan's arrangement. It was a very scary thing that an earl was determined to take his life. However, from what these people said, the other party was just tempted by money, and was not instructed by Wiggins. The bloody plot of a father who wanted to kill his son did not appear, so he said he was relieved. But this sentence made the betrayers feel confused. In their opinion, Ronan was going to die. So why should they be at ease? I think you are talking nonsense because you are scared? The backstabber raised the long sword in his hand. Brothers, kill him. And the supplies and gold coins on the carriage will all be ours. With a voice of encouragement, the hesitant and timid guards all strengthened their hearts to betray. They roared and killed Ronin. My lord, be careful. Chahar didn't know where he got the courage from. He pulled out the dagger he carried with him and wanted to rush up to help. But he fell to the ground after running 2 steps. He wanted to stand up, but his legs didn't obey him at all. He was too nervous. Ronin was also very nervous. He had never seen such a scene in his life. But as a dual professional extraordinary person, he would not lose his ability to move because of too much adrenaline secretion. He sneered, turned around and ran towards the woods. His speed was so fast that all 9 guards could not react. How can he run so fast? The guards were puzzled. Didn't they say that the eldest grandson of the Marquis was exhausted by alcohol and sex, and was very weak? The speed he just burst out was far beyond their reach. At this moment, he felt something was wrong. But since the cards have been revealed, there is no way back. Ronin must die today. Kill! Kill Ronin! The traitor gathered all his strength and roared into the forest. A burst of light suddenly broke out in the mountain, and a steady and loud voice sounded. Makin Salatin greets you, my master. Chapter 9 Counterattack. Within a few breaths, Ronin took the lead in entering the woodland on the side of the road. He took advantage of the trees and the small slope to block his sight, and immediately summoned the 7-day login interface and collected the first day's reward. Countless light beams suddenly rose from the ground in front of him. This scene was as fascinating as the Tyndall effect formed by the light. These light beams outlined a complex, obscure and mysterious summoning array on the ground, exuding a faint power. A strong wind swept, and a figure slowly emerged from the light beam. This man was as majestic as a mountain. Under the simple leather armor was a broad chest and strong arms. His expression was firm and steady, and he would not change color even in a storm. Makin Salatin greets you, my master. With a loud voice and a respectful attitude, the man summoned by the magic circle slapped his left chest heavily with his right hand and gave Ronin a standard knight salute. Nice to meet you, Makin. But our situation is not very good now. As soon as Ronin finished speaking, the group of backstabbing guards had already caught up. They looked at the strange blond man in front of them in surprise, and couldn't understand why a person appeared in the forest in less than 10 seconds. Who are you? The leader of the backstabbers looked at Makin vigilantly, and the uneasiness in his heart became stronger and stronger. Makin had already sensed the intention of this group of people. He flipped his left hand, put the shield in his hand, and drew the long sword at his waist at the same time. Those who want to harm the master, step over my body first. Standing 1 step behind Makin, Ronin looked at him. He found that a small attribute panel appeared on his side, and the content was extremely simple. Makin Salatin, Primary Knight Earth, 0/100, plus obviously, Ronin can add points to Makin. And what is consumed is energy essence. In order to ensure that there would be no accidents in this battle, he consumed all his energy without thinking. Makin Salatin, Junior Knight, 0/100, 60/100. Makin was stunned for a moment. He felt that his strength had been greatly enhanced in an instant. The fighting spirit seed in his heart seemed to come alive and beat very vigorously. He couldn't help but look back at Ronin. He was sure that such an improvement was definitely the work of his master. Just as he turned back, the betrayer seized the opportunity. Kill! Ronin drew his sword and shouted, Makin, deal with these betrayers. Yes, master. Makin took a step forward, and under the huge explosive power, the soil on the ground was splashed, and his figure was incredibly fast. These betraying guards were all ordinary people. At most, they caught thieves and beat ordinary people. How could they fight with professional knights? And Makin was not only a knight, but also a knight with a natural fighting instinct. In front of him, these betrayers were like lambs to be slaughtered. Puff! The long sword pierced through the chest of the fastest backstabber, killing one person instantly. While drawing his sword, Makin dodged the incoming sword with his flexible footwork. At the moment of dodging, he kicked out and kicked the 2 people who rushed up and flew away. 1 round of charge and killing defeated the momentum of the betrayers. Before they could react, Makin had drawn his long sword, sprinted, swept, and cut the throats of 2 more betrayers. The smell of blood spread in the forest with the wind. Ronin originally thought that he would also go up to help, but he didn't expect Knight Makin to be so fierce, killing 3 in an instant and kicking down 2. The death of the 3 betrayers broke the defense of the remaining people, and the fear of betraying nobles and knights reoccupied their minds. What escape? What resistance? They had forgotten at this time. All they could think of was to throw away the long sword, and then kneel on the ground like a dog to wag their tails and beg for mercy to Ronan. My lord, spare my life. My lord, spare my life. The courage to betray just now disappeared in an instant. He, Ronan sneered, ignored the group of betrayers, and gave a thumbs up to McKin. Knight McKin, your ability really opened my eyes. The betrayers who heard this turned pale. Sure enough, this cruel man was indeed a knight. They suddenly felt that they were very ridiculous, and they naively thought that there was no knight protecting the Baron. All this is your gift, Master. McKin stood aside and did not continue to kill. Master, how are you? Master? The servant Chahar stumbled into the woods, but he did not expect it to be such a scene. Chahar, I have seen your loyalty. You have performed well. Although Chahar did not help much in the desperate situation just now, this servant did not betray him, and even wanted to rush up to help. For this loyalty, Ronan must give him a thumbs up. He held up a long sword and walked slowly to the leader of the betrayers, seeing the other party kneeling on the ground begging for his life. His eyes were full of coldness. You instigated and planned this betrayal, right? Ronan frowned, his voice cold. What gave you the courage to betray? The man didn't dare to look up, and his body trembled with fear. My lord, I didn't expect that there was a knight around you. Oh, Ronan said in a long, playful tone. If you knew there was a knight, you wouldn't betray, right? My lord, spare me. I don't dare. I never dare again. In fact, there is one thing you may not know yet. Ronan's voice couldn't tell whether he was happy or angry. What? The kneeling betrayer couldn't help but raise his head. From his perspective, Ronan was taller than ever before, so tall that it suffocated him. In fact, I am also a knight. Even without Mackin, you are still not my opponent. The sharp sword pierced the opponent's chest from top to bottom, making the betrayer's eyes wide open. He might not have expected that he would die. Ronan was still a little hesitant about killing people. On the one hand, his previous life had never killed anyone, and he was even more so after crossing over. But when he came to another world, as a lord, sometimes he had to make a choice. If he had nothing, he would be the one to die today. The enemy would not show mercy, seeing the other party fall in a pool of blood and die. Ronan's mood fluctuated violently. After all, this was the first time. But soon, there was a bit of joy in the uneasiness and anxiety, just because a line of text was jumping in his sight. King of Killing achievement achieved. Attribute points plus 10. Energy essence plus 20. The content of the achievement of King of Killing is to let him kill any unit. The betrayer is an ordinary person, so naturally it is also included in this list. He glanced at the achievement panel, and the achievement of King of Killing has been updated. King of Killing, kill any level 1 supernatural unit. Reward, attribute points plus 30. Energy essence plus 60. The achievement is indeed of an advanced nature. Just like when I designed the game system. Level 1 supernatural units refer to primary knights, primary magicians, and level 1 monsters. It is still a bit difficult for Ronan to complete this achievement now. Although he is also at the level of a level 1 supernatural person, he has no actual combat experience. The words he just said to the betrayer, without McCann, he can also kill back, are actually bragging. If he really takes action, he will be seriously injured even if he does not die. It is impossible for him to scare the enemy instantly like McCann. When he has time, he needs to hone his combat skills. Now that he is McCann, he has a teacher. Master, you don't need to do anything for the rest of the people. Let me take care of it. McCann volunteered. Ronan raised his eyebrows and looked at the remaining 5 elite soldiers who were kneeling on the ground and trembling. Chapter 10 Urgent Problems. Although some of the remaining 5 guards were blind followers, the seeds of betrayal had been planted and had sprouted once. Although this time was cut off by Ronan in time, who can guarantee that there will not be a second time? So for betrayers, try not to use them if possible. But just kill them like this? Ronan frowned slightly. Who will drive the carriage after killing these 5 people? You can't expect Chahar to drive 5 carriages alone. He can't do it without the ability to clone himself. Ronan thought for a long time before speaking. Since you have realized your mistakes, As a merciful lord, I can let you go once. This sentence was like a barrel of fine wine that made the guards intoxicated. Their pleading turned into excited gratitude and vows to never betray. Ronan just listened to this oath. Now I order you to pick up your swords and get enough fodder for the horses. Yes. Yes. Sir. We'll go now. The guards kneeling on the ground hurriedly picked up their weapons and started mowing the grass while speaking. Now they were afraid that if they were slow, they would make the master angry. Ronan retracted his gaze from the group of people. With the knight McKin, they dared not run away even if no one was watching. These people no longer had the courage to gamble whether they could escape from the hands of professional knights. Master, are you going to let them go? Chahar was indignant on the side. As a guard of the Wushan family, he dared to assassinate his master. He dared not even think about it. What made him even more incomprehensible was that the Baron actually let them go. Kill them all. Can you drive 5 carriages by yourself? Ronan asked with a smile. Chahar was stunned. He scratched his head and thought of a way in his mind. Maybe we can tie the carriages front and back with ropes? He shrugged his head after saying that. But we don't have such long ropes. Then let's keep their lives for now. Ronan said, Chahar, go and pack up the weapons and property of the dead. Don't waste them. The guards used inferior iron swords. Although the quality was not good, and they could not be sold for much money. It was an iron sword after all, and it would be a pity to throw it away. Okay. Sir. Chahar endured the discomfort caused by the fainting blood, while picking up the iron swords and searching the bodies. The Baron said that it should not be wasted. There should be a few copper coins on these guards. Right. McKin, follow me. Ronan called out and took Knight McKin back to the road. 6 carriages plus a horse were nibbling grass on the roadside. And no one was lost. McKin, tell me your story. McKin, who followed Ronan 2 steps behind him, was like a loyal guard. When he heard his master's question, he was a little confused. Master, what story are you talking about? Just call me sir or master like them. The title of master is only used in specific contexts and occasions. Although it is understandable that McKin called him that. It was a bit abrupt. I want to hear about your experience, such as where your home is, your life experience, etc. Ronan explained, this way I will understand you better. McKin was silent, obviously thinking about how to answer this question. But soon he shook his head. Sir, I only know that you are my master, and I will always be loyal to you. As for where my hometown is and my life experiences, I have no relevant memories in my mind. Ronan was stunned for a moment, then nodded slowly. Oh, that's it. He could feel the contractual relationship between himself and McKin, which should be the master-servant contract signed with Warcraft. And the master must die and the servant must die. No memory at all? I feel that your combat experience should be high. When fighting, I seem to have an indescribable intuition. McKin explained, oh, yes. I don't have no memory at all. At least I know daily text, communication, combat movements, etc. Ronan roughly understood. The characters summoned from the 7-day login reward are real, but they seem to be newborn characters. In addition to their strength and some basic knowledge, the rest is like a blank sheet of paper. Welcome, Mackin Salatin. Ronan's tone was very formal. From today on, you will be my guard officer, responsible for protecting my safety. At the same time, you will also be my instructor and sparring partner, helping me improve my combat experience. Mackin knelt on one knee, with his right hand on his left chest. I am willing to serve you, sir. No need for such a big gift at ordinary times. Ronan helped him up and checked Mackin Knight's sword, shield and leather armor. These 3 items appeared with the summons, and their quality was at least several levels higher than the inferior iron swords used by the guards. In this way, he didn't have to spend money to buy a set of equipment for Mackin. According to his understanding of the prices in this world, each knight's sword used by the knights costs at least 5 gold coins, plus a shield and armor, a set of which costs about 20 gold coins. Ronan only has less than 180 gold coins on his body, and spending 1/9 of it at once is a considerable expense. Thinking that he still needs to save money to buy 6 magic crystals to get the first charge reward, he couldn't help but sigh. It's really a pity that there is not enough money. Now that he has become independent from Wushan Castle, it is no longer feasible to rely on emotional cards to get money and resource support from Lu Lands and others. If you want to make money, You have to think of other ways. My lord. McKen's voice pulled Roning's thoughts back. My lord. When I was fighting before, I suddenly felt that my strength increased. What happened? This question has been lingering in his mind for a long time, and he couldn't help asking it. This is a secret between us. Remember to keep it secret. Ronin smiled mysteriously. I can improve your strength. Just like now. While speaking, he used the 20 energy essences he had just obtained from completing the King of Slaughter achievement on Mackin, increasing his knight level from 60 to 80. With only 20 more energy essences, Mackin could be promoted to an intermediate knight. Intermediate knights can release their fighting spirit, and their combat power is several levels higher than that of primary knights. At that time, Ronin's safety can be better guaranteed. Of course, a territory can only be good at high-level knights. Only high-level knights can accumulate enough merits and be canonized as noble knights. It would take Ronin 8 or 9 days to get from Wushan City to Shanlin Town. By the time he reached the territory, McKen would definitely be at the mid-intermediate level. My lord, I've become stronger again. McKen felt the sudden increase in strength. With an incredible look on his face, he was more and more certain in his heart that the master who could have such ability was definitely not ordinary. Get used to this power. The horse is yours now. Ronin pointed to the black horse that was not pulling the cart. This is a warhorse of excellent quality, and it is also the best horse I have at present. I hope you can use it well, and don't let me down. Knights love warhorses, and they all love warhorses. Think about Guan Yu, who was sealed with gold in the 3 kingdoms. He didn't ask for anything, but only accepted the red hair, which shows how much he likes good horses. McKen is no exception. He looked at the black horse with a straight look in his eyes. Thank you for your gift. My lord. Ronin looked at the guard officer excitedly communicating with the horse, and couldn't help laughing. Excellent quality war horses cost hundreds of gold coins, which is a great fortune for Ronin. But he probably has few opportunities to use them for charging. It would be a good choice to give it to the guard officer McKen. And to put it another way, McKen would not abandon him. If Ronin really wants to use the black horse, he can do so at any time. He retracted his gaze, and began to think seriously about this betrayal. After coming to this world, Ronin thought that the servants here would not easily betray the nobles. But after experiencing this betrayal, he understood that no matter which world it is, as long as there are enough benefits and possibilities, those ambitious people will take risks. Whether it is nobles, civilians, or serfs, they all have ambitions. But the probability of the latter two being master-devouring is a little lower. Drawing inferences from one example, Ronin thought of Shanlin Town. Would the people there welcome him as a lord? No. To be more precise, would the local tyrants there welcome him as a lord? You should know that no lord has been willing to go to Shanlin Town for more than 10 years. And the family has only arranged a government official to maintain the annual tax revenue. If this government official stays there for a long time, will he regard Shanlin Town as his own territory? It is still possible. Although Ronin has not experienced it personally, he has heard of similar things when he was on Earth. For example, a Nani has worked in a certain family for several years, and subconsciously regards herself as the owner of the family, and then gives orders to the employer. Who can guarantee that this government official is not such a Nani? Ronin made a bad plan. If the local tyrants in Shanlin Town do not welcome him, and the other party has lived in that remote place for many years, they must have a team. Then he needs to consider the number of the other party's troops and their combat level. He was not afraid of any powerful knights over there. Any intermediate or senior knight would not choose to be trapped in a mountain town without a lord, as there was no future there. Ronin was just worried that the other side had too many people. I still have too few people under my command. Even with the light magician rewarded on the 7th day of the 7-day login, Ronin only had 3 trustworthy people under his command. McKen and Chahar. We must find a way to solve this problem. Chapter 11. Hey, I'm back again. To solve the problem of lack of manpower, Ronin thought about it, and found 2 main ways. The first is to spend money to buy slaves. The slavery system in this world has not been abolished. On the contrary, basically every city has a slave house. Ronin took out a map from the carriage and looked at it. On the way from Wushan City to Shanlin Town, he would pass through many noble territories. If he really wanted to buy slaves, he should be able to buy some in many territories. But if you want to say which city is the most suitable, there are only 2. The first is the largest city near Shanlin Town, Muma City. The second is Wushan City. which he just left. Go to Muma City to buy? Or go back to Wushan City to buy? Ronan knocked on the carriage and fell into a long period of thinking. Of course, in addition to buying slaves, there is another way to expand manpower. That is, to recruit with money. Ronan can spend money to hire some people to Shanlin town. But recruiting is not something that can be done by just choosing a city. First of all, he needs the consent of other lords. Because in essence, the people belong to the lord's wealth. If Ronan recruits them privately without the lord's permission, it will violate the lord's laws. In serious cases, the other party can use this as an excuse to start a war. After thinking about it, Ronan still put his sights back on Wushan City. Whether buying slaves or hiring civilians, returning to Wushan City is the best choice. He believed that even if he privately recruited a group of people in Wushan City to go to Shanlin town, Lu Lands would probably not ask. And Wiggins would probably turn a blind eye and just hope that he would quickly take his people away. But if he had to turn back, today's journey would be in vain. If he really wants to go back, he can consider asking the Earl for more. To put it bluntly, he wanted manpower, but he didn't want to spend money. What could he do? He could only shamelessly borrow from Wushan. Simply playing the pitiful and emotional card obviously won't work. Is there any other way? Ronan pondered for a long time. First of all, the 9 guards arranged by Wiggins betrayed him. It would be reasonable for him to go back and replace them with a new batch. Right? After this idea came to his mind, he couldn't stop, and finally he decided to return to Wushan. As the saying goes, a good horse never turns back to eat the grass it has left, as long as the grass behind is delicious. What does it matter whether it turns back or not? After the guards fed the horses, and everyone hastily finished their meal, Ronan waved his hand and said, "Chahar, tell the convoy to turn around and go back to Wushan City." Ah? Chahar was stunned. "Master, are we not going to Shanlin town?" "Of course. But I suddenly remembered that there is something important that I haven't done yet." Although Chahar was still confused, he did not continue to ask and quickly passed on the Baron's order. The 5 betrayers immediately became uneasy when they heard that they were going back to Wushan City. If Ronan went back and handed them over to Wushan Castle, wouldn't they be finished? But when they saw Knight Mackin riding a warhorse, they had no intention of escaping at all. The carriage swayed and swayed, and after more than 4 hours, the convoy passed through Wushan City and arrived outside Wushan Castle. Ronan did not choose to buy slaves in the city, but chose to go back to the castle to try his luck. If he could get some resources, wouldn't that save money? Seeing his figure, the guards guarding the castle gate were stunned. "Sir, what are you doing?" The guard at the gate had a face full of question marks. Didn't this young master go out in the morning? Why did he come back in the evening? Ronan snorted with a gloomy face. "Go tell Earl Wiggins that the elite soldiers he arranged for me are all traitors. And they actually assassinated me on the way." "What?" The guard at the gate thought he had heard it wrong. There was actually a traitor among the guards of Wushan Castle, and he wanted to assassinate the eldest grandson of the Wushan family. The 5 traitors who were temporarily spared by Ronan seemed to fall into an ice cave when they heard this, and their faces suddenly changed. Sure enough, the worries on the way back really became a reality, and the Baron still didn't let them go. "Sir, spare my life. Sir, spare my life." They knelt on the ground and kept begging for mercy. Ronan didn't look at them again. He wouldn't kill them. He would only hand them over to Wushan Castle. As for how Wushan Castle would treat them, that was not something he should care about. "McKin, Chahar, follow me to see my Marquis," Ronan said as he walked into Wushan Castle. "These traitors are in your hands. Guards, don't let them run away." "Don't worry, sir." The gatekeeper immediately controlled the 5 traitors, one of whom quickly ran into the castle, probably to tell Wiggins about this matter. Ronan didn't delay for a moment and rushed to Roland's small building. "Grandpa! Grandpa!" he shouted as he walked, and his expression began to panic. "Master Ronan?" The old butler most came up to him in surprise. "Didn't you leave in the morning? Why are you back again?" Ronan's acting skills were fully on point. He asked anxiously, "Where is my grandpa? I want to find him." "Ah, the master is in the house." Most made way and prepared to let Ronan in. But at this time, Marquis Rollans had already walked out of the house to the courtyard with a cane. "I can hear your shouting in the house. What happened? Why are you back again?" The Marquis was wearing a robe and looked like he had just gotten off the bed. Ronan hurried forward. "Grandpa, the guards my father sent me actually assassinated me on the way." He grabbed Roland's hand and couldn't help trembling. I suspect they were instructed by my father. And my father wanted to kill me." Roland's face changed. Wiggins was so confused that he wanted to kill his own son. "You fart." The voice arrived before the person arrived. Count Wiggins, who hurried over, heard Ronan accusing him from a distance. His roar was so angry that he wanted to lift the roof. "I wish you would die outside. But I'm not so idle as to arrange for someone to kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Wiggins had already arrived in the courtyard. Although he was only a high-level knight, his strength was not in the eyes of the great nobles. But at this moment, the surging fighting spirit in his body still brought a lot of pressure to Ronan. "Stop!" McKinn stepped forward and blocked in front of Ronan. Wiggins snorted angrily. "Get out of the way!" He raised his leg and kicked McKinn, who did not dodge and raised his leg to fight back. With a bang, the two legs collided firmly, and the huge force made their bodies unstable, and they stumbled back at the same time. "Are you okay?" Ronan hurriedly supported McKinn, and it was obvious that Wiggins had the upper hand in this attack. This was not surprising. After all, the opponent was a senior knight, while McKinn was only a junior. If Wiggins had just used all his strength, or even used fighting spirit, McKinn would have had to stay in bed for several months if he had taken it hard. "Who are you?" Wiggins frowned and asked coldly. A strange light flashed in Llewellyn's eyes, and he wondered why there was a knight beside Ronan. And judging from the performance of this knight, although his level was not high, his foundation was relatively solid. This grandson of his made him brighten up again. "Come in and talk." The old Marquis turned and walked into the house. "If you make a move in the courtyard and spread it out, the nobles outside will think that our Wushan family is going to turn against each other." "Humph." Wiggins threw his robe angrily and followed him into the house. Ronan asked McKinn to check it out, and after finding that there was nothing wrong, he followed him in. The three of them sat down, and Lu Lan said, "Luo Ning, tell me what happened today. Why do you suspect your father wants to kill you?" Chapter 12, Asking for the Return. Of course Ronan knew that the guards did not betray under Wiggins's orders, and he had already determined this when the traitors just started. The reason why he was putting the blame on Wiggins now was mainly to make the other party feel guilty, so that he could claim compensation from him. "Grandpa, those 9 guards were carefully selected by my father for me. How could my father not know what kind of people they are?" Llewellyn glanced at Wiggins sideways, but saw that the latter turned his body to the side. His eyes dodged a little. Ronan was right. Those 9 guards were indeed carefully selected by him. But he just chose the worst ones. What laziness. Fighting. Gambling. Etc. Those 9 people have done at least 1 or 2 things. And the leader Pierre is a famous troublemaker. He just wanted to find a troublemaker to embarrass Ronan. But he didn't expect that these people would betray Ronan and want to kill Ronan. My convoy had just left Wushan City and was resting in the forest when these 9 people started to attack. Ronan continued, his tone a bit panicked after surviving a disaster. "Grandpa, think about it. They are just castle guards. And they are all ordinary people. How could they have the courage to attack me? Although I was deprived of my inheritance rights, I am their master after all, the Baron of Shanlin town, and the blood of the Wushan family." At this point, he looked at Wiggins angrily. "I think about it. They must have been instructed by my father. Otherwise they would never dare. I didn't. Although I hate you and don't even want to admit that you are my son. I won't send someone to kill you." Wiggins was furious. He hated being framed the most in his life. But every time he was framed and accused, he found it difficult to find a reason to refute, because the other party had a good reason. "If I really wanted to kill you, why would I give you so many resources?" "That's for my dead mother," Ronan said, leaving the other party speechless. The living room fell into a brief silence. Lu Lan sighed and said, "Maybe there is an accident in this matter. I believe your father is not stupid enough to kill you. No one knows his son better than his father." Lu Lan knew Wiggins very well. Although the latter was stupid, reckless and brainless, he would not do such a stupid thing as killing his son. "Didn't those guys say anything before they took action?" asked the Marquis. Ronan thought about it. Since he asked so much, he couldn't hide some things. After all, the remaining traitors were not dead yet. As long as Lu Lan sent someone to ask, he would know the motives of their betrayal. Before they started, they told me they didn't want to go to Shanlin town, saying it was remote and dangerous, and that going there would mean death. They also said the family had given up on me, and that I would probably be killed before I even got to Shanlin town. Chahar behind him was a little confused. Did the traitors really say these words? Why didn't he hear them? He suddenly understood that the traitors probably said them when they chased the Baron into the woods, when he had fallen to the ground and hadn't stood up yet. Child, the family has never given up on you. I deprived you of your inheritance rights only for the long-term consideration of the family. Lu Lands briefly explained the reason to comfort Roning, and then he turned around and criticized Wiggins harshly. The eldest grandson of the Wushan family dared to go to Shanlin town, but the family guards dared to retreat. Wiggins, how do you usually train them? Wiggins was in the wrong on this point, so he didn't say anything. Roning still wanted to share some of the blame with Wiggins, and he continued, the leader said he wanted to rob my supplies and money, and then leave Wushan to live somewhere else, although their motives seem reasonable. I feel that someone is behind them. He expressed his guess. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such courage. My grandson, you are wrong about this. Lu Lands understood that Roning mistakenly thought that Wiggins was behind the scenes, so he vented his anger on Wiggins. Everyone has the ambition to gain benefits, and the guards are no exception. They must have thought of joining forces to rob you, because they saw that you were an ordinary person and had no one around you. The old Marquis analyzed, and I'm sure they know that you have a lot of gold coins, so they are thinking about it. After the voice fell, Hallward, who followed, felt a pang in his heart, and immediately stepped forward and saluted. Sir, you are right. That day I gave the gold coins you gave to Master Roning in front of him. As he said, he apologized to Roning again. I didn't expect my negligence to cause you so much trouble. Hallward is guilty. Wiggins spread his hands. See, I said it had nothing to do with me. Roning looked embarrassed and did not reply, which was considered to be tacitly agreeing to this result. His performance confused the male servant Chahar standing behind him again. To be precise, he has been confused since the moment he stood in front of the gate of Wushan Fort. He didn't understand why the Baron suspected that the Earl had instigated these traitors. And he didn't understand why the Baron dared to return to Wushan Fort, since he thought that the Earl wanted to kill him. Is the Master sure that the Marquis will make the decision for him? Chahar thought. At this time, Lu Lands above put away his serious attitude and his expression eased a lot. If the father really killed his son, he would be very uncomfortable. The matter is clear now. Roning, don't be so angry with your father. Although he is a little stupid, he won't kill you. We are not the Hyde family in Wushan. In addition, Hallward was not careful enough. Fine him half a year's salary. Hallward did not argue, but bowed to accept the punishment. Hallward accepts the punishment and remembers the lesson this time. I hope this can calm the young master's anger. Although Hallward was indeed a little careless, the other party more or less helped a lot. Roning felt a little embarrassed for him to be punished. Grandpa, this matter has nothing to do with Hallward. Let's forget it. Hallward insisted on admitting his mistake. No, Master, this matter is indeed my mistake. Please don't defend or plead for me. Lulansi laughed. Since Roning pleads for you, forget it, he said to Roning. You and Wiggins are father and son. Just resolve the misunderstanding. Roning also gave Lulansi face, bowed slightly to Wiggins. I was too angry just now. Now think about it carefully. It is indeed wrong. Humph. Wiggins turned his body and snorted angrily. But he felt better. Roning turned to Roland. Knight McKen killed 4 of the 9 traitors. I have brought the rest back to give to my father. I dare not keep such a traitor with me anymore. Knight McKen? Roland glanced at the unfamiliar knight standing behind Roning. This is the first time I have seen him. Roning laughed and made up a story. McKen is a wandering knight. We have known each other for a few months. He learned that I became the Baron of Shanlin town and wanted to follow me. It is also thanks to him that I am alive today. McKen saluted Roland with a knight's salute, and then continued to stand behind Roning. Wiggins looked him up and down. Although I didn't use any strength in that kick just now, you can take my kick without falling. You have some strength. It's worth following the Wushan family. It's true that he didn't use all his strength, but it's obvious that Wiggins was talking nonsense when he said he didn't use any strength. Ronan did not point it out, but began to introduce the purpose of his return. Although McKen's strength is okay, it is still very inconvenient for me to have no guards around. I can't leave everything to a professional knight. Ronan's tone became respectful, which was completely different from his previous attitude towards Wiggins. So please help me arrange a few more trustworthy guards. Perhaps because Ronan was so polite. Or perhaps because he had just been vindicated. Wiggins was in a good mood. Hearing this, he agreed loudly without thinking. Okay. Wiggins looked at Hallward. Go. Find 9 more guards for Ronan. Father. 9 is too few. Ronan stopped Hallward, who was about to turn around to do business. Shanlin town is too dangerous. If I only give me 9 soldiers, they will think that the family is sending them to death. And they may even become disloyal. So I hope to give me more people. If there are 100, that would be the best. Lurens, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth after hearing this. He suddenly understood why he felt that awkward feeling as soon as Ronan entered the door. And Wiggins regained his previous irritable temper. What? 100? There are not even 100 guards on duty in Wushan Castle now. And you actually asked me for 100? No. Absolutely not. On weekdays, there is only 1 night garrison in the Wushan Castle area. And the knights send a night squad every day to defend Wushan Castle. A night garrison has 10 night squads, each of which contains 12 professional knights, 36 squire knights, 10 archers, and 60 infantrymen. The guards at the gate that Ronan saw were infantrymen from a night squad. So Wiggins was not lying. There were indeed less than 100 guards on duty. But Ronan didn't need to worry about that. He just needed to ask for it. It wouldn't be a loss if he couldn't get it. Father, you can't even take out 100 guards. Right? You are the Earl of Wushan City. In my heart, Grandpa is first, and you are second. But you can't take out 100 guards. This? Bullshit! Wiggins said angrily. Just 100 people. Do you think I can't take it out? Lou Lancy rolled his eyes, and shook his head helplessly. When did his grandson become so provocative? Ronan, you want 100 guards. This number is too much. The old Marquis directly extinguished Ronan's thoughts. As far as I know, the population of Shanlin town is less than 1,000. Even if you want to form a defense team, recruiting a dozen or 20 militiamen is enough. You asked your father to give you 100 guards. First, you don't need them. And second, you can't afford them. Hearing this, Ronan's burning heart fell into a basin of cold water. The population of Shanlin town is less than 1,000. Is it worthy of being called a town? His territory is too difficult. How about this? Wiggins, you arrange 20 guards for Ronan, and give him more resources, so that when he arrives in Shanlin town, he will save the trouble of recruiting militia again. Wiggins nodded. 20 is about right. Grandpa, 20 is too few. Ronan turned into a bargaining businessman. His territory has such a small population. He must find a way to increase the population. Otherwise, when will he reach the 3,000 people required for the population prosperity achievement? If it depends on natural reproduction from generation to generation. How long will it take? 80. My grandfather and my father. You just need to give me 80 guards. No less. Chapter 13, Selecting the Troops. Unfortunately, after a fierce bargaining, Ronan didn't get too many guards in the end. However, Rollans also relented and asked Wiggins to arrange 30 guards for Ronan, and also provided Ronan with additional resources. 1,000 kilograms of barley, 1,000 kilograms of wheat, 500 kilograms of flour, 300 kilograms of dried meat, 300 kilograms of vegetables, 50 kilograms of coarse salt, 20 kilograms of fine salt, 5 carriages, 1 excellent quality warhorse, and 100 gold coins. Although the number of guards was not satisfactory, the resources supplied later blocked Ronan's mouth. To be honest, he didn't expect Wushan to give him so many extra resources. In addition to food, there were also 4 carriages and a horse. After expressing his most sincere gratitude to Rollans and Wiggins, Ronan happily left the room and followed Hallward to select guards. Father, why did you give Ronan so many resources? After Ronan left, Wiggins couldn't help it. We lost a lot of resources, and even territory because of him yesterday. Why are you still protecting him so much? Lou Lancy smiled. As a father, don't you find that Ronan is grown up? Wiggins was stunned for a moment, then thought about it carefully. Although he didn't want to admit it, he nodded. He has indeed changed a little. At least, he didn't go to any manor to attend the banquet these 2 days. In fact, he knew that the guard's betrayal had nothing to do with you. I guess the reason he blamed you was to ask for some benefits. Wiggins was stunned for a moment. And then he seemed to understand a little. And couldn't help staring. This bastard. Lou Lonsi laughed. Selena's incident had a great impact on the child, and made him grow a lot. So I am willing to give him some resources to see if he can make some achievements. He sighed. Our Wushan family has only 3 generations. And the bloodline is too small. You are not able to do it now. So we can only count on the only 2 remaining males. Although Roning has changed his surname, his bloodline is still there. If he develops, it will not be a bad thing for our Wushan family. Wiggins was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. His face flushed, and he couldn't speak. But this sentence is true. At the age of 52, he should still have the ability to give birth to offspring. But he was too indulgent when he was young and emptied his potential. Since giving birth to Brayton, no matter how hard he and Diane worked, it was useless. Privately, Wiggins also tried others. Without exception, it was useless. Okay. Then do as my father said. I hope Roning won't let you down. Wiggins stood up and saluted. Then quickly left the room. Lowlands glanced at the old butler. When Hallward gathers all the guards, you have people take the 5 traitors brought back by Ronin and kill them. So that the guards know that betraying the Wushan family will only lead to death. As you wish. Monster retreated respectfully. There is a huge square on the west side of Wushan Castle, where knights and guards usually train. At this moment, in the afterglow of the sunset, at the call of Hallward, all the guards in the castle gathered here. In addition, there were several cavalrymen watching from the outside. Ronan looked over and saw that each of these cavalrymen was tall and energetic, and they looked extraordinary. They should be the knights who are defending the castle today. Ronan's eyes lit up. It would be great if he could get such a knight team to go to Shanlin Town with him. But unfortunately, according to Lowlands, a place like Shanlin Town only needs a knight like McKinn and a team of guards who are regularly trained. Wiggins even said that in Shanlin Town, you only need to hide from the monsters in winter and avoid going to places near the Wushan Mountains on weekdays. The wild tribes in the woods are not a big deal. What else can Ronan say? Master, all the guards have been assembled. A total of 60 people. Hallward came over and said respectfully, according to the master's instructions, you can choose 30 of them to go to Shanlin Town with you. Ronan glanced at the guards standing below. They just stood together relatively concentratedly, without any standing posture. Only 60 people? Ronan didn't know the defense situation of Wushan Castle, so he was very surprised when he heard this number. This is Wushan Castle, the Marquis' base camp, but there are only 60 guards. 60 guards are enough. Hallward explained. The real core combat force is 12 professional knights, and most of the work of the squires and guards is to guard and serve the professional knights. Roning nodded slowly. Indeed, McKinn, a junior knight, was able to kill 9 traitors in front of the extraordinary. The combat power of ordinary people is indeed not enough. From this point of view, the defense of the Marquis' mansion is still good. Ordinary people can't make any trouble here. How are the guards' salaries? Ronan turned to ask about the guards' remuneration. Although Hallward was not responsible for the guards' salaries, as a butler, he still had some information on this aspect. 1 copper coin a day, including food and lodging. Ronan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Only 1 copper coin a day. Really little salary. But fortunately, food and lodging are included. Otherwise the survival of these guards would be a problem. Announce the Earl's arrangement to them. Okay. Hallward faced the guards. All guards. Standing in front of you is the noble Wushan bloodline, the grandson of the Marquis of Wushan, the son of the Earl of Wushan City, and the Baron Ronan of Shanlin Town. Although the guards knew Ronan's identity, they still cheered loudly and expressed their sincere greetings to Ronan after hearing the butler's introduction. Hallward laughed and continued. The Baron is about to set off to build a new city for the Wushan family. He needs to select 30 people from you to go to Shanlin Town to serve as his guards. In the future, Shanlin Town will develop into a new city, and you will be the first batch of heroes. This is a great cause. Now, those who are willing to follow Lord Roning, please come forward. After the voice fell, unlike the previous sentence, the guards did not cheer, but whispered to each other. The news that Roning's inheritance rights were abolished has spread. As the guards of the castle, they naturally know about it. So of course they know where Shanlin Town is. In addition to being remote and dangerous, it is mainly far away from Wushan City, And the guards' homes are all here, asking them to take the initiative to go to Shanlin town. They must be a little resistant. For a moment, no one came forward. Hallward frowned slightly. Are you cowards? You dare not even grab such an honor? Humph. If no one takes the initiative, then I will choose. All the guards stopped talking. They looked nervous, just like students who were afraid of being called to answer questions. Ronan took a step forward and motioned Hallward to let him come. He looked at the guards below and raised a finger. Anyone who is willing to go to Shanlin town with me can immediately get a reward of 1 silver coin. There was another discussion below. Ronan raised his second finger. Anyone who is willing to go to Shanlin town with me, in addition to providing food and accommodation, I will pay you a daily salary of 2 copper coins. The discussion suddenly became several points louder, and even 3 or 5 people came forward excitedly. Luo Ning smiled and raised his third finger. For any guard who follows me to Shanlin town, if they die in battle, I will give your family a pension of 1 gold coin. I'll go. I'll go. Finally, more than half of the 60 guards came forward. At this time, Luo Ning raised his fourth finger. I can promise that by the end of next year, if you want to return to Wushan City to live, I will not stop you. Of course, if you want to bring your family from Wushan City to Shanlin town to live, I will also apply to my father and ensure that your family arrives in Shanlin town safely. After saying this, the remaining dozen or so who had not come forward could not help it. Higher salary, more reliable benefits, and still the initial team. They can bring their families to Shanlin town in the future. With such good conditions, the guards had no reason not to be tempted. I'll go too. I'll go too. They all rushed to the front. Chapter 14 Deterrence. Facing the guards with surging intentions, Ronan smiled and motioned for everyone to be quiet. With the approval of the Marquis and the Earl, I can only take 30 of you away. Ronan thought for a while and said, now please come to the right if you are under 18 years old. The crowd moved quickly, and a group of people came out. Ronan counted carefully and found a total of 15 people, which was exactly half of the number he wanted to select. Okay, you are selected. Ronan smiled. People under 18 years old still have a chance to awaken their fighting spirit and become professional knights. So Ronan used age as the first step to select. As for whether any of them can become a magician, Ronan did not dare to hope for it, because the conditions for becoming a magician are very harsh. He remembered that it seemed that the mental power must be several times that of ordinary people, and the age was not 18, but 10 years old. This group of guards has long been over 10 years old, and it is impossible for magicians to appear. As far as the predecessor knows, the number of magicians in the entire Wushan City does not exceed 2 digits, and they are still low level. Professional knights are more common and more well known. The rest of you start from where you are and run around the training ground. The first one to return to where you are can follow me. Running is part of the guards' daily training. Following Ronan's order, 45 guards began to run along the edge of the training ground. The training ground was not very large, and one lap was about 800 meters. The good conditions offered by Ronan made the guards rush forward with all their strength. Some who did not grasp the rhythm well were quickly left behind. Some who were slow and had no strength to follow up also gradually showed signs of fatigue. Soon, the first person returned to the starting point. Ronan nodded to him, and the other person shouted happily. Then the second, third, fourth. When the 15th arrived, Ronan signaled that the others who had not reached the end could stop. He smiled at the 30 guards gathered on the right. Congratulations on being selected. From now on, you are the guards of my Baron of Shanlin town. I am willing to serve you. Baron! The guards shouted in unison. I will definitely do what I promised you. Ronan looked at Chahar. Chahar. 1 silver coin per person. And I will give it now. Okay. Sir. Chahar walked down with a prepared money bag and began to give money one by one. The guards, who received the money, smiled one by one. There is nothing more joyful than receiving money in this world. And those who were not selected were envious. While the money was being distributed here, 2 cavalrymen escorted the 5 traders slowly to the training ground. At the same time, a tall man dismounted, came to Ronan, and saluted as a knight. It's nice to meet you, Lord Ronan. I, captain of the 7th Squadron of the 1st Knights of Wushan Territory, send my greetings to you. Ronan was confused for a moment, but as his memory came back, he understood. The 1st Knights of Wushan Territory are stationed in Wushan City. And today it is the 7th Ninth Squadron of the Knights that is responsible for the defense of the castle. Ronan remembered that the captain in front of him was a senior knight, and a knight appointed by Wiggins. A knight appointed is also considered to be among the nobles. "Hello, Sir Garman." Ronan greeted him warmly. "Why are you here?" Garman waved his hand, and the 5 squire knights kicked and made the 5 traitors kneel on the ground. Garman cleared his throat. "Everyone listen and watch." There was no loudspeaker, but Knight Garman's voice was very loud, making all the guards quiet down. The 5 people kneeling now were Baron Ronan's guards. Not only did they fail to protect the Baron's safety, they even pointed their swords at the Baron. Garman's voice was serious and heavy. "The Wushan family does not allow traitors." The voice echoed, and all the guards were shocked. Such a thing actually happened. Betrayal? How dare they betray the Baron? Such a traitor. There is no value in survival. Garman snorted coldly, drew out the long sword at his waist, and the cold breath swept all around. This is the fighting spirit of a senior knight. Ronan felt that perhaps the knight captain in front of him was a little stronger than his father Wiggins. "Kill!" Knight Garman slashed the ground with his sword. Puff, puff, puff. 5 knights raised their swords high, and then chopped them down. 5 heads rolled on the ground, and blood spurted out. The bloody smell filled the air, and everyone was nervous. "It is your honor to be the Baron's guard. As your former captain, I hope you cherish this honor and be loyal to Lord Ronan wholeheartedly. If you have the heart to betray me one day, even if the Baron mercifully spares your life, I will not forgive you, and the Wushan family will not let you go." After saying this, Knight Garman sheathed his sword, and his clear voice startled everyone. "Garman, I'm leaving. I wish Sir Ronan all the best." Knight Garman bowed to Ronan and left in a very free and easy manner. His followers began to command the guards, who were not selected, to clean up the bodies. Ronan glanced at the 5 people who were killed. To be honest, his mood was still a little up and down. After all, it was not long since he came here, and many things were not fully adapted. But he understood that this was the world. Letting Garman execute the 5 betrayers in public was to warn the 30 guards he selected today to let them know the consequences of betrayal. This was shocking. Ronan looked at the figure of most not far away, and guessed that it was probably Marquis Lullins who told him to do so. After several times of getting along, Ronan found that the old Marquis was indeed good to him. If his predecessor had been more motivated, I'm afraid that even if there was Selena, the old Marquis would have suppressed it by force. As for Earl Wiggins, he was neither good nor bad to his predecessor, but he was short-tempered and a little stupid. Putting away his thoughts, Ronan took a deep breath and shifted his gaze. "Okay, guards. You have one night to tell your family about this matter. We will gather in front of Wushan Castle tomorrow morning and set off." He waved his hand, signaling the guards to prepare. "McKen, the guards behind will be trained by you," Ronan said to the knight beside him. "Okay, sir." McKen bowed and agreed, but was a little embarrassed. "But sir, McKen has no experience in training teams. This is indeed a problem." But Ronan thought of a way. Of course, he has no experience in training teams, but on Earth, he has participated in military training, which is a rare and valuable experience. Although the content of military training is mainly to cultivate discipline. Ronan looked at the guards who left. Isn't it discipline that they lack? What's more, Ronan had learned the 16-style military boxing during military training. Whether it can improve actual combat power or not, it at least has the effect of strengthening the body. "Don't worry. I'll teach you a plan when the time comes," Ronan said to Mackin with a smile. Chapter 15 Rewards for the 3rd day. Ronan didn't expect that he would go back to sleep in the same bedroom as last night after a busy day. As soon as midnight passed, familiar words appeared in his vision. Sign in successfully. Attribute point +1. Combined with the King of Slaughter achievement completed during the day, Ronan already had 11 attribute points, all of which he added to his knight level without exception. Now his knight level progress is 33 out of 100. And his physical fitness has improved a lot compared to last night. You can claim a login reward for the 3rd day. Ronan looked at the 7-day login interface. Day 3. Reward a space ring with 10 cubic meters of storage space. This time it was not a character card, nor an attribute point or energy essence, but an item. As the reward was claimed, a ray of light flashed in the air in front of Ronan's eyes, and then a ring with green and blue colors intertwined was suspended in the air. Very exquisite. Ronan took the ring in his hand and played with it. It was not known what material it was made of. It was light, but extremely cold. Just like holding an ice cube in the summer. How to use it? Luo Ning read it over and over again, but couldn't find the way. He thought of the common plot in novels. Does it mean to recognize the master by dripping blood? However, as he looked at it, a line of text appeared next to the ring. Inject Doqi or mental power to bind it. Turns out that it is not a drop of blood. Luo Ning put down the sword in his hand. He is still a junior knight. Doqi has not broken through the Doqi seed, so he can't release Doqi. So if he wants to bind the space ring, he can only do it by injecting mental power. But there was no magician around him, and he had never been exposed to magic-related knowledge. He had no idea how to use magic or mental power. Let's give it a try. Ronan put the ring on the ring finger of his right hand, then closed his eyes and contemplated the ring. At first, there was no strange phenomenon, but gradually, he felt as if a tentacle extended from his mind, through his body to his finger. Is this mental power? This feeling was very strange. At this moment, Ronan entered a state of introspection, and could see the situation in his body clearly. Much clearer than when he sensed the fighting spirit seed. Found it. The ring. Ronan's perception had the shape of the ring. His mind moved, and his mental power seemed to have a gap, and drilled directly into the finger ring. In an instant, a black mysterious magic circle appeared on the ring, and the light emitted from it connected Ronan and the ring together. Swoosh. Like the sound of a flying vehicle quickly passing through the air. The space Ronan sensed suddenly became clear. This should be the world inside the ring. A storage space of 10 cubic meters. The gray space was quite spacious, but now it was empty, with nothing in it. Ronan opened his eyes, and found that the delicate ring on his finger had disappeared. Only when he used his mental power to observe, he found that the ring had merged with his finger, hidden between the skin and the finger bones, which was very magical. Then, he began to try how to store items in the space ring. Soon he mastered the method, as long as the external objects were in contact with the location of the ring. And then the mental power emitted through the ring touched the objects. He could store them in the space ring. Putting things away many times will also consume mental power to a certain extent, especially for large objects. Although it consumes some, it is much more convenient to have this thing. Ronan didn't know the value of a space ring, but if he really took it out to sell, it would definitely be priceless. If he wanted to get rich overnight, he could just sell the ring. But who would think of selling this thing? What's more, selling it would bring trouble. After playing with it for a while, Ronan looked at the 7-day login interface again, looking forward to the next 4 items. He closed the interface and lay on the bed with his head on his hands excitedly. I made a lot of money this time. He was very glad that he chose to return to Wushan City instead of going to Muma City to buy slaves. 30 guards, 100 gold coins, plus so many supplies. Ronan's current family background is quite rich. If he didn't invest in other aspects, these supplies and money would be enough for him to spend several years without worries. The only pity is that the population of Shanlin town is too small. According to Lu Lands, there are less than 1,000 people. This makes Luo Ning feel that he is not a town lord, but more like a mountain king. If you want to become bigger and stronger, it seems that you have to consider the population for a long time in the future. It has been the 3rd day since he traveled to this world. While getting familiar with this world, Luo Ning has gradually gained a clear understanding of his future. Originally, he wanted to rely on the golden finger to develop in the corners of the mountains. But after learning that Shanlin town is not a peaceful place, he knew that it would not work to hide blindly. As a baron, a noble class, there are some things he wants to avoid. But the enemy's spearhead has been pointed at him, which is the same as the higher the position, the greater the responsibility. So he needs to improve his strength and build his own team. The golden finger gave him a shortcut and direction. Make money. Develop. Expand the population. The information of Shanlin town flashed through Luo Ning's mind. There was a tribe of savages living in the woods north of the town. Lu Lan said that there are less than 1,000 people in Shanlin town. This population can resist the savage tribe, which means that the savage tribe is not terrible. Maybe I can consider absorbing the savage tribe first. It costs money to buy slaves and recruit workers. But as long as he conquers the savage tribe, he can get some people without spending money. The only thing to consider is the loss caused by the conquest. To minimize the loss of one's own side, The benefits will be greater. Improving the combat effectiveness of the guards is the key. Ronan thought of the Night Garment Stout, with whom he had a brief exchange in the afternoon. If there was such a night squad, wouldn't it be easy to conquer the wild tribe? When can I form such a night squad? For a standard night squad, Ronan needs at least 12 junior knights, 36 squire knights, 10 archers, 60 infantry, a total of 118 people, plus at least 48 horses. He is a little far from this goal. Being a lord is much more complicated than being a student. Ronan yawned. After running around and acting, he felt a little tired after a busy day and fell asleep. The next day, the male servant Chahar was still waiting outside the door early. After a simple breakfast, Ronan brought Macon and Chahar to the outside of Wushan Castle. At this time, the 30 selected guards were already standing outside Wushan Castle, waiting for Ronan's arrival. In the distance, many civilians could be seen watching. They should all be their families. But due to the intervention of the castle guards, they were not allowed to approach. In addition to the personnel, 11 carriages and 2 horses were lined up in a row, which was very impressive. Ronan looked at the guards who were ready to set off, and glanced at the supplies on the carriages, and couldn't help but smile with joy. Compared to yesterday, his assets almost doubled. Chahar, go and arrange a few people to distribute the supplies on the carriages, and try to make the weight of the goods on each carriage not much different. Okay, sir. Ronan came to the second warhorse that was just given to him, and patted the horse's head with his hand. The black horse blinked in cooperation and did not resist. I wish the Baron a safe arrival in Shanlin town. This time, the 2 new and old stewards were still seeing him off. Thank you for your blessing. Ronan laughed and looked at the team that was ready. He shouted with high spirits, "Let's go!" At this time, outside Wushan Fortress, Earl Wiggins, who had nothing to do, looked at Ronan's team from the high terrain and couldn't help but spit. This guy finally left. Don't come back. Chapter 16 Ronan's Training. The road was the same as yesterday, but Ronan's mood was completely different. Yesterday, he was with 9 traitors who had betrayed their master, but today his guards had no second thoughts about him. The team was moving at a fast pace, thanks to the 5 carriages given to Ronan by Earl Wiggins. With them, Ronan could put all the people in the carriages instead of walking to slow down the progress. The convoy of more than 30 people, with the Golden Mountains emblem of the Wushan family on the carriages, dared not to attack even if they encountered a small group of bandits on the wilderness road. As for the occasional caravans traveling to Shanlin town, there was no need to worry. The owners of those caravans would come here in person to express their sincere greetings to Ronan, and one of them even enthusiastically gave him 10 kilograms of high-quality honey. Ronan accepted it with a smile and also sent a wish for a safe journey to the other party. The carriage creaked forward, adding a sense of music to the boring journey. When the sun was approaching the mountains in the west, Ronan signaled Macon to stop the convoy. Let's camp here today. There is a stream in the south where we can get water. Okay. Sir. Macon gently squeezed the belly of the warhorse and ran to the front quickly, causing all the vehicles in front to stop. After the convoy stopped, Ronan got off the carriage and came to the middle of the road. After everyone arranged the carriages, Ronan shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone, gather here. Follow the rules I said at noon. Stand in 6 rows and 5 columns." 30 guards heard it, and all ran over in a hurry. This was the training program arranged by the Baron after lunch. Although it was strange, and the guards had never seen it before, who asked the Baron to let them eat 70% to 80% full. So after hearing this order, they remembered the admonition at noon, and did not delay for a moment. Soon, the 30 guards gathered, although there were some bumps and bruises in the process, and some people even walked to the wrong row and stood in the wrong line. Fortunately, they corrected each other in the end. Luo Ning nodded secretly. Compared with the laxity yesterday and in the morning, the team now looked like that. Stand at attention. Luo Ning issued a short and hurried order. The guards made corresponding movements. What are you doing? Luo Ning pointed at the little man in the 3rd row and 4th column and asked. Stand at attention. It means that you should put your feet together, straighten your legs, slightly retract your lower abdomen, and naturally hold your chest high. Who are you hunching over to see? The guard should not be very old. Being criticized like this, his face flushed, and he quickly adjusted his posture. There were 2 acquaintances who had a good relationship with the guards nearby and laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Ronan imitated the instructor's attitude and expression, and was so stern that the guards dared not breathe. If anyone laughs again, don't eat dinner. The majesty of the nobles, plus the temptation of food. The guards had to take it seriously and stand in the middle of the road in a serious manner. The scene looked a little funny. McKin, I'll give you the key points of the movements. Go forward and correct those who didn't do it right. As the guard officer of the Baron and the most powerful knight in the team, this seemingly simple task brought unprecedented pressure to McCann. In order to do the movements at noon well, McCann studied the key points of these movements throughout the afternoon, and asked Ronan several times during the period. Fortunately, hard work pays off, and he has mastered it quite well. Yes, sir. McCann stepped out of the line and began to carefully check the 30 guards. Ronan stood aside and checked, and at the same time, he was thinking whether this training method was useful. After all, there are extraordinary powers in this world. But he soon figured it out. So what if there are extraordinary powers? Extraordinary people also start from ordinary people. This set of training can train people's consciousness, cultivate team spirit, and improve team discipline, which is obviously useful. Standing at attention is only part of the training. And there will be military boxing and fighting competitions later. While thinking, McCann finished the inspection and came to the front. Report to the sir. The inspection and correction are complete. Ronan nodded. Return to the team. McCann also saluted symbolically, and then returned to Ronan's side and stood upright, at ease. With the new instructions, the guards made new movements. Ronan only took a quick look and found that there was no big problem, so he did not ask McCann to correct it. Today is the first day of the special training I arranged for you. If there are any mistakes, I will only correct them, not punish them. But starting from tomorrow, if anyone is still careless, don't blame me for being rude. Do you hear me? I heard it. The guards responded timidly. Louder. Do you hear me? Ronan shouted. The shout startled the guards, and they quickly responded loudly. I heard you. Okay. Let's disband on the spot. According to the division of labor at noon. Start preparing dinner. Ronan smiled and said, as long as you train well, I won't treat you badly in terms of food and drink. The guards' tense nerves relaxed a lot after hearing this. In fact, they had heard a lot of negative comments about Ronan, such as being addicted to banquets, overindulging, not interested in cultivation, having a bad temper, etc. But after getting along with him for a day today, they found that the Baron was not as bad as they said. They had originally followed him to Shanlin town just for money, but suddenly felt that perhaps following Baron Ronan was a good choice. Master, the honey water is ready for you. Chahar came over with a crystal glass in time. Thank you. Tasting the sweet honey water, Ronan felt very comfortable. Stay here and rest at night. McCann, remember to arrange someone to keep watch. Ronan reminded. Remember to arrange 2 groups of people to take turns to guard, and ensure that everyone has a certain amount of rest time. Although this is not in the Wushan Mountains, there are no powerful monsters, but some weak monsters and wild beasts still exist. Ronan doesn't want to die while sleeping. Don't worry, sir. Leave the defense to me. I will never let any enemy get close to our camp. Well, I believe in your ability. After dinner, light the bonfire. I have new moves to teach you. Okay. McCann felt a little guilty, but also curious about what new moves it was. Ronan handed the empty cup to Chahar. Remember to tell everyone that drinking water must be boiled before drinking. Although the air and scenery here are relatively primitive, Ronan is still not sure whether there are difficult bacteria in the water in the stream. It's always good to boil water to drink anyway. Don't worry, sir. The water in all the water bags is cooled after boiling, Chahar said respectfully. I also informed the other guards, who are responsible for cooking, and there is no problem with the water. I am still confident in your work. Ronan laughed, took the long sword from the carriage, and shouted to McCann. Come on. It's your turn to teach me swordsmanship. Chapter 17, Deception. At night, several burning bonfires illuminated the road in the wilderness. After a few minutes of rest after dinner, Ronan asked the guards to gather and began to teach them the instructions of marching in step, and standing still. It had been 4 years since his college military training. He didn't know the professional vocabulary for these actions, but he still remembered the basic essentials of each action. He recalled and taught at the same time, And it took more than half an hour before all the guards, including McKen, basically mastered this action. From now on, each row of 5 will train separately. The others who have not left will watch with their eyes wide open, refer to the mistakes of others, and correct their own movements. Roning looked at his guard officer. McKen is in your hands. You will shout the command, and I will inspect the results of the morning exercise tomorrow morning. Yes, sir. McKen walked to the side of the team with a nervous heart. First row. Listen to my command. Stand at attention. After handing the training to McKen, Roning returned to a fire and sat down, and found that the male servant Chahar was adding firewood to the fire while laughing foolishly. Why? Do you want to join the training too? Roning asked with a smile. Chahar immediately retracted his gaze and smiled awkwardly. Master, I just think their training is very interesting. Uh-huh. Roning smiled and said, if you want to go, go ahead. There's nothing to do now anyway. Chahar hesitated for a while, then gritted his teeth, stood up and said excitedly, thank you, Master. After that, he ran towards the team and joined the last row after being approved by McKen. Seeing this scene, Roning shook his head. He would increase the intensity tomorrow, bring in punishment measures, and then teach the military boxing to see if Chahar still wanted to practice. He rested for a while, drank a sip of water, and then drew out his long sword to practice chopping and stabbing several common attacking movements. His predecessor's attainments in this area were almost zero. Like the group of guards, he had to study hard. People who were obsessed with learning and training completely forgot about time. Roning stopped practicing sword until he felt his arms were sore and panting. Looking back at the guards who were still training, although they were still practicing under the deterrence of McKen, they could see that they were tired. Let's stop here today. After giving an order, Roning walked to the side, scooped up 2 buckets of water to take a shower, and went back to the tent to lie down and prepare to rest. The whole team only had this tent, and the others could only spend the night by the fire. Fortunately, it was not winter now. After the disbandment, the guards hardly took a shower. They sat down by the fire and began to rest. McKen arranged the night watchman and stood guard outside the tent where Roning was. The whole camp soon became quiet, with only the crackling sound of burning firewood and the snoring of different rhythms. Roning wanted to fall asleep, but he still resisted and did not fall asleep. He was waiting for midnight. Time ticked by, and finally when Roning was about to collapse, the familiar words appeared. Sign in successfully. Attribute point +1. Roning looked at the 7-day login panel, and with a thought, he received the reward for the 4th day. Suddenly, in his field of vision, a fine package opened gorgeously, bursting with light, and then 2 lines of text appeared. Attribute points +60. Energy essence +100. Ronan had already prepared for the fine gift package to not give him anything good, but after seeing the number of attribute points and energy essence, he couldn't help but smile. He looked at the attribute panel. Level 1 Primary Knight, 32/100 plus 1 Primary Magician, 0/150 plus attribute points, 61 energy essence, 100 with these attribute points. Ronan's warrior level progress is only 7 points away from perfection. Unfortunately, due to the limitation of his physique, he can only break through both professions at the same time and cannot first raise the knight level to the intermediate level. Although I can't break through, McKen can. McKen's knight level progress has reached 80 out of 100, and he only needs to consume 20 points of energy essence to break through to become an intermediate knight. Although there is only 1 level difference between the primary and intermediate levels, it is a qualitative change process for the knight. The fighting spirit of the intermediate knight burst out, and the knight can use fighting spirit to attack, which greatly enriches the attack methods of professional knights. At this time, there was a rustling sound from the northern forest, and at the same time, there were continuous muffled groans. Luo Ning's expression tightened. At this moment, he was very sober and caught the abnormality at the first time. The second person to discover the situation was McKen outside the tent. He looked straight at the source of the sound, and saw several tall shadows becoming clearer in the night. Ah! There are monsters! The monsters are coming! The guard in charge of night watch also discovered the situation and shouted quickly. The sound of panic spread throughout the camp, and the sleeping guards suddenly woke up and grabbed their weapons to be alert. Under the illumination of the fire, the 3 huge guys also revealed their figures. They were not magical beasts, but 3 wild boars. These guys are not afraid of fire? Ronan walked out of the tent and looked at the wild boars as big as calves, and couldn't help but sigh in amazement. These 3 wild boars seemed to be not afraid of humans. They stared at the carriage, and the aroma of grains and vegetables on the carriage attracted them. "My lord, let me deal with these beasts," Ronan hummed, and at the same time, he used all 20 energy essences. But at this moment, it seemed that something broke in McKen's body, and the earthy yellow energy came out from his heart, and then traveled throughout his body. "What is this?" McKen was surprised to feel the fighting spirit in his body, and he found that he had broken through incredible. Knowing that this was the master's method, he was still surprised that Ronan had such an ability. "Go. End this battle as quickly as possible, and let the guards see your might." "As you wish, sir." McKen looked determined, drew out his sword, and leaped forward. His speed amazed all the guards. The wild boar howled, but did not retreat. Instead it attacked McCann. "Let's go too. Help Captain McCann." The guards did not retreat, and they rushed forward one by one with their swords raised. But at this moment, a ray of light lit up, and McCann slashed with a sword, and the blade formed by the fighting spirit crossed a distance of several meters and landed accurately on the head of the wild boar. The dochi slash directly broke the wild boar's flesh, and the huge impact force acted on its head, knocking it to the ground. "Dochi is released," the knowledgeable guard shouted. "Captain McCann is an intermediate knight." The guards who have participated in training for many years are familiar with the signs of intermediate knights. As soon as they saw Dochi slash, they knew McCann's level. As he shouted, all the guards stopped their actions. An intermediate knight can deal with 3 ordinary wild boars without any help from them. At this time, someone wondered, when Captain Baition introduced himself, didn't he say that he was just a junior knight? How come he is an intermediate now? The King of Understanding explained, "You don't understand this. The knight often hides his strength and deliberately says that his level is lower, so that he can confuse his opponent in battle." "Oh, so that's the case." The man seemed to understand. At this time, Ronan stepped forward. No, McCann was indeed just a junior knight during the day. His words instantly attracted the attention of the guards. Ronan smiled mysteriously. "It's just that he practiced the movements I taught him carefully, and he broke through after finishing the training in the evening." The main reason why he said this was to enhance everyone's enthusiasm for training. Who in this world can resist the temptation of becoming a superhuman? This group of guards, especially those who are no older than 18 years old, are just ordinary infantrymen in the night squad, with limited prospects. If they want to go to the next level, they can only hope that they can awaken the fighting spirit seed and become professional knights. Originally, this wish is difficult to achieve, but now Ronan gave an explanation. They also saw with their own eyes that McCann, who was still a junior knight during the day, became an intermediate knight at night. What does this indicate? Ronan did not explain it directly, but the guards automatically associated it. That is, as long as they practiced the movements taught by adults carefully, they could get promoted. In a trance, Ronan felt that the eyes of these guards seemed to have changed. That was their desire for superhuman power. Chapter 18: Fighting Skills or Magic. McCann killed one of the 3 wild boars that invaded the camp cleanly. The remaining 2 saw that the situation was not good and fled into the forest, so it was difficult to pursue them. Such a clean and neat battle attracted loud cheers from the guards watching. Ronan looked at the big guy with a body length of nearly 1.5 meters and a weight of hundreds of kilograms. He was amazed but not stingy. He promised to add a piece of meat and a bowl of broth to each meal for the guards starting tomorrow. This can not only strengthen the physical fitness of the guards and make them train more vigorously, but also mobilize their enthusiasm again. After handing the wild boar's body to the guards to clean up, McCann came to Ronan. "Sir, after my breakthrough, I remembered some things again," he said respectfully. Ronan was stunned. "Oh, tell me, what are they?" "It's a few fighting skills," when McCann explained. He squatted down and punched the ground with one fist. Ronan felt a surge of energy spreading on the ground. Puff! On the ground ahead, a sharp spear made of condensed soil pierced out from the ground at a very fast speed. Ronan was sure that such a spear posed a great threat to ordinary people. If they did not dodge in time, they would definitely be pierced. "Is this a fighting skill?" Ronan was puzzled. "Isn't this earth magic?" "Magic?" McCann shook his head. Sorry. Sir. I don't know much about magic. But I just used the Earth attribute fighting skill. The spiked Earth spear. He looked regretful when he said this. It is said that later, a spiked Earth spear fighting skill can make a large area of ground become a forest of spears. It's a pity that I don't have enough fighting spirit now. So I can only send out one Earth spear. Ronan nodded slowly. So fighting skills can be performed like this. He thought that knights use fighting skills by chopping with knight swords or emitting light waves. But he didn't expect that it could also change the external environment. Now it seems that the fighting spirit and magic in this world are not the same as he imagined. It seems that as your strength increases, some of your memory information is awakened. This is a bit similar to the upgrade of certain card characters in the game to unlock specific skills. How many fighting skills can you use now? In addition to this, I can also use the defensive earth wall fighting skill. McKin explained. You can raise an earth wall in front of us to resist attacks such as arrows. No wonder it is said that the strength of knights will be greatly improved after reaching the intermediate level. Now it seems to be true. The two fighting skills that McKin mastered, one attack and one defense, are quite effective. I don't have other earth-attributed fighting skills now. I will find two for you when I have the chance. Ronan encouraged McKin, and then got into the tent. After this commotion, he thought about fighting skills and magic. He has both wind and fire attributes. And the Wushan family has fire attributes. When he leaves, he should ask Lowlands or Wiggins for 2 fighting skills books. And magic. Where can I get magic books to learn? Magicians are rare. Even in the Marquis family, there are not many magicians loyal to them. At least Luo Ning's predecessor has not come into contact with them. I don't know if the family has magic books with wind and fire attributes. Wushan Fort still needs to go back. But there is no rush for this matter. He will consider it after he breaks through to the intermediate level. Now he should go to Shanlin town to see the situation first. Moreover, the reward for the 7th day of the 7-day login is a magician with light attributes. Through him, Ronan should also be able to learn some information about magic. As for fighting skills, the first recharge gift is a knight with fire attributes. You can learn from him when the time comes. Nothing was said overnight. From the 2nd day, the guards' enthusiasm for participating in training soared. First, Ronan gave them enough food. In addition to ordinary bread, there was also a piece of meat and a bowl of soup for each meal, which gave them strength for training. Second, and most importantly, under Ronan's intention, everyone believed that these exercises could increase the possibility of awakening the fighting spirit seeds. And those guards under the age of 18 trained very seriously. Of course, being serious is one thing. But people always get tired and want to lie down. So Ronan arranged a series of punishment measures such as push-ups and squat jumps. And whoever dared to be lazy would be punished. As for Ronan himself, he neither stood at attention nor practiced steps, but practiced swordsmanship. And at the same time, he would spar with McKin when he was free. Although he was abused most of the time, his fighting skills were also improving rapidly. 2 more days passed like this, and Ronan's team advanced, practiced, and rested at the same time. It was boring. But the gains were great. At least after 3 days of training, the guards had understood the instructions. By punishing the whole row for one person's mistake, they had a little collective consciousness. I believe that the effect will be even better after a while of training. As for Ronan himself, maybe he is really a swordsmanship genius. Now he can hold out for more than 10 rounds under Mackin, of course, when the opponent controls the strength. In addition, Luo Ning also received rewards for the 5th and 6th days of the 7-day login. The reward for the 5th day is a magic weapon called Lu Yin Sword. In addition to the high strength and sharpness of the sword, it is also engraved with magic patterns. It is reported that when this sword is driven by the wind and fire attribute fighting spirit, it can produce hot flowing flames with strong power. It is a pity that Luo Ning's strength is limited now. He can neither use this ability nor the weight of the sword makes him unable to swing it continuously. So he can only temporarily put the Lu Yin sword in the space ring. The reward for the 6th day is a Warcraft contract scroll. It is said that as long as the Warcraft does not resist, the scroll can be used to establish a master-servant contract, so that even the most ferocious Warcraft can be used for oneself. This is a very precious item, and it is estimated that it is difficult to buy outside. But Luo Ning can't use it for the time being, so he can only put it in the space ring first. In a few hours, I can receive the reward for the 7th day. Luo Ning is somewhat looking forward to the appearance of a light attribute magician among his subordinates. Magicians are rare. And light attributes are even more so. It is said that in other principalities, magicians with light attributes saved many disaster victims and nobles with magic, and also established the Church of Light. I don't know if it is true or not. Unfortunately, after receiving this reward, the 7-day login is over. This also means that Ronin can only get another loyal subordinate through the first charge gift. If he wants to expand the team, he can only recruit and train in the real world. Ronin wants to upgrade his title and realize greater ambitions. It is far from enough to rely on the 3 extraordinary people brought by the Golden Finger. Thinking of this, Ronin placed his hopes on the young guards in the team. He saw their progress in the training these days. McKen, let's find a suitable place to set up camp. Okay, sir. McKen rode to the front of the team, observing the situation on both sides of the road as he moved forward. There are only 2 conditions for a place to rest at night. Either the terrain is relatively open or close to a water source. If there is water supply on the car, one of them will do. However, McKen observed this section of the road, and it seemed that there was no suitable location. As the team moved forward, he suddenly pulled the reins and signaled the guards behind to stop the carriage. What's wrong? Captain McCann? The guards behind were a little confused. There seems to be a sound of fighting ahead. McCann listened carefully, then turned his horse around and went back. Don't move for now. I'll report to the Baron. Chapter 19. Capture a Magician. Today's sunset is particularly red, and even the clouds in the sky and the road on the ground are reflected and covered with red gauze. However, compared with the color of the flowing human blood, this red is not enough to look at. On this road in the wilderness, a fight is going on. The accompanying carriage was cut into 2 parts, and the bodies of horses and guards fell to the ground, with blood flowing. On one side of the road, 3 strong knights were fighting each other. The knight with the blue lake emblem on his right arm was fighting 1 against 2, barely holding on. But I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for long. Miss, take the young master away quickly. Go! The knight shouted loudly. But at the back of a carriage, a young man was lying on the ground with a pale face. His arm was bleeding, and a girl beside him was pulling the young man and struggling to escape. But it can be seen that the girl's foot was twisted, and it is obviously unlikely to take the young man away with her strength. At this time, another figure slowly walked over, holding a long sword with blood dripping on the sword. Do you want to escape? The man's voice was a little hoarse. Let me send you to hell. Declaring death, the man raised the long sword in his hand. The girl's face was pale, and she couldn't move. Damn it. You dared to assassinate the bloodline of the Green family. The knight who was entangled roared. But he could only rage helplessly. He couldn't get away at all. And after the girl and the young master died, he would be the next to die. Swish. Just as the man raised his sword, a low-quality long sword turned into an arrow and broke through the air, pointing directly at his throat. Someone. The man was startled and quickly gave up trying to kill the girl. Instead, he dodged to the side and avoided the attack. Swish. Another long sword came through the air, forcing the man to distance himself from the girl. Duh. 2 war horses arrived one after another. They were none other than Ronin and his knight Macken. Originally, Ronin didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but he thought that even if there were enemies on such a road, they would not be strong guys. So after letting Macken investigate first and confirming the basic situation, they rushed over. Ronin naturally couldn't miss such a thing of saving people and making friends with nobles. My lords, please lend a hand. The Green family will definitely reward you handsomely. The fighting knight roared. But as he was distracted, his arm was cut by a sword. Macken, save that knight first, Ronin ordered. Okay, sir. Macken turned over and got off the horse, drew his long sword, picked up the shield and rushed over there. But at this moment, the man who had just raised the sword dropped the sword in his hand, put his hands together, and quickly pulled them apart. Ronin saw that there were elements condensing between his palms, and in the blink of an eye, a wind blade was formed. Be careful. He is a magician, the girl said with difficulty. Swish. The wind blade shot out at such a speed that Ronin got goosebumps. Macken, be careful. Before he could remind him, Macken stopped and stabbed the ground with a sword, and his fighting spirit flowed into the ground along the sword. In front of him, a wall of earth rose from the ground. Boom! The wind blade hit the wall of earth, cutting it into 2 pieces, and slashed at McCann with the remaining power. McCann raised his shield in advance to withstand the blow. Fortunately, the wind blade had been weakened, and the remaining force did not have much lethality. After hitting the shield, McCann just took a small step back to block it. Intermediate night? The magician's face changed. Retreat? Seeing that things were changing, he didn't even think about it and retreated directly, even ignoring the 2 knights in the fierce battle. But now Ronan was not willing to let this person run away. Magician. What a rare existence. And a wind attribute magician, which is very consistent with his attributes. McCann, you come to deal with this magician. Remember not to let him run away. Remember to catch him alive. Your will. My long sword. McCann was not afraid at all, and rushed over without thinking. And Ronan galloped on his horse, and rushed towards the knights in the fierce battle, assassinating nobles in Wushan territory. Which side of the force are you from? The longsword swept, carrying the momentum of the galloping warhorse. And the 2 knights could only jump out one to resist the attack. But under the huge force collision, the sword in the opponent's hand was broken and flew away. Ronan is now in the late stage of the primary knight, and the progress has reached 95 out of 100. His strength is much greater than that of the primary knight in front of him. Coupled with the increase in the horse's power, the opponent can't resist it at all. He reined in the horse, turned the horse's head and charged again. The knight who lost the long sword had no intention of resisting at all, and wanted to escape to the mountains and forests to avoid being chased. But his speed was fast, but not faster than the excellent quality horse under Ronan. Puff! Ronan caught up from behind, swept the sword, cut the opponent's arm and neck artery, and blood spurted. King of Killing achievement, attribute points plus 30, energy essence plus 60. As the battle here ended, the knight who had just been suppressed also completed his counterattack. Now, only the battle between McCann and the magician was not over. Ronan rode on his horse and watched from a distance. At this moment, there was green energy flowing on the magician's feet, which made Ronan realize that the speed of a magician could be comparable to that of an intermediate knight. Unfortunately, after he ran for a distance, perhaps because of insufficient magic power, the energy on his feet disappeared and his speed dropped sharply. Even though he rushed into the forest, he was quickly caught up by McCann, kicked from behind, and knocked to the ground. I advise you not to struggle, so you will suffer less. McCann caught up and punched him twice, breaking 2 of his ribs directly. Then he grabbed the collar of the other party's head and carried him back to the bottom of the mountain. He threw the magician in front of Ronan like a kitten, and then put the long sword on the other party's neck. Ronan sheathed his sword, pulled the reins, and sat on the horse. Who are you? Why do you want to assassinate the Green family? Humph! The magician snorted coldly. If the initial battle had not consumed too much of my magic power, you would not be able to catch me now. McCann moved the sword and shouted, Watch your attitude. Captives. They should be the killers of the Skull and Bone Society. The injured knight came over and saluted Ronan and McCann. Thank you for your help. The Green family will remember your kindness. Ronan nodded slightly. Go and see your young master and young lady. They should be injured. Hearing this, the knight did not dare to delay and walked towards the carriage. 7 gods bless you, young master. You were only cut by the wind blade, not your bones. Miss, your foot is twisted. You can't move for the time being. Ronan took his eyes away from the Green family. This prisoner would be his biggest gain in this operation. Chahar, bring a few guards over. Chahar, who was watching from a distance, heard Ronan's call and called 5 guards to run over. Master, your order? Ronan pointed to the magician on the ground. Go and see if the young master and young lady over there need any help. Guards, go forward and control this guy. McCann, you come to search him to see if he has any important information. Searching for information was of course fake. Ronan mainly wanted to know if the other party had a magic book, or at least money. Chapter 20 Skull and Bone Society. Master, this is what we found on him. In the twilight, McCann held some items in his hands and presented them respectfully. Ronan nodded slightly and took them one by one to examine them. He first focused his attention on the small black bag and the 4 parchments. The black bag was obviously filled with money. It made a rustling sound when it was in his hand. I don't know how many gold coins there were. And the 4 parchments. After Ronan saw the contents clearly, he couldn't help but show a look of surprise. 3 of the parchments clearly recorded 3 wind attribute spells, namely the first level magic wind spell, the second level magic light body spell, and the wind blade spell. God really helped me. Roning was very happy. He was still thinking that there was no way to learn spells before. But he didn't expect to get 3 at once in a blink of an eye. What is this? Roning looked at the 4th parchment with some doubts. There were red lines engraved on it, which were a bit similar to the lines on the parchment recording the wind spell. Could it be that he wants to copy a magic introduction of King Fengshu to sell? Ronan guessed. He glanced at the 3 small bottles and a quill in the guard's hand, and he had no interest in them. He put the purse and parchment into his pocket, then waved his hand. Give the rest to Chahar later, and let him keep it. Ronan looked at the trapped magician. McKin, find a rope to tie him up tightly. I have something to ask him later. He planned to ask this man a question later to get more magic knowledge. Magician. Very rare. After dealing with the magician, Ronan turned over and got off the horse. Now it was time to communicate with the Green family. Seeing Ronan coming, the 3 people from the Green family saluted quickly. Chahar introduced at the right time, Master. This is Master Malik of the Green family. Miss Marina and their Knight Kane. Ronan put his left hand on his chest, maintaining the etiquette of the nobles. Sorry we are a little late. How are your injuries? The boy Malik forced a smile. Sir Ronan, on behalf of the Green family, I would like to express my most sincere gratitude to you. If you hadn't arrived in time today, I'm afraid we would have lost our lives. The girl also echoed, You are worthy of being the best bloodline of the Wushan family. The battle just now was so handsome. Ronan smiled slightly. He was handsome, but he was a little short of being the best bloodline of the Wushan family. The reputation of his predecessor must have been heard by all the nobles of Wushan territory. Basically, they all said that the Wushan family had an heir like Ronan, and this family had no future. While speaking, he was also looking at the 2 people from the Green family. The girl's voice was thin and her timbre sounded good, but her appearance was extremely ordinary. She was about 1.56 meters tall. Although she was wearing a loose long skirt, it was still obvious that she was a little overweight and had a lot of freckles on her face. As for the boy Malik next to him, he should be younger. Perhaps because he had lost a lot of blood. His face was a little pale, although he tried his best to maintain the etiquette of the nobles and not be impolite. It was obvious that he was very tired. Ronan did not communicate much, and let them rest and recover their condition first. Chahar, pull my carriage over and let the brave young master and the beautiful young lady go in to rest for a while. Okay, sir. Chahar turned around and pulled the carriage over. Malik and Marina did not hold on any longer. After expressing their gratitude to Ronan again, they entered the carriage with the help of Knight Kane to rest. Sir Kane, what happened to you? Ronan asked about the other party's experience at this time. It turned out that in the war against the Black Gold Brotherhood launched by Earl Wiggins, Baron German, the patriarch of the Green family, was unfortunately injured. Madame Flavia sent Knight Noel with his Knight team to Wushan Supernormal Academy to pick up Malik and Marina. But she didn't expect such a thing to happen on the way. The magician hid in the dark and came up with 2 wind blades. Captain Noel barely blocked one in a hurry, but the second one cut his throat. Kane was still immersed in the grief of losing the captain. The carriage of the young master and the young lady was also cut by the residual force of the wind blade. So the young master and the young lady were injured. Ronan finally understood why the convoy escorting the heir of the Green family was led by a junior knight. It turned out that the captain died suddenly. After the other party's description, Ronan also became alert to magic. The scene of the magician using the wind blade was vivid in his mind. Thanks to McKin's timely reaction, he was able to avoid it safely. Skull and Bone Society? Ronan looked at the bodies of the assassins, who fell to the ground. There were indeed white skull patterns on their clothes on their chests. Is it a killer organization? Kane sniffed and wiped away his tears. I don't know much. It is said that the Skull and Bone Society, the Black Gold Brotherhood, and the Polani Thieves group appeared at about the same time. It's just that the latter 2 have bases, but the Skull and Bone Society doesn't. Their members are scattered, and they are involved in many assassination missions. Ronan wrote down the name. He didn't know if these organizations active in Wushan territory would come to trouble him one day. Hopefully, the remoteness of Shanlin town will make him less noticeable. I'm sorry to hear about your dangerous experience. I will let my guards help you sort out the bodies and bury them on the roadside. Thank you. Lord Ronan. Kane bowed in thanks. Watching Kane bury his teammates with the help of the guards, Ronan couldn't help but feel a little touched. I don't know what this team of siblings offended to bring about such a fatal disaster. It's really an unprovoked disaster. Green family. Ronan sorted out the information about this family. The Green family's territory is in Lake Town. As the name suggests, there are many large and small lakes in its territory. So this family has abundant aquatic products. And their freshwater fish and shrimp are very popular in Wushan territory. Ronan remembered that the most delicious hornfish was produced in Lake Town. Could it be that this assassination was caused by an economic dispute? Ronan thought for a while, and then stopped worrying about it. The affairs of the nobles were complicated, and it was impossible for an outsider like him to figure it out. Anyway, he had saved the heir of the Green family and his daughter. So Baron German had to show his appreciation. Right? Asking him for something was the real thing Ronan should think about. By the way, I just completed the achievement by killing the junior knight. Ronan led the horse back to the guard's convoy and called out the system interface. At this moment, his attribute points and energy essence reached 30 points and 140 points respectively, which was enough to not only fill up his knight level progress, but also to raise the level progress of the light attribute magician that he was about to have to the late junior level. It won't be long before he has an intermediate magician. After seeing the power of the intermediate wind magician, Ronan is also looking forward to the light magician. Sure enough, it is right to reserve energy essence instead of adding points to Mackin all at once. Of course, after the light magician reaches the intermediate level and his strength has been significantly improved, Ronan is still ready to let Mackin break through to the advanced knight first. After all, there must be a battle strength ranking in a team, and it is not the best choice to always improve evenly. Ronan used up all 30 attribute points. As his physical strength increased, he realized that his mental strength was also growing rapidly. Level 1 Primary Knight, 100/100. 1 Primary Magician, 25 out of 150. As his mental strength grew, Ronan felt that his mana space was slightly larger, which allowed him to refine more mana. Thinking of the 3 magics he just obtained, Ronan decided to try it later. He turned his attention to the achievement interface, guessing that the King of Slaughter achievement should be advanced. As expected, the new content is King of Slaughter, kill any level 2 extraordinary unit. Reward, attribute points plus 50. Energy essence plus 100. Luo Ning's eyes lit up. He just happened to have a level 2 extraordinary unit in his hand. Chapter 21 The difference between magic and Do Chi. Level 2 extraordinary units refer to intermediate knights, intermediate magicians, or level 2 magical beasts. At this moment and here, Ronan had an intermediate magician in his hand, which was a real level 2 extraordinary unit. If he killed the opponent with his own hands, he could immediately complete the advanced achievement of King of Killing. Ronan thought about it and walked towards Mackin. How is this magician? Is he still honest? Mackin smiled. He struggled at first, but after being tied up, he couldn't be dishonest. At this moment, the magician's hands and feet were tied tightly, and there was a guard next to him holding a sword on his neck. If he twisted his body a little more violently, he might lose a piece of flesh. Ronan squatted a few steps away from the opponent. What's your name? The magician ignored Roning's words. Answer me honestly, and maybe I can consider sparing your life. After hearing this, the magician looked at Ronan seriously. Wushan family kid. Will you really let me go? Oh, you recognize me? Hee hee. I still recognize the golden mountains carved on the carriage. If I guess correctly, you should be Ronan, the useless eldest son of Wiggins. The useless Earl? Be honest. Mackin patted the other party's face with his long sword, indicating that the other party should speak politely. Ronan raised his mouth. He didn't expect that Wiggins' reputation outside was so bad that any assassin dared to call him a waste. Yes, I am Ronan, he said. You and I have no hatred, and I also like to communicate with magicians. Now, Mr. Magician, you just need to answer my questions, and I can consider letting you go. Humph. How much can you trust the noble's words? The magician said disdainfully. He changed the subject again. But I really want to hear what you want to ask. I saw that you didn't seem to have any special movements when you cast magic just now. When a magician uses magic, doesn't he need to chant and recite magic spells? Chant? Magic spells? The magician laughed as if he heard something ridiculous. It is said that the eldest grandson of the Wushan family is as stupid as his father. I didn't believe it at first. But now I do. With so many resources from the Marquis. You don't even know what a magician and spell are? Didn't your teacher teach you the difference between a knight and a magician? Ronan was a little embarrassed. He really didn't have these memories in his mind. I don't know if no one taught him. Or if his predecessor didn't learn it. Then please tell me, Ronan said. Ha ha. The magician suddenly laughed wildly. I just like to see you nobles begging in a low voice. But unfortunately, I disdain to communicate with nobles. And even more disdain to communicate with stupid people. After saying this, he kept silent. Ronan's face darkened. And he kicked the other party, kicking his nose crooked directly. And blood flowed out and covered his face. Do you want to say it? The other party still didn't answer. Ronan was too lazy to do it. And gave Mackin a look. The latter understood, squatted down and held the other party's palm fiercely, accompanied by a creaking sound. The palm bones were crushed. And the magician let out a heart-wrenching scream. This scene made the surrounding guards tremble. They didn't expect that the Baron was such a cruel person. He would beat anyone and cripple anyone. In fact, Ronan didn't want to do that either. He also wanted to be a good man. But the other party didn't allow it. After Mackin's tossing, perhaps unable to bear the heart-wrenching pain, the magician finally spoke. The magician's name was Pedro. He joined the Skull and Bone Society in order to earn a lot of gold coins. He is currently an investigator of the Skull and Bone Society. The so-called investigator can be understood as an informal employee. Only after accepting and completing a sufficient number of tasks can he become a formal employee. Just like this time. The assassination of the heir and the young lady of the Green family was a task received from above. However, when Ronan asked about the employer information of this task, Pedro said that the investigators could not access this information. Ronan suspected that what the other party said was true and false. After all, a killer knows what he knows. Of course, none of this is important. He is more concerned about the issues of fighting skills and magic. With Pedro's introduction, he had a certain understanding. Simply put, fighting skills use the knight's own energy. That is, fighting spirit. While magic is based on one's own mental power and mana, mobilizing the power of elements between heaven and earth. Compared with these two professions, becoming a knight is relatively simple. But in terms of the power of fighting skills and magic, the latter is more powerful, has a wider range, and has a stronger effect. As for combat effectiveness, it is not easy to compare at the same level, and both may be killed by the opponent, mainly depending on experience. After Pedro's introduction, Ronan had a preliminary understanding of the magician's spell casting. To cast a spell, the magician's mental power and mana are used as a guide to depict the spell pattern corresponding to each spell. When the spell pattern is completed, the elements of heaven and earth will accept the magician's command. And then the magician can use mental power to control these elements of heaven and earth to form spells, and finally cast them. The chanting that Luo Ning thought of is not magic spells. When the magician has enough magic power, he only needs to be familiar with, and can use mental power and mana to carve out the spell pattern according to the correct nodes and lines. And he can basically cast the spell. Luo Ning also understood that the pattern on the parchment represents the spell pattern of each spell. What about this? Ronan took out the semi-finished parchment. What is this semi-finished product? This is a spell scroll. Pedro's voice was weak. A magician with stable mental power can reproduce the spell pattern on the fur of the monster. When needed, he only needs to use mana or fighting spirit to pull. And then he can use the scroll and cast the spell quickly. Magic scrolls are very rare. A second-level Wind Blade scroll can probably be sold for more than a dozen gold coins. The scroll in the space ring that signed a contract with the monster is also a kind of spell scroll. And its value is even more expensive. Suddenly, Ronan had an idea. When his strength is sufficient, can he refer to the contract scroll in his hand to make more contract scrolls? So, he became more and more interested in how to make spell scrolls. Can you make spell scrolls? He thought about whether he could capture Pedro and bring him back to the territory. The other party would be responsible for making scrolls. And he would be responsible for selling them. Who would have thought that? Pedro shook his head. My mental power output is not very stable. And I often make mistakes when carving spell patterns. I can't do it. Oh! Ronan looked at the semi-finished product in his hand, and estimated that this was the waste left by the other party when the production failed. He turned the leather in his hand, and found that it should not be sheepskin. What are the materials for making spell scrolls? You have too many questions, ah. As soon as he finished speaking, McKin hit his broken palm, making the magician scream. McKin, be gentle, Ronan reminded. Okay, sir. I will pay attention. After a long pause, Pedro said weakly, the level of the scroll should be the level of the monster skin, and the magic pattern can be engraved with the blood of the monster mixed with magic core powder or magic crystal stone powder. But the requirements for making spell scrolls are very high for magicians, requiring the magician's mental power and mana output to be very stable and balanced. And at the same time, there must be absolute concentration. After saying this, Pedro panted. The physique of a magician is not strong to begin with. After being tortured by McKin, Pedro had already suffered enough of this heart-piercing pain. Give me a quick death. He knew that the noble in front of him would most likely not let him go. Okay. Ronan stood up and drew his sword. He had never thought of letting the other party go. After all, the other party was an assassin who dared to kill people for money. He could not guarantee that the other party would not kill him in return after letting him go. In addition, letting the other party go would not be easy to explain to the Green family. But then again, there was a moment when Ronan did think about whether such a talent could be used by himself. But after thinking about it, he gave up. Ronan did not think that he had such a domineering aura that would make others loyal as long as he released it a little. A killer like Pedro is difficult to control. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Pedro. Maybe one day I will become a great magician. At that time, I will still thank you for your enlightenment to me. Swish. The long sword swept across and ended the magician's life. Chapter 22 Counting the Spoils. Beside the campfire, Ronan counted the magician Pedro's belongings. In addition to the 4 pieces of parchment, the black bag contained 3 gold, 57 silver, and 256 copper coins, together with the 2 gold, 18 silver, and 153 copper coins stolen from the other 2 killed knights. Ronan's financial gains were not small. Oh, by the way, the armors of the 2 knights were also taken off by Ronan for his own use. The 2 sets of full body armor were not of the highest quality, but not bad. It was estimated that there would be at least 30 gold, and 2 sets would be 60 gold coins. Unfortunately, Ronan's body shape was not suitable, so he could only give 1 set to McKin and keep the remaining set for backup. When he put away this set of armor, Cain, the knight of the Green family, was so jealous that he almost drooled. Unfortunately, Ronan saved their lives and was a member of the Wushan family, so Cain could only stare blankly. In fact, Ronan was thinking about whether to take the intermediate knight's equipment of the Green family warrior, but he didn't do it after thinking about it. He was a kind-hearted person and couldn't do such an excessive thing. In addition to these obvious spoils of war, Pedro also had a fine quill pen. Actually, I don't know if it was a quill, 3 small crystal bottles, and a thumb-sized purple crystal. Ronan opened the bottle cap and smelled a fishy smell. He looked carefully, and there seemed to be some crystal in the liquid inside. These 3 bottles should contain the magic beast heart blood that Pedro used to make spell scrolls. Right? Pedro had said before that in order to make spell scrolls, you need to use magic beast heart blood mixed with magic core powder or magic crystal stone powder. This small bottle of material is probably worth a lot of money. Finally, Ronan looked at the purple crystal stone, and his mood fluctuated violently for a while. This can't be a magic crystal stone? A magic crystal stone is worth hundreds of gold coins. If this thing is a magic crystal stone, Ronan will make a fortune. Unfortunately, he did not find the picture of the magic crystal stone from his previous memory, so he could not make a judgment. As for asking the Green family's siblings, Ronan would never do such a stupid thing. What if the other party asked him to share some with him? Keep it first. I will figure it out one day. Ronan put all the spoils into the space ring. This time he rescued people and reaped a lot. It turns out that the extraordinary people are rich. 1 robbery. Oh no! 1 rescue can bring such a rich harvest, which is really pleasing to the body and mind. So, sometimes people still need a sense of justice. Just like Ronan. He laughed happily for a while, then collected his thoughts and started to do business. Taking the parchment of the Qingfeng spell and reading it carefully, it clearly depicted the spell pattern of the spell, and also marked the order of each node when drawing the pattern with mental power. I understand. Ronan memorized the spell pattern of the Qingfeng spell in his mind, and then put the parchment into the space ring. You can think of the spell pattern as the Big Dipper connected by lines. What I have to do is start from the first star of the Big Dipper. Use mental power to pull the magic power to point out the stars. And then connect them. If the starting position is wrong, it cannot form a spoon shape. And such a spell pattern will collapse. The spiritual mana line connecting the nodes is bent, which does not match the straight line in the spell pattern of the Qigong spell. So it won't work, only when it is drawn in one breath. And the node order, lines, etc. are completely correct. Can the spell be released? After figuring this out, Ronan spread his hands, and tried for the first time to use his spiritual power to draw the spell pattern of the Qigong spell on his palm. He thought he was quite talented, but after several attempts, he did not successfully use the mana to condense the spell nodes of the spell pattern. So he continued to collapse. But he was not in a hurry. Learning magic was not like learning swordsmanship with McKin. This was a field he had never touched before. And failure was understandable and acceptable. The reason for this failure was that the first node was drawn too hastily, and not enough mana was used to maintain it. This failure was due to insufficient concentration of thinking, which led to a break in the spell pattern from the second node to the third node. This failure, Ronan failed again and again, tried again and again, and finally after more than a dozen failures, the complete Qigong spell pattern appeared on his palm. Then, the spell pattern flashed, and then a breeze emerged from Ronan's palm and blew forward. At this moment, Ronan realized that the consumption of mana was several times that of carving the spell pattern. But it finally succeeded. Ronan smiled happily. Ah! A low cry interrupted Ronan's attention. He raised his head and looked forward, but saw Miss Marina of the Green family holding down her skirt with both hands to avoid the embarrassment of being blown up by the wind. Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Ronan. Marina's face was even redder under the bonfire. The wind is a bit strong. Ronan touched his nose. It seemed that the other party did not notice that he had used magic. Indeed, the wind spell was not as conspicuous as the wind blade spell. Good evening, Miss Marina. Why did you come out? Ronan had a small gathering with the Green siblings during dinner just now. They had a brief contact. I can't sleep. Marina walked over with her skirt lifted and sat down next to Ronan. The breeze blew, and Ronan smelled a faint scent of perfume. He sniffed twice and couldn't smell what the perfume was made of. It's normal to be unable to sleep after the thrill of the afternoon. Ronan comforted, but everything is over. Tomorrow I will let my team escort you to Lake Town. Thank you so much, Mr. Ronan. I don't know if it was because of excitement or something. Marina grabbed Ronan's arm, and half of her body pressed against him. And Ronan touched a soft ball. You know, from this afternoon till now, my mind is full of you riding a horse and killing assassins. I think I will never forget it in my life. Ronan, are all girls from other worlds so direct? He dared to believe that even if he pulled Marina into his arms and kissed her, or even took her to his tent to spend the night, she would not resist. And she might even be more proactive. But, okay. Ronan admitted that he was still a little bit of a looker, and he was not interested in Marina. Besides, after midnight, he still needed to welcome his light magician, which was much more important than having sex with a woman. The most important thing is that he, Ronan, is going to be a great lord. So why is he doing it before he even starts? Ahem. Ronan pulled his arm out calmly, and then stood up. Miss Marina, it's windy outside. Go back and rest quickly. I still have to practice sword, so I won't accompany you for now. As he said, he walked to the side and began to swing his long sword. Marina, who was rejected, was not angry, but smiled at the man practicing sword. She had heard about Ronan, and they were all bad rumors. Even the young lady of the Hyde family committed suicide because she went to bed with Ronan by mistake. But when they saw each other today, not only she, but also her brother Malik and Kane felt that Ronan was completely different from the rumors. This is clearly a courageous, powerful and handsome man. The face under the silver hair became more attractive under the light of the fire. It would be great if I could hold Ronan to sleep. Marina thought so in her heart. Knight Kane was watching the training of Mackin and others not far away. He did not feel the significance and value behind this training, but subconsciously thought that this was a new dance invented by the funny grandson of the Marquis. A dance performance composed entirely of men was really rare. Could this be the legendary Baron Ronan's unique hobby? But you have to say, when this group of guards shouted slogans together. It was quite imposing and attractive. Chapter 23 Aaron Fail. Sister, why do you look a little angry? Marina was asked by her brother when she just returned to the carriage. She couldn't help but pout and said angrily, Ronan is not a gentleman at all. He didn't even let me go into his tent to rest. Young Malik looked around. Although the space in the carriage was not as spacious as the tent, it was enough for them to lie down and rest. But soon, as the heir of the Green family, Malik understood what his sister meant, and he couldn't help laughing. Sister, Ronan was deprived of his inheritance 2 days ago because of Selena's death. How dare you enter his tent? Have you read too many night novels about heroes saving beauties? Do you want to sleep with him? Humph! Marina snorted unhappily. Isn't it possible? Malik couldn't help but remind her. Sister, don't forget that you are married to Jamie from Viscount Dennis's family. It's okay to have a relationship with classmates in the academy. But don't sleep with Ronan. Otherwise there may be trouble later. I know. As for your words. More. Marina rolled her eyes. Jamie. That fat guy. I want to vomit when I see his dead fish eyes. Malik also rolled his eyes. Who is the fat guy talking about? He raised the window and looked at the night outside. I am very grateful to Baron Ronan for saving me this time. But I heard from my classmates that he was deprived of his inheritance, changed his surname, and was exiled to a remote mountain town. I am afraid that his future life will be difficult. At the same time, Ronan was lying on the carpet in the tent, grinning and enjoying Chahar's massage. In the past few hours, he has been practicing swordplay, and now his muscles are very sore. It's not that he suddenly became so active. He just wanted to use swordplay to avoid Marina's approach. But who would have thought that this girl would just stare at him for more than 3 hours without leaving? Finally, Ronan couldn't practice anymore, and wanted to sneak into the tent when the other party wasn't paying attention. But he didn't expect that the other party would still follow him, saying that she wanted to come in and sit with him. Seeing Marina's attitude of not going to leave as long as she came in to sit, how could Ronan dare to let her in? He had no sexual interest in her, not to mention that he had something to do at night. In the end, Ronan could only refuse directly, which made the other parties say that he was not gentlemanly enough. Okay, Chahar, you go down and rest too. Ronan felt that the soreness in his body was relieved a lot, so he asked Chahar to stop. Your technique is good. I feel much better. Chahar stood up respectfully. Then good night. Sir, I will rest outside, and you can call me if you have anything. After the male servant left, Ronan sat up and moved his arms twice. The girl from another world is too direct. He shook his head and called up the system interface. Today he didn't have to wait until 12 a.m. because it had already passed. Today is the 7th day. Signing in doesn't automatically add attribute points, but you can receive a heartwarming gift box. Luo Ning really wanted to know what this heartwarming gift box was, so he clicked it directly. Attribute points plus 20. Energy essence plus 20. Sure enough, it's heartwarming, but not much. It's similar to the rewards he put out when he wrote the plan. He glanced at the attribute panel at the moment. Level 1 Primary Knight, 100/100. 1 Primary Magician, 25/150, plus attribute points, 50 energy essence, 220. This series of gains is really too much, so the number of energy essences has accumulated to 220. Luo Ning added 50 attribute points to the progress of the Primary Magician, and he immediately felt that the mana space was expanding again, after the consumption of learning the Qifeng technique before, plus the new round of expansion. Luo Ning estimated that it would take a lot of time to refine the mana again. The progress has increased to 75/150. I only need another 75 attribute points to break through to the intermediate level of both professions. It takes 2 to 3 years for ordinary people to go from the primary to the intermediate level, even if they are a little faster. With Luo Ning's breakthrough speed, even the top geniuses can only feel ashamed. After processing the attribute points, Luo Ning finally turned his attention to the 7-day login interface. Today is the 7th day, and he can finally get the light attribute magician with the qualifications of a 7th level great magician. As he thought about it and collected the reward for the 7th day, the 7-day login interface also turned into a light spot and dissipated in his field of vision. From now on, there are only 4 interfaces left in front of him: monthly sign-in, attribute panel, achievement master, and first charge gift. Luo Ning estimated that after he completed the first charge, He would only have the first 3 interfaces left. At the moment when he noticed the dissipation interface, a magic circle appeared on the ground in front of him. Just like the one when he summoned Mackin that day. The white light was brilliant and dazzling. If it weren't for the black tent blocking the light, it would definitely attract people outside to watch. This summoning magic circle is so complicated. Even more complicated than the pattern of the contract scroll. Luo Ning exclaimed. With his knowledge of the spell patterns of the Qi Feng technique, he couldn't understand it at all. The spell patterns of the Qi Feng technique only have 5 nodes. And the nodes are connected by straight lines. But the magic circle in front of him is not like this. There are many nodes on it. If Ronin wants to depict it, he doesn't know which node to start from, and which node to end. In addition, the route between the nodes of the summoning magic circle is not a straight line. It has curves of different arcs and broken lines of different angles, which is very complicated. Ronin, who observed carefully, only felt dizzy, and an extreme pain rushed to his forehead. How to describe this feeling? Just like an ordinary junior high school student who wants to deeply understand and derive the Fourier transform formula, with a full head of lumps. Fortunately, a figure appeared at the right time to attract Ronin's attention. A thin man in a sky blue robe appeared on the magic circle. He has gray and white shoulder-length hair. If he didn't look at his face, Ronin would have thought he was an old man. In fact, he is very young. Unlike Mackin, who is burly and strong, the magician in front of him looks a bit delicate. He put his left hand on his chest and saluted Ronin. Elrin Fail. I meet you, my master. May the light be with you. The tone was gentle, and the sound made people feel relaxed. Nice to meet you, Elrin Mage. Ronin also greeted the magician's subordinate happily, and asked about his condition briefly. In short, Elrin and Mackin are the same in terms of past experience and language. The difference is that Elrin has a certain understanding of the principles of magic, and the making of spell scrolls. Of course, this understanding is not very deep, and it is about the same level as Pedro. Through Elrin, Ronin also confirmed one thing. That is, the purple crystal obtained from Pedro is indeed a magic crystal. In this way, he only needs to collect 5 more magic crystals for his first recharge gift. Then, Ronin asked the other party how many magics he currently mastered. My lord, I currently master 2 spells, namely Flash and Excitement. Ronin was full of expectations. Quick, show me. Elrin did not refuse. He just stretched out a finger first, and Ronin felt energy gathering at his fingertips. He guessed that Elrin should be carving spell patterns. My lord, this is Flash. As Elrin's voice fell, a little light lit up at his fingertips. The light was not big, just like the desk lamp used in school days, but it could illuminate the environment in the tent. Much brighter than a candle. Ronin raised his eyebrows. This spell doesn't seem to have much effect except illuminating the environment. Elrin nodded. That's true, but if I have enough mana in the later stage, I can increase its brightness and use it to interfere with the enemy. Ronin nodded slightly. The interference the other party mentioned should be similar to flash bombs. Elrin stopped demonstrating the flash spell and cast the second spell. This time, he pointed his palm at Ronin, and a faint light fell on Ronin's body. At this moment, Ronin felt his whole body relaxed, and the previous soreness was completely gone. His eyes lit up and praised, "This spell works well." Elrin continued, "When I have enough mana, I can use this spell on multiple people. It is said that a powerful magician can use this spell to inspire an army." Not bad. Ronin was very satisfied with this auxiliary spell, but he was a little surprised. Don't magicians with light attributes have healing skills? In his impression, light attributes are always linked to the Church of Light and the like, and to saving the dying and the wounded. Hearing this, Elrin shook his head. "Sorry, sir, I haven't mastered this spell yet. Maybe I can get in touch with it later, when my strength improves." Ronin immediately thought of when Mackin was promoted to an intermediate knight. He automatically mastered 2 fighting skills. Maybe when the magician is promoted. Wait a minute. He focused his attention on the magician in front of him. And soon, the attribute panel belonging to Elrin appeared. Elrin Fail, Primary Magician Light, 0/150, plus Ronin accumulated 220 energy essences. Enough to upgrade Elrin to an intermediate magician. Chapter 24 Lake Town. Ronin has accumulated 220 energy essences. The reason why he didn't use them to improve Mackin's strength was to wait for the light attribute magician to come out and upgrade him directly. It takes 150 energy essences to upgrade a magician from primary to intermediate, which is 50 more than the upgrade of the knight at the corresponding stage. As these energy essences were invested, Elrond's attribute panel changed. Elrond FAO, Intermediate Magician Light, 0/300, plus in a breath. Elrond has walked a path that other magicians may not walk for several years. My lord. I am? He was shocked and speechless. Ronan waved his hand. This is my special ability. Remember to keep it secret for me. Don't reveal any information to anyone except Mackin. Elrond slowly recovered from the shock. May the light be with you. Lord. I will remember your gift and teachings. This guy. After only a few words. He has already said may the light be with you twice. Which is a bit like a charlatan. Okay. Elrond. Do you have any other magic? Yes. Elrond was very sure. After I became an intermediate magician, I had healing skills in my mind. Hearing this, Ronan smiled happily. Having healing skills? This is in line with the characteristics of a light attribute magician in his mind. How effective is the healing skill? He asked. General sword damage can be cured, and more serious ones may need to be released several times. Elrond said, however, if the injury is too severe and touches the bones and internal organs, the effect of the healing skill will be greatly weakened. Ronan nodded slowly. Although it could not cure all diseases, it was already very good to be able to treat ordinary knife wounds. In order to see the effect of the healing technique with his own eyes, Ronan picked up the sword and gently cut a wound on his little finger. Fresh red blood immediately flowed out. Not to mention, it was very painful. My lord, what are you doing? Elrond asked in surprise. Come! Use the healing technique to treat it? Elrond realized that Ronan was testing the effect of the healing technique. My lord, you could have cut my finger just now. He regretted that he did not understand the master's meaning in advance, and hurriedly placed his palm on the bleeding finger. Soon, a ray of light fell on the wound. Ronan only felt the wound warm and itchy, and then saw it healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. From bleeding to scabbing, and then to being as good as new. It took only 5 seconds. Not bad. After seeing it with his own eyes, Ronan was more satisfied with the effect of the healing technique. He believed that with Elrond here, if the territory guards were injured in battle, they would not be disabled or even die due to backward medical conditions. In Ronan's eyes, Elrond was like a marching doctor. The only regret was that Elrond did not master any attack-type magic. Invigoration, flash, and healing were all auxiliary in nature. On the battlefield, Ronan was a little worried about his safety. After another exchange, Ronan had a more comprehensive understanding of Elrond. He came outside the tent and asked Chahar to get him some hot water to get rid of the male servant, and then brought Elrond to Mackin. Mackin, this is your new friend. Elrond FAO. You take him to familiarize himself with the current situation, and then arrange camping tonight. Remember, don't tell the outside world that Elrond is a magician for the time being. Just say he is my friend. Okay, sir. While responding to the order, Mackin also looked up and down, and then saluted with a knight. Mackin Salatin. Nice to meet you. May the light be with you. Warrior. Ronan laughed and turned back to the tent to rest. There was no harassment from wild beasts tonight, and it was very peaceful. The next morning, after breakfast, Ronan did not let the guards train, but set off at full speed to escort the Green family siblings to Lake Town. Lake Town is on the way to Shanlin Town, close to the horse ranching city, so Ronan did not take a detour. In this way, after another day and a half, Ronan and his group finally entered Green territory. They set out on the 4th, and now it is noon on the 9th. It took 5 days to get here, which is not fast. Brother Ronan, if we continue along this road for another 10 miles, we will reach Lake Castle in the past day or so. Although Marina did not bring up the idea of entering the tent again, she still sat with Ronan whenever she had time. Fortunately, this guy's foot was not completely healed. Otherwise, Ronan might not even have any personal space. The scenery of Lake Town is pretty good, he praised casually. Since entering Green territory, there are more streams and ponds on both sides of the road, and Ronan even saw people fishing in the water. Green water and green mountains. It feels like returning to my hometown on Earth. However, as the convoy passed through Lake Town, the sanitation problem was still quite prominent. However, this time Ronan was not surprised, and would not ask the other party why they did not manage sanitation. Lake Castle is not located on the lake, but like Wushan Castle, it is on a hill a few miles away from the city. The castle walls, wooden spikes outside the walls, gullies and other defensive fortifications are not as grand and solid as Wushan Castle, but they are all complete. Before the team entered the castle, a team of cavalry came galloping and blocked the front. "Stop!" the tall knight shouted, with a strong warning. However, when he saw the Wushan family emblem on the carriage, his tone became more tactful. "I wonder which lord of the Wushan family is coming to Lake Town. When a noble visits, servants usually distribute visiting cards first. It is rare that there is no visiting card, and a convoy of soldiers and horses appears outside other noble castles." "Uncle, it's us." Marina showed her head from the carriage. "Miss Marina? Master Malik is here too." The knight was stunned for a moment, then immediately drove his horse over. "Why are you here?" Kane, who lost his horse, stumbled from the back to the front, and cried bitterly, "Lord Andrea, our knight team was assassinated, and Captain Noel died in battle. If it weren't for Lord Ronan's rescue, the young master and the young lady would probably have a hard time surviving." Knight Andrea's face changed wildly. How could such a thing happen suddenly, considering the safety of the trip? He had arranged for the knight team to pick up Malik and the other two, but he didn't expect that they were almost wiped out. "How are the young master and the young lady? Are they injured?" Andrea asked hurriedly. Malik walked out of the carriage, with gauze still tied on his arm, but his injury was much better than before. "We were slightly injured, but it's not serious. We should be fine in 2 days." Malik raised his hand to Ronan and introduced him. "This is the blood of the Wushan family, Baron Ronan of Shanlin Town. Thanks to him, we are lucky to survive this time." Andrea finally got rid of his worries and looked at Ronan seriously. In fact, what happened to the Wushan family and the Hyde family had spread to the territories of the vassals in the past few days. Some people secretly mocked Wiggins and Ronan. Andrea also mocked when he heard the news, but that was a private matter. On the surface, he would still show respect to Ronan when he saw him, and would not easily make things difficult for him. What's more, Ronan has now saved the blood of the Green family, his nephew and niece. Knight Andrea gave a formal knight salute to Ronan. "Andrea greets you. I'm sorry for my misbehavior just now. I really didn't expect that the young master and the young lady would be assassinated." He bowed deeply again. "Thank you for your rescue. Greetings to you, Sir Andrea." Ronan smiled back. "The Green family is a vassal of the Wushan family, and I have the blood of the Wushan family flowing in my body. It is my duty to rescue Malik and them." He paused and asked again, "I heard from Kane that Baron German was injured in this battle. I wonder how he is now." Andrea replied, "Thank you for your concern. Lord German's injury is almost healed." Malik and Marina were a little anxious. They only heard that the chest was injured and they had to rest in bed, but they didn't know how serious it was. When they heard their uncle say that the injury was almost healed, they were relieved. Marina said, "Lord Ronan and his uncle. Let's go back to the castle first." "Okay, miss." Andrea signaled his men to return to the castle to report first, then turned his horse sideways to make way for Ronan's team to advance. Ronan searched for information about Baron German Green in his mind. This man seemed to have bronze-level strength, which was not low among the barons. "I saved his son and daughter. What does he want to say?" Chapter 25 Unexpected Hospitality. Led by Andrea and others, Ronan walked into the Lake Castle. The noble castles in this world are generally divided into 3 structures: inner, outer, and fortress. The outer castle focuses on defense. It contains solid walls, gates, fortifications, traps, etc. Many houses where servants of noble families live are also built between the outer and inner castles. Passing through the inner city gate, you will enter the inner castle, where the nobles usually live. The environment is naturally more than 1 level higher than that of the outer castle. The houses where the nobles usually live do not have much defense power, and some nobles even like to live in houses built of pure wood. So once an enemy attack occurs, the castle is attacked, etc., the nobles will hide in the fortress. In addition, some important occasions will also be held in the fortress. When Ronan first crossed over, the place where the Wushan family and the Hyde family talked about things was the Wushan fortress. It is said that the Wushan fortress was built with not only high-quality stones, but also a defensive magic circle. Once activated, even a few golden knights would find it difficult to break through in a short period of time. The scale of Lake Castle is naturally not comparable to that of Wushan Castle, but it should be ranked among all the barren castles, because the aquatic business in Lake Town is good, which has brought considerable assets to the Green family. Lord Ronan, please wait a moment. Baron Gehrman may need some time to come because we are not prepared. Andrea ordered the servants to bring fruits and juice, and then left the fortress. Ronan sat on the chair and looked at the surrounding environment. The furnishings in the hall of the fortress are full of aristocratic atmosphere. A tall stone fireplace stands on the left side of the hall. When winter comes, the fire will be lit, which will surely warm the whole hall. Ronan glanced at the chairs under his command. Although they were made of wood, they were carved with flowers, and even the front end of the armrests was plated with gold. This shouldn't be gold, right? He scratched it, but it didn't come off. He tried harder, but he was embarrassed. Ronan put away his little movements and looked at the high seat in the hall. The chairs seemed to be made of pure iron, with complex patterns and patterns. But he only knew that there was a fish in the middle of the pattern. In addition, a complete bear skin was spread behind the seat. Looking at the huge and terrifying bear skin head, it must have been a powerful monster in its lifetime. At this time, Ronan remembered some past events of the Baron's family in Lake Town. About 18 years ago in the winter, the last Baron of Lake Town, Luden Green, took his wife, son, daughter-in-law, grandson and granddaughter out hunting. This is an entertainment activity that many nobles would do, and some even enjoy it. But no one expected that on that day. A huge level 5 monster, the Jungle Bear, appeared in the forest farm, which should not have been too dangerous, although there was a knight squad guarding them, and Baron Luden himself was also a high-level knight. In that battle, the Jungle Bear almost wiped out the entire Lake Town Baron family. In the end, only Gehrman, who was still a son at the time, survived, and he is now the Lord of Lake Town. Although this incident was a big blow to the Green family, fortunately, Gehrman's prestige in the family was not low, and he was very talented in practice, and the situation of the Green family gradually improved. But his fate was full of misfortunes. 10 years ago, at the night tournament, Gehrman faced Baron Layson of the Shan territory. In that battle, Baron Layson cut off Gehrman's left arm. The relationship between the two families, which was not very good to begin with, became worse and worse. Gehrman, who had his arm cut off, was depressed for a while, but unexpectedly promoted to a bronze knight. So he got the title of one-armed lone wolf. This should be the 5th level monster, the Jungle Bear, right? Ronan stood up and walked forward to observe. But at this moment, a female voice came from the door. Nice to meet you. The Baron of Shanlin Town. Ronan turned around and saw a lady in a formal dress slowly walking into the hall. She bowed slightly to Ronan. Flavia Lawley salutes you. Thank you for your help. The bloodline of the Green family is lucky to survive. Flavia Lawley is the second wife of Baron Gehrman. Behind her, Malik, who had changed into a formal dress, also bowed. Ronan felt a little strange. Shouldn't Baron Hermann appear in the hall? Why was it this mother and son? Although he was puzzled, Ronan still had the proper courtesy. Hello, Lady Flavia. Flavia motioned Ronan to take a seat, and then she and Malik sat on the chairs opposite. I'm sorry, Lord Ronan. My father's chest injury has not healed yet, and he can't move freely. So he can't come to the Lake Castle to thank you in person for helping me and my sister. Ronan pretended to be surprised, then smiled slightly. The Baron's injury is serious. Before, outside the castle, Andrea told Malik and Marina that Baron Gehrman's injury had almost healed. Seeing his relaxed attitude at that time, it was estimated that normal movement was completely fine. But now Malik said that Gehrman's injury had not healed, and he could not move freely, which was interesting. Ronan first ruled out any drama of the Green family fighting for the position of Baron. After all, Gehrman was a bronze knight, and the combat power of the Green family. His death was a loss for the Green family. Moreover, Gehrman had only one son. That was Malik. The other party was still young, and could not do anything to seize the position of Baron. That could only mean that Baron Gehrman did not want to come out to see him. Ronan couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth, revealing an imperceptible bitter smile. The other party did this. It seemed that he didn't want to have anything to do with him. Why is this so? Ronan thought about it. The other party was so deliberately avoiding suspicion. It was obviously afraid that the outside world would mistakenly think that the Green family wanted to make friends with him. Being on good terms with a person whose inheritance rights have been taken away? Will people mistakenly think that the Green family has the ambition to support the new master? After all, after the old Marquis dies, it is still unclear what the situation of Wushan territory will become. So Ronan guessed that the reason why German did not show up was probably to show it to the Hyde family. Sir Ronan, thank you for this matter. Mrs. Flavia's grateful voice interrupted Ronan's thoughts. German told me that Shanlin town is remote. The land is barren, and the resources are scarce. He specifically asked me to prepare a batch of materials and money for you, which can not only help you build Shanlin town, but also express a little gratitude to Lake Castle for you. Ronan came out of his thoughts and laughed when he heard this. Express my gratitude to Baron German for me. I believe that with his support, the construction of Shanlin town will be faster than expected. It doesn't matter whether they meet or not. It's just a loss of face, and people will laugh at it. This is not the point. The point is to get something. He sent Malik and his brother home on purpose. Isn't this the reason? Flavia and Malik looked at each other, and were surprised that Ronan didn't show any displeasure. After all, it is said that Ronan, like his father, has a bad temper and often swears. But it doesn't seem to be the case at this time. Flavia sat up straighter. Considering the poverty of Shanlin town, we will provide you with a total of 3,000 kilograms of food. In addition, I heard from Malik that your team does not have enough horses. So we will give you 3 extra carriages, 5 ordinary horses, and 2 ordinary war horses. In addition, to express our gratitude and in case you need it, we have also prepared 200 gold coins. The more Ronan listened, the more comfortable he felt. Although Herman did not show up, their gratitude was still very sufficient. 3,000 kilograms of food is not a big deal. 10 horses should add up to 200 gold coins. With the addition of 200 gold coins, the harvest from a trip to Lake Town exceeds 400 gold coins. It's a good profit. He couldn't help but stand up and bow to Lady Flavia. Thank you for your generosity, madam. Please also convey my most sincere gratitude to Baron Hermann. He added, if possible. Please exchange some of the gold coins for copper coins. After all, you know that in a poor place like Shanlin town, gold and silver coins may not be easy to spend. Lady Flavia and Malik also stood up. You are very thoughtful. Chapter 26 An Unexpected Surprise. In the courtyard of the inner castle of the Lake Castle, the German family was sitting on a bench and spending a warm afternoon tea time. Father, is it not good for us to treat Ronan like this? Malik couldn't help but express his feelings. He was very surprised when he heard German's arrangement. Yes, father, Marina agreed while eating her favorite fruit pudding. She had been eating bread and dry meat on the road for the past 2 days, which made her almost depressed. It was more comfortable to return home. Although the food in Ronan's team is bad, he saved Malik and me after all. I am going to ask the chefs to make something delicious and treat him well. The tall and strong one-armed lone wolf put down the fruit plate. You are still young and don't understand many things. Although Ronan was deprived of his inheritance and arranged to live in a poor and remote mountain town, Barrington of the Hyde family is very narrow-minded. Marina didn't understand, but Malik, who was younger, understood a little. Father, are you saying that the Hyde family will avenge Selina? Will they deal with Ronan? German shook his head. Not yet. Lord Rollans is still alive. But Lord Rollans is in poor health. If he is gone one day, it will be hard to say. Although Ronan saved you, I am very grateful to him. But it is not a good thing to be caught by the petty Barrington and remembered. So, it is better for us to keep a distance from Ronan. At the same time, Ronan's convoy had left the lake town and rested on the side of the road. Master, the Green family is so rude. The male servant Chahar was still complaining to Ronan about the Green family's hospitality. We saved their heir, but they didn't even arrange a lunch and let us take our things and leave. They clearly didn't take you and Wushan Castle seriously. Yes, after Flavia prepared the supplies, she wanted to leave without seeing him off. No matter how thick-skinned Ronan was, he would not force him to stay for a meal. For him, it was enough to get the things. Chahar looked at the newly added carriages behind the team, pouting and complaining. Just give so little supplies. Who cares? Ronan laughed. What do you know? He really cares about these supplies. Now he counted. He had a total of 488 gold coins on hand. Just a little short of 500. For Ronan, if he wanted to complete the first charge gift and obtain a subordinate with the qualification of Jiaoyong, He could sell a horse to collect 500 gold coins, plus the magic crystal stone he got from Pedro. It was enough. But he didn't do that. All the money was used to buy magic crystal stones. If he didn't have it when he arrived in Shanlin town, it would be difficult to deal with it. Moreover, he now has 2 subordinates, McKen and Elrin, and he is about to become an intermediate professional. It should be no problem for him to settle down in Shanlin town. Master, you have a good temper. If it were the character of the Earl, they would never dare to do this. Chahar was still angry for Ronan. Thanks to us for taking good care of Marina and her brother in the past 2 days. Let alone Chahar. To be honest, Ronan was ready to have a good rest in Lake Town for a night. He really didn't expect Baron German to be so cautious. Or it would be more appropriate to say that he was timid. McKen, Ronan called out. McKen immediately came over. Sir, what do you want? After leaving Lake Town, the guards will continue to train as usual. Ronan ordered. In addition, I will improve your strength again. Don't let me down. McKen was stunned. And then he felt the fighting spirit in his body filling up. And he understood what Ronan meant. McKen will definitely not let you down. Ronan waved his hand. Go. Digest this upgrade well. To break through from intermediate to advanced, knights need 200 energy essences, and magicians need 300 energy essences. Ronan considered that the current situation required a combat power ranking, and Elrin was a light attribute magician. So he prepared to upgrade McKen's level first, so that he could reach advanced level as soon as possible. At this time, Mikon's level progress has reached 70 out of 200. Ronan calculated that if there is no other income from energy essence, and only relies on monthly sign-in, Mikon can become a senior knight by next month. In a small town, senior knights are already the ceiling of combat power. Take Lake Town as an example. Except for Baron German, who is a bronze knight. The Green family does not seem to have a second bronze knight. Their knight leader Andrea Lawley is only a senior peak knight. While Ronan was thinking, a commotion suddenly broke out on the guard side. What's going on? Ronan looked over. But a guard ran over excitedly and knelt on one knee in front of Ronan. Sir! Sir! I broke through. I awakened the Dochi seed. Oh! Ronan was delighted. He glanced at the magician. Elrin, please help me check it. Glad to help. Elrin walked forward with a smile and poked his finger at the guard's heart. As his mental power penetrated slightly, he sensed the other party's Dochi seed, which was in a very weak state. The guards were not familiar with this person, who suddenly appeared in the team. They only knew that Elrin was a friend of Lord Baron. So everyone was respectful. At this moment, the guard who knelt on one knee finally understood that Lord Baron's friend was indeed not a simple person. He looked at Elrin expectantly, and the latter nodded, turned around and congratulated Ronan. Sir, he has indeed awakened the fighting spirit seed. Congratulations. Sir, you have another knight subordinate. Chahar was excited, and he felt more and more that following Master Ronan was a wise choice. After hearing this confirmation, the other guards all looked envious. Supernormal. There is a supernormal among them. People say that to become a noble, the first step is to become a freeman. The second step is to become an official, a servant, or awaken the supernormal. The third step is to become a canonized knight. And the fourth step is to be a knight. The guard in front of him walked to the second step. Ronan looked at the boy in front of him, who was a little thin, but his eyes were full of hope, and he couldn't help laughing. Very good. Tell me your name and age. Sir, my name is David, and I will be 16 years old in May this year. The boy answered excitedly. Ronan's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that this was a good young talent. Sure enough, he made the right choice by choosing someone under 18 years old. Not bad. Ronan was very satisfied. From today on, you will be McKen's deputy. Your salary will increase from 2 copper coins per day to 30 copper coins per day. Ronan didn't raise the salary randomly. When he left Wushan Castle that day, he asked Hallward, "This is basically the treatment for junior knights." Oh my god. 30 copper coins. David was shocked by this number. He didn't expect that he could get such a high salary. And he didn't expect that he could become a professional knight one day. Thinking of his persistence during this period, and the good food and drink provided by Lord Ronan, he was moved to tears. Thank you. Sir. Woo woo. Thank you. Sir. David said with a trembling voice, "It is your gift and training that made me awaken the seeds of fighting spirit. The 7 gods bear witness that I..." David, We'll follow you to death from now on. I see your loyalty. Ronan encouraged. I also believe that the junior knight is just your starting point. One day, you will grow to a point that will surprise me. Guard officer. David is in your hands. Train him well, and make him the top combat force in my Shanlin town. Yes, sir. McKen responded vigorously. He finally had a professional knight under his command. Other guards, especially those under the age of 18, saw David's treatment. They were envious and jealous. And at the same time, they made up their minds to train well. If Ronan's previous words that training could lead to breakthroughs were a lie, then David's true deeds were telling everyone that Ronan's words were true. Training really has miraculous effects. As for whether it is really true, Ronan himself was a little skeptical. He was more willing to believe that David could break through, thanks to the recent improvement in food, and also thanks to the fact that his talent was indeed good. At the age of 16, he awakened his fighting spirit seed and became a junior knight. And his qualifications were excellent. Now, I have 3 extraordinary people under my command. Luo Ning was a little high-spirited for a while. Shanlin Town. Here I come. Chapter 27. Entering the mountain. Leaving the lake town and walking northeast along the main road, you will pass through 2 territories. One is the horse-raising city, which is ruled by the Iron-Tide Viscount family. Horse-raising city is famous for horse breeding. At least half of the horses in Wushan territory, whether ordinary horses or war horses, come from the horse-raising city. The Iron-Tide family is an ancient family that existed before the Orlan Empire was divided. It has a very high status in Wushan territory. Ronan was planning to go to the horse-raising city to buy supplies earlier, but it is not necessary now. The second territory they passed was the Swamp Town, which was ruled by Baron Layson of the Shan family. The predecessor did not know much about this family, only that the current Baron of the Shan family seemed to be a high-level peak knight. As the closest noble territory to Shanlin Town, Shan territory can be regarded as Ronan's neighbor, and he is ready to take time to visit. After Shan territory and going north, you can see the rolling hills. The mountains are not high, only about 100 or 200 meters, and the slope is not big, but there are many of them, and they are rolling and undulating. This is why Shanlin Town is inconvenient to transport and remote. Luo Ning took out a map, which only scribbled the location of Shanlin Town. It is obviously impossible to use this to accurately navigate. Fortunately, there is a road in the forest that people have walked, which guides them in the direction. It's noon. Let's rest here first. Luo Ning asked Chahar to notify everyone to rest, and he stood on this small path in the forest. My lord, the road into the mountain seems to be difficult to walk, McKen reminded. That's inevitable. Luo Ning sighed and squatted down by the roadside. But there are also wheel marks here, and it is obvious that there are also carriages coming out of Shanlin Town. Since they can come out, we can go in. There is no lord in Shanlin Town, but there are wheel marks on the road, which means that in addition to the people from Wushan Castle coming to collect taxes every year, the people inside also communicate with the outside world. This is a normal phenomenon. Shanlin Town does not have all the necessities needed for human survival, and some things still need to be bought. When we arrive in Shanlin Town, if everything goes well, I will form a hunting team to see if I can hunt monsters. If we can get monster skins, then Elrond and I will learn to make spell scrolls. Now he still has 3 bottles of ink left by Pedro for making spell scrolls. If there were no monster skins, he and Elrond would have started learning to make spell scrolls long ago. Forming a hunting team was a decision made by Ronan after careful consideration. After all, you have to eat the mountains and the water. If you are close to the monster mountain range, you have to eat monsters. The materials on the monsters can be sold for money, and spell scrolls are derived industries. Of course, this is under the condition of smooth progress, and we have to wait until everything stabilizes. Elrond is willing to serve you. Sir, the magician responded to Ronan's proposal respectfully. These 2 days, Elrond is the most idle. He is not like McKen, who can guide McKen to practice swords and fight. And he does not need to train like a guard. When he is free, he can only refine mana, which is the most idle and boring. When he is free, Elrond can only flip through the books on the carriage to gain some knowledge. You don't have to worry about having nothing to do. When you arrive at the territory, I guess everyone will be busy. Luo Ning had the intention to do something big. After all, this was his territory. The mountains, the water, And the people were all his. If he didn't manage it well, it would be a waste. After a simple lunch, Luo Ning led the team on the road again. The mountain road was bumpy, and in some places, the water had washed out gullies, making it very difficult for the carriage to go. For the sake of comfort, Luo Ning did not continue to sit in the carriage, but chose to ride a horse. To get rich, build roads first. This is a wise saying. But when he looked at these hills that were not high, but there were many ups and downs, he knew that building roads was a very huge project. It is difficult to build a flat road out of Shanlin town in a short time. Luo Ning sighed and could only take it step by step, just to ensure that the carriage could pass smoothly. Elrin, do you think there is any magic or fighting skill that can open the mountain? Of course there is. Elrin is very sure. Magicians use the elements of heaven and earth to cast spells. And the elements of heaven and earth are vast and boundless. As long as the magician is strong enough and mobilizes enough, I am sure that the power is enough to open the mountain. You make sense. Ronan turned to ask Macken. You are the earth attribute. Do you think there is any fighting skill that can open the mountain? Fighting skills use the knight's own fighting spirit. From the perspective of power, they are generally weaker than spells. But Macken also gave a positive answer. Of course it can. But it should be a little more difficult than magic. Ronan nodded. In the future, it will be up to you to repair this road from Shanlin town to the outside world. Macken, if you need it, I will try my best. As the team entered the forest, the weather became less hot, especially when the mountain breeze blew. The cool feeling during the rest was very comfortable, but it was a bit cold in the second half of the night. If there were not enough bonfires, they would probably catch a cold. Fortunately, there was nothing to lack here, except wood. The road was not easy to walk on. Luo Ning and others walked for more than a day before they finally saw the town in front of them after climbing over a small hill. Luo Ning looked at the huge stone on the side of the road in front of him. The name of the town in front was clearly written in red on it, Shanlin Town. We are finally here, he said happily. Starting from the 4th. Until noon on the 13th today. They walked for 10 days, and finally reached their destination. The guards heard Luo Ning's voice, and began to cheer. Many of them doubted whether they could reach Shanlin Town safely at the beginning. Now Shanlin Town is right in front of them. And they did it! This is a challenge and achievement for them, who have basically never left Wushan City since they were born. And it will also be a topic of conversation for their descendants in the future. Chahar. Rest here at noon. Ronan smiled and ordered, let everyone have a full meal at noon and rest well. We will enter the town in the afternoon. Okay, sir. Chahar quickly arranged it. Ronan turned over and dismounted. David took the reins and stood aside. Since this kid became a junior knight, he was also arranged by Ronan to be beside him. The terrain of Shanlin Town is not bad. It is not a mountain town as I imagined. Ronan stood in the middle of the road and looked at the town in the distance. Looking from the uphill, Shanlin Town is located in the plain area between the mountains. Although there are hills in the town, they are not high. They are much gentler than the peaks they passed when they came. They are typical hilly features. Remember Hallward said that after crossing the woodland in the east and north of Shanlin Town, you will face the sea. The sea is also a kind of resource. If the territory can be extended to the seaside, it is also a rare thing. Retracting his gaze, Ronan walked to the signpost, which is the big stone. He patted the stone twice. This thing is not light. At least hundreds of pounds. Macken, I have a task for you. Macken stepped forward. Sir, please tell me. Ronan pointed to the big stone and said, when we settle down and have time, please move this signpost for me. No problem. Macken looked at the stone. If he wanted to move it, he would probably need a carriage. Sir, where do you want me to move it? Ronan pondered for a moment. Just follow this road and move it about 50 miles to the south. Oh, by the way, if it's inconvenient to move, just smash this stone and set up another signpost 50 miles away. Hearing this, Elrin beside him laughed. Congratulations. Sir, the territory has expanded again. Haha. You still understand what I mean immediately. From the way we came, there is still a lot of undeveloped land in this area. Who knows if Earl Wiggins will send a pioneer knight to compete with him for territory. Move the territory landmark farther away first, and then someone will come. So let's argue with Ronan first. Macken, Elrond, David, you are all extraordinary people. And your observation ability is a little sharper than ordinary people. Pay more attention to your surroundings during the rest period, and report any situation immediately. Although he has arrived at his own territory, Ronan did not relax his vigilance after being assassinated by the guards before. He was not sure whether he would be greeted by his subjects or his enemies. Chapter 28. Troops and Horses Welcome. In the woodland next to the signpost of Shanlin town, Ronan's team had lunch here and then rested on the spot. After a morning of climbing over mountains and ridges, the guards sometimes had to get off the carriage and push it, and everyone was still a little tired. But when they thought that this long journey was about to end, they all revealed joy in their eyes. At this moment, they were leaning against the tree trunks in groups of 3 or 5, resting in the shade of the trees, and talking softly from time to time. A mountain breeze blew, and the leaves swayed in the wind. The wizard Elrin, who was sitting in meditation under the tree in the front, opened his eyes and looked ahead, with a sharp light flashing in his eyes. "My lord, I feel that there seems to be people and horses coming over there," Elrin reminded. Ronan suddenly opened his eyes, and finished refining his magic power. He stood up and looked at the plains below the mountain. He could indeed see a group of people and horses coming along the road. It's just that the road is too far, and it's hard to see how many people there are. Chahar stood beside Ronan, looking out and saying, "Could it be that the political officer here found us and came out to greet you?" "Sir?" Ronan shrugged. "I hope so." He turned around and strode towards the resting area for the guards. Guard Officer McKinn and his deputy David followed him. "Everyone!" Ronan shouted loudly. After this period of training, all the guards stood up straight for the first time after hearing this order, no matter what state they were in. Compared to 10 days ago, the discipline has been improved by many levels. The guards acted reflexively, but they had a question in their hearts. The Baron had just told them to have a good rest at noon. Why did they suddenly have to train again? Ronan called them up for training. "Of course. Pick up your weapons and gather here." Weapons. The guards were stunned for a moment. Practicing steps and military boxing do not require weapons. Why did the Baron ask them to bring weapons? Chahar and David were also stunned. They couldn't understand why the Baron made such an arrangement. Among those present, I'm afraid only McKinn and Elrin were not stunned. It's not that they knew Ronan's purpose, but they would unconditionally execute whatever decision Ronan made. Confused, but in the hearts of the guards, Ronan had absolute authority. So they immediately took the inferior long swords and quickly gathered. 5 rows and 6 columns. Neat and uniform. Very good. Looking at the neat and orderly queue, Ronan nodded slightly. We may be greeted by enthusiastic people or cold long swords. So you should be ready for battle. Hearing this, everyone present was shocked. What's going on? Is there still danger in Shanlin town? Ronan didn't explain too much. Now, 5 people in a group. Stand apart. The atmosphere of anxiety and tension spread. But they all knew that there were intermediate knights and a magician in the team. A total of 4 extraordinary people. So they didn't panic too much. "Sir, are you worried that they will attack us?" Elrin asked. Ronan nodded slightly. "I hope I'm overthinking. But it's always good to be prepared. Swear to protect you." McKinn took off his shield, drew out his long sword and shouted. David also made the same move. "Swear to protect you." Seeing this, the guards raised their inferior long swords. "Swear to protect you." Ronan couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. It's good to have your own team. Time passed slowly, and the column of people and horses was getting closer and closer. Ronan also noticed that they not only had cavalry, but also infantry walking behind. A total of 28 people. The intermediate magician Elrin had a stronger insight and determined the number of the other party. Ronan's mouth curled up. 28 people came at a time, and there were both cavalry and infantry. What were they doing? If he encountered such a battle when passing through other territories, Ronan would probably choose to take a detour immediately to avoid the sharp edge. But he couldn't do that now. He had come to his own territory. How could he take a detour? Even if the other party came with bad intentions, he had to deal with this wave head-on. The sound of horse hooves and footsteps gradually became clear, and everyone's hearts were raised to their throats. Soon, the people and horses appeared 100 meters away. Ronan took the lead in getting on the horse and walked forward, looking down from a high position. He led the team to block the slope. Beside him, McKinn, David, and Elrin also got on the warhorse and protected him in the middle. When the two sides were about 50 meters apart, McKinn shouted in a deep voice, "Stop! Tell me your name and identity." The voice was so loud that it shook the forest. The 5 cavalrymen who had slowed down pulled the reins and stopped in place. A tall and thin man lightly stepped forward from the crowd, holding his horse's belly. "Who are you?" he asked coldly. "What are you doing in Shanlin town?" McKinn responded in a deep voice, "The one standing in front of you is the blood of the Wushan family, the Baron of Shanlin town, Ronan Firestorm. If you are the subjects of Shanlin town, you should offer your greetings and loyalty to Baron Ronan, the bloodline of the Wushan family." The other party's voice was filled with a hint of doubt and a subtle mockery. "As far as I know, Earl Wiggins has only 3 children. His eldest son, Ronan, has just been deprived of his inheritance rights. His daughter, McKinney, married Sir Kabir of Brilliant City. His second son, Breton, is studying at Wushan Supernatural Academy." He raised his eyebrows and spread his hands. "I have never heard that the Earl has a son named Ronan Firestorm. Why? An illegitimate child? You?" Ronan raised his hand, signaling McKinn that there was no need to argue. He held the reins with both hands and sat on the horse without being impatient. "It is said that Shanlin town is extremely remote and barren, and it should not be well informed. I didn't expect that you, who live in the mountains, could hear about the deprivation of the inheritance rights of the eldest grandson of Wushan Castle so quickly." Ronan laughed. "Then you should know that Ronan changed his surname to Firestorm, right?" The other party's face changed slightly, and he realized that he had accidentally let the cat out of the bag just now. Ronan didn't want to waste time with the other party, so he just came clean. "If I guess correctly, you should be the administrative officer of Shanlin town. Tell me your name. The outside world has belittled you as a fool, but today, I see that all rumors are really unbelievable." The man didn't continue to play dumb, and raised his hand to make a knight's salute. "My Lord Baron, I am Prince, the administrative officer of Shanlin town, and also the operator and guardian of Shanlin town." Ronan narrowed his eyes and frowned. The title of administrative officer was given to the other party by Wushan Castle, but the operator and guardian were obviously the titles given to him by the other party. Judging from the other party's tone and attitude, he probably regarded himself as the master of Shanlin town. Therefore, Prince would come with troops to greet Ronan, and would sit on horseback to talk to Ronan instead of dismounting to salute. Ronan didn't know what the other party relied on, but it was obvious that the other party would not easily give up the throne of the actual lord of Shanlin town. Or did the other party use such a battle to get some benefits from him as the lord? Ronan glanced at the troops around Prince. There were 4 cavalrymen, 20 infantrymen, and even 3 archers. According to Lu Lands, the population of Shanlin town was only 1,000. But it was a bit beyond Ronan's expectation that so many people could be used as guards. "Okay, Mr. Prince, the political officer. You can tell me your purpose now." Chapter 29 Administrative Officer Prince. The two sides were facing each other at a distance of dozens of meters, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. At first, the guards on Ronan's side didn't quite understand why the Baron asked them to take up weapons. But when they heard the visitor speak in such an impolite tone, they seemed to understand. At this moment, their admiration for Ronan deepened. The Baron was really a god who could actually predict this situation. Administrative Officer Prince sat on the horse. He looked up at the back of Ronan. The number of guards holding swords was the same as he expected. About 30 people. And he felt confident. "Lord Ronan, you may not know that I have been the administrative officer of Shanlin town for 9 years. In these years, even if the harvest was poor, even if we were attacked by the wild tribe and the monsters in Wushan, I could still pay taxes worth 10 gold coins to Wushan Castle every year. The 10 gold coins do not necessarily refer to money, but also include equivalents. Although it doesn't sound like much, it's really good for a small mountain town with a population of less than 1,000 to pay so much tax every year." Luo Ning nodded slightly. "You've done a good job. Wushanbao handed over this town to you for 9 years because of your ability." He couldn't figure out what measures the other party was going to take for the time being, so it was no problem to praise the other party. "Haha. But now, the place I have worked hard to run for 9 years is going to be handed over to you. A notorious waste." Prince's eyes changed and became aggressive. "I don't accept it. Why do nobles dare to take away other people's achievements so easily? Why do I have to give my things to you? A waste who is played by a woman?" He roared angrily, Why? Shut up. Mackin drew out the long sword in his hand. And he looked at Ronan. Sir, let me go and kill him. Ronan shook his head and signaled Mackin not to do it for the time being. As a time traveler, he understood the other party's feelings a little. Although Prince was not the lord of Shanlin town in these years, he was no different from the lord. Now it is psychologically difficult for the other party to recognize him as the master. However, understanding is understanding, and the other party wants to occupy his things, which is absolutely not allowed. You were sent by Wushan to manage Shanlin town, but Shanlin town does not belong to you. Whether you are angry or roaring, you can't change this rule, because this is how the world is, ruled and dominated by nobles. If you want a territory of your own, the first thing you have to do is to offer your loyalty to the nobles. But I understand you. Ronan changed the subject. As long as you dismount and recognize me as your master now, I can let your attitude today go. As long as you are loyal to me, maybe one day you can become a baron like me now. Maybe. Prince slowly drew the sword from his waist. But I have a better suggestion. The atmosphere began to turn to freezing point, and the murderous intent slowly leaked out. You say, Ronan said. Prince pointed his sword at Ronan. I can kill you here, and then continue to serve as the political officer of Shanlin town. Oh, aren't you afraid of Wushan's pursuit? Prince laughed. Wild beasts and monsters often appear on the way to Shanlin town, with only one junior knight and 30 infantrymen around you. It is normal for them to die at the hands of monsters. Obviously, the other party also has information about Ronan's personnel configuration. I believe that when he set out from Wushan, this information had already been transmitted to Shanlin town on the way. Ronan didn't believe that Prince had spies in Wushan. A government official in a small mountain town doesn't have such great ability. So Ronan was very curious. Where did the other party get it from? He looked at the several strongmen riding horses beside him. These 4 people seemed to be not simple. Could they also be junior knights? But a Shanlin town with only a few hundred people should not have so many extraordinary people. Right. Ronan tried to get the other party's words. Your plan is indeed feasible. But I see that you only have 20 or 30 people. Are you so confident that you can kill me easily? He looked back and said, in terms of numbers, I have more people than you. Haha. You are still as stupid as Wiggins. If numbers can determine everything, can your Wushan castle crush the Black Gold Brotherhood? Can you crush the Hyde family? Prince looked disdainful. But the reality is that Wushan castle can do nothing to anyone. He became more and more excited as he spoke. Challenging the authority of the nobles, and trampling on the dignity of the nobles, was what he wanted to do very much. Today he could finally do it. To tell you the truth, I am a mid-level knight, and there are 4 junior knights around me. In the face of absolute power, you are no different from sheep in the sheepfold. He was already looking forward to the eldest grandson of Wushan showing a fearful expression after hearing such a lineup. But he only saw a flash of surprise on Roning's face. Roning was indeed surprised. When they came, the people of Wushan thought that there were only 1 or 2 extraordinary people in Shanlin town at most. Who would have thought that there were not only 5 extraordinary people here, but also a mid-level knight? Wushan's intelligence acquisition ability was really too poor, and it could be said that they knew nothing about Shanlin town. However, there was also a possibility that they had never cared about Shanlin town. As long as the annual tax of 10 gold coins was received, it didn't matter what happened here. A declining noble gradually lost its ruling power in this way. I still say the same thing. Prince, and everyone behind you, listen up. Ronan regained his composure. Before we start, I can forgive your disrespect today. But if you still don't value your lives and challenge my authority, then don't blame me, the new lord, for killing people. Over there. Prince's face had already darkened. Having been the master of Shanlin town for so many years, he hasn't heard such disrespectful words for a long time. Over the years, he was looking forward to seeing panic and fear on the faces of the nobles. And he also wanted to win over the nobles. But Ronan not only did not show these, but also shook the hearts of his people. He found that some of the guards around him really had a tendency to waver. After all, the concept of nobles was deeply rooted in the hearts of these people. And these people knew that they all belonged to Wushan territory. The conversation could not continue. Prince made up his mind. Archers. Shoot. The 3 archers did not waver. To them, the nobles were illusory. But the civil servants were real people who could give them a superior life. They quickly drew their bows and loaded arrows. In just 2 seconds, the arrows flew out. Swish, swish, swish. McKinn took the lead and rushed out. Under the impetus of fighting spirit, the sword light on his long sword surged. With just one sweep, all 3 arrows were cut off and fell to the ground. Prince's pupils shrank violently, and his face changed. How is it possible? How do you have a mid-level knight? Since the fight has already started, there is no need to talk nonsense. Ronan quickly ordered, leave Prince to Mackin. Remember to keep as many people alive as possible. I still have use for them. Elrin, remember to treat the wounded in time. Ronan pointed his long sword. Everyone, kill! McKinn also responded loudly, damn the traitor. The sound of horse hooves was rapid. And Mackin, Ronan, and David took the lead and rushed straight to the opponent's camp. Behind them, all 29 guards rushed forward. Only the magician Elrin and the manservant Chahar stayed behind and did not move forward. Prince did not expect that it was the opponent who launched the charge. And the opponent was going uphill, while they were going downhill, and the terrain was not very favorable. However, since the battle had started, there was no need to worry about the position. Kill! He roared, and his fighting spirit burst out. Quite imposing. On this road, a battle of 60 or 70 people broke out. Chapter 31 cited. From Wushan Fort to Shanlin Town, the guards spent 10 days with Roning. During these 10 days, Roning established the image of a lord in the guards' minds by promising them high salaries, allocating them enough food, and training them in discipline and obedience. So when he ordered the attack, the guards all held their swords tightly and followed the knights to charge. The tense situation broke out with Roning's loud shout of kill. The distance between the two parties on the mountain road was only a few dozen meters. With the galloping horses, McKinn had already come into contact with Prince in almost the blink of an eye. The long swords collided. The fighting spirit broke out, and the mounts of the two men neighed violently. Under the huge impact, Prince's horse seemed to be in a bad state, and he staggered and was about to fall. The owner on the horse did not expect that the strength of the knight in front of him was actually stronger than himself. He kicked the horse's back directly, and the whole person jumped up, past the crowd, and landed outside the battle group. As Prince retreated, his men surrounded him. 2 knights surrounded Mackin, and the remaining 2 attacked Ronan and David respectively. Ronan had tried to fight on horseback when he and Mackin were sparring, but he still didn't have enough experience. Fortunately, the other knight's level should not be very high. After only one confrontation, the opponent could not withstand the power transmitted by Ronan's sword. It's a bit bluffing. Too weak, right? Ronan is now a primary perfect knight. If it weren't for the limitation of the characteristics, he would have broken through to the intermediate level long ago. The opponent is obviously still a long way from perfection. So in a head-on power confrontation, he is no match for Ronan at all. I've already given you the chance, but you didn't cherish it. At the moment when the 2 swords collided, Ronan pressed forward, and the huge force directly forced the opponent's general to hit his chest. Ronan raised his sword again, and at the moment when the 2 horses crossed, he directly cut the opponent's throat and chin vertically, and cut the opponent off the horse. Everyone, charge! After a successful strike, Ronan pulled the reins and shouted loudly. The guards saw that the lord had killed 1 person, and their morale was greatly boosted. They quickly passed Ronan and rushed down. The infantry of both sides fought together. Close combat is dangerous and terrifying. Ronan's group of guards have eaten well, drank well, and trained well during this period, and each of them is very strong. On the other hand, the 20 infantrymen of the other side should have just wasted a lot of physical strength running all the way from Shanlin town. And now they are fighting on a low slope against a high slope, so they are completely at a disadvantage. As soon as the infantry of both sides came into contact, Ronan quickly suppressed the opponent. Ronan glanced at David hastily. He was quite worried about this kid, who had just broken through and became a professional knight. Fortunately, although this guy was suppressed by his opponent, he could still hold on. It shouldn't be a big problem for a short time. Then the key to this battle was on McKinn. Ronan immediately turned his horse's head and prepared to help McKinn. But before he moved, McKinn repelled the besieging knights with 2 moves, and at the same time jumped off the horse and rushed straight to Prince, who had left the battle group. Impossible. How can you have such a strong knight around you? Prince was horrified, screaming and holding the hilt with both hands. The fighting spirit on the long sword rose, turned into flames, and slashed at McKinn. Roning's eyes lit up. This prince was a professional knight with fire attributes. This move should be a fighting skill. Seeing his opponent using fighting skills, McKinn took the iron shield off his back with his backhand. He roared, like a warrior fighting back. Fighting spirit burst out from his body, and even the shield was glowing with earthy yellow light. Boom! The flame slash hit the shield and shattered into countless sparks. McKinn actually blocked the attack with his shield. The huge impact forced McKinn to retreat. He stabbed his sword into the ground, stopping his retreat while injecting earth-attributed fighting spirit into the earth. Suddenly, a spiked earth spear sprang out from the ground and pierced into the opponent's calf, while Prince's attention was reduced after the move. Ah! Prince screamed in pain. He pulled out his leg with all his strength and wanted to escape. But soon a cold sword was placed on his neck. Surrender, McKinn said coldly. If it weren't for Lord Ronan's mercy, which made me not kill you, your head would be on your feet now. Prince stared with his eyes wide open, totally unable to believe that he would fail. And failed so quickly. Perhaps Prince's strength is not much worse than McCann's, but it can be seen that McCann's combat experience is far ahead of the other party. In addition, the other party did not expect McCann's strength at all, which led to his emotional loss after a single blow, which allowed McCann to completely crush him. This guy. Ronan couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. If it were him, he would never use a shield to take the opponent's flaming slash. What if the shield broke? It can only be said that McCann is super brave in battle and has a strong intuition. Political officer Prince has been defeated, Ronan shouted. The rest of you put down your weapons and lie on the ground. You don't have to kill them. His voice spread far away, and Prince's infantrymen were stunned. After just a moment of trance, Ronan's infantrymen pierced the enemy's body. After a short one-sided massacre, the infantrymen of Shanlin town finally reacted, threw away their weapons with fear, and lay on the ground, wailing and begging for mercy. They no longer had the courage to continue fighting. Although some of Ronan's guards did not stop their actions and hurt several surrendered enemies, most of them reacted and just clamped their swords on others' necks and did not continue to attack. The chaotic battlefield was quiet in an instant, with only wailing and the neighing of horses. The remaining two professional knights under Prince saw that things were not going well, and they actually turned over their horses and fled. They did not flee back, but wanted to escape Shanlin town along the mountain road all the way south. Still want to escape? Ronan slapped the horses but hard, and the warhorse neighed and galloped towards the opponent. If I were an intermediate magician, it would be great, Ronan thought as he chased. If he could use the wind blade spell, he could definitely hit the opponent from behind. But fortunately, his mount was of very good quality and accelerated quickly. Even if the opponent escaped for 2 seconds, Ronan would catch up quickly. Stay! His long sword went straight to the opponent's vest from behind, and the man had no choice but to turn around and fight back. In the confrontation, the knight, who was already in a mess, was scratched on the arm by Ronan's sword, fell off the horse's back, and rolled in the dust. Ronan chased after the other man regardless of anything and intercepted him with the same method. David came up and put his sword on the neck of one of them to control him, while Ronan controlled the other one. So far, Prince and all his men were either controlled by Ronan's men or lying on the ground and lost the courage to resist. David, you did a good job, Ronan praised. He didn't expect that this novice, who had just broken through a few days ago, would actually win the opponent in the first battle. David was a little embarrassed and said with a smile, Sir, I can't beat that man. But after hearing your call, that man threw away his weapon and surrendered on the ground, so that I could get away. Oh! Inan raised his eyebrows. He turned his head and saw that the knight who had just fought with David was indeed lying on the ground. Very obedient. Sure enough, there were still people who knew the situation. When he looked around the battlefield, the magician Elrond shuttled between the wounded, and the healing spell was continuously released, allowing the wounded and bleeding guards to heal their wounds quickly. Ronan gathered the 5 professionals together. He came to Prince and asked with a smile, Is this ending a little different from what you thought? He waved to Elrond while speaking. Give him a treatment for his wound. I don't want him to die now. Good sir. You are so kind to the captives. Elrond came up and pulled out the earth thorns on Prince's legs, and then threw 2 healing spells over. The speed of blood flowing out was much slower under the effect of treatment. But perhaps because the injury was too severe, the wound showed no signs of healing. Sir, the earth thorns have injured the bones, and healing alone cannot completely heal the wound. Ronan waved his hand. It's enough. Just don't die. Prince looked at Ronan palely. I didn't expect that you not only had an intermediate knight, but also a mysterious light magician. He gritted his teeth and unwillingly suppressed his anger of failure. I didn't expect that the legendary good-for-nothing grandson of the Marquis was actually a professional knight. Political officer. There are many things you didn't expect, and they are also very fatal. Ronan smiled faintly. I'm curious. Who told you this information about me? Prince lowered his head, as if thinking about whether to answer this question. At this moment, the knight who was kneeling beside him, and was controlled by David, whispered a reminder. Don't forget your oath. Chapter 31 Unexpected Forces. The sudden reminder made Ronan notice the bearded professional knight kneeling next to Prince. The opponent's strength was not strong, and his fighting quality should not be high. Otherwise, he would not be defeated by him in one blow. But now this person actually reminded Prince, a mid-level knight, and there was a warning in his tone. In this world where strength determines status below the nobility, how can a junior knight threaten a mid-level knight? This made Ronan very curious. Who are you? The man raised his head with disdain, and his expression was like a big rooster about to fight. Baron Ronan, I advise you to let me go. It will be good for you. Otherwise, this prisoner. You don't seem to understand your situation yet. Ronan drew out the long sword at his waist, and shot it to the ground. The sharp tip of the sword directly penetrated the other party's palms supporting the ground, and then pierced into the soil. The severe pain made the other party wail and scream. As a defeated traitor, you have no right to hold your head high in front of me, Ronan said coldly, and then looked at another knight, who was intercepted by him with murderous intent. You tell me. Perhaps the murderous intent in this sentence was too strong. Or perhaps the attitude Ronan showed just now made the knight feel too desperate. He groaned and fainted on the ground, and liquid flowed out from his crotch. This made Ronan speechless. Is it really that scary that he spoke in a good voice? He is still a professional knight, but he has such a psychological quality. The pungent smell made Ronan pinch his nose and move away a little, standing in the upwind. You tell me. Ronan pointed to the last knight, who had fought with David and surrendered. My patience is limited. If you also pretend to be dead and pass out, I guarantee that you will not have a chance to wake up. No. Sir, I am very sober now. Obviously, this professional knight, who had fought with David and surrendered, had already made plans to explain. When Ronan asked, he just lay on the ground. This sentence made Prince's face even worse. He knew that his secret might not be kept. Ronan smiled. People who know the times are always so pleasant. Very good. What's your name? The knight lying on the ground responded. Sir, my name is Malty. Ronan was a little surprised. Look up. Are you a descendant of aristocracy? Malty raised his head, revealing a square face. His skin was not very good, and his brown hair looked messy and a little sloppy. Yes, sir. My father was once a knight who followed your father, Lord Wiggins. However, he died in battle after driving the rebels into the Wubei forest. After my mother gave birth to me, she has lived here ever since. Bah! Prince taunted. A bastard who claims to be a descendant of the nobility. Ronan glanced at Prince. This guy didn't seem to like Malty very much. Your father was a loyal and brave knight. He first recognized the other party's identity and background, and then changed the subject. However, if he knew that his son had betrayed his lord, he would probably not be too happy. I'm sorry, sir. Malty lowered his head, his voice choking. But please believe that I have no choice. This sentence may be true. In such an environment, if Malty does not obey Prince's wishes, I'm afraid his life will be very difficult. Ronan decided not to pursue these for the time being. Okay. Now I allow you to make up for your mistakes and tell me about them. Without reservation. It's my honor. Sir. Malty began to answer Ronan's questions, and gave Ronan a surprising answer right away. Sir, this man's name is Deason. He is the defense officer of Shanlin town, and he is also a knight of Sane territory. Ronan thought he had heard it wrong. What? You said Sane Ridge? Sane territory is the closest territory to Shanlin town, and it is ruled by Baron Layson Sane. Ronan planned to take time to visit this neighbor before entering the mountains. But he didn't expect that the knights in his territory had some connection with Sane territory. Yes, sir, Mark continued, except for Dyson, the unconscious Kate, and the professional night watcher who was just killed by you. All three of them are from the territory of Sane and are loyal to Baron Layson. Layson's people not only appeared in Shanlin town, but also served as the defense officers of Shanlin town. This is interesting. Ronan stared at Prince meaningfully. Political officer. Do you want to explain it to me? There is nothing to explain. Prince endured the pain. Without the support of outsiders, how can I deal with the wild tribe alone? Baron Layson just arranged a few people to protect my safety and help me resist the enemy. Ronan sneered. How could the nobles have such good intentions? Since Layson chose to help, he would definitely get a reward. And the reward must be very considerable. Forget it. Malty. You tell me. Tell me everything you know. Next. Under Malty's narration, Shanlin town completely changed its image in Ronan's mind. Lillian said that the population of Shanlin town was less than 1,000. But Malty said that there were at least more than 1,000 people here. Prince said that Shanlin town paid a tax of 10 gold coins to Wushan Castle every year, which was the limit. But Malty said that every year, Sun would send people to Shanlin town to transport several carts of food and various items. Prince said that he needed to fight against the wild tribe. But Malty said that there were not many conflicts between the wild tribe and Shanlin town in recent years. And even if there were, they were only individual phenomena. Malty also said that Prince was both a political official of Shanlin town and a knight loyal to Baron Layson. Baron Layson only needs to spend 10 gold coins every year to bring Shanlin town under the name of his Shan family. Ronan gave Prince a thumbs up. This move is very powerful. Every once in a while, Shanlin town would report to Wushan Castle how many people were killed by monsters and how many people were killed by wild tribes, making Shanlin town a place that pioneer knights dared not set foot in. As Wushan Castle ignored this piece of land, it was likely to forget about it in the end. Over time, Layson became like an uncrowned king and the actual owner of Shanlin town. The land, population and wealth here will all flow into the pockets of the Shan family. Ronan also understood why the remote Shanlin formation far away from the edge of Wushan territory could know what happened in Wushan Castle so quickly. Needless to say, it must be the news from Baron Layson, who gave instructions to Prince. Baron Layson is really brave. For the sake of Shanlin town, he dared to kill even the people of Wushan family. On the one hand, Ronan admired Layson's courage, and on the other hand, he also lamented that the deterrent power of Wushan Castle on the families of Wushan territory was really getting weaker and weaker. When the sick old man Lu Lands died one day, these restless lords would definitely redivide the territory. I underestimated the threat of Shanlin town, but Layson also misjudged my strength. Ronan thought that becoming the lord of Shanlin town might encounter some obstacles, but he didn't expect that his opponent actually had a mid-level knight and the minions of other nobles. Layson also made corresponding arrangements, but underestimated Ronan's strength. Fortunately, Ronan was a little stronger. The Shan family of Swamp Town. Since you have set your sights on me, don't blame me for dealing with you in the future. Who said that the population expansion can only be achieved by absorbing people from the wild tribe? The Shan territory is also an option. Chapter 32 Pretend to Surrender. The interrogation lasted for a long time, until Malty confessed everything he knew. In addition to the information that Prince Dyson and others were loyal to Baron Layson, the second most important information was the defense force of the Shan territory. Baron Layson Shan himself was a high-level peak knight, and it was said that he was one step away from being promoted to bronze. In addition, he had a knight squad, and the captain, Philipton Henry, was also a high-level knight. In addition to the 3 people who were on a mission in Shanlin town, the knight squad of Shan territory also had 2 intermediate knights and 6 junior knights. Ronan found a stone on the side of the road and sat down. Even if he counted Malty, who had just surrendered to him, there were only 5 extraordinary people on his side. There were 10 extraordinary people on the Shan territory side, and 2 high-level knights. From intermediate to advanced, the amount of fighting spirit increased greatly. And even if McKen was experienced in combat, he might not be a match. After a comparison, Ronan felt that if he went to war with Lord Shan now, he would have almost no chance of winning. But he knew very well that the other party had already regarded Shanlin town as a treasure in their pockets. Ronan was now the lord of Shanlin town, And Layson would not give up easily. This evil neighbor is not easy to deal with. Sir, the situation of the wounded has been counted. At this time, the magician Elrin came over. Although the battle just ended relatively quickly, we have 7 minor injuries and 3 serious injuries. Ronan's face tightened. Although these people are ordinary people, they are equivalent to his confidants. He doesn't want to lose any of them. How are the seriously injured? I have treated the 2 seriously injured ones almost completely. They should be fine after 2 weeks of rest. The remaining one is more seriously injured. His arm was almost cut off, and his bones were injured. I am afraid he will need to rest for a month. Take me to see him. Under the leadership of Elrin, Ronan came to the seriously injured guard. At this time, Chahar had bandaged him and cut off the bloody sleeves. How do you feel? Ronan asked with concern. The guard was flattered when the Lord personally leaned over to comfort him. His pale face flushed with excitement. Sir, the magician has treated me. It only takes 1 month for me to pick up the sword and fight for you again. Ronan patted the other's shoulder. Take good care of your wounds. Then he instructed Chahar, take good care of the wounded in this battle. Don't let the guards bleed and suffer. Yes, sir. In addition, Elrin, after you refine your magic power, treat the seriously injured guards a few more times according to the situation, so that they can recover faster. Okay, sir. Ronan inspected and comforted other injured people, and at the same time praised the guards for their heroic performance in this battle. Although he only showed up to express his concern, it played a very good role. The recognition and respect of these guards for Ronan were greatly deepened. After returning to the original place, Ronan asked, how are the casualties of the people in Shanlin town? I also counted them. Elrin shook his head. When I checked, all 3 archers were dead, and only 5 of the 20 infantrymen survived. And they were all seriously injured. My magic power is limited, so I didn't treat them. Compared to Ronan's side, the infantrymen who followed Prince suffered heavy casualties. It can only be said that Ronan's guards fought too bravely. Sir, how to deal with the 3 people of Prince? Elrin asked. Ronan rubbed his eyebrows. Dyson and the one named Kate are from the Shan territory, so I naturally can't keep them. As for Prince, I think he can be useful if he stays. He stood up and walked towards the captives. Ronan waved his hand, signaling McKen to retract the long sword and no longer put it on Prince's neck. Prince looked at Ronan, and his eyes revealed an inexplicable look. From the beginning to now, you have been very calm, and your style of handling things is completely different from Earl Wiggins. Ronan laughed. Tell me, what is Earl Wiggins' style of doing things? Casual, willful, brainless, impatient, Prince said sarcastically. This is not my evaluation of him, but many people's evaluation of him. Ronan thought about it. He had not had much contact with Wiggins since he came here, but the other party's performance seemed to be really like this. Don't mention it. The evaluation of the outside world is sometimes quite accurate. I'll give you a chance. How about surrendering to me? Ronan asked. He didn't really want to recruit Prince for his own use, but he needed a lot of time and energy to figure out the personnel situation, production situation, surrounding environment, etc. of Shanlin town. If Prince could open his golden mouth and cooperate with Ronan to complete the understanding and mastery of these things, it would save him a lot of time. As for how to deal with Prince after understanding, we can only wait and see. Yes. Prince changed his previous state of silence. I can surrender to you, but I ask you to enthrone me as your knight in front of all the people in Shanlin town. Ronan did not agree immediately, but thought about the purpose of the other party's request. Does Prince want to use this method to achieve the purpose of completely saving his life? After all, Ronan enthroned Prince in public, and he can't do anything to him without a legitimate reason later. From what you said before, you seem to be disdainful of nobles, but now you want me to enthrone you. Ronan did not continue to speak, but agreed decisively. Yes, I promise you. The future Sir Prince. Please accept my loyalty. Lord Ronan. Prince knelt on one knee while enduring the pain. This scene made Malty, who was about to surrender, feel a sudden shock in his heart. He did not expect Prince to survive. After dealing with Prince, Ronan came to Deason and Kate, both of whom were Baron Layson's men. Mart was suddenly called out, and his whole body was shocked. His heart was beating very fast, and sweat oozed from his forehead. He didn't know whether Ronan would let him go, because he was the first to surrender and tell the information. Sir, your order? He responded respectfully. Take up your sword and end the lives of Deason and Kate, Ronan ordered. Mark was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the Baron in front of him would let him end the lives of his former teammates. But he quickly came to his senses and drew his sword. I am willing to serve you. No. No. You can't kill me. Kate was frightened and fainted again, leaving only Dyson begging and threatening. I am Baron Layson's knight. If you kill me, the Baron will never let you go. Ronan remained silent, just watching Malty pick up the sword. No. You can't kill me. Dyson showed fear. Lord Ferriton is on the way. If you kill me, he will definitely avenge me. Slow. Ronan was frightened by this sentence and broke out in a cold sweat, and quickly stopped Malty from continuing to attack. What did you say? Ferriton is rushing to Shanlin town? Dyson seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. Prince had already sent your information by pigeon when you passed the first 2 mountains, and Lord Ferriton was on the way. Ronan's expression changed drastically. His team had rested here for at least 3 hours, plus the time to climb 2 mountains. At least 5 hours. You know, pigeons are very fast, and they fly in a straight line. It probably only takes 20 to 30 minutes at most to get from Shanlin town to Saint Ridge. In other words, Ferriton has been on the road for about 4.5 hours. Ronan looked at Malty. Why didn't you tell me about this? Malty panicked immediately, dropped the sword in his hand, and knelt on the ground to defend himself. My lord, I don't know this news. Prince hates nobles, and I also hate me who is born in aristocrats. There are many things that I can't touch. Ronan looked at Prince. The man who just chose to surrender to him was staring at Dyson with cold eyes at this moment. Waste. At this moment, Ronan understood that the other party was not surrendering, but was stalling for time. As long as Ferriton can come, he has a chance to survive. The only thing he didn't expect was that Ronan might insist on killing Dyson. And Dyson revealed important information. For a while, Ronan's heart was also in a panic. Ferriton, that is a senior knight of Sane territory, and the other party is definitely not alone. What should I do? Chapter 33. Nerves are tense. Ronan considered many situations on the way to Shanlin town. But even the wisest man can make mistakes. In the absence of sufficient intelligence, Ronan still cannot take care of some things. Now that Baron Layson has decided to take a risky move to get rid of Ronan, he must ensure that there is no mistake. Perhaps in the eyes of the other party, Prince and others are enough to deal with Ronan and his guards. But in order to prevent accidents, Baron Layson asked Knight Ferriton to attack from behind with his men and horses, which was enough to ensure that Ronan had no way to escape. Imagine that if Ronan lost to Prince and chose to escape, he would inevitably be trapped, and there would be no way to go to heaven or enter the earth. This is Baron Layson's entire plan to kill Ronan. Ronan's heart was a little confused. Shanlin town was just around the corner, but he didn't know whether to advance or retreat. If he went forward, he knew nothing about the situation in the town, and he could not gather any manpower to fight against Baron Shan. If he retreated, his back road would be blocked and there would be no good way to retreat. What should I do? He had to think of a way to deal with it as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the time was delayed and the enemy came from behind, his situation would be even more dangerous. Ronan looked up at the mountains and forests on both sides of the road. Perhaps he could save his life by taking McKinn and others into the forest. But if he chose this road, he was destined not to be able to escape with 29 guards. Although these people were ordinary people, Ronan invested a lot in them. And he also hoped that there would be 2 more potential guys, like David, who could awaken the seeds of fighting spirit in this group. He was unwilling to let him just abandon this group of people. Moreover, even if he survived in the forest, he could only return to Wushan Castle. Could he use the excuse that Lord Shan wanted to kill him to get Wushan Castle to send troops? It would be difficult. It was not that Wushan Castle did not care about his life or death. But even if he accused him, it would take a long time, and it was not certain that he could overthrow Baron Layson. After all, at that time, he was still just a baron of Shanlin town who had nothing, was deprived of inheritance rights, and had only a title, while the other party was a baron who actually controlled a knight team, had been operating for decades, and had connections. What did Ronan rely on? Just relying on the blood of the Wushan family to accuse the nobles, and then Wushan Castle would go and kill the nobles? This was obviously unlikely. It was estimated that in the end, Lord Shan would at most be sentenced to compensate for the taxes that he had embezzled from Shanlin town for so many years. But at that time, if Ronan still had to come to Shanlin town and continue to serve as the Lord of the Forest, the situation he faced was basically similar to the current one. It was impossible for the other party to give up this territory that he regarded as a bag of goods. I need to gain a foothold in Shanlin town as soon as possible. Ronan's expression was tense. His brows were furrowed, and he fell into deep thought. He would be better off coming up with a way to delay the conflict with Shan County without having to flee into the mountains. But at this moment, Elrin approached Ronan and whispered, "My lord." I heard the sound of horse hooves in the distance. While speaking, Elrin pointed to the way they came. Ronan was shocked and his face became uglier. "Come so fast?" "Uh-huh. It takes more than 4 hours to run at full speed from Shan County to Shanlin town." Prince's voice was full of gloating. "From the moment I met you, you have been very calm. But now I finally see fear on your face." "Ha ha ha." He began to become arrogant, as if he had gotten rid of his prisoner status. "Now, you can only hand us over to Knight Ferridan, so that you may have a chance to survive." "Really?" Ronan's voice was cold, and he glanced at Mackin. "Beat his mouth and knock out his teeth. I don't want to hear him speak a complete sentence again." "Understood, sir." Mackin kicked him, and then punched Prince's mouth twice, knocking all the teeth out of his mouth, and blood foam mixed with saliva flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Ronan looked up at the road he came from, and now even he could hear the sound of horse hooves. What should I do? The more nervous and the more critical the moment, the calmer Ronan suddenly became. Facing Ferridan, he must ensure that he is calm enough, and it is best to be calm enough to make the other party dare not act rashly. Fear is an emotion that everyone has. I will be afraid, and Baron Layson will be afraid too. Ronan's mind turned quickly. What would Baron Layson be afraid of? Nothing more than two things. First, the other party was afraid that Wushan would know about the embezzlement of Shanlin town's tax revenue. Second, the other party was afraid that Wushan would know about the murder of Ronan. For embezzlement of resources, one might find an excuse to cover it up and then make up for it through compensation. But as a vassal of Wushan, he killed the bloodline of Wushan in turn, which is not as simple as making up for it with a fine. Nowadays, the deterrent power of Wushan is weakening, but it is not gone. The old Marquis is just seriously ill, not dead. In order to maintain the dignity of Wushan, both Rollans and Wiggins will send troops to Shan to avenge Ronan and deter those who are ready to move. I believe that the Hyde family will not stop this matter. So in comparison, Baron Layson is more afraid of the second thing. So, as long as there is a slight possibility that Ronan cannot be taken down, the other party will put away the murderous intent. Ronan only needs to shock the other party, make the other party misjudge the strength of both sides, and make the other party think that even if they take action, they cannot completely wipe out all of Ronan. As long as there is a risk of passing information, the other party will be cautious. If Ronan wants to complete the shock, he must play a play to make the other party misjudge his strength. And the most critical part of this play is to make Prince and others shut up completely, so that the other party will not be able to understand their true strength. Everyone listen to the order. After thinking, Ronan shouted loudly, "Kill all the prisoners." The guards were stunned for a moment. They thought that the few infantrymen who were lucky enough to survive would be forgiven by the Lord. But they didn't expect to still usher in the end of death. It was just a blink of an eye. And then the guards raised their swords and ended the lives of the prisoners. Ronan looked at Prince, who had his eyes wide open, not expecting Ronan to make such a choice. "I saw fear on your face." Ronan repeated what the other party had just said, and then gave McKen a look. McKen barely gave Prince any time to react, and directly cut off his head with a sword. You guys?" Dyson was stunned, and his companion Kate had just woken up and fainted again after seeing this scene. In a moment, they were stunned. McCann and David ended their lives. Since then, 99% of all the men and horses brought by Prince have died in battle, leaving only the last one. Ronan looked at Malty. Malty met Ronan's cold and emotionless gaze, sweating profusely, and fell to the ground in fear. "My lord, please believe in my loyalty. Even if you ask me to challenge Ferridan, I will not hesitate." Malty was really scared. He didn't expect such a young baron to kill the prisoners. Ronan squinted his eyes, but finally did not kill him. "You should be glad that you are worth living." Malty is grateful for not killing me. The sound of horse hooves became clearer and clearer, and Ronan took a deep breath. In fact, when Elrin notified him, he had no time to escape. From then on, Ronan had no choice. He could only give it a try. Now, lie on the ground and pretend to be a corpse. Ronan ordered, remember to pretend to be like a corpse. If not, I will make you look like one. Okay. Okay. Marte lay on the ground in a panic. Perhaps considering that it was not very realistic to pretend to be dead. He quickly got up and wiped the blood on the ground on his neck and body. And then lay down again. Perhaps considering that it was still not very realistic. Malty made up his mind, and took the sword to cut his left arm twice. Suddenly, the clothes were torn and blood flowed out. After doing this, he lay face down on the ground, and did not move again. Ronan could not help but raise his eyebrows. This guy pretended to be like a corpse. Fortunately, the wound on his arm was not deep. Otherwise he would bleed to death. However, it is better to be safe than sorry. David, you will stand next to Malty later. If he moves, you know what to do. David understands? Ronan raised his sword and shouted loudly, everyone, show your spirit. Line up, and meet the enemy. Chapter 34, Faradin's Choice. On the mountain road, 5 horses were running at full speed. Even if they were crossing mountains and ridges, their endurance and strength were amazing. This is the charging ability of excellent quality war horses. Compared with them, ordinary horses are like a world of mud and mud. The front is Shanlin town. There is a faint smell of blood in the air. It seems that Prince and Ronan have fought. The leading knight was tall and strong. The squinting eyes on Gwizzy's face were particularly unnatural, and the slanting scar made him exude a murderous aura all over his body. This is the captain of the Shan Knight Squadron. Faradin Henry, the captain of the Shan Knight Squadron. I wonder what the result of the battle is. Faradin was a little worried, but his deputy and I looked relaxed. Boss, you don't have to worry too much. Prince easily solved the few people Ronan brought. Why do we need to do it? Faradin did not respond, but just whipped the horses and increased the speed. After many twists and turns, they finally arrived at the top of the hill where the landmark of Shanlin town was located. But the scene they saw stunned everyone. The deputy who was just joking and laughing froze on his face, not knowing what words to use to describe the shock at the moment. Except for him, no one, including Faradin, expected the scene in front of them. There were dozens of corpses lying on the ground not far away, and the familiar figures in front were Prince, Dessen, Kate, and Malty. What shocked their sight the most was the group of people standing on the blood and between the corpses. They held bloody long swords in their hands, silently but with murderous intent, looking at the uninvited guests who suddenly came. How is it possible? 5 extraordinary people including Prince are all dead? The deputy knight and I said the first sentence in shock. He is a mid-level knight, and his strength is not lower than mine. Dilaton's eyes swept across the battlefield and reminded, look, Ronan and his men not only killed Prince, but their casualties were very small. It can be said that this battle is almost a crushing victory. There was a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes. The intelligence is wrong. Ronan has a master around him. Then what should we do? Should we go up or not? Unai asked in a low voice. Dilaton frowned. The Baron was not convenient to come over, and many things were left to him to decide. Let's test the truth first. Over there. Ronan saw the other party coming, and he was very nervous. What he feared most was that the other party would rush up without caring, so there would be no room for buffer. Fortunately, the situation was very good. When Ronan saw Faradin and the others standing there on horseback for a long time, he knew that his battle had frightened the other side and made them suspicious. So he had to act more confident. Ronan held his sword and slowly walked forward for a distance, while Macken and Elrin followed closely beside him. Who are you, and what are you doing in Shanlin town? Faradin and Unai looked at each other. It seems that they were really crushed. Prince and the others died before they even told Baron Lacen about his plan. Only a few people knew about the siege of Ronan. According to the plan, once Prince and the others succeeded, they would kill all the infantrymen involved in the incident. As long as they died, Ronan would have no way to know their plan. Faradin quickly turned over and dismounted, with a smile on his face. I am Faradin Henry, the captain of the Shan Knights. Meeting Lord Ronan. Ronan's heart moved. There was a chance. Sir Faradin. Do you know me? When Ronan asked, He looked him up and down with a suspicious and scrutinizing look, making him feel alert. Why did the Knights of Shan appear in my Shanlin town? Ferretin was also observing Ronan's every move, and he became more and more convinced that the other party didn't know he was coming. So he said the excuse he had already thought of, "My lord, I was just hunting in the mountains with the members of the night team. I happened to hear the sound of fighting here, so I rode over to see what was going on." As Ferretin said this, his eyes skipped Ronan and paid attention to the corpses behind him, pretending to be puzzled, and asked, "My lord, what's behind?" Ronan looked back at the corpses lying on the ground and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. "Just killed a few traitors." He shrugged. "Sorry to embarrass you." "Traitor?" Ferretin was surprised, and looked at the body on the ground again. "I have seen that man. It can't be Prince, the government official of Shanlin town. He betrayed you?" "Yes," Ronan said. Walked back, kicked Prince's head to stand up facing Ferretin, and then continued, "This guy has been the government official of Shanlin town for a few years, and he thinks he is the master of Shanlin town." Ronan's tone was full of disdain. "It's a pity that he overestimated his strength and underestimated my strength. He was beheaded after a face-to-face encounter." He kicked the head down. "You dare to challenge the majesty of the Wushan family with this little strength? You are overestimating yourself." Philitin's doubts disappeared at this moment. He was sure that there must be a master around Ronan. He cut off Prince's head in one encounter. This man must have high-level strength. And in this scene, looking at Ronan's arrogant attitude, it is obvious that he didn't take him. Philitin. Seriously? In other words, he is not worried that the five of us will take action. Philitin took a deep breath and glanced at the two people around Ronan. He didn't recognize these two faces, but they looked like extraordinary people, especially McKin, who was as strong as a mountain and had a calm demeanor. Gave him an unfathomable look. "I didn't expect Prince to betray you." Philitin shook his head in disbelief. "I remembered he was a mid-level knight. You were able to win easily. It seems that the Marquis and the Earl must have arranged experts to protect you in secret." "It's not a protection," Ronan said indifferently, "on the surface. They just arranged a high-level peak knight. I guess he is not as strong as you." Philitin's pupil shrank. "It is not easy for a high-level peak knight to win easily. If he takes action here, even if he kills Ronan, this knight is likely to escape. If he tells Wushan Castle what he did, then the good days of Shan Lord will be over. Moreover, this is only on the surface." Philitin remembered Baron Layson's instructions, and told him not to take action if he is not absolutely sure. As for Prince and the others, even if they confessed Shan Lord, Layson could still say that the other party was slandering. "Captain, what do we want?" Unai asked in a low voice. Ferretin shook his head slightly, and he saluted Ronan with a knight's salute. "The dignity of the Wushan family cannot be violated. Respected Baron, do you know what I can do for you?" "Thank you for your thought, Sir Ferretin." Ronan spread his hands, looking down on him. "But I have already solved it here, and the next thing is nothing more than collecting the bodies. I really want to keep you overnight, but unfortunately, I don't know which room I will stay in tonight. This means an order to expel guests." Ferretin was not angry. He was very respectful. "Then I wish you a good night. Thank you for your blessing." "Sir," Ronan waved to him. "Please also tell Baron Layson for me that is a neighbor. I am looking forward to meeting him." "Sure." Ferretin got on his horse again and prepared to leave with his night team members. Ronan turned around and shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone, clean up the battlefield now. Clean their pockets, and don't leave a single copper coin." "Yes." The guards responded loudly. This unanimous voice echoed, startling Philitin and others who were about to leave. They couldn't help but turn their heads and look over, only to see that the guards were so energetic. "Let's go!" Philitin shouted in a low voice and drove away on his horse, looking at the other party's back as he left. Ronan's back was already soaked with sweat. Sure enough, the other party was unwilling to take risks. He was right. "Keep lying down." He came to Malty and whispered, "Others start cleaning up the battlefield." On the other hand, Philitin and others walked down the hillside, and when their figures disappeared from Ronan's sight, their speed slowed down. "Captain, are we really going back like this?" Knight and I asked in disbelief. Philitin frowned, pondered for a while, and looked back in the direction of Shanlin town. "Wait for me here." He turned over and dismounted, and ran quickly towards the battlefield. He did not take the main road this time, but used the trees in the forest to hide his figure. "My lord, someone is approaching," Elrin reminded in a low voice. Ronan smiled in his heart. The other party would come back to confirm. Fortunately, he had just told Malty to continue lying down. If Phillotson came back and saw Malty standing up, he would definitely judge that he was acting at a glance. Phillotson, who was hiding his figure in the forest, watched silently. He saw that the group of guards were really looking for copper coins on the corpses. And even McKen and Elrin beside Ronan were looking for something on Prince and others. "You're not pretending." The last bit of suspicion in Ferreton's heart disappeared. It seems that the Baron's plan has failed. He sighed and returned to the team. "Let's go back and report the situation to the Baron." Chapter 35 The First Meeting with the People of the Territory. Ronan stayed on the hillside for a long time. After making sure that the people of Shan had left, he prepared to set off with the team. Although he successfully survived the crisis, Ronan did not take Shan lightly. He knew that Shan's desire to covet Shanlin town would not disappear. Now the other party just chose not to have a direct conflict, which was Baron Layson's consideration. When the other party does not have this consideration one day, they will definitely invade on a large scale. Before this consideration is taken, the other party may not target Ronan openly, but it is hard to say whether they will do some small actions in secret. "Mart, from today on, you should wear a mask and change your name." Mart, who was following Ronan, was in a very complicated mood at the moment. He was in awe of Ronan, but also afraid of him. Just in that situation, he was lying on the ground pretending to be a corpse. He couldn't understand how brave the Baron in front of him was to perform such a wonderful bluffing scene. Malty had learned a lot today. He tore a piece of cloth from the corpse behind him and covered his face with it, while bowing and asking, "Sir, if possible, I would like to ask you to give me a name." Ronan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that this guy would ask him to give him a name. "Then you can be called Tom." Malty knelt on one knee respectfully. "Thank you for the name. Malty has become a thing of the past. From now on, I am just Tom, your follower." Ronan nodded, got on the horse, and the team slowly started and walked towards the town. McKen rode in front with several infantrymen, while Ronan, Elrond, David and others walked in the middle, and behind them were carriages carrying food and corpses. He did not bury the people in Shanlin town. After all, most of them had relatives in Shanlin town, and handing over the bodies to their relatives was also a kind act of Ronan. In addition, he would tell everyone in Shanlin town that the political officer Prince took the lead in betraying Wushan and was eliminated by him, and he would not pursue the crimes of others. This would also have a deterrent effect. After all, Prince has been operating here for 9 years. Who knows if he still has followers or subordinates in Shanlin town? "Tom, is there anyone else in your family?" Ronan asked. My mother is still alive." Malty, who turned into Tom, immediately became nervous. In his eyes, Ronan was the one who would kill at will. He was afraid that Ronan would kill his mother like he executed a prisoner. But he didn't dare to lie. "What does she do?" Ronan asked. "Sir, my mother, Leah, opened a tailor shop in the town with a little money left by my father, and raised me with a little income." Ronan nodded and said to Chahar, "After we arrive at Shanlin town, Chahar, you can ask Tom's mother to come to the castle to work." "Okay, sir." The male servant Chaharjiang wrote down this matter. Tom secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the team was not moving fast, but it arrived in the town soon. Ronan finally saw his subjects. Both men and women had vicissitudes on their faces, as if they had suffered a lot, and their expressions were rather dull. Perhaps only the children chasing and playing around the dilapidated longhouse still retained a little vitality, which made Ronan laugh. However, when the group saw that the last few cars were full of corpses, and when they saw the blood dripping on the ground and leaving long blood lines, their faces were full of fear. They hurriedly pulled their children and knelt on the side of the road, not even daring to run. The closer Ronan walked to the center of the town, the more people knelt down. Finally, on the stinking street, he pulled the reins and stopped. "Let me introduce myself. I am from Wushan Fort. I am the eldest grandson of Marquis Lullins, the owner of Wushan territory. From today on, I am the Baron of Shanlin town and your lord." Ronan cleared his throat. "My name is Ronan. Remember this name." The kneeling people looked up at Ronan. and felt that the man sitting on the horse seemed to be glowing all over, making people dare not look directly at him. Some knowledgeable freeman saw the coat of arms of the Wushan family on the carriage and knew that Ronan was not lying. They couldn't help but sigh that after so many years, Wushan territory finally had a real master. And this time it was not a pioneer knight, nor a newly promoted baron, but a direct descendant of the Wushan family. Ronan pulled the reins and came to the last few carriages, and his tone changed from the previous calm. Princess, the former political official of Shanlin town, betrayed Wushan castle, betrayed Shanlin town, and betrayed his lord. They have all been executed by my knights. The people who dared to look up at Ronan just now just glanced at the corpse and hurriedly lowered their heads. I never show mercy to betrayers. Ronan laughed. His voice sounded rather cold to the people. My mercy is only for the people who are loyal to me. The sound of horse hooves was crisp, and so many people kneeling on the street dared not breathe. But some people could not help crying. Ronan looked over. They should be the family members of the betrayer. When they saw Ronan's gaze, they lowered their heads in panic, not knowing what to do. I believe that betrayal is just their personal behavior and does not involve their families. Ronan did not want to continue talking in such an environment. Any of you who are their family members can come up and take away their bodies. As long as you are loyal to Shanlin town and loyal to me in the future, I will not hold you responsible for anything. After that, Ronan instructed his followers, David, you take 2 guards here to guard the carriage and let their families take away the bodies. At the same time, he whispered, remember to obey orders. I have already explained what happened on the mountain to you. You know what to do. Understood? Sir. David selected 2 guards and shouted loudly, Lord, be merciful. You can come up and take away the bodies of your family members. No one dared to move. Ronan knew that he was here, and they did not have the courage. Let's go. Tom, take me to the castle of Shanlin town. Okay. Sir. The castle of Shanlin town is located on the hill in the northeast corner of the town. It was built by the first baron more than 10 years ago, and was renovated and rebuilt by Prince a few years ago. Luo Ning originally thought that the castle would be very simple. But when he walked outside the castle, he found that it was not the case. Except for the small area, the structure had all the necessary buildings, including inner and outer castles, city walls, gatehouses, and watchtowers. Prince A showed that he hated the nobles very much, but his life was no different from that of the nobles. At this moment, the guards of the castle came out in full force, and Ronan and his party walked in without any obstacles. After entering the Shanlin castle, under the leadership of Tom, the guards arrested all the stewards and servants of the castle. Ronan walked straight to the fortress made of discarded stones, which looked very solid, and sat on the throne above. He thought of Roland's and Wushan fortress that day. The other party sat quietly on the high seat without saying a word. But whether it was Wiggins or the Golden Lion of the High family, they all submitted to Roland's. The weak shouted hoarsely, but no one cared. The strong whispered, but it was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Looking at the servants of Shanlin Castle, who were captured one after another and knelt below. For a moment Ronan felt the pleasure of being a strong man. This feeling is really fascinating. Chapter 36 Servants in the Castle. In the Shanlin Fortress, the servants in the castle were captured by the guards. At this time, they knelt on the ground trembling, and despair enveloped their minds. They already knew what Prince had done, and they also knew that the man in front of them was the real master of Shanlin town. As servants of the betrayer, perhaps only death was waiting for them. Sir, the people have been captured. Chahar finished the statistics and reported, a total of 15 people, including 1 butler, for kitchen staff, 3 maids, 5 male servants, and 2 of them are Prince's lovers. Chahar paused and added, according to Tom, Prince's wife and son are in Sane territory, not in Shanlin town. Ronan raised his eyebrows. Good guy. This prince is really a good guy. While his wife is away, he kept 2 lovers in Shanlin town. Luo Ning took a look around, and without Chahar's introduction, he could tell which 2 were the guy's lovers. They had curvy bodies and fair skin, which were more than 1 level higher than the maids and cooks next to them. Chahar noticed that Luo Ning's eyes fell on the 2 women, and immediately thought of his reputation in the past. He thought that he had not been close to women for some time, and he couldn't help it. So he bowed and asked, Master, should I leave these 2 for you? Luo Ning's eyes turned to Chahar, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Do you think I will? Although he was smiling, and although the tone of inquiry was the same as usual, Chahar felt only rejection and scrutiny from it. Sorry, sir. I'm too talkative. Chahar lowered his head. In fact, he regretted it when he said this or that. The former grandson of the Marquis was the former. Now the one in front of him was a transcendent who had enough confidence, courage, and decisiveness to deal with the enemy. He warned himself that he must forget all the previous impressions of the Baron in his heart. Ronan retracted his gaze and said to the people below in a calm tone, although you are the lovers or servants of the betrayer, I should kill you. But I am kind and willing to believe that you have nothing to do with this matter. So I am ready to give you a chance to live. The 15 kneeling people all breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Ronan in uneven gratitude. Although I won't kill you, I won't use you either. Ronan didn't kill them because he felt that it didn't matter whether to kill them or not. Staying would increase the population of Shanlin town, and using them would involve safety issues. If they were too loyal to Prince A, it would not be appropriate to continue staying in the castle. Chahar, let this butler take you to count the food, tools, etc. in the castle, and make a list for me. McKen, you arrange 2 guards to monitor these chefs and prepare dinner for us. Other men and women servants, go clean up a few empty rooms. Remember to replace everything. As for these 2 lovers, leave the castle now. Remember, I only let you leave the castle, not allow you to leave Shanlin town. Ronan waved his hand, signaling them to act separately. For the servants, leaving the castle means leaving a superior life. But compared to saving a life, a superior life is nothing. After the guards and servants in the hall left, only Mackin, Elrond and Tom were left. My lord, Mackin said respectfully, I will arrange for the guards to stand guard. Ronan nodded. The security of the castle was very important. He didn't want anyone to be able to enter and exit the gate casually. Let the guards who were not injured be responsible for defense. And let the servants clean up the injured guards as soon as possible and let them rest. Ronan looked at Tom. You are more familiar with this place. Show Mackin the way. Yes, sir. Tom followed Mackin out of the fortress. Come on, Elrond. Accompany me to take a good look around the castle. It's my honor. In this way, Ronan and the magician Elrond took a good look around his base. Not long after, he came to the top of the tower and looked at the mountain town. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the town looked very simple and barren, except for the road leading to the outside world from the castle, which can be regarded as a street. There seems to be no decent roads in other places. Prince should not bother to improve the environment of other people. For him, it is enough to live a stable and comfortable life. And what about Ronan? He hopes that the environment he lives in can be close to the countryside on Earth, so that he can feel comfortable. Improving the living environment of people seems to be a thankless task for many nobles in this world. After all, there are castles and extraordinary people. Ordinary people can be workers peacefully. What does it have to do with the nobles whether they live hard or comfortably? But Ronan doesn't think so. If the extraordinary is the hard power of a lord, then the lord's subjects are his soft power. Soft power is not easy to see, touch, or feel, but it is very important for the support of the territory. Let's not talk about anything else. Just say that if the living standards of the subjects are improved and they have enough food every day, will there be more ordinary people like David who can awaken the seeds of fighting spirit? In the absence of enough knight families to follow, these subjects are the foundation of Ronan. However, he also knows that you have to eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Ronan did not foolishly think of making some moves to divide the land, which is not in line with the situation here. Nor is it in line with what his class should do, adapting to the status of a noble, enjoying the power and responsibilities that this class should have, and then making slight changes according to his own wishes. This is what suits him. Perhaps one day he will be strong enough, so strong that any decision can be supported and followed by others. Then it will not be too late to make a bigger change. Ronan covered his eyes with his hands and looked at the setting sun. Elrond, what do you see? Elrond looked up at the setting sun and said with a smile, I see that the light will always be with you. Sir, under your leadership, this town will embark on an unprecedented bright road. I believe that one day in the future, under the brilliance of your sir, this place will become a city of miracles. Ha ha ha. Ronan laughed loudly. Sure enough, you are still good at talking. Unlike that stupid big guy McKen who could only say yes. Okay, as you wish. Elrin smiled and said, Knight Macken's loyalty and calmness are worth learning from. People who love reading are really nice to hear. Let's go. It's time to work. Magician. Ronan walked down the tower first. The guards are responsible for protection and fighting. Their daily tasks are training and patrolling, not cleaning. Elrin followed Ronan. You are right. So, help me write a recruitment brochure. The castle has expelled the original male servants, maids and cooks. We need to recruit a new batch to complete daily chores. Elrin echoed. You are right. In addition, I just visited the castle today, and I have to take some time to do a survey of the entire territory. Inspection. So that we can make good follow-up arrangements. You are right. Elrin added, but I think it is better to publicize your becoming the Lord of Shanlin town first. The deterrent effect on the street today made the people afraid. Although you said a simple sentence to appease them, I think your appeasement may not reach everyone's ears. You are right. Elrin. Ronan nodded and said, then let Tom take David to each place to publicize it. And find a place tomorrow morning for all the people to meet me there. Chapter 37 Wealth in the Castle. The Shanlin castle was as lively as usual. But in just half a day, the owner of the castle changed. Ronan had dinner with the guards from Shanlin town, which was a staged victory for them. Although the broth, side dishes, and bread made by the chef were much worse than those in Wushan Castle. Ronan, who had been eating dried meat and dry bread these days, still ate several bowls happily. The guards below were even more so. The food on the road was already very good for them. Not to mention the soup and dishes at the dinner. The dinner lasted about an hour. When it was completely dark, Ronan took a bath happily and moved into the tidy small building. This small building was built entirely of wood and was divided into 3 floors, upper, middle, and lower. The top floor was the attic, wherein used clothes or tools were usually stored. The middle was a luxurious bedroom, and the bottom was the living room and the place where the servants took a nap. Ronan lived in the largest room on the 2nd floor, which was relatively clean after the servants cleaned it up. At this moment, he was sitting in the study outside the bedroom, and the lit candles illuminated the entire room. Although the light was not as soft as the incandescent lamp on Earth, it was enough to support him to see every word on the book clearly. In front of him were 2 books, or more accurately, Fighting Skills Secrets, Flame Slash and Fire Fist Bombing. Ronan took a quick look and found that they were both fighting skills suitable for intermediate knights to practice. Among them, Flame Slash should be the flaming attack used by Prince. Flame Bombing was a little more difficult to learn, so Prince should not have mastered it. Or of course, it is possible that he mastered it, but had no chance to use it. These 2 fighting skills manuals are very useful to Ronan. After all, one of his attributes is fire. Knock. 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 The door was knocked. Come in. The butler Chahar came in. Good evening, sir. He came to the table and reported his work respectfully. I have done what you asked me to do. As he said that, he took out a piece of parchment from his pocket and handed it over. Very fast. The parchment was delicate and smooth to the touch, but there was also a faint fishy smell. Ronan frowned slightly, although the smell was not very pleasant. He had read a lot of books in these days and was used to it. The text from another world did not seem to be difficult for Ronan. It recorded money, 58 gold coins, 349 silver coins, 8,466 copper coins. Food, 18,856 caddies of barley, 16230 caddies of wheat, 1,000 caddies of flour, 500 caddies of dried meat, 30 caddies of fine salt, 136 caddies of coarse salt, 320 caddies of Gaza salt, 280 caddies of butter, beer, 26 bottles of premium beer, 138 bottles of medium beer, 5 barrels of sour beer, horses, 1 excellent warhorse, 1 ordinary, 3 warhorses, 19 ordinary horses, 3 foals, 5 carriages, cattle and sheep, 4 cows, 1 male cow, 1 calf, 10 female black buffaloes, 1 male black buffalo, 3 calves, 126 goats. Weapons, full set of armor *3, iron spear *23, knight sword *6, inferior long sword *12, longbow *8, arrows *356 fur, 56 sheepskins, 13 cowhides, cloth, 87 rolls of linen, 54 rolls of woolen cloth. Ronan carefully read the items listed on the parchment. And the more he read, the more he smiled. No wonder many people dream of conquering a castle. This harvest is so exciting. Prince pledged allegiance to Raisin of Shan Lord. And many things must have been handed over to Shan Lord. I didn't expect that Shanlin Castle still had so much. Yes, sir. These grains are enough for us to eat for a year. Chahar was so excited when he counted the property. He felt like he had made a fortune. And it's almost September. And I heard that Shanlin town still has a batch of barley to be harvested. And then we will have a lot of fresh barley. Although Ronan usually eats more wheat flour. Barley is also an important grain. It can not only be used as food, but also an important material for brewing beer, making maltose, and barley tea. In addition, black bread made from its bran is also a guarantee of survival for many people. There's no need to worry about the food in the castle. Luo Ning was originally planning to go out to buy food, but now it seems to be more than enough. As for money, with the money seized in the castle, Luo Ning already has 589 gold. Even if he uses it to buy 5 magic crystals, he can still have more than 80 gold coins in savings. Now he can consider the first charge gift. But magic crystals are not available in Shanlin town. If he wants to buy them, he may have to go to the nearest horse ranching city. Shanlin town has not yet established a firm foothold, so it's not suitable to go out. Luo Ning has been stationed in the castle for less than 5 hours. And many things have not been done. He is completely unable to get away. As for asking others to do it for him, it is even more impossible. The only warrior, McKin, must stay by his side. If the others are not strong enough and are robbed when they go out rashly, Ronan doesn't know who to cry to. In addition to money, he is more concerned about horses, cattle, sheep and weapons, which are much more valuable than food. These 3 war horses are ridden by Prince A, Shan and others. They are included in the list after being captured. Chahar introduced. The full body armor is basically the same. Ronan nodded. He basically had a certain understanding of the wealth of Shanlin Castle. At this time, he also understood how attractive so much wealth was to a political official. And it was no wonder that the other party was reluctant to let go. You have done a very detailed statistics. And this is a very beautiful job. Ronan put the parchment in his hand on the table and gave Chahar an appreciative smile. Thank you for your hard work. Chahar waved his hands quickly and was very modest. Master, please don't be like this. It's my honor to serve you. Well, there should be warehouses and cellars in the castle, and you will be responsible for the unified custody of these materials. Ronan began to make the first step of personnel arrangements. Do a good job, Chahar. From now on, you are the steward of Shanlin Castle. Chahar was stunned when he heard this. His dream was to become a big steward like Hallwart. Now, he has finally taken the first step in his life from a male servant to a steward. Although he is only the steward of Shanlin Castle in a remote place, he has discovered during this period that he will definitely have a world in the future by following the master in front of him. Chahar immediately knelt on one knee on the ground. 7 gods witness. Chahar will definitely not let you down. Master, for your trust in me. Haha. Get up. Ronan raised his hand and handed over a piece of parchment on the table. Prince's servants can no longer be used. I will leave the matter of recruiting new servants to you. This is the salary range table I have drawn up. You should follow this standard. Okay. Sir. Chahar took the parchment and read it carefully. Servants are divided into categories, such as apprentice servants, rough servants, kitchen chefs, kitchen chores, personal maids, personal male servants, male butlers, female butlers, etc. And a brief description is given. And the salary range is divided. The highest paid is the male butler, who is responsible for all management affairs in the castle, but must be separated from the maid's living area, life, etc. And the salary is 8 copper coins per day. The salary of the female butler and chef is in the second tier, with 6 copper coins per day. The lowest is the apprentice servant, with only 1 copper coin per day. Now our castle is not big, and we don't have many people. We are just starting out. I will offer you a salary of 8 copper coins per day, Ronan said with a smile. When our castle expands, and there are more people and things under my command, I will give you a raise. A butler in a baronial castle gets 8 copper coins per day, which is only 2 gold and 6 silver per year. It is not high, but it is also normal. But Chahar obviously didn't expect that he would be treated like this. Master, You are so generous. I thank you on behalf of the servants, who will join the castle and myself. Work hard, Chahar, and improve your management skills in all aspects. In the future, you will become my butler. Ronan didn't mind painting a big picture for himself. Anyway, everyone felt comfortable listening to it. You decide the number and level of servants. But I have a few requirements in other aspects. Please tell me. Sir, Ronan said. First, you have to find out their family background. If they have followed Prince A, especially those who participated in today's betrayal, they will definitely not be accepted. Second, after being selected, you have to observe their words and deeds. Those who are irresponsible, lazy, and restless cannot be accepted. Finally, and most importantly, they must be loyal to me. Chahar kept these 3 points in mind. Sir, I remember. Ronan waved his hand. Okay, go down. Tomorrow, when I meet my subjects, you can recruit servants. Watching Chahar leave his study, Ronan stretched his body. After a busy day, he can finally rest alone for a while. However, some people are destined not to rest. For example, David should be raiding the homes of the 3 professional knights of Shan in Shanlin town with Tom. I don't know how much property these people can leave for Ronin. Chapter 38 Baron Layson's Countermeasures. The night was quiet. Ronin waited for the arrival of 12 o'clock in the morning, while thinking about how to deal with the Shan territory. It is always not safe to rely on fabricating that McKen is a high-level peak knight in the location of Shanlin town. If you want to go out, you will pass by the side of Shan territory. Once the other party intercepts, it is equivalent to catching a turtle in a jar, which is very passive. I have analyzed it before. Baron Layson is afraid of 2 things. One is that he is afraid that Wushan Fort will know about the embezzlement of Shanlin town's tax revenue. And the other is that Wushan Fort will know about the killing of me. Ronin lay on the bed with his palms on his head. After thinking about it, he still felt that he needed to use the power of Wushan Fort to deter the other party. Let Wushan Fort know about the other party's embezzlement of tax revenue first, and then hold the second thing in hand. The reason why Ronin did not want to tell Wushan Fort about Layson's plot to kill him was that he wanted to keep Shan territory and expose it when the time was right. As for when the time is ripe, that is when he is able to kill Baron Layson and bring Shan County under his own name. Once Wushan Castle knows that Shan County has done such a thing, it will definitely send someone to investigate. At that time, Baron Layson should be too busy dealing with this matter and have no time to take care of Shanlin town. This will give Ronin a long buffer time. We need to send someone out to deliver the message tomorrow. The professional knight needs to stay with Ronin, so it is obviously impossible to send him out. Ronin can only select 2 guards to deliver the message. With ordinary war horses, it should not be dangerous to set out quickly through the woods during the day. Let them go to Lake Town to borrow the Green family's messenger bird to send a letter to Wushan Castle. Baron German will not refuse. Right? The messenger bird is a tool for transmitting information in this world. A bit like a carrier pigeon. It is about 50 centimeters long, fast, and has high endurance. It is said that it can fly 1,000 miles a day. It can deliver letters from Shanlin town to Wushan Castle in 1 day. Ronin also wants to get a few messengers. But this thing needs special people to train. It can't be used once it is caught. The messenger bird must remember the locations of both ends. Time passed slowly while thinking, and soon it reached midnight. Unknowingly, 14 days have passed since Ronin came to this world. He received the second heartwarming gift box by signing in. Attribute points plus 25. Energy essence plus 25. Compared with the last one, this heartwarming gift box has 5 more attribute points and energy essence. It is really more heartwarming. Ronin spent all his attribute points on the magician level with ease, and now the progress has reached 101/150. With the current amount of mental power and mana, he can cast the wind spell many times. It's a pity that this first level magic seems to have no other effect except blowing up the lady's skirt. Oh, by the way, it can be used to blow away dust during spring cleaning. It only takes more than a week for me to fill the magician's progress, and then I can break through to the intermediate level. As long as he breaks through to the intermediate level, Ronin can learn the Wind Blade spell. That day, Pedro used the Wind Blade spell to kill the captain of the Knights of Lake Town by sneak attack. Learning this spell will greatly improve Ronin's overall strength. When all the energy and spirit are invested in Mackin tomorrow, his knight level will reach 95 to 200. which is halfway to becoming a truly advanced level. As long as he can hold off Lord Shan and prevent him from paying attention to Shanlin Town for a period of time, Ronan still has a lot of room for maneuver. At the same time, in the hall of Lord Shan, Baron Layson, the magic crystal lamp shines brightly, illuminating the hall. If Ronan were there, he would probably think he was back on Earth. Magicians are rare, and magicians who can make magic creations are even rarer. So this makes magic items expensive. For example, Baron Layson's magic crystal lamp requires at least hundreds of gold coins to buy. This is just to buy the lamp shell. It uses magic crystals and magic cores as energy, which also requires a lot of gold coins. So those who can use magic crystal lamps are often nobles. And they are relatively wealthy nobles who are willing to spend this kind of scene money. Layson is such a scene person. Showing off his splendor and wealth all the time is one of his favorite things to do. Sir, our intelligence is wrong. Ronan is protected by high-level peak knights. We can't guarantee that we can definitely kill him. So we didn't do it. Knight Ferridan was making a report. And the group of guards under his command don't seem to be ordinary soldiers. I guess Lord Llewellyn still values his bloodline very much. Baron Layson, who was sitting above, turned the huge dark blue emerald ring on his finger and digested the results brought back by the knights. To be honest, he didn't expect it. You're right. Wiggins obviously hates Ronan. But Lord Rollans values blood very much. He couldn't help laughing when he said this. Lord Rollans was so heroic when he was young. Who would have thought that he would have no successor when he was old? Even a useless grandson like Ronan would be protected by a senior knight. Ferridan echoed, after all, Ronan has Wushan's blood in his body. Maybe he has a chance to give birth to a powerful, extraordinary person? Hee. Then he should treat Ronan as a stud. Let him linger in bed every day. And have more children. Deputy and I laughed. Isn't Ronan that kind of person? But I doubt that he has slept with so many women, but didn't give birth to a child. Will he be useless like his father? Ha ha ha. In the hall, Layson and several knights laughed together. When the laughter gradually stopped, Ferridan put on a more worried face. Sir, although Ronan didn't hear from Prince and others that we were going to murder him after he entered Shanlin Town, he must have known that we had gained a lot of benefits from Shanlin Town over the years. He paused and continued, if he told Wushan Castle about this, it might not be a good thing for you. I have already thought about this matter, and have a way to deal with it. Baron Layson was not panicked at all, as if this matter was easy to solve. Philoton, you will go to Shanlin Town to negotiate with Ronan early tomorrow morning. Just say that we are willing to compensate him for what we have taken from Shanlin Town over the years. And ask him not to tell Wushan Castle about this matter. Compensation? Philoton thought about this method, then nodded slowly. Your Excellency's method is fine, but I don't know if Ronan will agree. Only a fool would disagree. Layson laughed. If he chooses to tell Wushanbeo about this matter, I will use my connections to ask the nobles to help talk, and then pay some money to compensate Wushanbeo. And the matter will be settled. But in this way, Wushanbeo gets the money, not Shanlin Town. But if Ronan agrees to settle this matter with me privately, it was he, Ronan, who got the money, not Wushanbeo. After saying that, he looked around at the knights present and asked with a smile, do you think Ronan would be so stupid as to not want this compensation? Everyone nodded in agreement. Ronan should not be so stupid. Right? In Ronan's eyes, we are not in a life-and-death relationship with them. Instead of letting Wushanbeo take the money, it is better for him to take the money himself. Knight Ferridan praised, Your Excellency's method is very ingenious. The reason why they judged that there was no deadly hatred between the two sides was mainly because the two sides lived in peace for a period of time in the afternoon. If there was a deadly hatred, with Ronan's character, he would definitely have a conflict under the protection of senior knights. Okay. The affairs of Shanlin Town will be handed over to you, and the follow-up matters will be discussed when I come back. For Baron Layson, Shanlin Town will eventually belong to him. It was previously managed by Prince, and now it is nothing more than being in Ronan's hands for a period of time. He stood up and said, Lord Orson's birthday is coming soon. I will leave for Black Python City tomorrow. This time, I will take 2 knights with me. Philoton, you and the others stay in the territory. The Lord Orson he mentioned was the border Earl Orson Hyde. Black Python City was the central city of the Hyde family, and it was a long way from the Shan territory. Lezen went to attend the Earl's birthday party. On the one hand, he was invited, And on the other hand, he also wanted to take this opportunity to meet friends, build relationships, and have a good exchange with certain people. Compared with attending the birthday party, the affairs of Shanlin Town are not on the same level of importance. Okay, let's go. Philoton, come with me and get the agreement. Baron Layson strode out of the hall. Chapter 39. The second meeting with the people of the territory. The air on the mountain road in the early morning was very humid, and 2 fast horses were galloping on the mountain road. The strong guards on the horse were selected by Ronan to deliver the letter. They would go to Lake Town to ask the Green family for help. If Baron German was willing to borrow the carrier bird, the 2 guards would return. On the contrary, the 2 of them would return to Wushan Castle along the way they came and deliver the letter. At this moment, they had already rushed for dozens of miles, and they would be out of the mountain area in 2 hours. But at this moment, on the opposite side of them, 2 fast horses ran towards them. It's the knight from yesterday. It's from Lord Shan. What is he doing here again? The 2 messengers' hearts skipped a beat, and they couldn't help but pull the reins and stop, making way for each other. The man who came was the knight captain of Lord Shan, Philoton Henry, who didn't expect to meet someone from Shanlin Town here. Ferreton also stopped and asked, "Where are you going?" The aura of the senior knights made the 2 guards nervous, but thinking that behind them was Baron Ronan, the lord of Shanlin Town, the 2 messengers calmed down. Although ordinary people have no power to fight back in front of knights, if the other party kills them at will, it will cost a huge price after being known, and a large sum of money is inevitable. "Respected knight, we are delivering a letter for Lord Ronan," one of the messengers replied. Ferreton's heart jumped when he heard this. Could it be that they were delivering a letter to Wushan Castle? And it was about things in Sane County and Shanlin Town. "Do you know what letter Lord Ronan asked you to deliver?" he asked hurriedly. "Sorry, knight. We don't know the content of the letter." Philoton frowned slightly. He came here today to solve the trouble in the Shan territory. If Ronan's letter really talked about this matter, and he asked the messenger to deliver it, it would be troublesome. "Don't deliver your letter for the time being," Philoton said. Hearing this, the 2 messengers were shocked, and their heartbeats accelerated. Would this knight really cause trouble for them? "Sorry. This is something our lord has specially instructed us to do. Without Lord Ronan's approval, we must deliver the letter. Master Ronan, you won't stop us, right?" The 2 messengers were nervous but not humble. They had experienced what happened yesterday, and Ronan's instructions were given before they left, so they had to remain calm enough. Don't be nervous." Philoton became gentle. "I am now preparing to meet your Lord Baron Ronan. The matter to be discussed may be related to the content of the letter in your hand. If you send it out, your lord may lose hundreds of gold coins." He was very good at picking the key points when speaking. "If Lord Ronan knew that you didn't listen to my advice and caused him to lose so much, do you think he would blame you?" The 2 messengers looked at each other, and they wouldn't do that now. Philoton saw the situation and continued, "How about this? You come back with me to see your lord, and then I will tell him that I asked you to come back, and I think he shouldn't blame you. In addition, if you need to send letters later, I can lend you the messenger bird from Shan. It's much faster than your horses." The 2 messengers were still a little hesitant, but thinking that this matter might be related to the master's wealth plan, they finally chose to compromise. "Okay, then let's go. I'll have to trouble you to help me inform later." Ferreton laughed and pulled the reins to continue on his way. "By the way, Lord Ronan said yesterday that there is a high-level peak professional knight among you. Is it the big guy who is as majestic as a mountain?" The 2 messengers turned their horses' heads and said with a smile, "That's Lord Mackin. Lord Mackin is so powerful. It is said that even if 2 or 3 high-level peak knights besiege him at the same time, he can remain invincible." Ferreton's eyes flashed with a serious light. This Mackin is a very difficult opponent. He must pay attention to it in the future. In fact, he didn't know that the 2 messengers said this because Ronan specifically reminded them during the morning training. Whether it is the people of Shanlin Town or others, anyone who asks about the strength of the guard officer will answer like this. On the other side, Ronan was taking Mackin, Chahar and others to the grassland west of the town. Last night, David and Tom had already notified the lord of the meeting with the people, and agreed to meet at the western grassland at 10 o'clock this morning. Ronan has few people around him now. 10 injured guards are recovering. 2 of them were sent out as messengers, and 5 were left at the castle. There are only 12 guards who can accompany him. Ordinary guards do not have much combat power in front of extraordinary people. Ronan brought them with him purely for show. At this moment, the western grassland was crowded with people. And the people had been waiting here early. The scene of the new lord entering the town yesterday had been spread by the people. Although Prince was a traitor, this lord killed so many people in one breath. And he was a cruel person at first glance. How dare they let the lord wait here? At this moment, all the people came here. Even those who were seriously ill and unable to walk. Their families carried them here. When Ronan came to the outside of the grassland, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. His first feeling was, oh my God, why are there so many people? The second feeling was joy from the heart. More people are good. And more people will greatly reduce the difficulty of completing the population prosperity achievement. With the appearance of Ronan, the crowd that was originally noisy suddenly quieted down. And everyone focused their eyes on Ronan, fearing that making a sound would make the lord unhappy. It was the first time that Ronan was looked at by so many people. And it was impossible for him not to be nervous at all. But now he is a lord. And he cannot lose face in front of his subjects. He took a deep breath and walked to the high place. There was no specially built platform. Just a small mound on the grassland. Well, such a meeting is not grand at all. But there is no way. This matter was arranged in a hurry. And Ronan did not have a political officer. When Ronan thought of this, he was really a bit headache. Political officers are not like servants, who can be recruited casually. If you want to play the role of a political officer, you must at least learn to read. Right? Ronan looked at his subordinates, including David. 30 guards are not enough. And the rest are only Makin, Elrin, Chahar and Tom. Chahar is the steward of the castle. And the others are all extraordinary people. They are not suitable to be political officials. After a short period of drifting thoughts, Ronan's attention returned to the present. He glanced at Elrin beside him. The other party understood and immediately stepped forward and said loudly, the people of Shanlin town. The blood of the great Wushan family. The lord of Shanlin town, Baron Ronan, is standing in front of you at this moment. No matter who you are. Now, salute the lord and offer your loyalty. Elrin has read a lot of books during this period, including 2 night novels. The lines in them are like this. He is active and flexible. As his voice fell, everyone began to salute. The people of the Sir status knelt on the ground one after another, and the free people bowed deeply to show respect. Ronan looked over and saw that the majority of people were kneeling on the ground. However, no matter who they were, they all shouted loudly, greetings to the Lord. More than 1,000 people shouted at the same time, gathering into a huge sound stream, which made people feel excited. Ronan looked at this group of people and was very excited. This was his foundation. I accept your loyalty, people, he responded loudly. From today, we will clarify our respective rights and obligations. Ronan didn't need to say too much about the occasion, especially when facing his people. As my people, loyalty to Shanlin town and loyalty to me are your first principles. You need to work hard for me and work for the construction of Shanlin town. As your lord, I will use my rights and fulfill my obligations. I will give you strong protection, stable security, and a better life. After saying these words, Ronan glanced at Elrond. The other party understood and immediately said, the light from the Lord will always protect you. As he spoke, he slowly raised his hands, shining with bright light. This scene directly shocked the people below. At this time, a beam of light came out from Elrond's hand and went straight to a wounded man with a bandage on his arm in the crowd. Everyone followed the direction of the light and looked at the wounded man. The wounded man was stunned for a moment, and then he shouted in surprise, my wound is healed. He was excited and tore off the bandage on his arm. People were surprised to find that the wound on his arm, which still had blood, had healed. 7 gods. What a magical power this is. The man looked up at Elrond, with awe in his eyes. At this time, Elrond used the flash magic on Ronan. At the same time, he shouted, this is the light from Lord Ronan. He allowed me to give you this light and protect you. The glowing Ronan raised an endless mysterious image in the hearts of the serfs and free people. They opened their mouths and eyes wide, as if they had seen a god. Makin drew out his sword. His fighting spirit rose. An ray of light shot straight into the sky. Majestic and majestic. Let us shout. Long live Lord Ronan. The people were stunned for a moment. And then many people reacted and followed suit. The shouts were sparse at first, and not very unified. But as more and more people shouted, the shouts became louder and more unified. Long live Lord Ronan! Long live Lord Ronan! Long live Lord Ronan! Chapter 40 Expensive. Light-attributed magicians do have a natural advantage in winning people's hearts, because a healing spell can give the injured an immediate effect when the pain is relieved and treated. Who wouldn't like the healer? Of course. The person who was just treated by Elrin was arranged by Ronan in advance, and was pretended by a guard who was injured in the battle yesterday and has not recovered. This meeting was very successful according to the script arranged by Ronan, and his positive image as a lord was also initially established. Next, Ronan will let Elrin serve as a rural doctor for a period of time, visiting every household in Shanlin town and rescuing those who have been injured. Although Elrin will definitely be sought after by the people in the territory, the magician will publicize Ronan's kindness during the treatment process and turn this grace campaign into the Lord's policy. Amid the cheers of the people, Ronan left the grassland. Next, it was handed over to Elrond and Chahar. The newly promoted steward initially planned to recruit 20 servants. These 20 servants included 1 personal male servant, 1 personal female servant for kitchen staff, 5 people doing odd jobs, and 9 people responsible for animal husbandry. When Ronan heard Chahar give this list in the morning, he was shocked. Why did a castle need so many people? But after the steward's analysis, he realized that the castle was like this, and so many servants were not too few. In the end, he approved this plan. After this round of recruitment, Ronan simply calculated that he needed to pay 21 gold coins a year for servants alone. In addition, his guards and the extraordinary people around him also need to be paid. Even McKen and Elrin, although they were summoned by him, they also have their own lives. They can't borrow money from him as a lord to buy bread. Right? Moreover, as Ronan's right-hand men, McKen and Elrin give reasonable salaries to help them establish their own prestige. Combined with the salary standards provided by Hallward, Ronan set the standards for junior, intermediate and senior knights at 30, 60, and 100 copper coins per day. Tom was still in the probation period, and Ronan only offered 20 copper coins per day, and promised that as long as he passed the probation, he would immediately return to the same level as David. As for the magician, for this rare and special extraordinary profession, the salary standard is much higher than that of the knights of the same level, and the junior, intermediate and advanced levels are set at 50, 100, and 500 copper coins per day respectively. After all these calculations, the guards and the extraordinary people under his command need to spend 103 gold coins a year. Ronan now has 626 gold coins in total, including the property of the 3 Knights of Shan. Once he thinks about completing the first charge, his savings will only be more than 100. It is only enough for 1 year's labor expenses. As for how to squeeze, in fact, it is not difficult to see that the bulk of this expense is on the extraordinary and the guards. The latter is 2 copper coins a day. There is not much room for squeezing, and the former is not easy to squeeze. Imagine that there is a senior knight outside who wants to join Ronan, but when he asks Mackin, he finds out that the salary is 10 copper coins a day. Do you think that senior knight will still join him? So, Ronan should consider how to make money. He knocked his forehead. Worried. First, we should have a comprehensive understanding of the resources of the territory, and we need to patrol the territory. But before that, we need to recruit political officers. When he thought of political officers, Ronan thought of Prince. If he hadn't killed this guy yesterday, maybe he could get some useful information from him. Damn Prince. Damn territory Thane. Fast horse galloped from a distance, attracting Ronan's attention. When he saw the other person's face clearly, he was surprised. Bob? Didn't I ask him and Ma Sai to deliver the letter? Why are you back? His heart skipped a beat. Could something have happened on the way? McKin shouted, Bob, why are you back? Bob came to Ronan and quickly got off the horse. Sir, the knight Felleton led by Sean is here with his squire? Ronan was shocked and his face changed slightly. Tell me clearly, what's going on? Bob then told how he met Felleton on the road and how the other party persuaded him and Marseille to return. Sir, Marseille is now accompanying Felleton outside the castle. Ronan glanced behind him. David and Tom were maintaining order there, and only Mackin was with him. However, Felleton only brought a squire knight, so he should not be here to cause trouble. If Ronan asked more people to accompany him, it would seem that he was afraid. Let's go, and see what this Felton is going to do. Ronan called Mackin to go with him. And at the same time told Bob, after you go back, don't send the letter with Marseille. Wait for my notice. In addition, do not mention this matter to other guards. And keep it confidential. Okay. Sir. Bob responded seriously. He and Marseille were selected by McKinn to deliver the letter this time. Although they were over 18 years old, and had little chance of awakening the extraordinary, they could still be reused because of their flexible minds and strong bodies, with the opportunity to perform in front of the Lord. They naturally had to seize it. Not long after, Ronan quickly returned to the outside of the castle. From a distance, he saw Felton and his followers standing outside, with Marseille and 2 guards at the castle gate standing beside him. Sir Felton. I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. Ronan walked over with a smile, and spoke very naturally. Felton saluted Ronan with a serious face. Good day, Baron. I am really presumptuous to come and disturb you again. He did not beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. Today I bring Lord Layson's letter and want to discuss a deal with you. The Lord of Shanlin Town. Transaction? Is there a transaction between Shanlin Town and some lord? Ronan's expression remained unchanged, and he said with a smile, Then please come with me into the castle and talk about it. I'm happy to do so. Felton spoke calmly. But before that, please forgive me for stopping your messenger, because I think this may affect our cooperation. Oh! Ronan's expression moved. Could this transaction be related to some lord's embezzlement of Shanlin Town's tax revenue? These are all trivial matters. Ronan acted as if he didn't mind at all. But he knew in his heart that there was a risk that the way out of Shanlin Town would be cut off by some lord. Let's go. Sir, welcome to my castle. Felton followed, smiling, but not in his heart. What do you mean by my castle? Many buildings in this castle were built and repaired by Prince before yesterday. He, Felton, did not need to wait or report to enter this castle. In less than a day, the owner of this place changed. However, Felton believed in Layson. When the Baron came back from Black Python City, he would probably start planning how to deal with Ronan. I believe that sooner or later, Shanlin Town will fall into the territory of Sin. And by then, he, Felton, will probably have a large manor of his own here. Chapter 41 Negotiation. Ronan brought Felton to the fortress hall of Shanlin Castle, which was actually a more formal attitude. Sorry, Sir Felton. Due to Prince's betrayal, my castle does not have enough staff for the time being, and I can't provide you with drinks or other services. Ronan sat down first, speaking politely, while motioning the other party to sit down as well. The Shanlin Castle fortress is very simple. The hall made of megaliths has small windows on the walls around it. Even if there is sunlight shining in, the brightness is not great. McKinn could only command the guards to light the candles in the hall. Felton had some opinions about Ronan's reception without enough etiquette, but he naturally would not say it out loud. Just complimented. The Baron is really efficient in doing things, and his style is very similar to your father's. Ronan raised his eyebrows. Was the other party praising him or insulting him? I wonder what important things did you come here for today? Ronan didn't want to beat around the bush, so he chose to ask the other party directly about his purpose. Felton did not answer immediately, but asked, Lord Ronan, I wonder what the letter you asked the guards to send to Wushan Castle is about. He was still trying to find out the content of the letter sent by Bob and Marseille. The nobles care a lot about their face. Even if there is a conflict between the two sides, they will laugh when they meet in general occasions, and will put the stabbing behind their backs. So during the time Ronan met Felton, he also paid attention to maintaining the hospitable attitude of the protagonist. But when he heard Felton's question, after 2 seconds of thinking, his face turned cold. You should know what Lord Shan has gained from my Shanlin Town over the years. If he was submissive at this time, he would have failed to live up to his wonderful performance yesterday. Ronan had to show that he was not afraid of offending Lord Shan. Felton's expression became more serious, and he was glad that he had stopped the 2 messengers on the road. Otherwise Lord Shan would be in trouble this time. He was also complaining in his heart why Ronan was so hasty, and didn't give both sides any room to ease the tension. Sure enough, as the rumor said, Wiggins and Ronan are indeed the father and son of Wushan Fort. I know a little about what your excellency said. Felton took out the lines he had prepared. Your excellency may not know that the security situation in Shanlin Town is not good. There is the Wushan Monster Mountain Range that harasses the town in the west. And there are remnants of the wild tribes in the woods in the north and east. Prince, the political official, wants to maintain the security here and ensure that he can serve Wushan Castle. So he can only seek help from the Shan territory, which is closest to Shanlin town. Ronan deliberately questioned, "So, you have seized so much wealth from Shanlin town? I will report this kind of embezzlement to Wushan Castle. Let my father and my grandfather put Baron Layson on trial." "Your Excellency, what you said is not correct." Philoton stood up, saluted like a knight, and began to defend. "Your Excellency, my master Baron Layson has fulfilled his responsibilities as a vassal of Wushan Castle, and has sent troops to protect Shanlin town for Wushan Castle. The things that Prince gave us are just rewards for us. How can this be called embezzlement of Wushan Castle's wealth?" Ronan sneered. "As a vassal, it is our duty to help the feudal lord to suppress the rebellion. Baron Layson still wants a reward?" "You are right. But that was when Wushan Castle ordered Lord Shan to take action." Philoton defended again. "And we took action at the request and promise of Prince. Wushan Castle did not order it. If this matter is to be investigated, Prince is also the biggest criminal. Whose fault is greater or smaller? I don't want to know. And I don't want to ask." Ronan didn't care. "I just need to tell my father about your affairs. I think, with his character, he will definitely make Baron Layson pay the price." Philoton knew that it would be impossible to talk to Ronan like this. So he stopped talking and began to reveal Baron Layson's plan. "My lord, if you report this matter to Wushan Castle, Lord Shan may compensate Wushan Castle with a certain amount of money or resources in the end," he said, sitting down again, with a hint of temptation in his tone. "The money is given to Wushan Castle, and you won't get a penny." Ronan's heart moved. Here it comes. The other party's real intention is here. He waved his hand and sat sideways on the chair. "I am not interested in money. I just hope that Wushan Castle can teach Baron Layson a lesson and let him know that he should not stretch his hands too far." Knight Ferretin cursed Ronan 100 times in his heart, thinking that the other party had no brains at all. He didn't understand even after talking so much. "My lord, Baron Layson hopes to compensate you." He didn't waste any more words and directly exposed his cards. "As long as you don't pursue the mistakes that Shan Lord made in these years because of stepping into Prince's trap, Lord Layson is willing to compensate you." Perhaps worried that Ronan still didn't understand, Ferretin continued to explain. "You report to Wushan Castle, and Shan Lord will compensate Wushan Castle. But if you don't pursue it, our compensation will go into your pocket." Ronan was so happy. He was just thinking that he didn't have enough money to spend. But he didn't expect that Master Shan would come to give him money. "Compensate me?" He pretended to be very interested. "How did Baron Layson say he would compensate?" Philoton raised 2 fingers. "Lord Layson is willing to pay Shanlin town 200 gold coins in one lump sum." "Want to send someone away with 200 gold coins?" Ronan shook his head repeatedly. "I am the blood of the Wushan family. How could I deceive Wushan Castle with him?" He looked disdainful. "Sir Philoton, please go back. And please don't stop my messenger. Otherwise, I don't mind letting Knight McKin keep you in Shanlin Castle for a long time." Philoton was disgusted by Ronan's words. He just saw that Ronan's attitude was clearly interested. But now it was so. The resolute refusal was nothing more than a disdain for the small amount of money. At such a young age, he actually looked like a greedy businessman. 300? Ferretin raised 3 fingers. 300 gold coins. "I hope you can change your mind." Ronan asked coldly. "Fairness and justice are my creeds. Are you testing me?" "Lord Layson? 400? "Sir, 400 is enough." "Right." Ferretin felt like he was negotiating business with a disgusting businessman. Shanlin town only provides some food to Shan County every year, and it is estimated that there are less than 400 gold coins added up over the years. Ronan laughed. Although he didn't know how much Prince had given Shan County, it was definitely more than 400 gold coins. "Sir Ferretin, you have to know that Baron Layson is committing a crime. Once Wushan Castle knows about it, I don't know how much punishment he will receive." While cursing Ronan for being too little and pretending to be upright, Ferretin showed an embarrassment. "Sir, 400 gold coins are really not a small amount." Ronan held out a finger. "I won't embarrass you. 1,000 gold coins. As long as Baron Layson compensates me with 1,000 gold coins, I can pretend that I didn't find out about Prince and you." Ferretin opened his mouth, as if he thought he had heard it wrong. Good guy. He asked for 1,000 gold coins directly. He was really greedy. Does the other party know what 1,000 gold coins means? Ferretin calmed his fluctuating breathing. If he hadn't seen the tall and strong McKinn standing next to him, he really wanted to rush up and strangle this greedy guy to death. Sir, although Baron Layson has some savings, it is impossible for you to ask him to take out 1,000 gold coins at once. Violeton shook his head. Even if you want to report to Wushan Castle, the final judgment of the Marquis will probably not be this number. So it is better for you to report it. 1,000 gold coins really can't be taken out? Roning smiled and said. It doesn't matter if there is no 1,000 gold coins. Baron Layson can use cattle to compensate. I heard that there are many black buffaloes in Swamp Town. I like to eat beef. Just give me 30 or 40 heads. Violeton pulled the corner of his mouth. Yes, there are many swamps in the territory of Seine, which is suitable for black buffaloes to survive. Over the years, Baron Layson has made a lot of money by domesticating black buffaloes. But Roning asked for 30 or 40 heads at the first mouth. This is completely nonsense. To be honest, if Lord Layson hadn't repeatedly asked to promote a relaxed situation first, he would probably get up and leave immediately. But the negotiations have to continue. Sir, it's really not that much. Chapter 42 Satisfied. Negotiating the price requires patience. Ronan was very patient. After all, he now held the bargaining chips and had the advantage. But he also knew that 1,000 gold coins was indeed too high a price, and the other party would probably not be willing to pay even if they had it. So he would slowly lower it. After a round of negotiations and 2 glasses of cold water, the two sides finally reached a consensus. 608 gold coins, plus 3 male black buffaloes and 10 female black buffaloes. Ronan took a pen and signed his name on the parchment with a lingering smile on his face. Please tell Baron Layson that I promise that no one else will know about this. Ferretin took the signed parchment and took out the bag of gold coins from his arms and handed it to Ronan. Sir, there are 600 gold coins in it. Obviously, the most Baron Layson offered was 600 gold coins. As he spoke, Ferretin took out 8 more gold coins from his pocket and added them in. This was his own private money, which he had paid in advance. The moment he got the purse, the long-lost words appeared in front of Ronan's eyes. Fortune and prosperity achievement achieved. Attribute points plus 20. Energy and spirit plus 40. Sir, please count it. Ronan laughed and put the purse aside. No need to count. I have never doubted your credibility. Sir, Ferretin couldn't laugh at all. Not only did he give away all the 600 gold coins prepared by Baron Layson, he also took out 8 gold coins himself. I will send 2 entourages to deliver the cows you just talked about tomorrow. Ferretin cursed in his heart, but his body maintained his demeanor and bowed. Then, Ferretin will say goodbye to you. Sir, don't. Ronan grinned. I'll have someone prepare lunch right now. Sir, you must stay. Lord Layson is about to leave for Black Python City to celebrate Earl Orson-Hyde's birthday. I have to hurry back to report. Please don't blame me, Lord Ronan. In fact, Layson left in the morning. He just found a reasonable reason to leave. But this reason made Ronan alert. This Baron Layson is still connected with the Border Earl Hyde family? Then he must be more vigilant in the future. Ronan no longer tried to keep him. In that case, I won't force you to stay. Please say hello to Baron Layson for me. With his warm farewell, Ferretin and his squire knights left the castle and galloped away on horses. Ronan also breathed a sigh of relief. After this incident, at least it can be guaranteed that Lord Sean will not come to trouble him for a period of time. Moreover, Baron Layson went to Black Python City to celebrate his birthday, and he might not come back for 10 days or half a month. Even if we want to deal with him, we have to wait until Layson returns. After all, Ferretin is just a knight, and he can't make the decision to attack the nobles. Congratulations. Sir, you got such a large sum of gold coins. McKinn smiled and congratulated. Uh-huh. This is thanks to our good neighbor. Ronan was very happy. Let someone notify Bob in Marseille, so that they don't have to deliver the letter. By the way, remember to burn the letter. Okay. Sir, I'll notify them right away. Wait a minute, Ronan shouted. He summoned McKinn's attribute interface and consumed all the 40 energy essences he received, and the opponent's night level progress was increased to 135/200. The feeling of becoming stronger made Mackin feel comfortable. He didn't expect that after becoming stronger in the morning, he would become stronger again within a few hours. Thank you for the gift. Sir. Ronan patted the other's shoulder. Go. Train me a few more professional knights like David. He could add points to Mackin and Elrin. But not to David and his group. These people need to work hard to become extraordinary professionals. And the same is true for improving their strength level. Therefore, David and his group need to train, compete and fight, so that they can become stronger and stronger. Mackin can play this role very well. Mackin will definitely go all out. The guard officer solemnly performed a knight salute, and then left with enthusiasm. Ronan called out the attribute panel. While adding points to himself, he walked towards the study. After a shock of the pleasure brought by the surge in mental power, Ronan's magician progress came to 126/150. I only need to get 24 more attribute points, and I can break through to become an intermediate professional. After getting the gold coins from Sean, Ronan now has 3 channels to obtain attribute points. Monthly sign-in, first charge gift, and achievement master. In the next 6 days, he can only get 6 attribute points through monthly sign-in. Completing the first charge gift not only allows him to summon a professional knight with the Scorching Sun qualification, but also a luxury gift package, which Ronan estimates will contain attribute points. In addition to these two, the last is the Achievement Master interface. Ronan looked over. At this time, the Fortune and Prosperity achievement is the same as the previous Killing Master achievement, and it has also advanced to a new stage after completing the first stage. Good fortune. Get 1,000 gold coins at one time. Rewards, attribute points plus 50. Energy essence plus 100 compared with the first stage. This time Ronan needs to get 1,000 gold coins at one time. Although Ronan's current deposit has exceeded 1,000 gold coins, it does not mean that making money is so easy. More than 900 of his gold coins were given by Wushan, Lake Town, and Sin Territory, and the rest were all taken by killing, such as the magician Pedro, and Prince, etc. The real money he earned? Sorry, not a penny. It's really a headache to make money no matter which world you go to. Ronan currently knows only one source of wealth in Shanlin Town. That is, selling grain. According to Faradin, a lot of grain has been sent to Sin Territory in recent years. Ronan no longer needs to pay tribute to Sin Territory, so he can naturally sell the extra grain produced every year. But grain is not as profitable as the horses in the horse-herding city and the black buffalo in Sin Territory. Selling 10,000 kilograms of barley would only earn him 30 gold coins. If he wanted to earn 1,000 gold coins at a time by selling a lot, he would have to prepare 330,000 barley. Where can Shanlin Town get so much barley for sale? Obviously, this road is not very feasible. I don't know if Shanlin Town has any special products. Coming to the study, Ronan sat on a chair and looked through the books on the desk. There were not many books in fact. But unfortunately, Prince A did not leave any introduction text about the products of Shanlin Town. I need to inspect the territory. Ronan has made up his mind to inspect the territory in the next 2 days. And he is also preparing to recruit political officials from Shanlin Town. At this stage, he can lower his requirements for political officials. He does not need them to have any governance ability. He only needs them to convey his meaning and complete the tasks he has entrusted to him seriously and responsibly. No matter if you are a serf or a freeman, as long as you can read and have a little logic, you can sign up. Ronan planned to wait for Chahar to recruit servants for the castle before he could ask him to issue a notice to recruit political officials. In addition to these two things, he also needed to go to the horse-herding city to buy the magic crystal before Baron Lacen came back from celebrating his birthday. Chapter 43 New Servant. For ordinary people, it is a very fortunate thing to be able to enter the castle and become a servant of the lord and nobles. Firstly, as long as you join the castle, it means that in most cases you don't have to worry about starving or freezing, and you can also have a stable income. Secondly, entering the castle means you have the opportunity to get close to the nobles, and if you are lucky, you will have the opportunity to get rewards, and even have the opportunity to change your destiny and improve your class. So when Chahar on the grassland announced that Shanlin Castle was going to recruit 20 servants, the people who had not yet dispersed were boiling, and many people volunteered to rush forward. If David, Tom and other extraordinary knights were not there to maintain order, it is estimated that the young butler would be completely surrounded by the surging crowd. The enthusiasm for the competition was very high. But with Chahar's words, many people immediately became weak. The reason is that in addition to the chef, Shanlin Castle only needs people in the age range of 18 to 35 years old. And there is no chance for those over this age. The next step is the big screening. When it comes to selecting people, Chahar first complies with the 3 requirements proposed by Roning, and then some standards he set himself. For example, servants who are responsible for carrying things and moving things in the castle are required to look strong and powerful. For example, people who are Roning's personal male servants are required to look decent, smart, and quick to react. For example, personal maids. Although the master does not seem to be very interested in women, Chahar thinks that personal maids should be as beautiful as possible. After all, when Roning goes out to visit other nobles in the future, personal male and female servants will follow and serve. And if they look strange, it will damage the face of the Baron of Shanlin Town. Chahar would never allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, he spent less time selecting other servants, but spent a long time on the 2 positions of personal maid and personal butler. It was not until after 4 o'clock in the afternoon that Chahar gathered 20 servants and brought them to the castle to meet Ronin. On the grass outside the main building of the inner castle, Ronin looked at the servants standing in rows in front of him and nodded slightly. "Thank you for your hard work, Chahar. You did a good job." Chahar bowed and said, "Thank you for your praise, sir." He began to introduce. The 3 people standing in the front were the personal butler Galen, the personal maid Bella, and the kitchen cook Bandely. Galen is a 19-year-old boy. There are 4 people in his family. His father was a guard who followed the Earl here in the early years, and was responsible for logistics. Bella is also 19 years old. Her parents are free people in the town and cultivate some fields. Mrs. Bandler is 38 years old. Although she is old, I have personally eaten the food she makes in her shabby bakery. Compared with others, it is the best. When he introduced them, these new and somewhat nervous servants saluted and greeted Ronin. Each one was very reserved. After all, the Lord's killing reputation was outside. Ronin looked at them. These people were all wearing linen clothes, and the styles were similar. The difference was that some people's clothes were newer, and some people's clothes had several patches on them. It was obvious that their living environment was not very good. This was normal. After all, they were civilians in the mountains. It was good enough to grow strong and wear clothes. The requirements could not be too high. It was this maid that made Roning take a closer look. She was pretty. If she dressed up a little, she might be prettier than Prince's 2 lovers. Chahar was indeed a man who had studied in Wushan Castle. He still had a good eye. Behind these 3 people were ordinary servants in the castle, servants in charge of livestock, and so on. Roning didn't spend much time remembering their names. After all, the only people he had more contact with in daily life were probably the 3 people in front. "Very good. Welcome to join us." After Chahar finished his introduction, Roning said a few words of welcome. "Chahar, there should be some clothes for servants in the castle. You can distribute them later. In addition, teach them basic etiquette, especially Galen and Bella. You may follow me out later, so you need to change some habits in your behavior." Chahar was relieved. Before he came, he thought the master would find fault with the 2 people and ask him to recruit again. Unexpectedly, all 20 people passed. "Don't worry, sir. I will tell them the basic etiquette after I go down. I will pay special attention to Galen and Bella." Roning did not continue to express any opinions on the servants. Chahar was educated, so he could handle these things. First, send the second recruitment information to Shanlin Town. He had to arrange the affairs of the political officer first, and ordered, "I need to recruit a political officer. All the people in Shanlin Town can come to the castle to apply at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." Of course, not everyone can, he emphasized, in addition to the points mentioned yesterday. The age can be relaxed. 40 years old and below are okay. And you must be able to read and write most of the text. And your mobility cannot be restricted. The condition of knowing most of the characters alone will probably filter out a large number of people. Because in this world, knowledge is expensive. A book with dozens of pages bound by parchment usually costs several silver coins. It is very good for ordinary people to ensure the 3 meals a day for their family. Where can they have extra energy and money to study and buy books? After Roning and Chahar took the servants down, he began to think about the questions he would ask the interviewers tomorrow. After all, if there are many applicants, he still needs to screen them. After a while, Roning finalized the questions, and then came to the window and cast the wind spell outside. This spell is not difficult for a beginner magician of wind attribute. In addition, Roning's attribute affinity has reached super level. Since he learned it that night, he can soon cast it 100% successfully. The reason why he continued to practice was mainly to improve the proficiency and stability of the mental power to depict the spell pattern. In preparation for making spell scrolls later, the magician Pedro said that making a spell scroll requires the magician's mental power and mana output to be extremely stable, so that the spell pattern can be engraved on the monster's skin. If this condition is not met, the spell scroll cannot be made, just like Pedro tried many times. But in the end, it was just a waste. Ronin obviously meets this condition. His mental power and mana are very stable, so making spell scrolls in the future should not be a problem. He also asked Auron privately, and the other parties seemed to meet this condition. In other words, in the future, Shanlin Town can have 2 magicians making spell scrolls. Luo Ning thought about it seriously. If Shanlin Town didn't have any special products, he could sell spell scrolls as resources. Moreover, once their magician's level became higher, and they could make powerful spell scrolls, they could be used as a strategic resource. If there was a magic that could destroy a city in an instant, and Luo Ning could make it into a spell scroll, then this scroll would be equivalent to a nuclear weapon. Of course, this was just his fantasy. He didn't know whether there was any magic that could defy the heavens in this world. These were all later. At this stage, a second-level healing spell scroll would definitely sell well. In this way, Luo Ning could also accumulate a certain amount of money. In addition to spell scrolls, Luo Ning was also prepared to rely on his memories of his previous life to see if he could develop some industries. For example, liquor? People in this world like to drink very much. From the nobles to the ordinary people, they all have the habit of drinking. And there are many people who are addicted to alcohol. However, they all drank beer and wine. The nobles had never touched liquor before, so they obviously didn't have liquor. This gave Ronin a very clear market. However, Ronin had never actually tried to make liquor, and he thought it would take a long time of exploration and experimentation. Fortunately, he already had the theoretical knowledge, and what he lacked was the practical operation. Ronin was very confident in himself. Chapter 44 Interview with the Political Officer. With the addition of more than 20 servants, Shanlin Castle began to operate normally. Ronin's daily life was temporarily freed from the original rush and anxiety, and began to spend more time practicing swordsmanship and magic. The next morning, with the help of the maid Bella, Ronin put on the formal clothes brought from Wushan Castle. The maid Bella was very reserved and didn't even dare to raise her head, although she had been trained by Chahar. It was her first time to practice on the Lord, so she was inevitably a little confused. Ronin didn't show any abnormality on the surface, but he still felt strange in his heart for a woman to dress so closely. He wanted to do it himself, but unfortunately, he didn't know how to make this kind of court collar clothing. Don't worry, Bella. You can relax a little, Ronin reminded. We have plenty of time. Yes, sir, Bella responded in a low voice. Her face flushed. Her fingers were a little out of control when she was fiddling with the palace collar, and her body seemed to be getting weaker and weaker because of the tension. Fortunately, the clothes were almost put on, and after smoothing a few corners of the clothes, the maid Bella could finally breathe. She successfully completed her first service. Ronin looked down at his own look. The gorgeous service matched with his tall figure. He looked quite handsome. Well done, Bella. The maid blushed and lowered her head. Thank you for the compliment. Sir, Bella can do better next time. I look forward to it, Ronin said, and walked out of the dressing room. Outside, the butler Galen was waiting there. Master, Chahar has brought the candidates for the position of political officer to the outer castle hall. Then let's go over there, Ronin asked as he walked. How many people came in total? Galen replied, 3 in total. Only 3? Hearing this number, Ronin didn't know what to say for a moment. Galen explained, at dawn, more than a dozen people came outside the castle, and they all wanted to become your political officer. However, after the selection by Chahar's butler, some of those with less ability were eliminated, and only 3 were left in the end. After leaving the inner castle, Ronin came to the outer castle hall, which was a relatively open wooden house, usually only used by Chahar or Makin. For example, the butler taught the newcomers etiquette here last night. Ronin entered the house, and Chahar came to greet him. Master, These are the 3 people after my initial selection. When the 3 saw Ronin coming, they immediately bowed and greeted the Lord. From their saluting movements, Ronin could tell that these 3 people were freemen, not sirs. After all, the latter had to kneel when they saw the Lord. I'm glad you responded to the recruitment of Hillwood Castle. Ronin walked up to the top and sat down, and got straight to the point. But I only need 1 political officer, so I need to choose one from the 3 of you. The 3 of them were a little nervous, but they were all ready for the election. Let's start with you. Ronin pointed to the middle-aged man on the far left. The remaining 2 go out first. One by one. The man who was named to stay became nervous. He knew that the real test had begun. 2 people are arguing over a fat duck. They both claim the duck is theirs, and both sides had gathered a few friends, causing a small conflict involving more than a dozen people. Ronin asked the question he had prepared. If you were the administrative officer of Shanlin town, how would you handle this matter? The man was stunned. He didn't seem to expect Ronin to ask such a question. His mind was buzzing for a while, and he didn't know what he was thinking. He kept shouting in his heart to answer the question quickly, but he didn't know how to answer it. As the silence lengthened, his palms, forehead, and back were all sweaty, and his breathing became rapid. After waiting for dozens of seconds without getting a response, Ronin couldn't help but ask again, tell me, how would you handle it? I don't know. The man sat down on the ground, his voice trembling. Ronin was speechless. Even if this man couldn't answer, he didn't have to sit on the ground in fear. Is his psychological quality so poor? Next. He waved his hand. Chahar hurried over to pull up the applicant, who was slumped on the ground, and helped him out of the hall. Faced with the same question, the second person was calmer. Sir, you are the Lord of Shanlin town. Everything here belongs to you, including the property of the people, and even themselves. So I think it is unreasonable for them to rob the ownership of a duck, because this duck belongs to you. The man answered in a sonorous voice, so, I will catch the duck they robbed and send it to the castle, so that their dispute can be resolved and the matter can be properly resolved. Ronin stroked his chin and thought for a while. You have some truth in what you said. Let's go down and wait for notification. Chahar, let the 3rd person in. Faced with the same question, the 3rd person was also relatively calm. After a brief thought, the man gave his answer. Sir, if I were a political officer, I would solve this matter in several steps. Ronin motioned for the other party to continue. In the first step, I will notify the castle guards to arrest all those who are making trouble. In the second step, I will try to judge them and determine who the duck belongs to. In the third step, I will punish this group of people. The impostor shall be sentenced to a felony, sentenced to flogging and a fine, and his accomplices shall be sentenced to hard labor and a fine. As for the other party, I will punish them with warnings, hard labor or even fines according to the cause and severity of the conflict. After this call, even Chahar, who was standing aside, cast an admiring look at the other party. If nothing unexpected happens, the political officer will be this person. Ronin was obviously very satisfied with this answer. Tell me, how would you judge them and determine the duck's ownership? The man pondered again and said, the impostor is obviously a pariah. We don't need to show mercy to such a person. I will use verbal warnings and whipping warnings to exchange for the other party's honest confession. Ronin was not very satisfied with this answer. In this way, the duck's real owner may be accidentally injured. But I cleared his name, the man said firmly. I believe he will be grateful to me in the end. Ronin shook his head. I agree with your previous answer, but I don't agree with your way of judging. If the owner of the duck is afraid of your threat and is forced to admit it, it means that you indulge the impostor. Hearing such an evaluation, the applicant's face turned pale. Being denied by the Baron, there should be no hope. Right? Sorry, sir, I disappoint you. He bowed slightly. Maybe there is a better way, but please forgive me for not thinking of it. Then think about it slowly later when you have time. Ronin's mouth curled up slightly, and he slowly stood up. Tell me your name. The people below were stunned at first, and then showed a look of surprise. The last second he thought he was eliminated, but he didn't expect that he passed the next second. Sir, I am Wilson. Congratulations, Wilson. From now on, you are the government official of Shanlin town. I will give you a salary of 10 copper coins a day. I hope you will serve me well. Although the other party's answer did not all conform to Ronan's ideas, he was able to answer the previous steps, which showed that he had a certain logic and organization. And the two people in front of him. The first one is needless to say. His psychological quality is too poor. If he encounters a big thing, he may not have any opinion. The second one, the other party's answer seems to be suspected of taking advantage of loopholes. Not to mention that Ronan would snatch other people's ducks because of this matter? That would only weaken his positive image. So when there were only 3 people to choose from, Ronan chose the third one. Thank you for your recognition. Wilson knelt on one knee and said excitedly, Wilson will do his best to assist you in governing Shanlin Town. Wilson couldn't even think of getting a salary of 10 copper coins a day in this remote place. Applying for the position of government official, this time, was the most important choice in his life. Ronan raised his hand and motioned for the other party to stand up. Then, the first task I will give you is to conduct a census of Shanlin Town. Ronan began to arrange the first task. I want you to count the gender, age, occupation, and specialty of each person in the family unit and register them. In addition, craftsmen, you have to pay special attention to me. Understanding the population structure of Shanlin Town can not only help Ronan carry out subsequent construction, but also is a key step in achieving the population prosperity achievement. To achieve this achievement, the population of the territory needs to reach 3,000 and be registered. Even if Shanlin Town does not have so many people now, a census is imperative. Master, Chahar stammered beside him. Just say it. Chahar. The new butler expressed his concerns. Master, there are only 83 pieces of parchment in the castle. Isn't it a bit of a waste to use them to register the information of the people? Parchment is not cheap. A page of 40 lines of parchment costs about 10 copper coins. If you buy a lot of it, it will be a big expense. As the new butler, Chahar can think of the problem of parchment consumption at the first time, which can be regarded as officially entering the role of butler. Which is good. Your concerns are justified. Ronan nodded slightly. But he must do the population registration. There are not many people in the town. Even if all of them are counted, it should not consume much. And I will go to the horse-herding city in 2 days. And I will purchase a little more at that time. The parchment issue made Ronan think of a technology papermaking. Only by producing cheap paper can information be spread more conveniently, so as to enrich the various design talents in the territory. In addition to liquor, papermaking seems to be something that can be applied to Shanlin Town. But we can't rush this matter. We can first figure out the production method, and then promote it when the time is right. We must have the ability to protect the things we have invented. Chapter 45 Food Production in Shanlin Town. With the government official, Ronan no longer has to manage some things in the territory himself. However, this does not mean that he completely lets go and becomes a noble lord who only seeks enjoyment, although this is his ultimate goal. On the contrary, he wants to build the territory into his own utopia, and he has to ask about many things. Therefore, Ronan asked Wilson to report weekly and summarize monthly, which can not only deepen his grasp of the territory's government affairs, but also understand Wilson's level. After 2 days of busy work, the personnel arrangements of Shanlin Castle have basically been completed. Later, it only needs to be adjusted appropriately according to the situation. After lunch break, Ronan rode a horse to patrol the territory under the protection of McKinn, David and Tom. As a lord, he is full of enthusiasm for this patrol, and is full of expectations for every production and operation area in the territory. This mood is like an online love meeting in person. There are so many beautiful things in the mind and many pictures. Only when you really meet in person can you have the most intuitive cognition. The center of Shanlin Town is very small, and the surrounding houses only extend about 400 to 500 meters, mainly consisting of free people's houses and various shops. Although the street is short, there should be many people coming and going here every day. Otherwise the street would not be so dirty. Ronan did not stay on this street for long, and under Tom's guidance, he turned east. If the street is compared to the urban area, then the suburbs are after turning out. Ronan can see many low houses made of mud, thatch, and wood. They are simple and look unstable. They are the kind that can be blown down by a strong wind. Compared to living in the city, the only advantage here may be that the air is fresher. Right, sir. The town's wheat fields are mainly distributed in the east and southeast. The northeast area has orchards and vegetable fields. The northwest is mainly grassland, suitable for grazing, and the southwest is mainly flax fields. Although Tom's family is a tailor, he was often responsible for patrolling the agricultural area when he was a guard and professional knight in Shanlin town. So he knew more about this area. We will go east along this dirt road to the barley and wheat farms. Ronan looked up and looked forward, and he could indeed see a little yellow, as if the wheat was swaying. Do you know how big the wheat field is? Tom pondered for a moment. Sir, I have heard people talk about it, but the specific number cannot be determined. Ronan looked at the other party. The actions of this surrendered professional knight in the past 2 days were either followed by David or McKinn, and there was nothing unusual for him. As long as they really want to surrender to him and work for him, he can treat them equally, just as he had said to Tom before, as long as he performed well during the 3-month probation period. Ronan agreed to restore Tom's salary from 20 copper coins per day to 30 copper coins per day, the same as David's. It doesn't matter. Tell me what you know. Tom then replied, I have heard many farmers talk about it. Shanlin town has reclaimed nearly 30,000 acres of arable land. Although half of the area is left fallow every year, there are still more than 9,000 acres of barley fields and nearly 7,000 acres of wheat fields. Ronan had heard of the term fallow, which means that if the land is planted this year, it will not be planted next year, and it will be left fallow for a year to increase its fertility. However, even if it is fallow, the wheat fields planted in Shanlin town add up to more than 16,000 acres each year, which is completely beyond Ronan's expectations. You should know that Shanlin town used to be a wasteland, and everything needs to be reclaimed. It is not easy for it to reclaim so much arable land with such a small number of people without the leadership of the Lord. Ronan frowned slightly, and he thought of the cooperation between Seine territory and Prince. With such a large area of arable land, the grain produced each year can be sold in large quantities in addition to being consumed by Shanlin town. It is unknown how much will eventually flow to the swamp town of Seine territory. Ronan became interested and asked, Do you know how many kilograms of barley and wheat are produced per moo? Tom replied, Sir, I don't know the exact figures, but I heard from farmers during the busy farming season that the barley yield per moo is about 90 kilograms, and the wheat yield is a little higher, over 100 kilograms per moo, about 105 kilograms. Ronan was stunned for a moment after hearing these two figures. He had expected that the yield of crops in this world would be low. After all, the planting level here is not comparable to that of the flower-growing family. But he never thought that the yield of barley per moo here would be as low as 90 kilograms. How could it be so low? He couldn't believe it. Tom subconsciously thought that the Baron was born with a superior family and had never been exposed to agriculture, so he didn't know the yield of the operation. So he explained, In fact, this yield is already good. Sir, it is said that the barley yield per moo in the swamp town of Shan is less than 50 kilograms. 50 kilograms? Ronan was completely shocked by this number. Excluding the seeds, the barley harvest in Shan territory is estimated to be only 1:2, which is probably not enough to feed itself. To be honest, why grow it with such a small yield? Ronan suddenly understood why Shan territory wanted to include Shanlin town. Baron Layson may have regarded Shanlin town as his family's granary, specializing in grain production. During the conversation, the few people soon arrived at the wheat field. But the closer they got, the tighter Ronan frowned, calculating the time. Today is the 15th day of the 8th month of the imperial calendar, and it will be time to harvest barley in more than half a month. In Ronan's impression, the wheat field should be a neat golden field. But the field in front of him is not like that. First of all, the wheat here is not neat and tidy. Their wheat stalks are high and low, which is very inconsistent. Secondly, Ronan found that some wheat has begun to mature, while some wheat is not yet ripe. The same wheat field, sown at the same time, matures at different times. Finally, what Ronan was very puzzled about was that there were a lot of weeds in the wheat field, and it looked like no one had ever taken care of it. Ronan sat on the horseback and looked at the wheat field carefully. He found that there was not a single farmer here. Tom, where are the farmers? He finally couldn't help asking, Why don't I see a farmer here? Tom replied, Sir, maybe they are reclaiming wasteland? This answer was once again beyond Ronan's expectations. Ignoring the wheat fields here and reclaiming wasteland with all their heart and soul. Is there such an operation? Is this arranged by Prince? Tom nodded. At the beginning of each year, Prince will issue a task to each family to reclaim wasteland. which must be completed within the year. I also reclaimed wasteland before I became a professional knight. Okay. Ronan didn't understand why he only pursued the reclamation of wasteland and ignored the crops he planted. He got off his horse, came to the edge of the wheat field, and pulled out a weed that was growing well. You said you reclaimed wasteland? So how much do you know about farming? He handed the weed to Tom and asked, "Why don't you eat it? That's too troublesome." Tom took the weed and answered as a matter of course. Weeds don't affect the growth of wheat. And you can see that the wheat grows densely. If we walk into the wheat field casually, it will damage them. Indeed, the growth of wheat is not neat. To be precise, it is chaotic. It looks like the seeds are just scattered on the ground and left to grow on their own. In this case, fertilization and watering may be difficult to carry out. How do you sow the seeds? Ronan couldn't help asking. Tom began to gesture with his hands. Sir, we usually burn the grass on the wasteland first, then turn the ground twice, and then evenly sprinkle the seeds on it. Ronan saw that the other party didn't continue to talk, and couldn't help asking, then what? Nothing. Tom smiled and said, then just wait for the harvest. Then, if we feel that the yield here has decreased, we will leave it fallow for a year or two and graze here. When we plant crops again in 2 years, the yield will magically increase. This must be the blessing of the 7 gods. Luo Ning suddenly felt that such an operation could still achieve an output of 90 kilograms per mu, which seemed to be very good. No fertilizer, no weeding, just waiting for the harvest. This is probably only a little better than slash and burn farming. Why is there such a situation? Luo Ning didn't know much about the history of this world. He only knew that the record started from the founding of the Orlan Empire. Although the empire has collapsed now, both the Kingdom of Alduin and the Kingdom of Trisha claim to be the bloodline of the empire and have legal inheritance rights. Therefore, both kingdoms use the imperial calendar. Now is the 968th year of the imperial calendar. For nearly 1,000 years, the level of farming is still so low? Or was the level of farming higher in the past? But after hundreds of years of continuous war, the agricultural level was hit to a nearly primitive state. Without the help of good agricultural technology, the Lord saw that the per mu yield of grain was too low, and they could only choose to let the farmers reclaim more land, use the expansion of cultivated land in exchange for the increase in the total output of grain. Luo Ning couldn't help but sigh for the farmers here. This way of farming is bound to lead to low yields, and in order to increase the total amount of grain, they can only expand the planting area, which requires them to cultivate more land. In this way, most of their energy is spent on reclamation. Where is the time and energy to study how to increase the yield of a piece of land? We must optimize agriculture and increase the grain output per acre of land. Only in this way can we free up more people to develop other fields. Only with sufficient food can I feed more people. Agriculture is the foundation. Only when the problem of food and clothing is solved can we talk about development. Let's go and take a look at the next place. Luo Ning patted the soil in his hand, rode on his horse, and walked towards the next area. Chapter 46 Ridge Farming. The area of Shanlin town is not small. Luo Ning patrolled for an entire afternoon and barely finished patrolling the wheat fields and vegetable fields in the east. If he wanted to walk around his territory, it would probably take 2 or 3 days. When he set out in the afternoon, he was full of expectations, hoping to find something surprising. But when he came back, it was just the opposite, and he felt disappointed. Not only did he not get any surprises, but he found a series of problems, especially in the cultivation of grain. Luo Ning drank a sip of barley tea and sat at the desk. He began to recall what he saw in the wheat field and thought about how to solve the problem. The uneven growth of wheat is probably due to the fact that it is too dense. The random sowing method makes the wheat seedlings messy, and the distance between the wheat seedlings is too close, which not only affects their light, but also their growth. In addition, this closed situation will prevent farmers from weeding, fertilizing, and watering during the growth process. And some wheat ears will rot when they mature for this reason. After thinking about it, the fundamental reason for this situation should be the sowing method. A word from the history book popped up in Luo Ning's mind. Ridge farming. Ridge farming is a farming method. The specific operation is to open the cultivated land into ridges and furrows, and then plant crops on the ridges. This farming method has many advantages. For example, planting on ridges higher than the ground. Because there is a furrow between the 2 ridges, the distance between the crops can be guaranteed, allowing photosynthesis to be more sufficient. and at the same time avoiding the root and stem development caused by two dense crops. The large position difference between the ridge platform and the furrow is conducive to drainage and waterlogging prevention, and it is also convenient to irrigate along the furrow. In the afternoon, Luo Ning also asked many locals. Shanlin town still has plenty of rain. Digging ditches is conducive to drainage and can greatly reduce the possibility of wheat seedlings dying from waterlogging. In addition, there are ditches between ridges, which gives farmers space to weed and fertilize, unlike now where there is nowhere to step. Of course, there is another very important point. The ridge farming method can maintain the fertility of the land. This year's ridges, next year's ditches, this year's ditches, next year's ridges. This is a disguised fallow. This method is worth promoting. He took out a quill pen and parchment and began to write the ridge farming method on paper and drew a simple farming diagram. As the night deepened, the male servant Galen had already lit candles in the study early. The candlelight reflected Luo Ning's serious face, which made the maid serving beside him a little fascinated. She heard that the nobles loved to enjoy themselves, either eating and drinking or having fun, and even many noble children would call their personal maids to their beds. But the Baron in front of him was completely different. At the end of the day, Bella found that except for lunch break, the Baron was almost always busy, as if he had endless things to do and endless words to write. Master Chahar came in with a glass of milk. When Galen and Bella saw him, they lowered their heads and left the room and stood outside the door. Although the butler in the castle was not a noble, he had some status. Not to mention that Chahar was Ronan's old team. So these new servants in the castle were very respectful to Chahar and obeyed his management. Chahar also experienced the feeling of being a butler. However, his respect for Ronan never decreased, but greatly increased. It's Chahar. Ronan looked up and then continued to write. He had already described the ridge farming method, and now he was planning how to apply fertilizer. Along the way, Ronan found that whether it was Wushan City, Lake Town, or his Shanlin town, the scenery on the streets was always full of feces. In the afternoon, Ronan caught a farmer and asked him. He wanted to understand why the farmers in this world didn't know how to use fertilizer. After a general understanding, he found that the people here did not think about using fertilizer, but they used it in the wrong way. The man said that when throwing feces and urine on the ground, not only did not make the crops grow better, but the seedlings were burned. As a result, they felt that feces were harmful substances and could not be thrown into the farmland, which made the feces worthless. Things without value naturally had no one to manage them. The nobles didn't care, and people also regarded them as garbage, which led to the situation of feces and urine everywhere on the streets. How to make good use of these feces is the problem Ronan is thinking about now. Fortunately, he was born as a farmer in his hometown on Earth. When he was young, he saw many people farming. In high school and college, he studied science and knew chemistry and microorganisms. If you want to make reasonable use of human and livestock feces, you can choose composting, and fermentation. Promoting this method in the territory can not only solve the problem of fertilizer and keep the land fertile, but also solve the problem of poor political environment. Farmers know the importance of feces, so they will not defecate anywhere. For Ronan, this is a win-win situation. However, whether it is the Taki farming method or composting, it is impossible to let everyone use it with just one sentence. Luo Ning plans to find 2 people and then set aside 2 experimental fields for verification. If these 2 methods are very effective in the other world, they can be fully promoted during the spring plowing next year. Master, you have been busy all day today. It's time to take a break. Chahar put the milk in his hand next to Luo Ning's hand and advised Luo Ning to rest early very considerately. I'm not sleepy yet. Luo Ning put down the pen in his hand, picked up the cup and drank a sip of milk. The taste of milk in the other world is not so good, and it even has a faint fishy smell. However, not everyone can drink fresh milk, which is a rare thing. How are the other servants in the castle arranged? Luo Ning asked casually. Everything is arranged smoothly. Butler Chahar is very satisfied with the new servants. At least what he said and what he taught. These people actively learn and perform well. Please rest assured, sir. It will only take a month at most for the servants in the castle to be as good as those in Wushan Castle. Ronan laughed. Remember my previous reminder that the sanitation in the castle must be done well. The damp places must be dealt with quickly. I don't want to see rats or bugs in my castle. Don't worry. I have repeatedly reminded you of this. And I will inspect each area every day to ensure that there are no problems. I am confident that you will take care of the castle. Ronan smiled and said, let the political officer Wilson come to see me tomorrow morning. I have something for you to do with him. Chahar was a little surprised. What kind of thing needed him? The castle steward? And the political officer to complete together? I understand. Sir, I will notify Wilson tonight. Let Garen go and notify him. Find me a larger pottery jar. I need it tomorrow morning. Chahar didn't understand again. What did the master want him to do? He couldn't guess the master's mind at all. Sometimes he even suspected that he was really an incompetent steward. But he also understood that some things didn't need to be asked so many questions. Just do it according to the master's instructions. As you wish. Chahar took Garen away from the second floor and went to work. Ronan continued his design. He asked Chahar to prepare the pottery jar for a simple purpose. That is, he wanted to build the most primitive toilet in the castle. Since he was going to collect feces for fertilizer, he should have supporting things. And the toilet was indispensable. Ronan wanted to design a flush toilet. But it was a time-consuming and laborious job. And he didn't have a mature idea about how to design the pipeline. We can only settle for the second best and build a primitive toilet first. Then gradually promote the role of fertilizer so that everyone has basic knowledge. And then promote toilets to optimize the sanitary environment. Chapter 47 Design of the Toilet. Early the next morning, Ronan put on a simple training suit with Bella's help. Compared with the nervousness of yesterday, Bella was much more stable and skilled today. I believe that after a while, she will be able to become a qualified personal maid. Ronan walked out of the dressing room. Galen, go and inform McKen to get ready and continue to patrol the territory with me later. Today we are heading west to survey the end of the Wushan Monster Mountain Range. Okay. Sir. I'll go and inform them right away. Galen ran away happily. As soon as Ronan left the main building, he saw the butler Chahar and the political officer Wilson waiting at the door, with a large vat between them. When the two saw the Lord coming out, they greeted him and gave him morning greetings. Master, I have prepared the big jar you asked for last night. Chahar spent a lot of effort yesterday to find a bigger pottery jar. But unfortunately, he didn't find a bigger one after searching all over. In desperation, he could only move a water jar over and use it first. Ronan walked around the pottery jar twice. It's barely okay. But it's a little small. Chahar was a little embarrassed. Master, this is already the biggest one in the castle. Can you make a bigger one? Ronan gestured. Is there anyone in the town who can do this? This? Chahar shook his head. He didn't know the people in the town. So he could only look at Wilson, a native who was much more familiar with Shanlin town than he was. Yes, sir, Wilson said. I remember that the blacksmith Kales in the town can make pottery. Then let him help us make a few big vats. Ronan asked again, how is the census going? Have you encountered any problems? Sir, it's going well so far. I have registered more than 900 people yesterday. This was the first task Wilson received. He worked very hard and diligently. He didn't stop to rest except for eating and drinking water yesterday. There is no big problem. But the remaining people don't live in a concentrated area. It takes a lot of running around to count. And it can't be as fast as yesterday. That's okay. Ronan was very satisfied with Wilson's work efficiency. Chahar, assign Wilson an ordinary horse, which can save the physical strength of our political officials and speed up his work. If you are equipped with a horse, how long do you think it will take to complete the census? This? Wilson hesitated. He didn't know how to answer this question. If the time is too short, it will be bad if it can't be completed. But if the time is too long, it will seem that his efficiency is not high. 1.5 days? Wilson waited for a long time and finally gave this time. Sir, I will try my best to give you an answer before tomorrow afternoon. Ronan nodded. 1.5 days was quite fast. You can do it. If the time is not enough, you can extend it a little. But you have to ensure that there are no mistakes in the results. Efficiency is important. But the results are more important. Wilson's expression was serious and serious. Please rest assured. Sir, Wilson will always keep your requirements and instructions in mind. After some explanation, the topic returned to the pottery jar in front of him. Luo Ning took out the squat toilet parchment he had drawn last night and handed it to the two people. This is the toilet I designed. And I plan to promote it in Shanlin town. Wilson and Chahar looked at each other. Neither of them expected that the Lord would take this thing out to show them. Master, please forgive my offense. Butler Chahar said conscientiously, leave this kind of dirty matter to our servants to deal with. As the master of Shanlin town, and the most noble person here, you should not touch such a topic with a peculiar smell. Although Wilson did not have the courage to speak directly like Chahar, it can be seen that he also agreed with this sentence. Although this was his first time as a government official, his 30 years of experience told him that nobles and lords were noble. So how could they consider the issue of feces and urine? I have my own ideas. Ronan looked at the parchment in his hand. This squat toilet was actually the toilet in the countryside when he was a child on Earth. A large vat was buried in the ground, and then 2 wooden boards were placed on the left and right of the vat. People who wanted to go to the toilet just stood on the wooden boards. Oh, by the way, there was also a stick in the vat, which was the so-called shit-stirring stick. Collecting feces in this way can be regarded as natural fermentation, and they can be used directly to fertilize crops. I hope that one day in the future every household in Shanlin town will have such a toilet to collect their feces. Ronan began to tell his government official, of course, it is unlikely to promote this thing now. So I am going to start with our castle. He looked at Chahar, you have to choose a place. Build 2 first, and put up sheds for them so that the servants of the castle can use them, instead of collecting the feces and dumping them outside the castle like now. Master, I understand what you mean. Chahar bowed and replied, but I don't understand why you want to collect these things. Master, this matter is beneath your status. To be honest, Chahar, as a butler, doesn't want to take care of this matter himself. This is fertilizer, which is related to my future plans. So you just need to cooperate with me fully. Having said this, Chahar still didn't understand, but he didn't continue to persuade. In any case, he is a servant of the castle, and it is his duty to give advice and be responsible for execution. I understand. Sir, I will do my best to do everything you tell me to do. We will have a harvest. Ronan smiled and began to talk to the political officer again during the census. You need to help me find a few good farmers. I need them to serve me for a while. In addition, I need you to prepare 2 acres of vacant land for me. I plan to develop it into an experimental field. Wilson listened carefully to the Baron's story from beginning to end. From designing toilets, to collecting feces, to finding farming helpers and 2 acres of vacant land, and also mentioned the word fertilizer. He already knew a little about the Baron's thoughts. Sir, you are really different. This is the first time I have seen a lord who cares so much about farmland. Wilson exclaimed, I believe that with your help, Shanlin town will have a bumper harvest every year. Luo Ning's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the political officer to understand his purpose. This is good. At least when assigning tasks in the future, the other party will be able to keep up with his thinking as soon as possible. Okay. I asked you 2 to come here today just for this matter. You can continue to be busy. After Luo Ning finished his instructions, he took the lead to walk out of the castle. He was going to start patrolling the woods. Chahar looked at the master leaving baying, then looked down at the pottery jar in front of him, and consulted Wilson. After a while, he nodded as if he understood. Our master is indeed, as you said, different from others. As a political officer who had just worked for 1 day, Wilson didn't know much about Luo Ning's previous experience. Prince didn't make a big fuss about the fact that the eldest grandson of the Marquis was deprived of his inheritance rights. But from yesterday's test and assignment of tasks to today's plan, Wilson felt that the Baron was a very pragmatic, practical, and efficient and fruitful person. Following such a person, as long as you do things well, if nothing else, a salary of 10 copper coins a day is safe. Butler, please take me to get a horse. I want to speed up the census. Wilson nodded to Chahar. I feel that this matter is done. There are still many things waiting for me to do on your side. Good. Mr. Political Officer, Chahar complimented. With your help, the Master Shanlin town will definitely get better and better. Hearing such praise, Wilson was in a very good mood. But he also knew Chahar's identity. As the butler of the castle, the former personal servant of the Baron, he must be one of the trusted people. It is necessary to have a good relationship with such people who are close to the Baron. So the 2 began rounds of business mutual praise. Chapter 48 Surprising Discovery. Accompanied by 3 professional knights, Ronan began a new round of territory inspection. After yesterday's disappointing experience, His expectations for today were greatly reduced. Today, he did not want to continue to inspect farming, but to go west to make a clear understanding of the geographical environment in the west before winter. Unlike the east, there are more undulating hills and relatively fewer flat areas in the west. As Ronan walked, he wrote down the obvious areas on parchment and named them. For example, the naturally formed lake in front of him is located in the middle of 3 mountains. It is a natural depression with a small area, estimated to be about 500 to 600 square meters. According to Tom, there are several kinds of wild fish in this lake, and Prince has sent people to catch them. It is much easier to catch them than in the mountain forest lake in the east, because it is closer to Wushan. Ronan named it Wushan Lake. Going west along Wushan Lake, we began to enter the Wushan Mountains. Theoretically, that place did not belong to Ronan's territory. However, no noble wanted to expand the territory in this place, and Ronan could use the resources here. Before I came to Shanlin town, the steward of Wushan Castle, Hallward, told me that the previous baron here took his family out for a trip in winter and died under the claws of a monster. Ronan looked at the increasingly dense forest and explained what he had seen. McKin, when winter comes, the monster matter will be handed over to you. At that time, you have to give me a few more monster skins. McKin, who was wearing armor, patted his chest heavily. My lord, I am very confident. Ronan laughed. It is only the 15th of August now, and there are still 4 months until winter. By then, McKin will not only be a senior knight, but also be in the upper middle position among senior knights. Right? Such strength is enough to deal with ordinary monsters. Unless a big guy comes, like the previous Baron Green of Lake Town. Tom, are there many monsters that invade the town in winter? As a native of Shanlin town, Tom has a lot to say about this matter. There are indeed some monsters that go down the mountain to find food in winter. But don't worry. It's not as exaggerated as the housekeeper said. Most of them are wolves, pigs and the like. And there are rarely some particularly powerful monsters. Tom said, in order to prevent attacks by monsters, Prince arranged the wheat fields and reclaimed wasteland in the east. The crops in the west are basically flax, and there are relatively few people living there, so the loss will not be great. Ronan gave Prince a thumbs up in his heart. This guy finally did something good for him. That's what I said. But the grassland in the northwest is my pasture. Cows, sheep, and horses are all kept here. Guards should be careful when patrolling, and don't let the animals in the mountains eat my livestock. Ronan now has 126 sheep, 35 horses, 6 cows, and 24 black buffaloes. The number is not large, and half of them are brought from outside. Losing one makes him sad. Don't worry, sir. Starting tomorrow, I will arrange a few guards to patrol here. McKin followed Ronan to patrol, not just to look around. As a guard officer, he was thinking about the defense arrangement of the territory. There are 3 aspects of their current security risks, namely the savage tribe, the warcraft, and the Sin territory. Compared with the unexpectedness of the warcraft, the savage tribe and the Sin territory are the key points. So McKin plans to invest more manpower in these 2 aspects. As for the Warcraft Mountains in the west, he only needs to arrange a few people to patrol and notify the guards to come to support if there is any situation. Ronan nodded. After the patrol is completed, you should also think about the defense plan of the territory and report to me. Okay, sir. McKin accepted the order. The few people talked and walked, and along the path in the mountains. They soon entered the continuous mountains in the west. The mountains here are much higher than the mountains in the south. And looking into the distance, there are increasingly tall mountains. That is Wushan. The forests here are very lush. There are big trees that are green all year round like pine and cypress, as well as low shrubs and scattered grass. As the owner of the mountains and forests, there is really no need to worry about wood. It's a pity that others don't like wood either. All the nobles in Wushan territory have mountains in their territories. So who doesn't have wood? You can't make money just by selling wood. And longwood is not easy to transport on mountain roads. It's possible to sell furniture made of wood in a new style, but it's still difficult to transport. And it's easy to be imitated. Look at the clean road ahead. There's no weeds growing. Obviously someone walks here often. Ronan pointed to the mountain road ahead, which was 3 or 4 people wide. Who comes here often? This mountain road is winding, and about 1 meter wide. The weeds on the roadside don't grow well, as if they are often trampled by people. Logically speaking, this place is no longer in Shanlin town, and it is dangerous, so there shouldn't be too many people coming here. Sir, the people in the town often come here in groups to chop wood. Tom is very familiar with this road. Before you came to Shanlin town, Prince did not allow the people to cut down trees in the town at will. If people want to build a house, they must either pay Prince a certain amount of money or labor. Otherwise, they can only come to the mountains here to find wood. The flowers, trees, mountains, and rivers in the territory belong to the Lord. If the people want to get them, they must apply to the Lord and pay the conditions of exchange. If you don't apply, don't pay money or labor. It's illegal. Once discovered, not only will it be confiscated, but also severely punished. Roding sighed secretly. Ordinary people in this world are really pitiful. They have too few means of production. Even if he is the Lord here now, it is impossible for him to say that the trees in Shanlin town can be cut at will. But as a traverser, he still feels that it is necessary to solve this dangerous situation. He didn't want his people to die in the mouth of monsters just to get some wood. Compared with a laborer and a tree, the former is more valuable. Tom, do many people in the town come here? Ronan drove the horse deeper along the mountain road. Are there any particularly dangerous places or monsters? Those who come here are also brave people. Most of the timid people dare not come. They can only ask those brave people to help and pay a little. Tom continued, I'm not sure about the particularly dangerous places and monsters. But sir, there is a special place. Oh! Roding suddenly became curious. Sir, there is a large black forest ahead. The trees there are very hard. Ordinary stone axes can't cut them at all. Even with an iron axe. It takes a lot of effort to cut it off. Roding's eyes lit up. From yesterday to today, he has been hoping to find something different. But unfortunately, the reality has always disappointed him. But now, it seems that something special has come? Take me there, he said hurriedly. The place Tom said was not far away. After walking 2 or 3 miles forward, Roding saw a black forest. This is a forest composed of strange trees with black trunks, more than 10 meters high and 50 or 60 centimeters in diameter. It is widely distributed. Roding reached out and touched the bark. It felt much more comfortable than the bark of a pine tree and was not very rough. He drew out his long sword with some expectation and chopped at the trunk. There was a bang. Perhaps because he didn't use too much force. His sword was bounced away. He carefully observed the location of the chop and found that the sword only left a faint mark on it. With no sign of breaking the skin, Roding's eyes lit up. Is it really that hard? He quickly waved to Mackin. Come on, Mackin. See if you can chop this tree off with one sword. Mackin was very confident. Sir, trees are just trees after all. No matter how hard it is, it can't withstand the full force of my sword. As he spoke, he walked to the trunk and held the sword with both hands. The sword was full of fighting spirit and exuded a faint power. Mackin shouted in a deep voice and chopped at the trunk violently. Bang! The huge impact force shook the black iron tree violently. Mackin's sword was not bounced off, but directly broke the skin of the black iron tree. And then it was difficult to go in 30 centimeters. A mid to late level knight, using a sharp long sword and a full strength attack, was unable to cut the tree, which was enough to show how hard it was. McKen was still blushing for losing face in front of the adults. But Ronan clapped his hands happily. Good. 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 Such hardwood is rare. And its value is not low. It's called black iron tree. Right? Ronan asked. Tom bowed. No one named it. Sir, we call this black forest and call them black trees. Then from today, it will be called black iron tree. Ronan was a little happy. Come on, knights. Cut down a tree and bring it back for me to study. Chapter 49 The Use of Black Ironwood. Ronan brought a few pieces of black ironwood back to the castle. He asked McKen to cut off a piece and let the guards stab and chop with their long swords. He found that after several stabs, the wood block less than 5 millimeters thick could be pierced. As for chopping, it only left marks on it, and it could not be chopped open in 2 or 3 strokes. The hardness of black ironwood really brought Ronan an unexpected surprise. It was difficult for the guards to pierce the black ironwood less than 5 millimeters thick, which meant that Ronan could make it into a simple chest protector, thus replacing iron armor to a certain extent. Of course, this does not mean that black ironwood is really equivalent to iron. And the protective gear made of it is definitely not as defensive and durable as iron protective gear. There is no iron mine in Shanlin town. Ronan can only go out to buy the corresponding equipment if he wants to arm the guards. On the market, an ordinary chain mail, helmet, leggings, shield, etc. add up to no less than 20 gold coins. With Ronan's current financial resources, it is impossible to arm all the guards. Moreover, the lords and nobles were not very interested in arming ordinary people. They would rather use that money to strengthen the defense of professional knights. Good equipment can only be brought into full play by extraordinary people. Take Wushan Castle as an example. The guards of the 7th team are at most linen armor, and the better ones have leather armor. For Ronan, in the absence of iron protective gear and in the absence of enough money to purchase iron equipment for ordinary guards, using black ironwood to make protective gear and weapons is a good choice. And he is sure that such things can be sold. This is very promising. In the study, Ronan felt that this idea was more and more reliable. The only problem was that black ironwood was not so easy to cut down. Ordinary people could not cut down the wood with stone axes. Only when they were equipped with iron axes could they cut down the wood successfully after a lot of effort. Moreover, the physical strength of carpenters was also very high in order to process black ironwood. "Galen," Ronan called out, and the close-fitting manservant standing outside the door came in immediately. "Master, please give me your orders." "Do you know if there are any carpenters in the town?" Ronan asked. "Yes, sir." Like Tom, Galen was a native of Shanlin town, having lived here for more than 10 years. He still had some understanding of some craftsmen in the town. "Master, the best carpenter in the town is Uncle William. When Prince built this building, it was Uncle William who led people to complete it." Uncle William. Ronan remembered this name in his heart. Ronan nodded. "Very good. You take 2 guards to invite him over now." Galen was stunned for a moment. Then he bowed and responded, "Master, I will take people to bring him to you right now." "Catch?" Ronan frowned. "I said please." He emphasized it. "Pay attention to your attitude. Don't offend this carpenter." Although Carpenter William worked under Prince, Ronan was not stingy enough to hold him responsible for this matter. What's more, craftsmen are a relatively scarce resource in any era, let alone in a remote and barren mountain town. Ronan was still counting on these craftsmen to make money for him. Galen was sweating profusely. He had only heard the first half of the sentence. Ronan asked him to take the guards over, so he subconsciously thought that William was going to be captured. So he didn't hear the word please at the end. Knowing that he almost made a mistake, Galen immediately knelt on one knee on the ground. "Sorry, sir. It's my fault. I didn't hear it clearly." Ronan didn't expect the other party to react so much, so he waved his hand. "Remember to listen to my words in the future. Think clearly before executing. Don't be impatient. Go quickly. Thank you for your tolerance." "Sir." Galen saluted quickly, then left the study and rushed to the carpenter's house with the guards. On the stairs, he happened to meet Bella, who was going upstairs. "Why are you so flustered?" Galen sighed and said in great distress, "I said the wrong thing just now." Bella also became nervous. She was about to go to the Baron. If the master was in a bad mood at the moment, she had to be careful. "Did the master criticize you?" she asked nervously. Galen shook his head. "No. The master is very tolerant. I'm just afraid that I'll leave an impression of impatience in his heart." He shook his head with some worry. "No more. I'm going to get busy." Bella couldn't help feeling a little uneasy as she watched the servant leave. The new servants in the castle were very careful in getting along with the Baron, fearing that they might not do something right. The reason why she was so nervous was that she didn't want to lose this wonderful job. At least in the castle, they wore new clothes and had enough to eat. Sometimes, she could even taste the white bread left by the Baron. Secondly, they were still very afraid of Ronan. After all, the scene when the Baron led his team into the town that day was too terrible. There were more than 20 corpses piled up in the car. Bella came to the door carefully and knocked on the door gently. "Master, the kitchen will prepare dinner soon. Mrs. Bandler asked me to ask if you have any special instructions." Ronan looked away from the book and looked at Bella. "Today, the maid has put on the women's clothes left in the castle, which are quite fitting. Bella's overall score has also increased a lot after changing into this dress, and she has more youthful breath. At the beginning, he thought that Bella would be better looking than Prince's 2 lovers if she dressed a little better. And today, it was confirmed. In this remote mountain town, There is such a good-looking maid around. If the former was here, I am afraid that he would have to pull her to have some in-death exchanges tonight, and something wonderful would happen. But Ronan had no such plan. It is true that he likes to look at beautiful women. But if he really wants to do it, it is a bit less interesting. Marriage in this era still has a strong class nature. Generally speaking, the other half of a noble can only be chosen from among the nobles. Nobles and commoners rarely get together. And even if they can, they are mostly just lovers. The legendary maid falls in love with the knight, and the noble abandons his status and runs away with the servant for true love. Such plots are more likely to appear in knight novels. For example, the knight novel that Ronan is reading now is about a princess who falls in love with a senior knight, and then gives up her noble status and wanders around the world with the knight. This is a bit nonsense. I will have dinner with Elrin, McKen, and other extraordinary people in the evening. Remember to ask Mrs. Bandler to prepare more fully, Ronan ordered. Generally, Ronan eats dinner alone, mainly for quietness. Today, they are all called together for dinner, mainly for the arrangement later. Now the servants of the castle and the political officials of the territory have been arranged. Ronan has also made a preliminary inspection of the territory. He needs to prepare to go to the herdsman's city. At dinner in the evening, he asked McKen and others to make defense arrangements for the territory. Okay, sir. I will inform Mrs. Bandler to do it now. Bella breathed a sigh of relief. The sir didn't speak for a long time just now. She thought she had said something wrong. After the maid left, Ronan continued to read the novel of the other world. This novel with more than 30 pages of parchment has a very simple plot. It is nothing more than killing monsters, saving people everywhere, and then focusing on describing the love affairs. It is very watery, but it's still okay to take a look at it during the break. And it's worth it to kill time. Knock. 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 The door was knocked again, and it was Chahar standing outside. Master, the squat toilet you ordered this morning has been arranged. Do you want to take a look? Luo Ning immediately closed the book and stood up. Come on. Take me to see it. Chapter 50. Carpenter William. Butler Chahar chose the northeast corner of the outer castle as the location for the squat toilet. This place is far from the gate of the Shanlin castle, separated from the inner castle by a wall, and a long distance from the main building where Ronan lives, so there is no need to worry about the smell drifting over. These days, Chahar knows the master's cleanliness, such as taking a bath every day, washing and changing clothes every day, etc., which is even cleaner than some noble ladies. But Chahar doesn't think it's strange. Every noble has some unique hobbies, and a quiet hobby like Ronan is very easy to serve. Dig a pit, place a pottery jar, and then put up a wooden board, and the simple squat toilet is built. However, there is no time to build a shed today, so it can only be an open-air squat toilet. Ronan took a quick look and nodded to accept it. This primitive squat toilet does not require much technical content. With the detailed drawings he drew, ordinary people can build it accurately. Basically, it's like this, but the jar is a little smaller. He gave Chahar some suggestions for improvement. There are more than 20 servants in the castle. You have to ask that Kaluz to make a few larger jars. Or you can see if there is a mason who can dig a large, leak-proof pit on the ground to replace the pottery jar. As long as the manure water does not leak out, it will meet the requirements. There is no cement here, and Ronan does not know if there is any material that can replace cement to seal. So he chose the jar at the beginning. Okay, sir. Chahar wrote down this suggestion. I went to the blacksmith shop to ask in the afternoon. Kaluz promised to make a larger pottery jar, but he needs time. It is not difficult to make a pottery jar. Even ordinary people can make some small pottery jars by themselves. Ronan nodded. It doesn't matter which method you use, or both methods. Anyway, there can't be only 1 or 2 toilets in the castle. Also, tell Kales that the castle will not seize the fruits of his labor. I hope he can make pottery jars with confidence and ensure the quality. This is a small matter. Ronan left the scene after explaining it, leaving Chahar here to think hard about what method can satisfy the Lord. But after all, he still couldn't imagine the scene of using manure water for fertilizer. Can people still eat the vegetables grown in that way? Besides, the Lord loves cleanliness on the one hand, and is obsessed with building toilets on the other. It's really 2 extremes. But despite the doubts, Chahar still completed what Ronan ordered meticulously, which is not contradictory. Let's go. Let's go ask the town's masons. he said to the two servants beside him. On the other hand, the male servant Galen brought the guards to the carpenter Uncle William's house. The uncle was instructing his son on how to build a cabinet. When he saw Galen and the guards coming over, his face immediately changed. The news that Prince betrayed the Lord had already spread, and even those paralyzed people in the town knew a little bit. And so did William. For this reason, he had been hungry, sleepless, and restless for the past few days. He was afraid that he would be held accountable by the Lord for accepting Prince's employment to build the castle cabin, saying that he was in cahoots with the betrayer. He once thought about taking his wife and son away from Shanlin town, but finally gave up. Although William's family was a free people, it was very difficult to leave the place where they had lived all their lives in a hurry and go to another strange city to survive. Fortunately, after waiting for 2 days, he found that the Lord had no intention of pursuing his crime, and even sent the mysterious light magician Lord Elrond to rescue the wounded. He realized that the one in Shanlin Castle might be a truly kind lord, but he didn't expect that what was supposed to come would still come, and the castle guards still came to his house. When he saw this group of people, William's heart instantly fell into a cold water basin, chilling his heart. "Sir, what are you doing?" he asked anxiously. Galen was in a trance. He didn't expect that one day someone would call him sir. This feeling was really very strange. Sure enough, entering the castle to serve the Lord was the right choice. Although the other party respected him, Galen did not forget Ronan's instructions. He maintained a very polite attitude and even performed the etiquette he learned from Chahar. "Uncle William, my name is Galen, and I am the servant of Baron Ronan of Shanlin Castle. I came here today to invite you to the castle. The master seems to have something to give you." Hearing this, William's nervous heart calmed down a little. He still asked a little awkwardly, "I don't know why the Lord called me over?" Galen shook his head. He didn't know Ronan's purpose, but thinking that the master had been experimenting with the wood all afternoon and now looking for a carpenter, it might be related to the black ironwood. But he learned a lesson from his mistakes, so he didn't speculate rashly on the information he was uncertain about. "I'm not sure about this. You'll know when you come with me to the castle," Galen said. "The master is waiting for you over there. Don't let him wait too long." "Okay. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll go to the castle with you now." William quickly turned around and picked up the tools for use. Soon, Galen brought the carpenter to the outside of the main building of the inner castle. After confirming that the Lord did not want to punish him, William's mood improved. At this time, he looked at the main building in front of him, which he presided over the construction, and a sense of accomplishment surged in his heart for a while. For a carpenter, there is nothing happier than looking at his masterpiece. After waiting for a while, a figure walked out of the main building. William immediately stood up straight and maintained a respectful attitude. Compared with the last time he admired the Lord's face from a distance on the grassland, he saw it more clearly this time. The Lord is indeed the son of a noble family. He looks so noble and handsome, and his demeanor is so calm and elegant that people feel admiration and respect for him. "Your subject, William. I am glad to meet you, respected Lord." William saluted and greeted him seriously. "It is great to meet you, Uncle William." Ronan acted quite easygoing. Such a title made the old carpenter opposite feel flattered for a while, and he didn't know how to reply. "I asked you to come here today, mainly because I want you to see something," Ronan said, and took William to the black ironwood tree stump on the side. "Is this a tree from the Black Forest?" Carpenter William recognized the source of the stump at a glance. Ronan raised his eyebrows. "Have you known about it?" This question touched upon William's pride, and he couldn't help but laugh. "Master, I'm not bragging. I've been to all the forests in Shanlin town, and there's no wood I don't know about." Ronan smiled and pretended to listen. Whether the other party was bragging or not, he could recognize at a glance that this was a tree section from the Black Forest, which made him look up to William. The trees in the Black Forest are very hard. At first, Prince wanted to use it to build his house, but it was too troublesome to cut it down, so it ended up in vain, since it can't be used as material to build a house. The woodcutters don't want to take the trouble to cut it down and burn it at home. Over time, we don't pay much attention to the Black Forest. This surprised Ronan a little. He didn't expect Prince to have discovered the Black Forest long ago, and he didn't expect that Guy, after discovering it, didn't understand the value of black ironwood. This really made him pick up a bargain. "Uncle William, the servants in the castle say that you have good skills, and I want to see it with my own eyes. Ronan pointed to the tree stump on the ground. The black ironwood is hard enough to make a chest guard, a shield and a spear for attack. I want you to make a set for me. Carpenter William was stunned when he heard this. He had always thought that wood was used to build houses and make furniture, and he had never thought that it could be developed in the direction of armor and weapons. When he heard Ronan's words, his mind was suddenly opened, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Master, you are really a genius." He looked at the tree stump on the ground, and the image of armor and spears already appeared in his mind. He also believed that the things made from the black iron tree would definitely be useful due to its hardness. William put away his eager heart to try and began to seriously think about how to make it. "Master, it should be no problem to make the things you mentioned. But you know how hard the black ironwood is. It is really difficult for me and my son to cut it down and transport it back home in large quantities. The black ironwood is not only hard, but also very heavy. It is a bit difficult for an ordinary adult male to lift this tree section that is more than 1 meter long. Not to mention that William and his son only moved it back from the west. Don't worry about this. I will arrange manpower for you. You and your son's physical strength should only be used for manufacturing, and don't waste it on carrying and cutting. In addition, you need to keep it a secret for me to help me make these things, and I will also pay you extra compensation." When William heard that the Lord not only did not force him to do voluntary labor, but was even willing to pay him, he was immediately moved and happy. "Praise, sir. You are such a kind and enlightened Lord," he said, humbly bending 90 degrees. "William is happy to serve you." "Very good. I will make a reasonable salary and manufacturing plan for you." Ronan nodded and smiled. "Before that, you can take these tree sections back and study them carefully. It would be best if you can show me the finished product as soon as possible." Chapter 51 Plan of the Ironwood Workshop. Ronan has thought about it. As long as the idea of making black ironwood into armor and weapons can be realized, he will first equip all the guards in the territory with a set of armor to strengthen the guards' defense and combat effectiveness. Although ordinary guards don't have much effect in front of extraordinary people, but the number of extraordinary people is limited after all. In the case of equal strength, ordinary guards can also play a key role. And don't forget that there are still savage tribes living in the Wubei Forest and Wudong Forest. Ronan wants to conquer them. After eradicating the other side's extraordinary people, management and control still need ordinary guards to complete. Strengthening their combat power is very necessary. Of course, this is all later. What Ronan is considering now is that if William Carpenter can bring out the value of black ironwood as expected, he will set up an ironwood workshop to produce ironwood armor and weapons with all his strength, and gradually try to sell them to the outside world. Although the remuneration of craftsmen is relatively high, skilled carpenters like William usually earn between 10 and 20 yuan a day, which is higher than the butler in the castle. But the value they can create is not low. Ronan considered that in addition to carpenters, he also needed to recruit several strong young people to work as lumberjacks in the ironwood workshop. Black iron trees are not ordinary trees. It is definitely a physically demanding job for ordinary people to cut them down. It is necessary to ensure that the lumberjacks are strong enough. So the investment in this aspect is not small. In addition, Ronan also needs to prepare iron tools such as axes, machetes, and saws. He can't expect lumberjacks to slowly grind down black iron trees with tools such as stone axes or bone knives. Right? So this time when going to the herdsman city, it is also necessary to buy tools. At the dinner, Elrond, who had been busy for 2 days, finally appeared in the castle. Recently, he was either treating or on the way to treat, and his mana was never full. At first, the people in the town were still afraid of him, but as the news of his treatment spread, Elrond didn't have to visit everywhere, and people automatically asked him to treat. So, the hard-working magician ran around, treating the wounded while actively promoting the Lord's kindness. He told the people that his power came from Lord Ronan, and it was the Lord's kindness and mercy that relieved their pain. After a few days, Elrond became a sacred doctor in the hearts of the people, and as a person who all sacred doctors must be loyal to, Ronan's image in the hearts of the people became more mysterious and tall. Sometimes the people are very strange. Although Prince has managed them for so many years, and has maintained a high oppressive attitude, they are very disgusted with Prince. After Ronan came here, he did not issue any policies such as reducing the load. He just sent a magician and recruited 20 servants. But the people had a good impression of him. Thank you for your hard work these days. Elrin. Ronan raised his glass and said to everyone with a smile, let us toast our holy doctor together. May the light warm us. Mackin and others raised their glasses quickly. May the light warm us. Elrin smiled and raised his glass and drank it all. May the light be with you. The taste of beer in the other world is not much different from that on Earth. Ronan can't tell the difference and doesn't have much interest in it. But whether it's Mackin or Elrin, they are all very interested in drinks. As a result, half of the premium beer left by Prince was drunk. And Chahar, who was very fussy, could only take out medium quality beer to entertain everyone. It would be better to keep those premium beers. What if a distinguished guest came to the castle one day and the guest could only drink sour beer? Wouldn't it be embarrassing for the Lord? He was also planning in his mind to see when he could ask the Lord to recruit a full-time brewer for the castle. After eating and drinking, Ronan began to make plans for everyone. The inspection of the territory has ended in the past 2 days. Everyone, get ready tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, I will take Mackin, Elrin, Tom, Gallon and 4 guards to the Horse City, he said, looking at Chahar and David. You two stay in Shanlin town. Chahar is responsible for the castle. And David, you take the guards to cooperate with the political officer Wilson to be responsible for the town security. Chahar and David quickly agreed. Although they couldn't go out with the Lord to do things, they felt a little regretful. But they also knew that the Lord asked them to guard the territory. In a sense, out of trust in him. As for Tom, who surrendered, he could take him with him or not. However, considering that David's strength was a little weaker than the other party, Ronan finally chose to take Tom with him. Masked, and not afraid of being recognized by others, Baron Layson of Shan has left Swamp Town for Black Python City to celebrate Earl Hyde's birthday these days. There is no need to worry about the threat there for the time being. Ronan said to David, mainly keep an eye on whether there are any movements from the wild tribes in the woods to the west and north. If there is an accident, take the guards to retreat to the castle. Our things are all here, David assured firmly. Don't worry, sir. Even if I die, I won't let those savages step into the castle. Ha ha ha. Ronan laughed. It's not that serious. I guess those savage tribes don't have the courage to attack rashly. After the explanation, the dinner was completely over. Except for McKinn. The others either went to practice in the evening or to refine their magic power. Come on, McKinn. I haven't had a good fight in the past 2 days. My body is tired. Ronan took out his long sword and took McKinn to the inner castle courtyard. I'm happy to accompany you. McKinn followed. A primary perfect knight and a mid to late intermediate knight have a big difference in strength and body skills. In the competition between Ronan and McKinn, the latter controlled the strength and was also limited to countering the moves. For some attack routes, McKinn would stop and explain the purpose of this attack and how to deal with it. To Ronan, McKinn was not only a guard, but also a melee instructor. All these discussions took more than an hour. And even though it was cool in the mountains at night, Ronan was still sweating. Sir, your fighting skills have improved again, McKinn said with a smile. He had the most intuitive feeling about Ronan's improvement. Compared with David, your progress is really visible to the naked eye. Ronan was in a good mood. So he didn't say anything polite, of course. If I'm worse than David, how can I be his master? Taking the towel handed over by Bella, Ronan wiped the sweat off his face. Bella, go get some water for me. I want to take a shower. McKinn, today's practice is over. I won't delay you from doing your own things. Then I wish you good night. McKinn left the inner castle with his sword. Nothing is more comfortable than taking a hot bath when you are sweating. And Ronan also enjoys this process very much. Soaking in warm water. Every cell in the body is enjoying the moment of relaxation. Dong, dong, dong. The bathroom door was knocked. Gallon's voice came in. Master, the political officer Wilson said outside that he has something to report to you. Ronan raised his eyebrows. This guy came to report so late. Could it be that he has been working overtime until now? Has the census been completed? I know. I will go there after I finish washing. Ronan thought for a while and said, Gallon, ask Wilson if he has eaten dinner. If not, ask the kitchen to prepare some. He is a good boss who cares about employees who work overtime. Chapter 52 Population Structure. Many freemen in Shanlin town can trace their origins back to the Wushan coalition that encircled and suppressed the noble resistance army. For example, Tom, Who surrendered? His father was a professional knight who died in the Battle of Shanlin town. Another example is the butler Galen. His father was a logistics soldier who also died in the war. Although the political officer Wilson had no relationship with the coalition, he was the servant of the previous baron, a bit like Chahar before he became a butler. So he knew a lot of words and had a clear logic in dealing with things. At this moment, Wilson was sitting on a chair in the dining room, with a bowl of thick broth in front of him and a piece of white bread in his hand. How many years? Wilson's heart trembled a little. He hadn't tasted such delicate white bread for many years, and he hadn't drunk such thick broth for a long time. Praise the Lord. He ate a bite and praised it. Wilson's tired body instantly became full after a day of being able to get the Lord to personally order the kitchen to prepare dinner for him. Praise the merciful Lord. Wilson has been wandering in Shanlin town for half his life and has never found a satisfactory job. He even wanted to serve Prince, but was rejected by the other party. Prince himself is a political officer. He does not need an assistant. Now he is fortunate to become Ronin's political officer, and is so valued by the Lord. He feels that no matter how busy he is for the Lord, it is worth it. Not long after, Galen came to the restaurant. Mr. Wilson, the master is free to see you. If you are ready, you can go with me. Okay, I'll be right there. Wilson swallowed the last bite of bread, then drank the last mouthful of broth, stood up quickly, and followed Galen. In the study, the political officer saw Ronin and greeted him from the bottom of his heart. Ronin motioned him to sit on a chair nearby. You came to see me so late. Is it possible that the census has been completed? Yes, sir. Except for you and the people who came with you from Wushan Fort. All the people in Shanlin town have been registered. Wilson took out a large roll of parchment from his arms and respectfully placed it on the desk. Ronin took the parchment, which clearly recorded everyone's name, gender, age, and occupation in detail by family unit. He flipped through several pages in a row and found that Wilson's handwriting was very clear and neat, and it did not look messy. You were able to complete the census in less than 2 days. I am impressed by your efficiency. He turned his eyes to Wilson. It was indeed the right choice to let you serve as my political officer. Faced with such praise, Wilson was very humble. Thank you for your trust. Ronin clapped his hands and applauded the other party. And the topic returned to the parchment in front of him. Although the statistics are very detailed, these are only a bunch of raw data. If you want to find useful value from them, you need to process them further. The processing of these data is naturally handed over to the political officer. Ronin can't spend time on this. Otherwise, why would he spend money to hire people? Registering this information is only the first step. Next, I need you to help me sort out this information. Luoning said, for example, divide the age groups, and then count the number of people in each age group. Divide the occupation types, and count the number of people in each group. Calculate the number of unmarried men and women of marriageable age, etc. These divisions are all meaningful. For example, count the number of unmarried men and women of marriageable age. If the ratio of men to women is seriously unbalanced, causing all men of marriageable age in Shanlin town to be single, then Luoning, as the Lord, has to consider where to get some women of marriageable age to solve the problem of single people in the Lord. Wilson wrote down all these needs as the content of his subsequent work. And at the same time, he was a little proud because he did a preliminary screening after registering. Sir, please look at the last page. Oh! Ronin noticed the please praise me look on the government official's face, and immediately took out the last page of parchment out of curiosity. Total population, 1993. Number of families, 543. 14 years old and below, 410. 14 to 20 years old, 416. 20 to 30 years old, 505. 30 to 40 years old, 346. 40 to 50 years old, 243. Above 50 years old, 73. Number of serfs, 1356. Free tenants, 609. Other occupations, 28. It turns out that Wilson has divided the population by age group. Luoning looked at the political officer, and naturally his eyes were full of praise. You did a good job knowing my thoughts in advance. Wilson, your excellency is too kind. Wilson smiled and responded modestly. I only thought a part of what you thought, and there are many places that I haven't considered. Don't be modest. The completion of this mission has exceeded my expectations. If you do not do well, you will be punished. If you do well, you will be praised. This is Roning's idea. I believe that the political officer is just your starting point. If you work hard, you will have the opportunity to become my consultant in the future. Officials in this world are not specifically divided into first grade, second grade, and third grade, but Roning plans to design a set. For example, the civil servants in the territory. He currently only thinks of 3 levels: clerks, political officers, and XX consultants. Clerks are equivalent to assistants to political officers. Tax officers, defense officers, etc. are equivalent to the level of political officers. At the consultant level, there will be similar distinctions. For Wilson and others, the most intuitive feeling is that they have been promoted and their salaries have increased. In this way, it is also good to give people hope and motivation to climb up. As soon as Roning mentioned the word consultant, Wilson's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know what a consultant did, it sounded like he was one level higher than a political officer. And there must be benefits. Sir, I will try my best. I look forward to it. Ronan motioned for the other party to sit down, and he himself looked at the data carefully. First of all, the population size made him very satisfied. A total of 1993 people, plus the guards he brought with him, McKen, and Elrin. The population has reached 2025 people. The achievement of prosperous population requires that the registered population of the territory reach 3,000. Although it is still more than 900 short, it is not so far away. In addition, Ronan observed the distribution of age groups. If 15 to 40 years old are regarded as the prime labor force, there are a total of 1267 people, accounting for 63% of the total population. This is a very good ratio. Also, there are 410 young people, accounting for 20%, which is also very good. The only thing that surprised Ronan was the number of people over 50, which almost dropped off a cliff. This age can actually be considered old people. After all, there is no saying here that an old man in the family is like a treasure, and the elderly do not have any benefits. For those over 50, the physical strength and health of the people will decline rapidly because they have suffered too much when they were young. But under the pressure of survival, they still have to participate in heavy labor. In this way, the increase in the mortality rate of the elderly is also expected. Although it is a bit cruel, this is the reality. Even if Ronan is a lord, it is impossible to change this situation in the short term. This is a good statistic, Ronan praised. Tomorrow I will take the time to dig deeper into these data according to the classification I just mentioned. Data digging? Wilson had never heard of such a term, but he could understand it in the context. So he remembered this thing invented by the Lord, and he could brag about it to people who didn't understand it in the future. Also, I will go to the horse-herding city the day after tomorrow. Ronan arranged the parchment. Before I come back, I have one more thing for you to do. Chapter 53 Village and Group. The current Shanlin town is like a pile of loose sand. If Shanlin Castle wants to convey the instructions to every citizen, Roning needs to arrange people to notify them. For example, Roning asked all the citizens to meet him in the grassland a few days ago. David, Tom and others rode fast horses and shouted almost like beating drums and gongs to barely notify them. Roning didn't want his professional knights and guards to waste time on such things. He needed some grassroots personnel to quickly convey his instructions. So, he decided to divide these 1993 people according to the concept of village and group. Wilson, I need you to divide the people in the town according to households. And every 100 households or so are a village. Village? Wilson looked serious. Just like the squat toilet incident, he had no experience in the matter that the Baron was talking about. Yes, village, Luo Ning explained carefully. Although 100 households make up a village, this 100 households is not a hard and fast rule. It mainly depends on the number of people. We try to balance the number of serfs and free tenants in each village. The so-called serfs are actually slaves who depend on the Lord, cultivating the land for the Lord. The Lord controls their food and drink, as long as they don't starve to death. Although free tenants have personal freedom, they also cultivate the Lord's land and hand over a certain proportion of the harvest to pay the rent for the cultivated land. Although free tenants have personal freedom, it is only in the legal sense. In real life, they have little freedom and can become serfs if they are not careful. The other occupations in Wilson's statistics also have no land. but they earn their living by their skills. Theoretically, free tenants and other professionals are all free people. But in the population structure of Shanlin Town, the number of these two groups of people combined accounts for less than 35%. There are 543 households in Shanlin Town, and theoretically 6 villages can be divided. However, when you divide them, you need to ensure that the number of free tenants and serfs in each village is as balanced as possible. So this village can be 5 or even 4. As for other professionals, you can divide them into villages according to the location of their addresses. Pay attention to dividing them according to the family. Don't break up their family. Wilson quickly took out a small piece of parchment, then lay on the chair and recorded Ronan's request with a quill pen. He only heard these 2 sentences and felt that this matter was a bit difficult to do. In addition, you must select a village chief for each village, who will be responsible for conveying the castle's instructions and managing daily farming work. Each village will have 4 groups, each with a group leader, who will assist the village chief in management. In the future, you can directly convey instructions to the village chief, who will convey them to the group leader, and then to each household and each person. Wilson was stunned and asked in disbelief, "Sir, are you saying that these people are under my control?" Ronan laughed. "You can understand it this way. But there is one thing I need to emphasize. These people only assist in conveying instructions, and sometimes supervise when I issue tasks. I do not give them other rights, especially the right to punish other people." Wilson nodded and kept this in mind. The village chief and the group leader have their own land. They have to cultivate it, and they have to do the work they should do. But it is relatively easier. Ronan continued, "Of course, if they help me, I will also pay them." The village chief is temporarily paid 5 copper coins plus 5 kilograms of barley per month, and the team leader is paid 2 copper coins plus 2 kilograms of barley per month. "You are such a generous lord," Wilson praised. "Although it is a monthly salary instead of a daily salary. These things are also desirable for serfs or free tenants. I believe that after the people know your policy, they will be very enthusiastic to serve you." Ronan smiled and did not comment. In fact, in this small town that has not established commercial exchanges with the outside world, it is difficult to spend wages, even for McKen and others. The money they receive can only be consumed in the territory in the end, such as buying food, vegetables, meat, etc. from the castle. In the end, a lot of money may still return to Ronan's hands. Only when the trade route is open and there are caravans willing to enter Shanlin Town to do business, the money in their hands will be more valuable. However, as far as Ronan knows, no caravan has come to Shanlin Town yet. Some of the materials for the people's lives were originally purchased by Prince from outside, but now they need to be purchased by Lord Ronan. It sounds like the people are asking the Lord to do things, but in fact, ensuring the survival and living conditions of the people is also one of the Lord's responsibilities. Any Lord hopes that his territory is large. The wealth of the territory is sufficient, and the population of the territory is large. From manors to small towns, from small towns to small cities, from small cities to big cities. This is the dream of all lords. The same is true for Ronan. Especially his achievement interface has an achievement of siege, which requires him to own a city. Attack a city, own a city. Reward, attribute points plus 200. Energy essence plus 400. This achievement only requires Ronan to own a city, and does not require Ronan to capture a city. That is to say, a developed city can also meet the requirements. Ronan now has Shanlin Town, but this achievement has not been achieved, which can only mean that this town is a different concept from a city. As for what kind of requirements can be considered a city, although Ronan is not clear, it is estimated that it must be related to the population. In the final analysis, it is still necessary to develop the population, although the 2 channels of purchase and birth have a certain effect. Attracting free people to join is also a good way. To attract people, you have to go out and communicate more. So Ronan knows that if a territory wants to be revitalized, it is very necessary to attract caravans to come and do business. When there are more people in the later stage, Ronan estimates that he will have to set up a business officer to be responsible for the business issues of the territory. Now, there are only a little over 2,000 people in Shanlin Town and himself. So everything is simple, and he will do it himself when necessary. "Sir, I have a question." Wilson looked a little unsure. Should these village heads and group leaders be serfs, free tenants or other freemen? Ronan tapped his fingers on the table and thought. In fact, whether it is serfs or tenants, they all depend on him as the lord to survive. In his eyes, there is not much difference. Our current government affairs are mainly focused on farming, so freemen of other professions are not included in the scope of appointment for the time being. Carpenter William, blacksmith Carls, and others are freemen of other professions. They just need to do their own jobs well. So this round of village heads and group leaders will be selected from free tenants and serfs. The selection criteria are, first of all, people with a relatively high level of planting, and then the younger and more motivated the better. Ronan is also preparing to set up an experimental field. When the planting time comes, these selected village heads and group leaders can be pulled over to watch and learn. After they learn, they will be promoted to each village and each group, so that the speed will be much faster. Okay, that's about it. Ronan asked Bella to refill his cup of barley tea, and at the same time issued an order to expel him. Just follow the requirements just mentioned. I hope that when I come back from the horse-herding city, I can give me a satisfactory answer. Wilson looked at the parchment in his hand seriously, and thought carefully about each item. This matter is more troublesome. If he has any questions, it is better to ask before Ronan leaves. Otherwise it will be difficult to deal with it when Ronan comes back and finds that he messed up. Sir, I will sort out the data you mentioned after I go home tonight, and report to you tomorrow. He took the parchment of the population registration back with him, and thought it through. If he still had any doubts, he could raise them during the work report. Okay, go ahead. Luo Ning waved his hand. He really liked this kind of good employee who worked overtime at night. Chapter 54, Farmland Plan. The day before the planned trip to the horse ranching city, everyone was a little busy. Mackin took Tom to make plans for David's next territory deployment and patrol. Elrin rode his horse through the town, showing his kindness to Ronan. Chahar was tinkering with the castle toilet plan. And Wilson, after completing the statistics, got into the matter of dividing villages and groups. Ronan was not idle either. After reading the night novel in his hand, he rode his horse to the edge of the southeast to see how serfs and tenants reclaimed wasteland. Farmers reclaimed wasteland selectively. They did not just find a piece of land and start tinkering. Generally, they would choose a place with relatively flat terrain and soft geology, and try to avoid sandy and rocky land. Fortunately, there is a large relatively flat area in the southeast of Shanlin town, which has brought a lot of arable land to the town. If it continues to be reclaimed, it is likely to be no less than 40,000 to 50,000 acres. In addition, there are also areas that can be reclaimed in the northeast, and more than 10,000 acres of land that are in fallow. The arable land area of Shanlin town is estimated to be about 80,000 acres. This does not include the dangerous west. Luo Ning was shocked by the data he got after such an analysis. A town has so much arable land. Can it be said to be barren? Luo Ning only needs to reclaim all the uncultivated land and increase the per acre grain yield a little bit. Relying on Shanlin town's self-sufficiency, it should be able to feed 20,000 to 30,000 people. This only counts the production of barley and wheat. If carrots and cabbages are added, the number of people who can survive will probably be a little more. It makes sense that Prince A forces his subjects to reclaim wasteland every year. Ronan did not rashly ask the farmers to stop reclaiming wasteland. It would be a waste if such a large area of arable land was not reclaimed. However, the farmers were reclaiming wasteland a little too slowly. He rode his horse around the reclaimed land, making the serfs and tenants think that the Lord was here to supervise their work. They were trembling with fear and worked hard, fearing that the Lord's whip would fall on some unlucky person. As an outsider, Ronan did not easily point fingers at the existing technology and working methods, and he did not have the leisure to supervise how the subjects worked. The reason for walking around was mainly to collect available information. After observation, he found that although the farmers worked non-stop, the speed of reclamation was not ideal. The reason was the lack of tools. Whether it was oxen or horses, they were not used on a large scale in land reclamation. They still relied more on manpower, so the speed was naturally not fast enough. Moreover, Ronan carefully observed the few cows. They were not only thin, but also used light plows, which could only turn over a limited amount of soil, and could not plow deeply. In addition, the defects in the design of the plow and the yoke led to a great waste of manpower and ox power, especially when turning around at the end of the plow. Promoting ox plowing and improving the plow and yoke can increase the speed of land reclamation. After asking, Ronan learned that these cows belonged to the private property of the tenant farmers. If others wanted to use them, they had to pay a certain amount of labor or food. In the past, when Prince was there, he would lend 2 or 3 cows to those in need. But he would also charge a fee. Of course, for Prince, more cows are used for eating. Ronan had seen black buffaloes before. After all, he personally inspected the 13 cows that Sean sent to Shanlin town. This kind of buffalo is larger in size, half a circle larger than the buffalo of the flower grower, and their strength can be imagined. However, although these guys are large in size, they are relatively docile in temperament, especially under the training of the cattle herders of Shan. They can understand people's commands and are rare laborers. Ronan has a total of 24 black buffaloes that can be used for plowing, which is not a large number. He plans to distribute the plowing cattle after Wilson divides Shanlin town into villages. Of course, it is mainly for serfs to use, and free tenants still need to pay a certain fee. Compared with Prince, he can reduce it as appropriate. The problem of plowing cattle can only be solved in this way at present, because the number is too small. As for the plow and yoke, Ronan can improve them. As a modern man who grows flowers, he not only knows about the curved plow in history books, but also tinkered with plows and big black cows in the fields when he was young. Ronan plans to draw the style of the plow and then give it to the town's blacksmith Kales to make a pair for a try. There shouldn't be any problems. While Ronan was busy improving the agricultural technology level of the territory, most of the nobles and the entire Wushan territory were preparing for the upcoming grand party. On August 28th, Earl Orson Hyde of Black Python City celebrated his 70th birthday. For ordinary people, 50 years old is equivalent to entering old age. For nobles, 50 years old is just the end of middle age. As for this golden knight, even at the age of 70, he is still strong and powerful. The skin and internal organs of the golden knight have been tempered by fighting spirit for a long time, and their functions and strength are already several levels ahead of ordinary people. For this level of extraordinary people, if there is no disease or pain, they will not enter the decline of physical functions until they are 80 years old. So in the next 10 years, Orson Hyde will still be strong. The Hyde family is already strong. And now the Earl's grandson has the right to inherit Wushan territory. And the reputation of the Hyde family is rising. So this birthday party will be more grand than ever before. Which is why Baron Layson will set off for Black Python City so many days in advance. Because it can indeed generate a lot of communication. Wushan Castle. As the feudal lord of Orson Hyde, Liu Lands will naturally not go down to celebrate his birthday in person. However, his son, as the Earl of Wushan City and the son-in-law of Orson, must go on this trip. But the Earl was arguing with his wife in the castle at the moment, because Wiggins didn't want to go to Black Python City. When he was young, he was keen on attending various banquets. The more nobles there were, the more he liked it. But as he got older, especially in recent years, he hated attending such banquets more and more. He felt sick when he saw the nobles toasting and drinking, smiling on the surface, but not knowing how to say anything about themselves behind their backs. Diane was a little crazy at the moment. How could a son-in-law not attend his father-in-law's birthday party? She kept questioning Wiggins, asking him what he was afraid of. The quarrel lasted for a long time until this incident alarmed Rollins, who was resting in the backyard. When the old man sat in front of the two people with a cane, both Wiggins and Diane had to hide their anger. You have no reason not to go to Orson's birthday party this time. Rollins made the final decision with a resounding voice. Wiggins suddenly felt so tired. Being this broken earl and the heir of the Marquis was too tiring. If possible, he would like to exchange his life for Graham's rebirth. Father, can't Diane take Breton with you? He was still a little unwilling to give up. Just tell the outside world that I'm sick and uncomfortable. Can't I rest at home? After hearing this, Roland suddenly felt like he was 1 year older. He didn't want to say much, but just stared coldly at his son in front of him. Soon, Wiggins was defeated. Okay, I'll go. Lelancy sighed in his heart. Let Toru lead the team to accompany you this time. Toru Viner is Lelance's disciple, the canonized knight of Wushan Castle, and the leader of the first knight group of Wushan Castle. Toru claimed to be only at the peak of the silver level, but he had broken through not long ago. But this matter was not publicized, and only Lelancy knew it. Wiggins was shocked. Father, Toru is responsible for guarding Wushan City. He went with me. What will you do? Are you worried about my safety? Lulancy laughed. His face suddenly condensed, and the cane in his hand hit the ground heavily. The floor tile shattered with a crack, and the hot fighting spirit formed a whirlwind and rushed towards Wiggins on the opposite side, and directly blew away the other party along with the tables, chairs, and sofas, and bombarded them on the wall. Diane, who was standing by, was shocked. She didn't expect the old man's momentum to be so strong. Ahem. Lulancy coughed twice, looked at his son who was being taught a lesson, and felt better. He stood up and walked outside. Your father is just sick, but not dead. There is no one in Wushan territory who can take my life for the time being. Chapter 55 Intermediate Breakthrough. The outside world is full of turmoil and bustle, but it has nothing to do with Ronan. He is now just a poor little baron who has just been deprived of his inheritance rights and driven to a remote mountainous area. He has neither strength nor manpower, and is completely unattractive to the nobles everywhere. This is good, as it can give him time to grow quietly. After a simple inspection of the process of land reclamation by his subjects, Ronan returned to Wushan Fort and drew the curved plow according to his memory. Under Chahar's guidance, he personally went to the blacksmith shop in the town and found Kales. Although it is called a blacksmith shop, Kales actually does more than just blacksmith work. After all, iron is very expensive these days. Even if tenants and free people have a little iron tools, they use them sparingly, and they are not often broken. So Kales usually makes bone tools, tools made of bones, stone tools, pottery, etc. With these skills, he can also support his family of 3. In front of Callus, Ronan introduced his drawings in detail and described the use of the curved plow in a vivid way, so that the other party would have a deeper impression. Callus was naturally surprised and delighted by the Lord's personal visit, and at the same time, he was both nervous and excited about the work assigned by the Lord. He was excited because the Lord agreed that as long as he could make this kind of plow, he would have a generous reward. He was nervous because he was afraid that he would be punished by the Lord if he failed to complete it. It was very important to settle down in this remote place and get the protection of the castle. If he offended the new Lord, his future life would be more difficult than the prince. Callus forced himself to calm down and listen carefully to the Lord's speech. He found that this curved plow was something he had never touched before, and the Lord described it as very clever and exquisite, and he really might not be able to make it. On the contrary, Ronan had great confidence in Callus. In his opinion, the structure of the curved plow was not complicated, and he provided detailed drawings. As long as the other party's blacksmithing skills were not bad, there would be no problem in making it. After explaining this matter, Ronan returned to the castle. It was already afternoon, and McKen reported to him about the defense of the territory. The Loyal Guard officer proposed the need to build a watchtower at the entrance of the town. At the same time, before the watchtower was built, he advocated arranging 2 guards to stand guard and register all people entering and leaving the territory, although it seemed that no one was entering and leaving now. In addition, McKen planned to let David and the other 13 guards stay in the castle, and the other 12 people would patrol the town, wheat fields, orchards, etc. in groups of 3, mainly to maintain public order. Ronan approved of this plan. It was obvious that McKen was really good at guarding and had a clear idea. Just like that, after everything was ready, Ronan rode and drove to the horse rancher city with 3 extraordinary people for guards and the butler Garin the next morning. Ronan had wanted to come to the city ruled by the Iron Hoof family a long time ago, but plans could not keep up with changes. He could only go out after he arranged something in Shanlin town and Baron Layson left the Shan territory. To be honest, if Baron Layson had not gone to celebrate Earl Orson's birthday, he would have to think twice before going out to Shanlin town. This time when he went to the horse-herding city, Ronan was going to purchase magic crystals, monster furs, land reclamation tools, wrought iron, etc. were all the things he needed to purchase. The mountain road was shaky, but everyone had gotten used to it. Most of the time since he came to this world, he had spent most of his time on the road. Sometimes he really wanted to use the contract scroll in the space ring to contract a flying giant bird. But unfortunately, he didn't find this type of monster, and he couldn't use such a valuable thing to replace his leg power. Due to the existence of the carriage, the team's speed could not be fast, and Ronan could not cross the forest as fast as Faradin. However, compared to the time when they came, they were still much faster. On the evening of the fourth day, the group arrived outside the horse-herding city. It was obviously boring to rush on the road. But there were also small surprises on the road. At midnight today, Ronan received the third heartwarming gift package, which gave him 30 attribute points and energy essence respectively. In order to make Shanlin Town have a top combat force, Ronan continued to consume all his energy and spirit on Mackin, helping his knight level progress to the intermediate level 165/200. When adding points to Mackin, Ronan accidentally called out Elrond's level panel. He had not paid much attention to the strength of this magician during this period, but he unexpectedly found another surprise when he saw it. Elrond's level panel clearly showed Elrond FAO, Intermediate Magician Light, 4 out of 300. In the past 10 days, Elrond, without Ronan's help, relied on his own practice to improve his level progress by 4 points, an average of 1 point every 3 days. This may be due to the fact that Elrond has been refining too much mana every day recently. But no matter what, the other party is worthy of being a magician with the qualifications of a 7th level great magician. And his strength is improving very quickly. Since Elrond can practice to improve his strength, then Mackin can naturally do the same. It's just that the latter's qualifications are low, so it's hard to find that his strength improvement is not obvious. At the same time, Ronan added points to the other party, covering up the improvement effect brought by his own practice. Among the people present, I'm afraid that only Ronan can't rely on practice to improve. After all, his predecessor has no talent for practice. Fortunately, he has an attribute panel, and he gets at least 1 attribute point every day, which is very fast in terms of progress. And this time, he finally maxed out the progress of the primary magician with this warm gift package. When his knight level and magician level progress were full, a refreshing feeling of strengthening came over him. He broke through. At this moment, Ronan's level is level 2 Intermediate Knight, 12/200, 2 Intermediate Magician, 0 out of 300. He still chose to add attribute points to the knight level first. After breaking through to the intermediate level, Ronan's practice became busy. He needs to practice the 2 spells of Light Body and Wind Blade from Pedro. In addition, in terms of fighting skills, he needs to master the 2 fighting skills of Flame Slash and Fire Fist Bombing from Prince. His affinity is super, which reduces the difficulty of mastering fighting skills and magic. However, it is an intermediate skill after all, not as simple as the first level magic Xin Feng. He still needs to practice repeatedly for a while to fully master it. Take the spell of Wind Blade for example. Its spell pattern is much more complicated than Xin Feng. It requires him to draw a higher degree of concentration and a higher degree of coordination between mental power and mana. Ronan estimated that he would need to practice for 2 or 3 days before he could use it skillfully. This breakthrough brought a big change to the mentality of the team members. Mackin and Elrond were fine, but it was mainly Tom. He didn't expect that the eldest grandson of the Marquis, who was extremely belittled by Prince, was not only a professional knight, but also a mysterious magician like Mr. Elrond. The light body technique bestowed on him made him feel lighter than ever before, and his speed increased by 20% to 30% in the blink of an eye. Such speed is also very impressive when converted into combat power. He felt more and more that it was a wise choice to surrender directly instead of choosing to fight hard with Prince. Although he is wearing a mask now, Tom believes that one day he will be able to throw away this mask and reveal his true identity. At that time, Baron Layson of Shan territory might not be the opponent of Baron Ronan. No, there was no Baron Layson at that time. Right. Chapter 56 Arrival at the Horse-Ragging City. The Irontide family had already existed before the Orlan Empire was destroyed. Although it was only a small knight territory at that time, it had a great reputation. Then, during the wars of more than 200 years, it grew step by step and became a follower of the Wushan family. After Lolan's Wushan was named Marquis of the kingdom, the Irontide family was successfully promoted to a Viscount family, and its base was in the Horse-Ragging City. This city, which has never changed hands for hundreds of years, has a very high stability, so it has attracted chambers of commerce from all over the world to come here to trade, making the Horse-Ragging City one of the cities with the most frequent traffic in the Wushan territory. The main business of the Irontide family is all kinds of horses, from old horses, draft horses, pack horses, to ordinary war horses, fine war horses, and excellent war horses. It is even said that there are war horses with magic beast blood in the Iron Hoof family's ranch. This precious mount may cost thousands of gold coins. But then again, if you want to say whose mount is good, you still have to look at the Thunder Chaser of Lu Lands, the master of Wushan territory. This is not a horse. It is a real magic beast. And it is a level 5 magic beast that can rival the Silver Knight. It is said that the Thunder Chaser has the blood of the legendary dragon. So it looks like a dragon. And after being armed with armor, the shape is extremely domineering. The predecessor has heard about his grandfather's achievements since he was born. It is said that the Thunder Chaser will bring a powerful thunder and electric field, mixed with Lu Lanza's own surging fighting spirit, galloping on the battlefield. And no one can defeat it. It's a pity that even as the predecessor of the eldest grandson, Luo Ning rarely has the opportunity to get close to this magic beast mount, and can only secretly watch from a distance. Warcraft mounts are very rare, especially high-level ones. Generally speaking, people must first have the ability to subdue the mount, defeat it from the front, and then break through the opponent's mental defenses to sign a master-servant contract. It is relatively easy to defeat a Warcraft, but it is very difficult to break through the opponent's mental defenses and make it agree to sign a master-servant contract. Some arrogant or wild guys will never agree to it even if they die. In addition to these factors, the contract scroll is also very expensive and rare. In theory, only a 7th level Great Wizard can make this thing. Great Wizards are rare, and there are even fewer Great Wizards who can make spell scrolls. Therefore, people who don't know a powerful magician don't even have a channel to buy it. This also makes it very difficult for even nobles to get a powerful Warcraft mount. After Luo Ning and his party found an inn in a small manor outside the city and stayed overnight, they set off into the city early the next morning. The horse-ragging city is indeed a big city. In order to accommodate the trading of horses, its roads are built very wide. Along this horse-ragging avenue, there are scattered night manors on both sides, which is very similar to the environment around Wushan Avenue. However, the manors here don't seem to grow much food. Luo Ning saw more grasslands, and many farmers were grazing cattle, sheep, and horses. This is also the positioning problem of the Iron Hoof family. They specialize in the horse industry and sell dairy cows and sheep. As for the configuration of wheat fields, it is not high. There are many caravans coming and going in the horse-ragging city, and there is no shortage of merchants selling food. The money earned from selling horses and other livestock is enough to buy a lot of food. When Ronan has completed the development of the land in Shanlin town, he can also consider selling the surplus grain in Muma City. However, he thought of a question. If Muma City is surrounded, how long will the grain inside be enough to support them? Soon, Ronan put this idea behind him. Everyone is a neighbor, and Muma City has not plundered Shanlin town like the Shan territory. How could he have such a bad idea? What's more, Marvin Tiety, the Viscount of Muma City, is a silver level knight. In order to maintain the order of the caravan and the city, he has almost a knight group under his command. Who dares to attack Muma City? After entering Muma City, Ronan no longer concentrated his actions. He asked Tom to accompany Galen and the guards to purchase a batch of wrought iron. After returning to Shanlin town, he needed to let Kales make various tools. Shanlin town has no iron ore, and the demand for wrought iron is still very large. This time Ronan plans to purchase 2,000 kilograms first. On the market, the price of wrought iron varies according to its quality, and it is generally in the range of 40 to 55 copper coins per kilogram, which is acceptable. However, if wrought iron is made into tools or weapons, the price will be unknown. This time, Ronan did not let McKen follow Tom, which was actually a test for this professional knight. He couldn't always let David or McKen be bound to Tom, which would waste the value of the extraordinary. Sooner or later, he would have to give the other party a task to be responsible for. During this period of time, Tom's performance was hardworking and uncomplaining, which was indeed acceptable. If this is the case, the other party is pretending to surrender to make trouble. Then Ronan can only sigh that the other party's acting skills are too strong, and even he can be deceived. What he didn't know was that this release was a sign of the Lord's trust in him in Tom's eyes. Since the surrender, Tom has been surrounded by either Mackin or David, and he knows why the Lord arranged it this way. But after all, he is a latecomer, and there can't be any risk of Mackin's real combat power being leaked. So it's normal for him to be monitored by the Lord. But today, since the Lord let him, a professional, go to assist in the work, it means that the Lord's trust in him has reached a new level. This is a good thing. Tom secretly swore that this task of buying wrought iron must be completed without any accidents. On the other hand, Ronan took Mackin and Elrin to visit the trading area of the horse-herding city. The trading area is very large, with all kinds of stalls on the roadside, some selling piglets, and some selling cattle, sheep and other livestock. It is very chaotic and noisy, and the sanitary environment is also very chaotic, much worse than the farmer's market in his impression. What Ronan wanted to buy were magic crystals and monster furs. These things were hard to find in small stalls. They could only be found in street shops and standalone buildings of large chambers of commerce. Chambers of commerce, especially large ones, can be understood as a strong force that is independent of the nobles. Of course, although they are independent. In fact, the owners of the chambers of commerce are basically related to the nobles. And some are even retainers of the nobles, or even the nobles themselves. For example, the Minister of Finance of the kingdom has more than one chamber of commerce under his command. They work for the king and the Minister of Finance at the same time. The larger the chamber of commerce, the more prosperous their business. And their shops are spread across every city and town in the kingdom. There are several chambers of commerce in the trading area of Muma City, both from the Iron Hoof family and from outside. Ronan first walked into the tidy chamber of commerce and found that they were mainly engaged in warhorse-related business, including horse sales, matching saddles, vests, reins, etc., and there was no business related to magic crystals. However, the other party pointed out a clear way for Ronan. There is a building belonging to the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce in the northwest corner of the commercial district. Generally, magic crystals and other things can be purchased from here. The Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce was founded by Count Bellaro Silva of the Kingdom of Alduin. It is the largest chamber of commerce in the kingdom that operates magician-related businesses. It is said that the Earl's territory is very small, and the area is even similar to that of an ordinary baron. However, the Earl's business is very good. The reason is that Bellaro's personal strength is very strong. Bellaro Silva is not only a magician, but also a well-known 8th-level magician. Whether it is the Kingdom of Alduin or the Kingdom of Tricia, his strength is one of the best. His disciples and apprentices are spread all over the world, and the exact number is unknown. This also led to some people saying that the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce was just a chamber of commerce, and its inner self could be seen as a magician association. After obtaining this information, Ronan took Mackin and Elrin to the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce. I thought it would take some time to find the Chamber of Commerce building, but after arriving at the northwest corner of the trading area, I saw the eye-catching building at a glance. This made Ronan think of a word at the first time: the Magician Tower. Chapter 57: The Price of Spell Scrolls. The building in front of me is about the same height as other chambers of commerce, about 5 or 6 floors, but its shape is quite unique. The exterior of the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce is cylindrical, and the whole is made of bluestone. It is engraved with reliefs of magical beasts and mysterious symbols, full of mystery. Ronan looked carefully and found the spell pattern of the primary magic wind spell. He didn't expect that the spell pattern was mistaken for a mural. The building has a golden spire, like a slender golden needle, inserted straight into the air, making people feel extremely solemn and sacred. My lord, I feel the fluctuation of the spell. Elrin looked up. It seems to be coming from the top floor platform. Ronan nodded. He seemed to feel a little bit, but not as clearly as Elrin. Let's go in and take a look. With that, Ronan took the two of them in. As soon as he entered the door, Ronan was surprised by the scene inside the building. The exterior of the building is made of bluestone, but the floors inside are made of wood. Along the inner wall, a staircase spirals up and leads directly to the top of the building. Standing on the first floor and looking up, Ronan can see that there are rows of bookshelves on each floor. There is a faint smell of parchment in the air, but there is also a faint fragrance and a gently blowing wind. Magic crystal lamps are generally rare, but in this building, they are decorated everywhere as if they are free, especially the huge chandelier in the middle. Its brightness and shape are no less than the top modern luxury lighting. I don't know how many gold coins are needed to buy it. Gorgeous. Extraordinary. 3 gentlemen. Please come in. How can I help you? The familiar words almost made Ronan feel dislocated in time and space. Ronan looked at the service staff in front of him. The other party was wearing a light blue robe with a purple crystal pattern on the left chest. This was the pattern of the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce. Hello. I want to buy magic crystals and magic beast leather. Ronan directly stated his purpose. Sir, please follow me. Led by the waiter, Ronan walked into a small room on the first floor. The room had no windows, but the magic crystal lamp on the ceiling illuminated the space inside very brightly. Soon, an elegant gentleman in a tuxedo knocked on the door and entered. Ronan understood that the waiter just now was just an errand boy, and the one in front of him was the sales manager. As soon as he came in, he bowed like a gentleman. My name is Hook. I am very happy to serve you three gentlemen. As soon as Hook entered the room, he saw that only Ronan was sitting in the room, with Elrin and McKinn standing behind him, and he knew that the young man in front of him was the protagonist. And black eyes, silver hair. Hook's eyes turned. Excuse me, sir, is it Baron Ronan of Shanlin Town? Ronan was a little surprised, but he didn't hide it. How did you recognize him? Black eyes and silver hair are the iconic features of the members of the Wushan family. As a citizen of Wushan territory, I naturally know him. Maybe because of preconceived ideas. Ronan still thought he had black eyes and black hair, but he didn't notice the special hair color. Hook's attitude was very humble. I heard from the waiter that the Baron wanted to buy magic crystals and magic beast leather. I wonder what quality you need. Quality? Ronan was a little confused. Hook immediately showed his skills as a salesman and began to introduce the magic crystal and monster leather in detail. Simply put, there are 5 colors of magic crystal: purple, yellow, gray, white, and almost transparent. This quality is determined by how much energy is consumed inside the magic crystal. Purple basically represents the full state. Yellow is 50% 90%. Gray is 30% 50%. And white is 10% 30%. The more transparent it is, the less energy this magic crystal has, until only an empty shell is left. Different qualities have different prices. Ronan played with Pedro's magic crystal in his pocket. It was purple, which meant that the energy inside was still full. As for the quality of monster leather, it was easy to say. It was divided according to the level of monsters. The higher the level of monster leather, the more expensive it was. Since Shanlin Town was close to the Wushan Monster Mountain Range, it was inevitable to kill monsters in the future. So Ronan asked about the production of monster leather. Hook answered every question without hiding anything. In fact, there is nothing special about the production of monster leather, which is similar to the production of sheepskin, cowhide, and other leathers. Your lord's territory is close to Wushan. If you have the opportunity to kill a monster, you can let me handle it if it is convenient. I will give you a very suitable price. As a businessman, Hook spoke directly to the Lord of Shanlin Town. As long as he can make money, he doesn't care whether the other person has the right of inheritance or is a useless waste noble. I think we should have a chance to cooperate. Ronan really needs to prepare for future sales, he said, and pointed to Elrin beside him. This is my follower, the light magician Elrin. The purchase of Warcraft leather this time is for him. Ronan smiled and said, although he is only an intermediate magician at present, he should be able to make a spell scroll for healing. I would like to ask you, how much is the market price of such a scroll? As he introduced, Hook's eyes became brighter. He didn't expect that the handsome man with short gray hair in front of him was actually a light magician. Mage, please forgive Hook's rudeness. He stood up and saluted Elrin. And then, perhaps for politeness, he also saluted Mackin. May the light be with you. Elrin saluted slightly, and threw a cheering spell at the other party. The light fell on Hook, making him feel like he was bathed in spring breeze, and his spirits doubled. It turned out to be a magician of light attribute. Hook turned to Ronan and said, Sir, the price of a second-level spell scroll on the market is generally 10 to 20 gold coins. Intermediate magicians of light attribute are rare, which also makes healing spell scrolls relatively rare. But its effect is very good. So our Chamber of Commerce sells a healing spell scroll according to the fixed price. That is, 20 gold coins. Ronan was secretly surprised. 20 gold coins. It doesn't sound like much. After all, it's only a double digit. But you have to know that the average monthly salary of an intermediate knight is less than 2 gold coins. And it takes a year to accumulate to buy a healing scroll. No wonder these things are rarely seen. What about other spell scrolls? Such as the Wind Blade spell? Ronan asked immediately. He was about to learn the Wind Blade spell, and was going to make its spell scroll in the future. The Wind Blade spell is a second-level magic. It and several other spell scrolls with similar power, such as Fireball, are all sold at 18 gold coins. The price of the Wind Blade spell is actually a little lower than that of the healing spell, considering that light attribute magicians are rarer than earth, wind, water, and fire. This price is reasonable. Then, if Elrin wants to sell the healing scroll made by your Chamber of Commerce, I wonder how much you can offer for it. The 20 gold coins are sold to the outside world. The other party cannot buy from Ronan at such a price, so there will be a discount on this. The Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce is the largest magician chamber of commerce in the Kingdom of Alduin. It provides services to thousands of magicians in the kingdom every year. We have always provided the greatest concessions and various convenient services to distinguished magicians, Hook said with some pride and humility. If ordinary people come here to sell spell scrolls, we will buy them at 20% off the market price. He paused, then said with a smile, but if you are of noble status, I am willing to use my power to raise the purchase price to the maximum, and the Chamber of Commerce will buy them at 15% off the market price. This is also the biggest concession that the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce can make. Of course, if you have spell scrolls of level 7 or above to sell, our Magic Chamber of Commerce will help you sell them for free. And we don't want any gold coins. Level 7 spell scrolls can only be made by great wizards. How many level 7 great wizards are there in the Kingdom of Alduin? Even Belwara Silva has to pay attention to such people and give them face. The things they make can be sold in the Chamber of Commerce, which is a face for Belwara. This kind of free sales seems to be a loss. But in fact, the benefits brought by this high-level spell scroll have greatly increased the Chamber of Commerce's dominance. Roding only has a level 7 scroll in his hand, and he will not sell it to others. The price you said is very suitable. 85% off. That is 17 gold coins per scroll. It seems that the Chamber of Commerce has earned 3 gold coins. But in fact, after deducting the taxes paid by the Chamber of Commerce to the Horse City and the cost of renting the shop, it is estimated that the other party will not make much. Even if Roning wanted to bargain, there was not much room for negotiation. So fortunately, he did not waste time. After understanding the spell scroll, Roning asked Hook about the cost of making the spell scroll. This mainly involves Warcraft leather, magic core and mana ink. After some calculations, the cost price of making a level 2 spell scroll is about 9 gold coins. In other words, the net profit of making a healing scroll is 8 gold coins per scroll. A net profit of 47%. Even if there are a few production failures in the middle, this deal will not lose money. This is the second project with stable income in Shanlin town after the Iron and Wood Workshop, and it is very promising. Chapter 58 Initial Cooperation. For Ronan, the purpose of entering the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce was shopping. But this did not prevent him from obtaining a lot of information. And Hooker told almost everything he knew and could say in order to facilitate the transaction. In addition to the prices of various commodities, Ronan found an interesting thing. The magic core. In his understanding, the magic core is the source of the magic energy of the Warcraft, similar to the role of a battery. After Hooker's explanation, he had a deeper understanding of the role of the magic core. The magic core is a crystal object. Even if it is ground into particles, it can still react with mana, which is why it can be used as a material for mana ink. In addition, when a magician uses mental power to perceive a complete magic core, he can sense the spell pattern inside the magic core. This spell pattern is the key to the ability of Warcraft to use magic, and it is also the origin of the early magicians to master the spell pattern. When a Warcraft can use multiple magics, there are often many spell patterns in its magic core. These spell patterns may be closely combined, and the magician needs to separate them, which is one of the magician's daily research work. Through this kind of research, the probability of the magician mastering this magic can be greatly improved, which is much better than practicing with a spell book. Luo Ning didn't feel much about this. After all, he mastered it after practicing a few times with the spell book, and felt that learning magic was not too difficult. Maybe this is the difference between geniuses and ordinary people. In this way, the conversation lasted for a long time, and the two sides finally turned the topic back to shopping. Luo Ning did not hesitate and immediately asked to buy 5 purple magic crystals, 27 bottles of second-level spell ink, 6 second-level magic beast leathers, and the small flame and fireball spell books. Magic crystals are used for the first charge. Spell ink and magic beast leather are pre-made materials for magicians to make spell scrolls, by the Silva Magic Energy Chamber of Commerce. A bottle of 10 ml spell ink costs 6 gold coins, which can draw an average of 1 second-level spell scroll. A piece of magic beast leather costs 15 gold coins, which can make an average of 5 spell scrolls. The price of the 2 spell books is relatively cheap, basically equivalent to half of the same level spell scroll. A total of only 10 gold coins. The purchase of these 4 types of things cost a total of 762 gold coins. The bulk of it is still magic crystals, 5 of which are worth 500 gold. Spell ink 162. And leather is less, only 90 gold coins. Ronan now has a total of 30 bottles of spell ink, which, combined with 6 pieces of Warcraft leather, can make 30 spell scrolls, earning 510 gold coins. He spent a lot, but earned a lot. When Hook saw such a large order, his eyes were full of stars, and he wanted to call Ronan Grandpa. Of course, Ronan had to bargain, and he cut down 32 gold coins in the end, and asked for a good feather pen and a book on spell scroll making. When Ronan was sent out, all the salesmen on the first floor were startled, and 1 or 2 of them gave Ronan the most enthusiastic eyes, especially some pretty waitresses, who only regretted that they had no chance. Otherwise they would have wanted to go with Ronan. Outside the Chamber of Commerce building, Hook sent Ronan outside. Lord Ronan. Then it's settled. 1 month later, that is, in early October, I will arrange a caravan to your territory. Welcome. Welcome. Ronan smiled and extended his hand. While the other party was in a daze, he shook hands with him twice. The proposal to let the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce come to Shanlin town was actually proposed by Hook. On the surface, he said that it was to take away the newly made spell scrolls, but in fact it was to continue to sell spell ink and monster leather to Ronan. After all, even if Ronan made 30 healing spell scrolls in the next month, the Chamber of Commerce could only make a profit of dozens of gold coins. But if more spell ink was sold to Ronan, it would make more money. For Ronan, Shanlin town rarely had chambers of commerce come. He could use the reason that the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce could come to publicize it. And maybe it would have a good effect and make other chambers of commerce interested in Shanlin town. As for the risk of passing through the woodland to Shanlin town, Ronan didn't need to worry about it. The Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce is the largest magician chamber of commerce in the kingdom, and its strength is self-evident. Arranging senior knights to pick up and deliver the goods will not be a problem at all, not to mention the monsters. Even if Baron Layson of the Shan territory saw it, he would not easily provoke it. Looking at the backs of Ronan and the other 2 leaving, Hook's smile never faded. It was his blessing to meet such a sponsor. Promotion. Salary increase. Hook was very excited when he thought about it. In his eyes, Ronan was a cash cow. And a cash cow facing him. Such a big customer must be reported to Master Jishio. Jishio here is the general manager of the Silva Magic Energy Chamber of Commerce in the Horse City branch. He is a level 5 chief magician and basically spends most of his time in the Chamber of Commerce building. Hook sorted out the receipts and gold coins, and went up the stairs to the top floor. Let alone Hook's business. Ronan, who came out of the Magic Energy Chamber of Commerce building, had already completed the main purchases of this trip to the Horse City. The only things left to buy were wrought iron, agricultural tools, and the price of slaves at the slave exchange. Seeing that it was noon, Ronan took Elrin and McKen to the tavern where he and Tom and Gallon had agreed to meet. It was called a tavern, but it was actually a restaurant. But there were more people drinking in the hall. As soon as he came in, noisy shouts and yells kept pouring into Ronan's ears. It was more lively here than the vegetable market in the morning. Ronan took a look and saw that most of the people eating and drinking in the hall were hunters and mercenaries. For these people who are used to adventure and running around, eating and drinking with their companions is the happiest time. So most of them are particularly heroic when drinking, and their voices are relatively loud. And some are used to spitting out some vulgar words. They are basically free people, with only a very small number of special slaves who do not need to cultivate the land. Although there are professional knights among them, very few can reach the level of intermediate knights. Although they are extraordinary people, their ancestors have no background and no channels. It is difficult for them to enter the sight of nobles or major forces, and there is no channel to join them. After all, for some nobles, extraordinary people with unclear origins are more willing to be hired temporarily rather than accept their loyalty. Ronan thought about whether to hire a few professional knights to deal with the Shan territory, but he killed this idea as soon as it appeared. Mercenaries' business mainly focuses on escorting caravans, receiving specific commissions to hunt monsters, protecting certain characters, etc. If you want them to deal with the noble's territory, you have to pay a huge price. And even if you pay, the other party will still evaluate the chances of winning and potential crisis. If the chances of winning are not great, and there is a possibility of offending a greater noble, no matter how much money you pay, the mercenaries are probably unwilling to die. In addition, due to the instability of mercenaries and the lack of loyalty of knights in the territory, once Ronan hires them, Baron Layson may know his thoughts in advance before he takes any action against the Shan territory. But then again, as long as these mercenaries make enough money, or their own strength reaches a certain level, or they form a strong mercenary group, they are still qualified to sit down and talk with the nobles. It is said that the leaders of the Black Gold Brotherhood and the Port Thieves group active in the southeast of Wushan territory started out as mercenaries. Now that the business is successful, not only have they occupied several cities in the southeast, but they have also left Wiggins and others helpless. In short, the nobles have their own lives, and the commoners have their own ways of living. And most of the time, they do not interact with each other. Ronan paid 8 silver coins and asked the waiter to prepare an independent and spacious box for them, isolating most of the noisy sounds outside. He held the 5 magic crystals in his hand, and at the same time took out the magic crystal trophy he got from Pedro from the space ring. The 6 magic crystals have been collected, and now it is time for the first charge. Chapter 59 Redomain. Ronan opened the first charge interface, and as his faith moved, a burst of purple light suddenly appeared on his palm. These lights wrapped around the 6 magic crystals in his palm, as if to melt them. Soon, cracks appeared on the magic crystals, then shattered, turned into powder, and then merged with the purple light and slowly disappeared. Macken and Elrin on the side looked at Ronan's operation in doubt, wondering what their master did with these 6 expensive things, which disappeared in an instant. In Ronan's sight, the rewards on the first charge interface had become available. Although he was very sad about this spending a lot of money, the gains were greater than the investment, and it was completely worth it. While Ronan received the first charge reward with his mind, he silently prayed in his heart that the luxury gift package and the reward would bring him extra surprises. There was no way. The night and the reward was fixed, and there was not much variable. He could only look forward to the items in the luxury gift package. Instantly, the first charge reward was received, and this interface slowly disappeared from Ronan's vision. Since then, the 5 interfaces of the Golden Finger have only the monthly sign-in, attribute panel, and achievement master. When the interface disappeared, 2 lines of text appeared in Ronan's vision at the same time. Attribute points plus 200. Energy essence plus 400. Ronan quickly scanned these 2 lines of numbers, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. This gift package really lived up to the word luxury. Compared with the warm sign-in gift package and the 7-day login boutique gift package, the rewards in the luxury gift package are very generous. With 400 points of energy essence, it is enough to raise Macken's level progress to the peak of advanced knights. In this way, his Shanlin town finally has 2 combat forces. If he met the Knight Philiton of the Shan territory again, Ronan would not need to be on tenterhooks all the time and rack his brains to act for the other party. When Ronan was grinning, the same magic array diagram that summoned Macken and Elrin appeared on the empty floor in front of him. But there was a little difference this time. The light emitted from the magic array diagram was purple with gold, which was not only more gorgeous than before, but also more noble. Seeing this scene, Macken and Elrin finally reacted. It turned out that the Lord's series of operations were used to summon new subordinates. They were also looking forward to what kind of person would come out this time. A figure quietly appeared in the purple gold light. The man on the magic array diagram had short orange-red hair, under the sunlight projected from the window. It was like a dancing flame, illuminating his face. His face was firm, with clear lines, and a pair of deep sapphire blue eyes flashed with confidence. He was burly and muscular, and under the dark blue leather battle robe and the sharp sword on his back, he showed his strength to the outside world. Ronan was stunned. Compared with Macken and Elrin, the character he summoned this time had an aura that he couldn't describe. What he didn't expect was that, as he summoned the other party's panel, he found that the initial level of the person in front of him was no longer elementary, 0/100, or 0/150, like Macken and Elrin, but Radar Main, Advanced Night Fire, 300/300. Ronan! The knight in front of him was actually at the peak of the advanced level, which was completely beyond Ronan's expectation. You know, he was just about to add all the 400 energy essences he got to Mackin. Even if the newcomer Rydar has the qualifications to become Jiayang, he has to add points later at this stage. Who would have thought that the first charge brought him an extra surprise? Rydar was directly at the peak of the advanced level, and when he stared at the other party's level progress, wondering why the other party could not break through directly, he got a hint, due to the restrictions of the master-servant contract. The strongest strength of the subordinates cannot lead the master by one major level. According to the knight's training process, the level is divided into 3 major levels. The first stage is to strengthen the fighting spirit, divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels. The second stage is to build the body and strengthen the body, divided into bronze, silver, and gold. The third stage is to break the limit, divided into meteor, silver moon, and Jiaoyang. The fact that he cannot lead by a major level here means that Rydar must break through when Ronan breaks through the first stage himself, and then Ronan can add points to the other party. This mechanism is the same as the card game made by Ronan before crossing, and the level of the card character cannot exceed the account level. Although there are restrictions, high-level peak knights are a rare fighting force for any barony. When Ronan was shocked by Rydel's strength, the magic circle slowly dissipated, and the room returned to its original color. The tall figure knelt on one knee and offered a sincere greeting to his master. I, the commander of the Flame Expedition, Rydel Main, greet you. My master? Flame Expedition? Ronan was puzzled. What kind of army is this? And Rydel also called himself the commander, which sounds like a very remarkable existence. Could it be that this knight with the arrogance of the sun has an unknown background story waiting for him to explore? Thoughts flashed through his mind, and Ronan quickly helped him up. Welcome, Knight Redemain. Shanlin town will become even stronger with you. On the side, McKen and Elrin also nodded to Retta. Somehow, they always felt that they had seen each other, but if they tried to think about it, they couldn't remember it. You just said that you are the commander of the Flame Expedition Army. Can you introduce me to what kind of army this is? Ronan asked the doubts in his heart directly. In fact, he was still very curious about the historical background of these 3 extraordinary people who were summoned. Retta smiled slightly, and he was more relaxed, which was different from when McKen and Elrin were just summoned. The latter two were relatively restrained, especially McKen, whose expression was still serious at the time. But the knight Retta in front of him was different. He was more relaxed in front of Ronan. This is not to say that Retta was not loyal to Ronan, or that he did not respect his master. Rather, this knight is like a subordinate in a high position. He is loyal and respectful to his master, but at the same time, he can maintain his own style. My lord, I don't know either. Rydar shook his head and frowned, thinking, I only know fragments of my identity. But that's all. Well, just like McKen and Elrond, Ronan wanted to dig out more information. But none of this matters. Even if Rydar and the others have an unknown historical experience, that's all in the past. Now they are just Ronan's subordinates, knights and magicians in Hillwood Town. You 3 can have a good exchange in the future. Ronan motioned the 3 to sit down around the round table. Rydar has the strength of the advanced peak, and is the strongest combat force at present. McKen couldn't help but look at the new knight. Sure enough, the other party's momentum revealed his extraordinariness. McKen, don't worry. I will help you improve. Since he couldn't continue to add points to Rydar, Ronan could only use 400 energy essences on McKen or Elrin. Although letting Elrin break through the advanced level would allow the other party to obtain new magic. Considering the current urgent need for combat power in Shanlin Town, Ronan chose to increase McKen's strength to the maximum first. Without delay, he summoned McKen's level panel and began to invest in energy essence. In an instant, McKen felt that the power in his body was like a huge wave, surging endlessly. McKen Salatin, Advanced Knight Earth, 280/300. Ronan once again felt the power of the golden finger. With the ability, breaking through is like drinking water, and it feels so good. He left 20 points of room for improvement in Macken's level progress, mainly to allow Macken to improve through his own practice. In this way, Macken's combat power is not low, and Elrin can also improve more. Thank you for your gift, sir. Macken stood up and saluted Ronan solemnly to thank him, and at the same time, there was a hint of eagerness in his eyes when he looked at Rydar. Sir, I also remembered a little memory, Mackin suddenly said. Ronan was stunned for a moment. What memory? Sir, in this memory, I am the leader of the 7th Knights of the Flame Expedition. Chapter 60 Overall Improvement. McKen's words stunned Ronan. After repeated inquiries, he confirmed that McKen really remembered a memory when his strength broke through to the advanced level. Although this memory was just a very short fragment about identity. Just like Rydar's, it was clearly telling Ronan that as long as the strength of the 3 subordinates in front of him was improved, their memories would slowly revive until they remembered everything? Ronan didn't expect more than this. Rydar said that he was the commander of the Flame Expeditionary Force. And McKen said that he was the leader of the 7th Knights of the Flame Expeditionary Force. In other words, McKen was once a subordinate of Retta? Ronan couldn't help laughing when he thought of this. How come the backgrounds of the summoned characters are connected? What kind of existence is the Flame Expeditionary Force? What experiences did Retta and McKen have? What did they conquer? Ronan was very curious and looked at Elrin beside him. Could this magician also be a member of the Flame Expeditionary Force? Elrin spread his hands and responded to Ronan's puzzled eyes with a smile. My lord, I don't remember anything. Maybe you can also improve my strength to advanced level? Of the 3 people summoned, McKen and Retta have become advanced knights. And only he has just stepped into the intermediate level. Even if Elrin has been immersed in the light for many years, he will feel envious in his heart. Ronan naturally heard the envy and expectation in Elrin's tone. But now, he can only laugh and spread his hands like the other party. I promise. You will be next. But it may be a long process. And there is no way for you to be promoted directly to the senior level like McKen. After completing the first charge, Ronan wanted to get hundreds of energy essences at once. And he could only do so by completing achievements. But achievements are not easy to complete and require some twists and turns. I am looking forward to this slow improvement process, Elrin said. First, improve your strength a little bit. Ronan had just consumed 315 energy essences on Mackin, and there were still 85 points left. Now only Elrin was left to be added, and Ronan had no better choice. So he put all the 85 energy essences into the magician. As Elrin felt his mental power grow rapidly, his level progress reached 89 out of 300. It must be said that magicians are rare compared to professional knights. And even the total progress is reflected. A high-level knight needs 300 energy essences, while an intermediate magician needs 300. Thank you for your gift. May the light be with you. The pleasure of improvement is the same for everyone. And Elrin is in a very happy mood at this time. When you have time, refine your mana. Ronan smiled and said, most of the Warcraft leather and spell ink we just bought are yours. When we return to the territory, your main task will be to make healing spell scrolls. Compared with healing spell scrolls, wind blade spells are a little worse. In order to pursue the greatest benefit, Ronan had to make Elrin make more spell scrolls. Of course, he would also draw 2 Warcraft leathers to learn how to make spell scrolls. After all, mastering a skill is never a bad thing. After solving the problem of Elrin's strength, Ronan began to add points to himself. As a lord, with 2 high-level peak knights under his command, his personal demand for combat power has been reduced a lot compared to before, considering that he needs to practice Wind Blade and Fireball in the next period of time, and also make spell scrolls, which requires a lot of magician's mental power and mana. Luo Ning invested all 201 attribute points in the magician level progress. After a series of operations, he felt the pleasure of his soul soaring into the sky, as if he had an orgasm. Look at his attribute panel again. Level 2 Intermediate Knight, 12/200. 2 Intermediate Magician, 201 of 300. For an Intermediate Knight, the fighting spirit will flow out from the fighting spirit seed in the heart, spread in the knight's body, and gradually form a complete set of fighting spirit system veins. When the fighting spirit veins gather at the Sea of Chi and break the Sea of Chi in one fell swoop, opening up the link between the fighting spirit seed, fighting spirit veins, and the Sea of Chi. It means that the knight has leaped from the intermediate to the advanced level. Luo Ning sensed it, and the Do Chi veins in his body only stretched out a little bit from the Do Chi seed, and there was still a long distance from the eyes to the Chi Sea in the abdomen. Compared with the knight's transformation of the body, the magician's training is relatively simple. They mainly strengthen their mental power and expand the mana space, and do not need to make too many changes to the body. As long as the mental power is improved, the mana space will be expanded. As a result, the magician can refine more mana, and the number of spells that can be cast will also increase. After the pleasure brought by the improvement of strength disappeared, Luo Ning smiled and motioned everyone to sit down. Rydar, what fighting skills do you have now? Rydar is a knight of fire attribute, and Ronan will be able to learn the fighting skills he has mastered in the future. My lord, I only have 2 fighting skills at present. The general fighting skills Flame Slash and Fire Clouds. Ronan knew that Prince had mastered the Flame Slash. After Rydar's explanation, this Fire Clouds fighting skill is a range-type fighting skill. It is said that a sword sweeping out can form a flame impact like a spreading fire cloud, defeating a group of enemies in front. However, this fighting skill consumes a lot of fighting spirit, and generally only high-level knights can use it freely. I also have a fire fist bombing that can be learned by intermediate knights, Ronan said, and took out the fire fist bombing fighting spirit secret book and handed it to Rydar, who took it and flipped through it twice, and then clenched his fist. Buzz! On Rydar's fist, the red fighting spirit condensed into a ball of jumping flames, exuding a faint power. Ronan could not help but take the secret book back in embarrassment. Well, Rydar is indeed a genius with a scorching sun talent. He can use the fighting skills that Prince has not mastered after just one look. You learn really fast. Ronan still couldn't help but give a thumbs up. He tried several times before he succeeded when learning this fighting skill. Rydar stopped running his fighting spirit, and the flame on his fist disappeared instantly. This fighting skill requires the control of fighting spirit. When the fighting spirit changes to fire attributes, it must be controlled to condense on the fist. And at the same time, it must not cause damage to the skin. He explained, I am good at the meticulous control of fighting spirit, and I am extremely proficient in the use of Flame Slash. In addition, I have the strength of the advanced peak, so it is not difficult to master it. This made Mackin next to him envious. His aptitude was lower than that of Rydar. If he was given a fighting skill book, he thought he could not master it in an instant like Rydar. Rydar, if you have a strong control over fighting spirit, can you create fighting skills yourself? Ronan felt that Rydar's understanding of fighting spirit was higher than that of Mackin, so he could not help but ask the doubts in his heart. Magicians use spell patterns to perform, but fighting skills are not. It purely relies on the knight's fighting spirit and the control of fighting spirit to form moves. In theory, most fighting skills can be used. Rydar nodded in agreement. But there are fighting skill secrets, which can analyze and introduce its details in detail, which can greatly reduce the cost of trial and error and shorten the time it takes for the knight to master this fighting skill. Ronan nodded slightly. This is indeed the truth. Some fighting skill secrets also have many experiences of predecessors, which are very helpful for beginners. Rydar, Mackin, how about we find a place on the way back to have a fight? Although from the perspective of level progress, Rydar is 20 points ahead of Mackin. The gap is not big, but level progress is not the real combat power. So Ronan is very curious about their combat level. Rydar and Mackin looked at each other, and both of them were eager to fight. As you wish, sir. The two happily accepted Ronan's proposal. Chapter 61 Spending 1,000 gold. Not long after, Galen and Tom, who had bought the wrought iron, came to the tavern as agreed. According to the descriptions of the two, they visited several iron ore trading shops, and after some comparisons and negotiations, they bought 2,000 kilograms of wrought iron at a price of 40 copper coins per kilogram, spending a total of 80 gold coins. The quality of these 2,000 kilograms of wrought iron is medium to low, and it is not a good product, but it is completely sufficient to forge some tools used in production in life, such as plowshares. Ronan looked at the pieces of wrought iron brought by Tom, and asked for his poor eyesight to see the quality. Well done. Ronan took the remaining 20 gold coins from Galen and praised the two. It was the first time in their lives that the two carried so many gold coins and spent so many gold coins. Being able to get this done shows that the two are still capable. Unlike some useless guys, they dare not buy things with money in their hands. In one morning, Ronan was in a good mood after getting so many things done. He called the waiter to prepare the dishes, and asked Garen to arrange lunch for the guards guarding the carriage. During the meal, Ronan introduced Rydar, saying that he was a wandering knight he met by chance, and now he joined Shanlin town and was loyal to him. Garen didn't have any specific knowledge of high-level peak knights, but Tom was different. As a junior knight, he knew how powerful high-level peak knights were. This was not the key point. The Lord had deceived the Knight Philiton of the Shan territory with a trick before, so that the other party did not dare to act rashly. But now, Lord Roning has a genuine high-level peak knight by his side, and he may not have to worry so much about the Shan County in the future. During this period, he personally felt Roning's uniqueness, and felt more and more that he followed the right master. Perhaps in the future he can really stand out and restore the glory of his ancestors. After lunch, Roning took the caravan to various shops and stalls selling daily necessities. He wanted to open an iron and wood workshop, so he needed to buy axes, iron saws, and woodcutters. He wanted to continue to reclaim wasteland, so hoes and shovels were also indispensable. Looking at the tools made of stone by the serfs, he felt so painful. It took Roning a whole afternoon to compare several shops, and finally bought all the tools. Among them, there were 20 axes, iron saws, and woodcutters, 400 hoes and shovels, and even after bargaining for several rounds, he still spent 172 gold, 7 silver, and 60 copper coins. Axe, iron saw, and axe were prepared for the iron and wood workshop. Considering the wear and tear of tools, 20 of each were not many. A total of 800 hoes and shovels. He planned to distribute them equally among the villages. It can be seen that these tools are far from enough for each serf. But Roning has invested so much money at one time, which is a great effort. So far, he has spent more than 900 gold coins in this visit to the horse-herding city. A mountain baron from a remote village can actually spend thousands of gold. If this matter is spread out, I am afraid no one will dare to believe it. Roning now has only 281 gold coins on hand. After reserving a year's salary for everyone, he still has dozens of gold coins left. I remember that when I first crossed over, I was penniless and had nothing. If I wanted to reach Shanlin town safely, I had to get a little bit here and there. But now it's different. Roning already has a way and plan to make money. Just like the farmers who have food at home. No longer panic. After purchasing various materials, most of Roning's plans to go to the horse-herding city have been completed. The only thing left is to go to the slave house and inquire about the slave trade. The sale and trading of slaves are allowed in this world. Basically, there are slave exchanges in every city, and even in some knights' manors. Here, as long as you are a free man and you can afford the price, you can legally own a slave that belongs to you completely, and can use all the rights of the master to the slave. To some extent, the status of slaves is lower than that of the serfs in the territory. As a crossover, Roning's understanding of slavery is limited to books. He has not seen the real life and experience of slaves with his own eyes, so he can't empathize. Maybe civilization tells him that slavery is not good. But as the saying goes, he can't change anything now, since it is impossible to change. Then adapt to the local customs and use this system to improve yourself. At present, the total population of Shanlin town has just exceeded 2,000, which is quite different from the ordinary baronies, with a population of tens of thousands. It is a bit slow to rely on attracting free people to join, and relying on the people in the territory to grow the population. He wants the population of the territory to grow quickly in a short period of time, so he can only buy it with money. And for Ronin, if he can buy 1,000 people at a time, he can also complete the population achievement and strengthen his own strength. This is a good thing that kills many birds with one stone. Before it gets dark, Roning inquired about the location of the slave exchange and rushed there with his team the next morning. In order to control and tame slaves, most exchanges are set up outside the city, and some are even set up in the manner of a knight. Roning was a little dazed while riding on his horse and looking at the slave house in front of him. He originally thought that the exchange would be a large yard, and then there would be some prisons to lock up the slaves. But the small castle-like exchange in front of him was obviously beyond his expectations. The high walls made of stone and mud were full of spikes. Although it was not as strong as the walls of the noble castle, it was enough to prevent the people inside from climbing over the wall and escaping. In addition, tall watchtowers were built with wood at the four corners of the high wall. Each watchtower was equipped with a special monitor. Once a situation was discovered, these monitors would report it immediately. In addition, there was a team of people patrolling back and forth around the high wall, and 4 people were arranged to guard the main entrance of the exchange to ensure that everything was safe. When the guards saw a group of people walking towards the exchange, they immediately became alert. However, those who came so swaggeringly were most likely customers, so they did not show any hostility. As soon as Luo Ning and others arrived outside the exchange, a middle-aged man hurried out of the gate. He ran to Luo Ning's horse with a playful smile and offered courtesy and greetings. "Good day, gentlemen. I am the manager of the Viper Exchange in Muma City. You can call me Anthony." Anthony only took a glance and roughly knew that this group of people was led by the young man in front of him. And this young man had his signature silver hair. He immediately thought of someone. As a steward who has been dealing with the outside world for many years, Anthony's eyesight is no less than Hook of the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce. However, this is not a trading area, and the slave house is not an ordinary chamber of commerce. So even if he guessed Roning's identity, he would not take the initiative to point it out unless the latter took the initiative to make it clear. "Hello, Anthony. I want to see the slaves here." Roning, riding on a horse, stated the purpose of this trip. "If there are suitable ones, I will take a batch away." Anthony's ears moved, and he noticed that Roning was not talking about one, but a batch. This is a big customer. So, every inch of the steward's face was revealing a flattering smile. "Master, don't worry. No matter what kind of goods you need, our Viper Slave Exchange will provide you with it." Roning turned over and got off the horse, handed the horse to Gallon for management. "Let's go. Take me to visit your slave house." Chapter 62 Slave House. In fact, no matter whether Ronan expressed his willingness to buy slaves or not, as long as he proposed to visit the Viper Slave Exchange, Anthony would agree. For him, the manager, anyone who was interested in the slave house was his potential customer, not to mention the gentleman in front of him. So no matter whether this transaction could be completed, Anthony performed very diligently. From the beginning of entering the exchange, he was like a manager of an external roadshow, constantly promoting his professionalism and the superiority of his products to customers. Ronan's understanding of the slave house and slaves deepened a lot through Anthony's introduction. First of all, there is the issue of the source of slaves. Most of them are prisoners of war, and a small number of them were either demoted for violating the laws of the Lord, or were deceived and abducted. In short, the paths are diverse and complicated. In May this year, the Black Gold Brotherhood and the Polant Bandits jointly occupied several baronies in the southeast of Wushan territory. Earl Wiggins was furious and issued a call for conscription, which defeated the enemy coalition forces in one fell swoop and took back the occupied land. Anthony introduced, in this battle, the noble coalition forces captured many prisoners of war. The lords did not want to take them back to their respective territories, and were too lazy to deal with them, so they sold them to slave houses in various places. After professional training in the slave houses, these slaves were sold to various places in the kingdom. Ronan knew about this battle. His father led the team. Although he won, the eldest grandson of the Hyde family died in battle because of Wiggins's command error. That day in Wushan Castle, the Golden Lion Knight used this as an excuse to ask for many benefits. Ronan frowned slightly. "I heard that the Black Gold Brotherhood and the Polant Bandits have existed for a long time. Why didn't the nobles even destroy them when they started fighting? Besides, the coalition forces have taken back those lands this time. Why don't they continue to attack and completely eliminate the hidden dangers?" Anthony spread his hands. "Master, I'm afraid I can't answer your question. But I remember that Wushan Castle did defeat those damn guys at the beginning. But they showed up again after a few years. They are like rats in the cracks of the castle wall, and they can never be completely eliminated." Ronan nodded slowly. "The southeast of Wushan territory is the neighboring land of the Three Realms. To the east is the Principality of Vera. To the north is the earldom of the Hyde family. And to the west is Wushan territory. Over the years, that place has been occupied by the Brotherhood for a long time, and the forces of all parties are afraid that they have infiltrated, which is very complicated. Unless Wushan Castle can completely poke the opponent's nest and arrange heavy troops to guard there, it will be possible to truly control it after more than 10 or 20 years of development. It is obviously not feasible for anyone to solve the problem over there by a war." During the conversation, the two came to the big house in the front. It was dark and damp here, and slaves were locked up in small cells naked. They looked very bad mentally. Their eyes were numb and empty, without even a look of helplessness and despair, just like walking corpses. "This is the sales area. The slaves in it are all domesticated slaves," Anthony introduced, came to a prison cell and knocked on the wooden pillar. "Hey, the guy inside? Stand up and turn around. Hurry up." After hearing this voice, the man inside had some spirit in his eyes. He stood up woodenly, without saying a word, and didn't care whether he was wearing clothes or not. Just opened his arms and slowly turned around in the cage, showing every part of his body to the customers. Look, this guy has a lot of muscles. As long as you give him a little food, he will definitely be a good worker. Anthony picked up the small wooden stick next to him and poked the muscles on the other's waist and abdomen while introducing the product. His expression and tone did not seem like he was introducing a person, but a real product. Master, I have some slaves of this kind here. If you take them all, I can give you a huge discount and sell them to you at the price of 2 gold and 5 silver each. Although Ronan was mentally prepared, he still couldn't accept it when he saw a man standing naked in front of him. And then the manager poked his muscles with a stick and laughed about the price. This scene was too shocking to his visual and psychological defenses. Moreover, this is just the sales area. In this slave exchange, there is also a domestication area. What kind of scene will it be inside? Sure enough, the damned sense of justice in his heart began to surge again. Ronan took a deep breath to calm himself, then gave Anthony a polite smile. The slave is good, but the price you offer doesn't impress me. After that, he turned around and walked outside. Anthony thought the client was leaving, so he quickly chased after him. Master, don't leave in a hurry. We can talk about the price in fact. Ronan didn't want to leave. He just couldn't stand the scene in front of him. When he came outside, Ronan felt relieved, and the oppressive atmosphere inside made it difficult for him to breathe. He looked at Anthony and decided to make a long story short. Let me introduce you first. Mr. Anthony, I need to know the approximate price of your slaves. That depends on what type you need. Sir. Anthony knew that the deal was not aborted, so he continued to introduce, Sir, I have everything here. Men, women, young and old. Even 2 or 3 junior knights. Knights too? Ronan was a little surprised. Of course, Anthony emphasized. Sir, don't underestimate our Viper slave exchange. As long as the money is enough, we can even catch a magician and train him for you. Hee hee. It's just a little expensive, he said enthusiastically and flatteringly. Junior knights are about 100 gold coins, and magicians are a little more expensive. About 500 or 600 gold coins. Ronan raised his eyebrows. Is this price a little expensive? But thinking about it, the cost of taming extraordinary people is not low, and it is reasonable to sell them at a high price. I don't need these. What I need is labor. Various craftsmen and women who can produce. The population of Shanlin town has been counted, and Wilson also compared the number of men and women of appropriate age according to Ronan's requirements. Relatively speaking, the ratio of men to women in Shanlin town is in a relatively healthy state, but it is undeniable that there are still a little more men. So he needs to buy some fertile female slaves to solve the problem of single people in the territory. Sometimes he couldn't help thinking that he was really a good lord, even considering the problem of single people in the territory. Next, Anthony introduced the approximate prices of various slaves. Simply put, the most expensive among ordinary people are craftsmen, artisans, carpenters, masons, shipbuilders, etc. Their prices all start at a few gold coins. The better the craftsmanship, the higher the price. The second is the strong young male labor force. The stronger the strength and the better the body, the higher the price. Generally sold for a few gold coins. Then, there are women. Their prices are lower than those of strong young people, and the specific classification depends on the physical condition, but generally not more than 2 gold coins. Finally, there are the elderly and children. For many lords, these 2 types of people are a bit of a burden. After all, they can't work and will consume a lot of resources, especially children. When they grow up and have strength, how many resources will be needed to feed them? Therefore, the price of these 2 types of people is relatively low, basically no more than 1 gold coin. The last category is the disabled, which only needs dozens of copper coins at most, and some are even sold in packages and given as extra gifts. Of course, there are always exceptions, such as some noble women who have not been redeemed, especially young and beautiful women, whose prices are very high, even higher than those of top craftsmen. Considering the rumors about Ronan, Anthony also wanted to pull a few of these slaves out to promote them, but Ronan flatly refused. What does he need these slave women for? Rolling in the sheets? If he really wants to be so hungry, he might as well be intimate with the maid Bella. At least, he doesn't have to worry about getting sick. I need 50 strong young laborers and 50 young women. If there are craftsmen, I need masons and carpenters. Ronan stated his needs. I'll give you 150 gold coins. And you can do it for me. A rough estimate shows that if all these people are in place, it will cost more than 200 gold coins. But Ronan usually bargains in one go and says the highest price first. Anthony was happy to hear Ronan's needs. But after hearing the offer, he looked painful and entangled, as if he was constipated. Master, 150 gold coins are too little. This deal can't be done. He slowly stretched out 6 fingers. How about adding 50 gold coins? This is the most reasonable price. Anthony, you have to look long-term. If you miss a big customer like me, you will lose it. Ronan glanced at him calmly. You should know my identity. Anthony bowed immediately after hearing this. If I guess correctly, you should be the noble Wushan bloodline. Lord Ronan of Shanlin town. Ronan's mouth curled up slightly. Sure enough, the other party had guessed his identity long ago. Since you know my identity, you should also believe in the credibility of Wushan Castle. If this deal is reached, I will continue to buy thousands of slaves from you at the beginning of next year. And I can guarantee that our business can continue. No one has ever doubted the credibility of Wushan Castle. And so is your promise, Anthony said humbly. But his face was still tangled. But sir, you are asking too much. And I have to make money to eat here. He retracted a hand and a finger. How about you add another 40? Ronan seemed to have lost his patience and glanced at the other party. Think about it carefully. If you think it's okay, come find me outside. Rydar. Let's go! Chapter 63 Buying Slaves. Anthony finally compromised. In his words, for the friendship between the Viper Slave Exchange and Ronan. He would rather lose money this time than to improve the relationship with Shanlin town. This kind of words is just for fun. No matter which world. How much truth do businessmen tell when doing business? They say they are losing money. But outsiders don't know whether they are losing money or how much they are making. For Ronan, it is enough to buy this batch of slaves at the lowest possible cost this time. Purchasing slaves naturally requires the process of selection. This time Ronan did not go in person. He no longer wanted to step into the sales area of the slave exchange. The scene there would make him feel uncomfortable. So, this glorious and great task fell on Tom and Gallon. Fortunately, selecting slaves is not a difficult task. It is nothing more than arguing with Anthony and trying to pick out young and strong men and plump young women. However, Ronan also made plans for some slaves with poor physical fitness among this group of people. After all, he had lowered the price quite a bit this time. Since Anthony could not give more benefits on the price, he could only make some money on the quality. This was also reasonable, and Ronan could understand it. However, it was okay to stuff 1 or 2 inferior ones. But if there were too many, he would not agree. Sir, what are you buying these slaves for? Is there a lack of workers in the territory? Rydar asked, puzzled. This brought Ronan back to his thoughts. The newly joined knight knew very little about the situation in Shanlin town. There are not many people in Shanlin town at present. Everything is still in its infancy, and lacks various labor forces. Rydar nodded slowly and said worriedly, then buying slaves is a good choice. But it is a bit difficult to manage and use them well. Rydar may have some knowledge of management, so he made such a judgment. These slaves may have been domesticated, and their thinking and cognition have more or less degenerated. They will be lower than normal serfs in terms of completion and efficiency. And their learning and acceptance of new things will be slower. They can only rely on the constant urging of slave owners. It is a long and difficult process to make them recover. In the early stage, Ronan decided to take a way of giving them a sweet date after a stick, so that they would work hard for themselves, and at the same time let them understand that as long as they can do a good job, even slaves will be rewarded. In the end, if the slaves can be turned into normal people, get rid of the state of zombies, and even activate their subjective initiative, that is what Ronan wants. Fortunately, the number of slaves purchased this time is not large, so it is relatively easy to manage. He can also take this opportunity to accumulate some experience in slave management and make some preparations for the future. Rydar, McKin, after you go back this time, you can work together to strengthen the training of our guards and enhance their combat effectiveness. Cavalry, infantry, and archers must be equipped. Ronan looked at the 2 senior knights beside him and began to prepare for the subsequent development. There are many wild tribes active in the woodlands to the east and north of our Wushan territory. Instead of spending money to buy slaves, I hope to conquer them and incorporate the people of the wild tribes into the mountain town." After hearing this, Rydar and Macken's eyes lit up. Especially Macken. Recently, he has been quite envious of Elrond, who can not only spread his kindness and enhance his prestige among his subjects, but also create spell scrolls to create wealth for him. He can only help train guards and take charge of the unchallenging territory defense, and he feels that his role is too small. Now, he thinks of being able to fight the wild tribe for Ronan. With such a goal, his life path in the future suddenly becomes brighter. "My lord, how big is the wild tribe you are talking about?" Rydar began to judge the enemy's combat power. In this regard, Ronan could only spread his hands. "Sorry, I can't answer your question, because I don't have detailed information about the wild tribe, and I didn't find any useful clues in the study of the previous political officer Prince. We don't know their specific size. That being said, the wild tribe has not invaded Shanlin town for a long time, which means that the scale of the other party should not be large." "Right." Rydar touched his chin and said thoughtfully, "Then after returning, I will be a scout and search in the forest to see if I can find their traces." He looked at Macken. "The guard training and defense will continue to be in charge of Macken." "No problem," Macken replied. Perhaps because of the relationship between superiors and subordinates in the previous life, Macken had no opinion on Rydar's arrangement and followed it. It is still time-consuming and laborious to select hundreds of slaves. Especially Galen and Tom kept in mind what Ronan told them, and they had to carefully select almost every one of them. And they would never let Anthony easily put in a bad one. But Anthony was an old man in the slave house after all. He had experienced thousands of transactions, if not tens of thousands. He could always package some inferior slaves into good goods, and then stuff them in when customers were not paying attention. As long as he grasped the scale, customers would not cause trouble. In this way, more than an hour passed. 50 men and 50 women, plus a carpenter and a mason. Galen and Tom finally made their selections. The two looked at each other and breathed a long sigh of relief. Now when they closed their eyes, they could see all kinds of flesh appearing in their minds. Those naked slaves also shocked their hearts. Fortunately, they could follow Ronan and would not experience this animal-like life. After the selection was completed, Anthony took the slaves to an empty hall and asked them to kneel on the ground and loudly and repeatedly recite Ronan's name, so that they would remember the master's name firmly and imprint it in their minds. After doing all this, Anthony gave each slave a simple linen shirt and fed them 2 pieces of black bread so that they would have the strength to go on the road. When 102 slaves were escorted out by Anthony and his guards, more than 4 hours had passed. During this time, Anthony arranged for Ronan to have lunch. The food was good. Ronan rode on his horse and looked at the slaves standing in front of him. They were still silent and expressionless with their heads down. However, Ronan keenly noticed that some people were trembling. Perhaps because of the fear of the unknown. Because they didn't know how their masters would treat them. "Raise your heads, slaves," Ronan shouted. Perhaps they didn't know that the person who was speaking was their master. So only some of the slaves raised their heads. Anthony roared beside him. "Your master told you to raise your heads. Look carefully. Remember his face. That is the one you must be loyal to until death. From now on, your flesh and your soul will belong to him. Now, kneel down to your master. Shout his name, and offer your loyalty." Anthony's roars echoed, and the slaves began to chant, "Lord Ronan, Lord Ronan, Lord Ronan." It was sparse and weak. Ronan glanced at Anthony before he completely left the slave house. It was obvious that this guy's words were more effective. His sight returned to the group of slaves, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say to them. After a moment's deliberation, he spoke. "From now on, you are the people of Shanlin town. As long as you work hard, I will provide you with food, clothes, and a place to live. Now, stand up and follow me." This time, Ronan's words had a reaction. It was unknown whether they recognized his identity as the master or were moved by the house and food in his words. They stood up, saying, "Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. And we'll work hard," and responded to Ronan's orders and followed the team silently. Chapter 64 Commander. A team of 100 slaves marched along the main road of the horse-herding city and headed for the wilderness. With this group of people, Roning's return speed would not only be slow, but he also had to take care of the speed of the slaves, who were all bought with real money, and he didn't want a few of them to die before reaching Shanlin town. Fortunately, he made sufficient preparations in advance for this trip to the horse-herding city, and brought enough rations in his space ring to ensure that these slaves were well fed and well drinked. The slaves were trembling at first, and were very afraid that the master in front of them would beat and torture them at any time. But they didn't expect that after following them for 2 days, the master not only didn't beat and scold them, but also provided them with sufficient bread for every meal, and occasionally gave them some broth when they hunted prey. Although they had to walk a lot every day, they hadn't experienced such a life of having a full meal for a long time. So when they ate the first bite of fresh bread, they knelt down and thanked Roning on the spot excitedly, and even had a group reaction, crying. Those who knew him understood that Ronin was a benevolent lord, while those who didn't thought that Ronin had frightened the slaves to their knees and begged for mercy. 5 days later, in the evening, Ronin and his party set up camp in front of the mountains before entering Shanlin town. Ronin entrusted the control of the slaves to Tom, Garen, and 4 guards. He didn't need to be responsible for these trivial matters, nor did he need to show his face in front of the slaves. In the past few days, Ronin practiced the 3 spells of Wind Blade, Fireball, and Small Flame whenever he had time. As an entry-level magic of fire attribute, Small Flame is the simplest. This spell will only form a small flame at the fingertips, just like Auron's Flash. Ronin had mastered it almost at the first practice. Fireball is a second-level magic, and its power is almost the same as Wind Blade. If there is a difference, the range of Fireball is a little wider, while Wind Blade has a stronger attack per unit area. They have their own characteristics. At this moment, in an open space, 2 senior knights, McKen and Rydell, are fighting fiercely for this competition that has been scheduled for several days, but has not officially started until today. Both of them are looking forward to it. Even on the way, both McKen and Rydell asked intentionally or unintentionally. Ronin just postponed it because the location was not suitable. It was not until today in this flat area before entering the mountain that he allowed the 2 to start. Of course, it was just a competition, and it was important to stop at a certain point, and it should not consume too much. Although Ronin had given instructions in advance, once the 2 senior knights started fighting, the intensity was still remarkable. Even the slaves in the distance couldn't help but look over here, wondering what the slave owner was doing and why his 2 knights were fighting. McKen held a long sword, and his fighting spirit burst out, condensing into a yellowish-brown armor on his body, which looked very defensive. This is the fighting spirit armor that can be used when the knight reaches a high level and has strong fighting spirit in his body. It has no attribute requirements, and basically every high-level knight can use it. But relatively speaking, the fighting spirit armor condensed by earth-attributed fighting spirit has a stronger defensive power. I'm on it, McKen shouted loudly, and kicked the ground with both feet. A large piece of the soil on the ground was trampled away, and his whole body shot out like a cannonball, with fierce momentum and fierceness. Rydell looked serious, his whole body wrapped in red fighting spirit armor. His aura was much more violent than that of Macken. Come on! Facing Macken's shocking attack, Rydell's body sank, without dodging or avoiding, and faced the first collision head-on. With a loud bang, the knight swords of the 2 high-level peak knights touched each other, and the fighting spirit burst out to form a huge gust of wind, which even Roning and others, who were 100 meters away, could clearly sense. The collision sound of this blow was like a heavy hammer hitting my heart. Tom, who was watching the battle, was frightened by the collision just now. If he faced this blow, he might break his sword and die. After a head-on collision, what followed was a close combat like a storm. During this period of time, Roning has been learning footwork and swordsmanship from Macken, and he has a deep understanding of the latter's close combat situation. In normal practice, if Macken showed his full state, he might not be a one-round opponent. But at this moment, facing McKen's attack, Rydell responded easily. His steps were more flexible and swift. No matter where the opponent's sword came from, he could perfectly dodge, block, and then launch his counterattack. This battle lasted for a full minute. McKen saw that he could not break through and was increasingly suppressed. After one blow, he used the opponent's counterattack to distance himself. He stomped his feet, injected his fighting spirit into the ground, lifted countless clods of earth, and then swung his sword. under the yellow fighting spirit. These earth bombs hit Rydar like shotguns. This was the fighting skill he obtained after being promoted to a senior knight. Looking at the whistling sound of breaking through the air, Roding had to believe that if such a clod of earth hit him, he would probably break his bones. Rydal flipped the long sword in his hand and slashed it out. A curtain of fire like a woven net collected all the earth bombs. The momentum of the two fighting skills' collision became more and more deafening, especially the hot air waves brought by the fire attribute fighting spirit after the collision, which made the spectators feel the breath of danger. "It's my turn." Rydal laughed and inserted the long sword into the scabbard. He rushed towards McKinn like a catapult, and the hot fighting spirit on his fist surged, forming a huge flaming fist. Boom! Rydal punched out with a flaming fist and rushed towards McKinn. And then he punched the second punch. The third punch. This is fire fist bombing. Roding saw this fighting skill at a glance, but did not expect the opponent to use this move continuously. Facing the opponent's first active attack, McKinn looked serious. He changed his position at a very fast speed and quickly dodged the opponent's fist shadows. If he was blocked by the opponent and could not dodge, he would lean against the earth wall to resist. Boom! 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 Rydar turned into a bomber, bombing at high speed, as if he had endless do chi, without considering consumption at all. And it is not difficult to observe that Rydar kept changing his position and attack angle while bombing, making his opponent's situation more and more dangerous. McKinn was panting, and his face was covered with sweat. In this battlefield filled with gunpowder, he knew that if he continued to defend like this, he would be defeated sooner or later. "Ha!" he roared, and do-chi surged on his fist to meet the flying do-chi fist. At the same time, the long sword was inserted into the ground, and the do-chi quickly flowed to Rydar's feet. The ground suddenly surged, and the nature of the land also changed. Earth spears stabbed out from the ground at a very fast speed. Rydal's mind was startled. When the do-chi came to his feet, he felt it. At the same time when the earth spear stabbed out of the ground, he jumped up. Swish, swish, swish. The earth spears all stabbed into the air. When Rydal fell, the impact airflow formed by the do-chi under his feet trampled the earth spears and broke them. On the other hand, the fire fist bombardment collided with McKinn's fist condensed with do-chi, setting off a huge shock wave. Under the violent impact, McKinn staggered and retreated violently. Bang! Another fire bombardment fist fell on him, knocking him away directly, and the do-chi armor on his body fell apart, bringing this competition to an end. Roding rode forward and clapped his hands in praise. "You are worthy of being a high-level peak knight. Your fight really opened my eyes. Wonderful. Really wonderful." Elrin and Tom Jianzhuang couldn't help but applaud. This competition was indeed wonderful, and opened their eyes. "Your Excellency is too kind." Rydar calmed his breath, and the violent look he had just had when he fought disappeared, replaced by a relaxed and confident look. Roding looked at Mackin on the side. "Guard officer. How are you?" Mackin was a little embarrassed at the moment, mainly because there was a lot of dust on his body and face. He coughed out the dust in his mouth and felt a little embarrassed. "Don't worry, My Excellency. I'm not injured," he said and looked at his opponent. "Rydar is too powerful. Whether it's a power fight, close combat skills, or the use of fighting skills and fighting spirit, I am no match for him." Rydal laughed. "You are not at the peak yet. If you improve your strength, it will not be so easy for me to deal with you." The two of them had a fight in the business district. There were winners and losers in the fight, but it did not affect their relationship. Ronan could see that even if Mackin's level progress was full, he would not be Rydal's opponent. In the fight just now, Mackin almost used all his strength, while Rydal obviously reserved a lot of strength. As the commander of the Flame Expeditionary Force, Rydal's qualifications and identity can reflect many problems. Then Rydal. Ronan pulled the reins and faced the knight who won the fight. "From now on, you are the commander of my Shanlin town." Rydal knelt on one knee. "I am happy to serve you, sir." Chapter 65 Return to Shanlin town. In Shanlin town, in the blacksmith Kales's blacksmith shop, for people gathered at this time, Chahar, the steward of Shanlin Castle, Kales, the blacksmith, and his son Ball, and Ram, the son of Carpenter William. After spending so many days, Kales has completed the forging of the plow shovel of the curved plow. At the same time, after reporting to Chahar, he invited Ram, William's son and carpenter apprentice, to come and help and complete the forging of the curved plow body. Why didn't you find William? A carpenter with better skills? William was really busy these days. Cales had tasks assigned by the Lord, and William also had them. And it was really hard to operate black ironwood, which was much more difficult than processing other woods. If it weren't for Chahar's coordination, William would not have been willing to let his son come to help Cales. Done! With excited shouts, Cales finally completed the assembly of the curved plow with the help of Ram. The plow tip, plow bed, plow wall, plow shovel, plow beam, etc. are all available. Not to mention, if Ronan's drawings are used as a reference, Cales and Ram have a high degree of restoration of the curved plow. Ha ha ha. Cales laughed, walked to the side, picked up a jar of wine and took a sip. His cheeks flushed. After so many days, I finally completed the task assigned by the Lord. He was not only happy about this, but also made this plow. Any craftsman, whether it is a blacksmith, carpenter or mason, looks at what he has completed as a work of art. Not to mention that the curved plow is an unprecedented thing. Although it was created by the Lord, he is the first person to make it by hand, which is enough for him to brag about for the rest of his life. Ball and Ram could brag about this for the rest of their lives. One of them was a blacksmith apprentice, and the other was a carpenter apprentice. They actually participated in making such a high-end item. Just thinking about it made them feel like they were living in a dream. Chahar looked at the plow in front of him from left to right, up and down, with shining eyes and great anticipation. Well done, Cales. I think the Lord will definitely praise your craftsmanship when he sees this curved plow. He fiddled with the plow tip. This plow was much heavier than the light plows used in the farmland, and the structure was much more complicated. I wonder how it works. Will it be more effective than the light plow? They trusted Ronan, but when faced with new things, they always had doubts in their hearts. How about we move out and find a cow to try it out? The two young apprentices were eager to try, and they only needed one to move the plow body and the other to move the yoke. No, no, no! Cales quickly stopped the two young men's intentions. You two little brats, don't mess around. If you break it, we don't have time to make a new one before the Lord comes back. The fire in the eyes of the two apprentices extinguished. Indeed, although the plow body is made of ordinary wood, Ram is just a carpenter apprentice and his skills are not very solid. With the help of Ball, he spent many days to complete the plow body. If it breaks, I really don't know how to explain to the Lord. Chahar pondered for a while. Calculate the time. The Lord has been away from the territory for more than half a month, and it's almost time to return from the horse-herding city. Although Ronan told Chahar that the time of departure might be longer before he set off, he didn't expect to be away for so long, which made him more and more anxious. He had just taken on the role of butler, and although he had been extremely busy these days, he felt as if he had started a new life, and he was very happy in his heart. If the Lord suddenly passed away, it would be a very painful thing. Let's not touch it for now. Chahar decided, when the Lord comes back, we will show it to him. Maybe he will give us some suggestions for revision. Mr. Butler is right. Carls agreed. It's better to wait for the Lord to take a look first. Just then, a guard ran over quickly. Mr. Butler, the Lord is back. Back? Chahar was overjoyed, and his heart finally settled down. Where is the Lord? He's almost in town. The guard replied, the Lord asked us to notify you and the political officer to go there quickly. He has something to arrange. Okay. Okay. Chahar ran out in a hurry, and turned back to remind Carls before leaving. You guys look at it first, and make some improvements first. I'll report to the Lord later, and see when he has time to take a look at the curved plow. Carls and the other two quickly agreed, and they were nervous. The master is back, and is going to inspect their work. Although the master is kind, if he is not satisfied, they will be miserable. Come on. Polish the plow body smoother. Carus called out, and continued to polish with two apprentices. Let alone what happened in the blacksmith shop. At this moment, Ronan was slowly passing the boundary marker with the caravan and slaves and returned to the town. The second time he came back, Ronan felt like he was back home. This land belonged to him. The team slowly walked through the simple and dilapidated Shanlin Street, the road that goes through the center of the town and directly to Shanlin Castle. The shop owners along the street, the farmers and serfs who passed by occasionally, recognized the Lord this time and began to salute in the direction of Ronan, while calling out Lord. More than half a month had passed, and the fact that Ronan was the Lord of Shanlin town had been known and accepted by all the people in the territory. Ronan rode on a horse, with a friendly smile on his face, and greeted the people who saluted him, showing a very friendly attitude. The slaves following the team were shocked when they saw this scene. In their opinion, the noble who bought them seemed to be really respected by ordinary people. No wonder. No wonder they were fed every day. Where can such a good noble lord be found? Some slaves who had recovered a little thinking ability even began to hypnotize themselves and work wholeheartedly for their masters. Soon, a figure rushed out from one side of the team. It was Chahar, who ran over. "Master, you are finally back," Chahar said excitedly. To be honest, he was shocked to see so many people just now. He didn't know what was going on. "Long time no see, my butler," Ronan greeted with a smile. "How is the castle?" "Everything is fine in the castle. The squat toilet you asked for before you left has been completely built," Chahar replied quickly. "Under David's protection, the castle has no problems. In addition, the curb plow on Kale's side has also been completed. Everything is going smoothly." While talking, the political officer Wilson rode over on horseback, dismounted in front of Ronan and saluted respectfully. "Lord Ronan, welcome back. Long time no see, Mr. Political Officer," Ronan also greeted kindly. "How have you been recently?" "Don't worry, sir. I have already handled the division of the town into villages and groups. I can report to you anytime when it is convenient for you." "Very good," Ronan praised, and then pointed to the hundreds of slaves behind him. "I will report later. These people are the slaves I bought from the horse-herding city. Now I need you and Chahar to work together to settle them down. Provide food and shelter, and their information should also be registered, just like the previous census." Wilson and Chahar glanced back and forth at the group of people who seemed to be in good condition. They didn't expect that these people were slaves, and their mental state was too good. Chahar and Wilson bowed and said, "As you wish, sir." Chapter 66: An Unexpected Surprise. It took Ronan 5.5 days to cross the forest leading to Shanlin town. In order to take care of the slaves, he walked very slowly. On the way, he experienced the 28th day of crossing, which is a full month in this world. Ronan finally received the 4th warm gift package of the monthly sign-in. The attribute points and energy essence in this warm gift package are naturally more than the previous 3, with 40 attribute points and energy essence each. Since then, the monthly sign-in has been completed, and a new cycle begins with the arrival of September 1st. Ronan can also count the number of attribute points and energy essences he can obtain through monthly sign-in every month at the Baron stage, which are 139 points and 115 points respectively. It doesn't seem much, but accumulated, it's not a small amount. Before arriving at Shanlin town, Ronan consumed all the attribute points and energy essences obtained from the sign-in. At this time, his level progress has reached level 2 Intermediate Knight, 12/200. 2 Intermediate Magician, 251 out of 300. If nothing goes wrong, he can break through to the advanced level of dual professions in more than a month. Elrond's level progress has also increased to Intermediate Magician Light, 131/300. In more than a month, he can also break through to become a high-level magician. By then, a small mountain town will have 4 high-level professionals. Just imagine it. It is also very exciting. In addition, although Ronan did not give Mackin any points this time, the latter also increased his cultivation progress by 2 points through his own practice. Compared with Elrond, Mackin's aptitude is a little worse. If the two of them devote themselves to cultivation, the former may increase their cultivation progress by about 4 points per month, and the latter by about 9 points. Now only Retta's self-cultivation speed is hard for Ronan to estimate, but considering that the other party has the aptitude of the sun, it should be faster than Elrond. The only thing that makes Ronan dissatisfied is that after Mackin and the other two become high-level peaks, they must wait for him, the master, to break through first before they can break through. It would be great if they could break through on their own. This is the Hillwood Castle. Ronan pointed to the castle in front and introduced it to Retta. At present, Mackin, Elrond and you are arranged to live in the inner castle, and Tom, David and others live in the outer castle. When the town is planned and built, I will build a house for you, and you can move in then. The 3 of them didn't seem to be very interested in this. And Mackin said, "My lord, I am your guard officer, and I should follow you. I don't need to live outside." Retta and Elrin shrugged, as if they also didn't need it. Tom thought the lord's proposal was very good, but because the other two didn't show interest, he didn't say anything. Ronan laughed and joked, "Why? When you get married and have children in the future, will the whole family live in my place and eat and drink for free?" Mackin was stunned by this sentence, and didn't know how to refute it for a while. To be honest, he really hadn't thought about this question. "My lord, can we also get married and have children?" He was a little unsure. Ronan looked up and down at Mackin, wondering, why? "You can't? Infertile?" He looked at Elrin and Rydell beside him suspiciously. If Tom hadn't been there, he would have wanted to ask if the two men were also infertile. Such a look obviously touched the souls of the three men as men. Mackin blushed. No. Sir, you misunderstood." Elrin shook his head repeatedly. "Sir, I should be fine." "Yes, no problem." Rydell also waved his hand. "Sir, don't look at me. I'm fine too." Tom scratched his head. Why did the topic suddenly become something that made him a little uncomfortable? In order to prevent others from misunderstanding, he also emphasized, "I should be fine too. Right? Sir, I can still hold up the quilt when I get up in the morning." Ronan couldn't help but look at Tom. This guy was definitely bragging. I didn't expect that he looked honest and simple at ordinary times, but he was not vague at all when bragging. "Back to the point," Ronan said seriously. "I didn't say you can't marry and have children. On the contrary, I hope you can give me more children and contribute to the development of Shanlin town." After a few jokes, he made the relationship between him and his subordinates closer. When Ronan walked to the bottom of the castle, David strode out with the guards. "Welcome back, sir. Thank you for your hard work." Ronan consoled him and introduced him to Rydell. "This is the David I mentioned to you. He is the only guard who became a professional knight among the people I brought out of Wushan Castle." David looked at Rydell, not knowing his identity. But since the Lord specially introduced him to him, it seems that this red-haired young man is extraordinary. David then saluted the other party as a knight, and at the same time respectfully reported to Ronan, "My lord, I was the only one when you left, but not now." "Oh!" Ronan raised his eyebrows, his eyes shining. "Someone else has broken through." "Yes," David said happily. "Zuwait and Sim have both broken through." Ronan was slightly surprised. "Two?" "Yes, two people," David introduced. "Zuwait broke through on the 4th day after you left. Sim broke through later, in the evening of the day before yesterday." Not bad. Not bad. Ronan was very happy. So that the number of extraordinary people in the territory increased again. Don't worry that the other party only has primary strength. As long as the fighting spirit seed is awakened, the combat power can be seen with the speed of ordinary people. "Tom, you will inform Chahar and the kitchen later that there will be a banquet in the castle tonight. All the extraordinary people will come to celebrate that Shanlin town has 2 more professional knights. No, 3 more. In addition, tomorrow morning, let all the guards and servants gather in front of the outer castle hall. The extraordinary people will also be present. I will settle your salary for last month. The first time to pay employees' salaries. The scene must be grand." Ronan left this kind of work to Chahar. When they heard that the Lord was going to pay salaries, everyone laughed. Who wouldn't be happy to get paid? Especially the guards guarding the castle gate. They were all happy to hear this. It turns out that the Lord is kind and trustworthy. All the promises made to them in Wushan Castle are being fulfilled. It is really a blessing given to them by the 7 gods to follow such a Lord and become his trusted troops. At the same time, they also envy Zuwait and Sim, who entered the level of professional knights and were different from them. When will they be able to break through and become extraordinary people? Alas, no. Maybe they really need to train hard every day like Zuwait and Sim. Is there any way to break through without training? The guards' thoughts were flying all over the sky. And soon they returned to their salaries. They didn't know where they spent the money. It seems that there is not even a tavern in Shanlin town? Chapter 67. Listening to the report. The Shanlin castle was bustling again tonight. In the kitchen, Mrs. Bandler and her helpers, who had been honing their cooking skills for days, finally found their place, and poured all their thoughts about the Lord into delicious dishes and bread. The newly promoted junior knights, Zuwait and Sim, also walked into the restaurant of the inner castle with a reserved but proud attitude, and had dinner with the Lord and many seniors. Ronan got the detailed information of the two newcomers from David. Ju White and Sim are both under 20 years old. The former is 19, and the latter is 18 years old. To be honest, the probability of activating the fighting spirit seed and becoming a professional knight at the age of 18 or 19 is very small, and the future potential is estimated to be very poor. But then again, it is good enough that Shanlin Town has a new extraordinary person now. So who can be picky here? At the banquet, Ronan first solemnly introduced the identity of Rydar to the others, especially with McKinn's side description. Everyone was clear about the strength of the red-haired man, and it was also considered that Rydar's position as commander was officially established. At the same time, he also praised the newly promoted Zwait and Sim, and raised their salary to 30 copper coins per day, which was the same level as David. In this way, except for Tom, the daily salary of all the extraordinary people present was at least 30 copper coins. Considering Tom's performance during this period and his good attitude towards everything, Ronan generously let him regularize in advance, and his salary was also restored to the same level as other junior knights. Tom was deeply moved by this. At today's dinner, he finally won the recognition of the Lord, and he was considered to have entered the circle of core members of Shanlin Town. The dinner ended happily. With Bella's service, Ronan took a good bath, swept away all the dust from running around on the way, and felt refreshed. After not seeing each other for half a month, Bella's skin color became much whiter. Perhaps the change in life made her less busy and toiled than before. Well, Ronan felt that he still had a lot of credit. At least it improved the lives of some people, and made some people feel happy. He believed that there would be more and more people like this in the future. In the study, Chahar and Wilson came to report their work. Ronan asked Galen to serve them a cup of barley tea to quench their thirst. "Sir, we have settled all 102 slaves. But there is one thing we must remind you of. There are not many vacant houses in the town." Chahar started to complain as soon as he came up. "I can't allow those slaves to live in the castle, even in the outer castle. So Wilson and I settled them in the homes of former defense officer Dyson and Knight Kate." Dyson and Kate were knights arranged by the Shan Lord in Shanlin Town. After they were killed by Ronan, their houses naturally belonged to Shanlin Castle. But sir, the conditions of these two people's houses are not bad. To be honest, I really don't want to give them to these slaves. It's a pity that there are no other vacant houses in the town. Wilson agreed with Chahar's words. "Sir, if there are new people joining Shanlin Town later, I think we should plan the construction of houses in advance." Ronan nodded slowly. "Yes, what you said is exactly what we are going to do next. The growth of Shanlin Town is inevitable. In the future, our population will catch up with the normal baronies, or even exceed the baronies. It is very necessary to build enough houses in advance. Ronan does not need to pay any form of wages and remuneration to the slaves, but he needs to provide them with clothing, shelter and food. So building houses is essential. Of course, the requirements for slaves' housing do not need to be so high, nor do they need to be one room per person, as long as they can live in it. Let's not talk about the slaves first. Wilson, how is your village divided?" Ronan asked. Wilson stood up quickly and took out a piece of parchment from his arms. "Sir, it has been divided. There are a total of 4 villages, and the total number of people in each village is more than 490, excluding the 20 people who serve you in the castle. There is basically no difference." Ronan took the parchment and saw that the 4 villages had a maximum of 503 people and a minimum of 492 people. The number of people is indeed not much different. At the same time, Luo Ning noticed that the names of the village chief and the team leader were written behind the village, which obviously had been selected. "Well done, Wilson. But didn't you name these villages?" Wilson said modestly, "I think it's better for you to decide such an important matter. In addition, the village chief and team leader behind are people I selected after investigation. They are either strong in work or people who grow crops with good harvests. If you think someone is not suitable, I will reselect them. I am at ease with you doing things." Luo Ning didn't have the time to inspect the farmers one by one. Anyway, the village heads and team leaders were just workers. As long as they did their jobs well, the village heads and team leaders should follow what you wrote. As for the names of the villages, Luo Ning was very interested in naming, so he picked up a pen and wrote down the names of 4 villages on the blank space on the parchment. The village with the most people is called Fujiang Village. The village with the least people is called Qingfen Village. And the middle ones with 496 and 498 people are called Qianjin Village and Jingye Village. He handed the parchment back to Wilson. Gather these village heads and team leaders to meet in the outer castle hall tomorrow afternoon. He looked at Chahar. Although you are the steward of the castle, the expenses of these village heads and team leaders are all paid from the castle. Although Wilson is responsible for the government affairs of this group of people, you need to supervise the results and assessments. It is one thing for him to be assured of Wilson's attitude towards work, but it is another thing whether there is anyone to supervise him. He knew that Chahar had the ability. He had to manage the castle's accounts, resources, etc. And he also needed to figure out the outgoing expenses. Such an arrangement might make Chahar busier. But who wouldn't be busy? He, Luo Ning, was the lord of Shanlin town after all. And he was also very busy. I will divide the 100 slaves I bought this time into the construction team, the Ironwood team, the logging team, and the manure collection team. The construction team consists of carpenters and masons, as well as 10 men and 10 women, responsible for building residences. The initial requirements are not high. They will be built in the farm area far from the center of the town. The Ironwood team is used to cooperate with Carpenter Uncle William to develop black iron trees. 15 strong men and 2 women in charge of logistics are needed. Let the construction team first build a few houses in the west as a temporary base for the Ironwood workshop. The logging team consists of 10 men and 5 women, who are responsible for the wood needed by the construction team and the road to the south to build the forest town later. The manure collection team is responsible for picking up the manure garbage in the town. Later, I will teach them how to decompose and ferment the manure into fertilizer. For the time being, let's invest 5 men and 5 women. Roning looked at Wilson, who was sweating, and took out the quill pen he carried with him to quickly record on his palm. I will keep a few more slaves depending on the situation. If there are any left, they will be divided into 4 villages to farm. You will divide them into groups tomorrow according to what I said. Okay. Okay. Wilson responded while recording. Things are coming again. And it's a big job. Chahar laughed secretly on the side. Fortunately, he was not a government official and had much more free time. Chahar, I need to pay the guards, castle servants, and government officials tomorrow morning. Please help me calculate everyone's pay tonight and give it to me tomorrow morning. Ronan said. Okay. Sir. Chahar quickly maintained a serious attitude. Chapter 68 Making Spell Scrolls. Originally, Ronan thought that he would be the one to calculate the remuneration this time. But after listening to the reports from Wilson, Chahar and others, he changed his mind and handed it over to Chahar. This male servant, who had followed from Wushan Fort, knew the most about everyone, and it was the most appropriate person to be in charge of this matter. For him, he only needed to take the money and distribute it tomorrow. But thinking about tomorrow, Roning's head was still a bit big. There were too many things to do. Pay wages, meet with the village chief and team leader, inspect the construction of squat toilets, verify the effect of the curb plow, and then go to William the Carpenter to see the progress of the production of ironwood shields. Thinking of the promotion of ridge farming and fertilizer production, Roning wanted to fall asleep and forget these troubles when he fell asleep. But he couldn't do it. The wind blade spell scroll hadn't been drawn yet. How could he sleep? How could he sleep? So after sending Wilson and Chahar away, Roning asked Bella to pour him a cup of tea. After calming down, he took out the Warcraft leather and spell ink, cut the Warcraft leather into 5 pieces, took out one of them, and laid it flat on the table, pressing the 4 corners. Roning took out the feather pen he got from Pedro. This feather pen was made of the feathers of the Warcraft swallow bird, just like the one Hook gave him. It was very suitable for making spell scrolls. He first carefully absorbed a bottle of spell ink into the pen tube of the feather pen, then concentrated his mind, slowly adjusted his breathing, and prepared to write. Regarding how to make spell scrolls, Roning had learned a lot from the book Magic Scroll Making from Beginner to Mastery given by Hook. First, we need to plan the distribution area of the spell pattern on the Warcraft leather. If it is too big, the Warcraft leather cannot be drawn. If it is too small, it will not meet the requirements of the scroll. The Warcraft leather is cut into 5 pieces to be suitable for drawing a second-level scroll, so Roning does not need to worry. What he needs to do now is to estimate the location of each spell node of the Wind Blade spell pattern on the leather, and then use the feather pen to draw it. Inhale. Exhale slowly. Roding raised his hand, and the feather pen began to leave marks on the leather. At this moment, Roding's mental power, mana, and the spell ink at the tip of the feather pen worked together, emitting a faint halo, which is so magical. The spell pattern of the wind blade is composed of horizontal and vertical folds, with 8 spell nodes. Roding recalled the spell pattern of the wind blade in his mind, and at the same time, he drew on the leather as if he had a god. This is his first time making a spell scroll, and it feels a bit magical. The consumption of mental power and mana is much greater than that of simply casting the wind blade magic. And when drawing, the effect of the feather pen and magic ink, mana and mental power will make the magician feel different from simply casting a spell, and it is easy to produce some ripples. Also, the precise depiction of the spell pattern. To put it simply, this is like a beginner imitating the writing of Wang Shixi's original work. Although there are only a few strokes of horizontal, vertical, left, right, and right, you can still copy it, but the actual effect of the writing depends on your personal level. During the time when Luo Ning returned, in addition to studying the book, he also practiced controlling his pen tip, requiring it to be horizontal and vertical. But practice is one thing, and specific operation is another, especially due to the new touch brought by the combined effect of multiple magic media. He would feel a sense of frustration at the tip of the pen as long as he was not careful with just such a small negligence. The mana ink at the tip of the pen eroded the leather like an ignited flame, leaving and spreading into a black spot the size of a thumbnail. It's useless. No wonder Pedro said that making spell scrolls requires a high level of output stability from the magician. This time I personally tested it, and it was true. A little distraction and mistake will lead to a failure in production. Although he didn't want this piece of leather to be wasted, Ronin had no choice. The damaged leather could not be used to make spell scrolls again. He could only take a new piece of leather and continue the second practice. This time, Ronin was more careful and focused all his attention from one node of the spell pattern to the next node, and then to the next node, breathing evenly, writing speed evenly, mental power and mana output evenly, lines evenly. Finally, 3 minutes later, as the last node of the wind blade technique was drawn, Roding quickly raised his pen. He successfully completed the production of the first spell scroll, and finally he could breathe loudly. At the same time, the spell lines on the leather in front of him also changed. The dark red spell ink now emits a magical blue light. In the air above the spell lines, the flow of air suddenly changed, accompanied by the whistling sound of the wind. The wind elements between heaven and earth were absorbed by the spell lines on the leather. These lines on the leather stretched out thin branches around like old tree roots that sprouted. In the blink of an eye, where is the spell pattern of the wind blade spell? Ronin looked at the scroll in front of him in doubt. If the spell pattern he drew was a slender girl, then the pattern on the spell scroll in front of him was like a fat woman who was over 100 pounds and still bearing her teeth and claws. This is the change caused by absorbing the wind element. Ronin also noticed that at the moment of drawing, his mental power and mana poured into the spell pattern on the leather like a flood. In other words, when the spell scroll is made, it will not only absorb the magic elements between heaven and earth, but also absorb part of the magician's mental power and mana, which is more than twice the consumption of normal casting. But no matter what, Ronin has succeeded in making the spell scroll for the second time, which is a gratifying thing. He rolled up the leather in front of him and tied it with a thin hemp rope. Although it looks a bit simple and not as beautifully packaged as those sold outside, it is also a genuine wind blade spell scroll with the same effect. The packaging was left to the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce. Ronin sensed the state of his mental power and mana. Although he could still make the second spell scroll, he put away the feather pen considering that he needed to reserve some state to learn the fireball technique. During this period, he mainly focused on practicing the wind blade technique. Although he had mastered the fireball technique and could release it twice out of 3 times, he still lacked a lot of skills to achieve 100% success. He came to the window and began to learn the fireball technique facing the night sky outside. Soon, the servants in the castle saw an interesting phenomenon. From time to time, a ball of fire would spit out from the window of the Lord's room. If the Lord's figure could not be vaguely seen behind the flames, the guard standing on the tower would definitely think that the Lord was in danger and would definitely send out a signal for support. Ronin was very comfortable, but there was no sound from Elrond, the light attribute magician, who was always energetic. dragged his tired body, and slowly walked to the bed to lie down, as if his body was hollowed out. Just now, he tried to make a spell scroll for healing twice. But he didn't expect that both failed. Not only that, the 2 failures caused him to have no mana to make a third time. Elrin rubbed his eyebrows and sighed. I wasted 18 gold coins in one go. And I didn't succeed in making a spell scroll. How should I explain to the Lord tomorrow? The second time, it seemed to be successful. But he didn't expect that the wrist of the finishing spell node was stiff and failed. It was really difficult for him. No, I can't sleep now. I need to meditate and refine my magic power. I will get up early tomorrow and try again. Chapter 69 Incentive Plan. Early the next morning, Ronan had just gotten up and put on his clothes when Elrin waited outside the room and presented 2 successfully drawn healing spell scrolls. Faced with such a diligent and hard-working magician, Ronan couldn't help but give him a thumbs up and invited him to have breakfast together. After learning that the other party had failed twice, Ronan didn't say much. After all, this is a very normal thing. Didn't he fail once last night? As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. Without the accumulated experience of failure, how could Elrin have the 2 consecutive successes later? However, Ronan noticed that the other party had consumed all his mana early in the morning, and couldn't help but remind him, although making spell scrolls is one of the main financial means of the territory, both Elrin and Ronan himself must reserve a certain amount of mana in case of emergency. For example, if someone is suddenly seriously injured and needs Elrin's healing spell, but the latter uses up all the spell scrolls to make the injured person and loses his life, the loss is huge. According to the current state of Elrin's mana, as well as the existing amount of spell ink and beast leather, Elrin only needs to make 1 healing spell scroll every day. During the meal, Ronan received the salary statistics from the butler Chahar, which clearly stated the amount of remuneration for everyone. While eating breakfast, Ronan randomly selected a few people and calculated them. After finding that there was no discrepancy, he began to prepare to pay the salary. There are 28 days in a month in this world. Among them, Makan and Chahar have been with him the longest, for a total of 20 days, and then there are a group of guards, who have been with him for 25 days. Makin's strength was at the primary level for 2 days, at the intermediate level for 19 days, and at the advanced level for 6 days, with a daily subsidy of 20 copper coins for being a guard officer. His monthly salary reached an astonishing 2 gold, 3 silver, and 40 copper coins. Chahar worked as a male servant for 12 days, and a housekeeper for 15 days. A total of 160 copper coins. The salary of ordinary guards is easy to calculate. 58 copper coins per person. A total of 1,682 copper coins. And the 10,000 copper coins given by the Green family are still there. Just enough to be paid out. David's calculation is more difficult. 6 days as an ordinary guard. 19 days as a primary knight. A total of 582 copper coins. And Tom, the castle servant, the political officer Wilson, and the newly joined Rydar, all were paid one by one. After a series of calculations, Ronan needs to pay a total of 9 gold and 47 copper coins today. Although this amount of money is nothing compared to the money spent in the horse-herding city, it is really a burden for ordinary baronies to calculate it. It was naturally a drop in the bucket to pay this salary with Ronan's 120 gold coins in his savings. And he didn't feel anything at all. But for the guards, castle servants, and even Makan who received the money, this was a very happy thing. After all, what could be happier than getting paid? Seeing his subordinates happy, Ronan was naturally happy too, as long as they did their assigned tasks well. This little money was worth spending. After paying the salary, Ronan met with the village chiefs of 4 villages and 16 team leaders in the hall of the outer castle. When these guys learned from Wilson yesterday that the Lord was going to summon them in person, they were so excited that they couldn't sleep. Some of the richer families even took out their linen coats that they hadn't worn for years. Although they had patches, they were a little more formal than the rags they usually wore. Those who were not so well off also washed their faces and combed their hair, trying to make themselves look energetic, so that the Lord wouldn't think that someone was not good enough. They looked serious, but some people's nervous and trembling bodies still betrayed their mentality. Ronan didn't pay much attention to the dress of these people. Shanlin town was like this. It was very good for everyone to wear complete linen clothes. He treated the people below as beggars who had washed their faces. Of course, He himself was the leader of the beggars' gang. Now Shanlin town is divided into 4 villages. The village chief Delin of Fuqiang village. The village chief Rad of Qianjin village. The village chief Hasaba of Qinfen village. And the village chief Han of Jingye village. The 4 of you come forward. I want to meet you. Roding was not very interested in dealing with these people. But for the village chiefs, it was also an honor to be specially pulled out by the Lord to meet them. The 4 people came out excitedly, saying their names and greetings to the Lord. Roding nodded, then patiently listened to the 4 people introduce the 4 team leaders of their respective villages, which was also a first meeting with all the people below. Although he could not remember the faces of these people, they could clearly remember his appearance. Although Roding emphasized that both the village head and the team leader only had the power of supervision, but not the power of law enforcement. These people were treated specially by the Lord, which in a sense elevated their status in the community of the Lord. In order to maintain such a status, they will do their best to complete the tasks assigned by the Lord. For some people, the monthly subsidy of 2 copper coins and 2 kilograms of barley is not important, and whether they can be the team leader is what some people care about most. At this meeting, Luo Ning explained the 2 most important things for the next 4 villages. The first is the autumn harvest. It is now September 6th, and the barley in the wheat field farm has gradually entered the harvest time. Luo Ning asked the village heads to play an active leading role to ensure that the barley in each village should be harvested, and no wheat ears should be abandoned in the field. The second is the planting problem after the autumn harvest. Luo Ning consulted Wilson. Shanlin town does not plant winter wheat. Generally, after harvesting barley, farmers will be busy harvesting carrots, and then planting cabbage, cauliflower and other vegetables. After doing this, the farmers will be relatively idle. Some will sell labor to the Lord in exchange for some wood to repair the house in preparation for the winter. Some will take advantage of this time to maintain their various farm tools. And some will devote more energy to the breeding and care of livestock. After the winter snow, the farmers will be busy again preparing for spring plowing. In view of this, Roding planned to take advantage of this period to promote his ridge farming method, and started with the planting of cabbage and cauliflower. It happened that they could be harvested in December, so the farmers could learn this method before the spring plowing. So Roding asked the 4 village chiefs to select a piece of land for him, and he would personally direct the staff and even personally operate it. They had never heard of the nobles working in the fields, and today was the first time they saw it. Not to mention that Chahar thought it was inappropriate. Even Wilson wanted to raise objections. Roding didn't care. He did this so that the people could see his attention to this new way of farming, so that it could be better promoted. In addition, Roding also gave Wilson the hoes and shovels he bought from the horse-herding city and distributed them in the name of the village. Of course, these things are given priority to serfs. If free tenants want to use them, they still have to pay a little price, such as paying a little more grain when paying rent. In addition, in order to motivate everyone to farm, Roding asked Wilson to count the annual output of grain, vegetables, flax and other crops in each village. For the top 3 villages in total, Roding will give the village chief 1 gold coin, 5 silver coins, and 1 silver coin as rewards, and the team leader 3 silver coins, 1 silver coin, and 50 copper coins as rewards, and at the same time give certain grain rewards to the farmers who participate in the labor. Upon hearing this, the eyes of all the village heads and team leaders lit up. This reward is higher than the annual salary, and they all had a gleam in their eyes that they must strive for it. But soon, Luo Ning said again that if the total output was the last for 2 consecutive years, and each crop did not perform well, he would replace all of them from village heads to team leaders, leaving no one behind, and let new people take over. With rewards, there are naturally punishments. Luo Ning does not want to keep some village heads and team leaders who are lazy and slacking off. Only those who can play a role can stay. The people below looked at each other, and their eyes revealed a look of worry. They did not want to be deprived of the identity they got by accident, but they all had the same idea in their hearts. There were 4 villages, and it was impossible for their village to be ranked last. Right? Chapter 70 Using the Curb Plow. After Roding had a brief meeting with the village chiefs and team leaders, Wilson was responsible for the specific implementation and supervision of the tasks assigned to him. Accompanied by Chahar and Galen, he went to Kales's blacksmith shop to take a good look at the finished curb plow. The blacksmith shop was still as messy as last time, with broken bone tools, pottery, stone tools, etc. randomly placed everywhere, leaving only an empty space in the middle to place the finished curved plow. If Chahar hadn't notified the Lord in advance that he would come to inspect today, Kales probably wouldn't even bother to clean up the empty space in the middle. "Sir, you are finally here." Karuz and his son Ball came over from afar. "We assembled the curved plow yesterday, and we are waiting for you to test the effect. Thank you for your hard work, Karuz." Ronan kept a friendly smile. "I can't wait to see your results. Come on. Take me there." Under the guidance of Karuz and his son, Ronan walked into the blacksmith shop and saw the curved plow placed on the clean ground in the middle. His eyes lit up, and he strode over, carefully looked at it from front to back, then squatted down and carefully checked the plow shovel. Its shape and size were almost the same as the plow he remembered. "Karuz, everyone in the town says you have good blacksmithing skills, and today I finally got to see it." He couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "This curved plow is almost 99% of the completion of my design." "Very good." After receiving the Lord's affirmation, Karuz's nervous mood finally eased, and at the same time, he was secretly proud of his craftsmanship. But he was still very humble. "The drawings designed by you are so clear. I just need to follow them." Ronan held the front end of the plow and lifted the curved plow. Although it was a bit heavy, he was now a mid-level knight, so this weight was nothing, and he lifted it easily. "It's a bit heavy for ordinary people." He looked at the plow body and asked, "How heavy are the two pieces of iron? The plow shovel and the plow wall? And the wood of the plow body? Do you have an estimate?" Kales knew this very well and said quickly, "Sir, the plow shovel and the plow wall should weigh 5 pounds. I made them with 5 pounds of iron. The plow body is made of birch that Mr. Chahar and William's son cut down. It should weigh about 100 pounds. Ronan looked at the plow body. As expected of William's son, this plow body is not bad. The young man Ball next to him couldn't help saying, "Sir, this was made by him and me." As soon as he finished speaking, Kayes quickly covered Ball's mouth and looked at him embarrassedly. To Ronan, "My lord, please forgive Ball's rudeness." Ronan laughed. "Ball? Right. How old are you this year?" Ball broke free from his father's hand and answered loudly, "I am 13 years old this year." "Lord. Yes. Your skills are also great." Ronan smiled and said, "Learn blacksmithing from your father. Oh, by the way, you should also learn how to make the plow body. I may need you in many places in the future." Ball was a little excited to be able to say so many words to the Lord. After receiving the Lord's encouragement, he nodded firmly. "My lord, I will study hard." Carl's class will eventually be handed over to Ball, and Ronan really hopes that he can study the blacksmithing skills well, because from the experience of the wrought iron he bought in the horse racing city, he found that the iron-making technology in this world was not as advanced as he imagined. Those so-called wrought irons are actually sponge iron, which is iron reduced from or in a low-temperature environment. Blacksmiths use these wrought irons to forge various tools, weapons, and protective gear. This method is okay for forging weapons, because the demand is relatively small. But if you want to produce large quantities of farm tools, it is estimated that the blacksmith will be exhausted. To solve this problem, the specific method is to refine liquid iron, pour the molten iron into the mold to directly shape it, and produce farm tools on a large scale and in batches. But Ronan looked at Kales's blacksmith shop, with his open furnace and a small leather bellows. It is estimated that it is difficult to raise the temperature of iron making. Obviously, this requires Ronan to use his knowledge again. First, he has to design a bellows, and then design a furnace to raise the temperature to a level sufficient to forge pig iron. He made a note of this matter, and then told everyone, "Let's go and experiment first to see how effective the curved plow is." Bear couldn't wait any longer, and quickly picked up the yoke. Ronan signaled Galen and others to help Kales carry the curved plow out. In the fields not far away, Chahar had already asked the cowhood to bring a black buffalo from the castle over. Under Ronan's personal command, everyone put the yoke on the buffalo's neck and connected the yoke to the plow with a linen rope. When using it, you can adjust the position of the plow arrow according to the conditions of the land to ensure that the angle of contact between the plow shovel and the land is appropriate. Luo Ning personally fiddled with it, and after adjusting the approximate position, he signaled the cowherd to start. After receiving the order from the Lord, the cowherd gently waved the whip, and the black buffalo began to move forward after hearing the order. The buffalo was not fast, but it was very strong, pulling the curved plow forward under the traction of the rope. At the beginning, the cowherd could not control the direction of the curved plow very well, and at the same time, he was nervous and unfamiliar, so he did not plow well. However, he had some experience after all, and after many adjustments, he was finally able to turn the soil smoothly. Kales, Chahar, Galen and others who followed behind and observed carefully exclaimed, "Oh my God! It can actually plow so deep. Not only is it deep, but it also looks very smooth. Much easier than the plows we pull." Before becoming a manservant, Galen needed to farm, and he had turned the land before, whether it was with a hoe or a plow, whether it was manpower or oxen. It was not something that could be done by one person and one ox, and he always had helpers around him. But now, a cowherd with a cow can easily turn a 30-meter-long field. If the onlookers were very excited, the cowherd, who actually operated it, was even more excited. He felt that what he had in his hand was not a plow, but a magic weapon. This is really incredible. The cowherd's heart was shaking violently. He only needed to control the direction slightly and follow behind. Although it also consumes a certain amount of physical strength, compared with the previous method of plowing the soil, this method is much easier. After he finished plowing a row, he directed the buffalo to turn around while slightly controlling the plow tip. Under the pull of the buffalo, he turned around very easily. This labor-saving and convenient operation shocked him. "Look! There are so many earthworms." Bar squatted aside, pointing at the earthworms moving on the soil, and shouted excitedly, "There are earthworms when working normally, but not as many as we see now." Luo Ning was not surprised by this phenomenon. After all, the use of curved plows is deeper than light plows and manual turning of soil. In addition, the plow wall breaks up the soil blocks, so it is not surprising that all the earthworms in the soil are turned out. What he cares about more is the quality of the soil. He squatted beside the plow ditch, stretched out his hand to pinch the soil, which was relatively moist. Then he looked at its black appearance and many earthworms. At first glance, the fertility is very good. It seems that the quality of the land in Shanlin town is indeed good. No wonder the yield of barley per moo can reach 90 kilograms. He patted the soil, stood up, and asked the cowherd, "How does it feel to use the curved plow?" Although the cowherd had met the Lord when he joined the job earlier, he still felt nervous when facing the Lord directly at this moment. After pondering for a while, the cowherd expressed his feelings. "My Lord, this is the most amazing and incredible thing I have ever seen in my life," he said exaggeratedly. "When we operate a light plow, it usually takes 2 or 3 people, but I can easily operate it by myself just now. It is not only fast, but also very energy-saving." The cowherd looked at the fallow field. "If I want to cultivate this land by myself, it will probably take 2 or 3 days. But now give me the curved plow and this cow. My Lord, I promise that it will only take 1 day to finish it." Although the cowherd's description was a bit exaggerated, Luo Ning knew that the curved plow did bring great convenience and efficiency to farmers, reducing the difficulty of turning the land and cultivating. Now, it is a question of how to mass produce it.